Chapter 73. Dr. Zhou was slightly older than the rest. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we will keep this matter to ourselves and will not spread it. You are a doctor and have the noble professional ethics of a doctor. We naturally believe in Dr. Zhou," Xia Jinyuan said gracefully. In front of the people, his attitude was not as cold as steel, but as gentle as a breeze. "I won't see you too often. Once again, I'm very sorry." Xia Jinyuan arranged for a soldier to send Dr. Zhou away first. After she walked further away, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked Yi Qian's forehead lightly. "I didn't have time to praise you just now. You did well, little girl. You really flicked me." Yi Qian was caught off guard and was flicked directly. She held her aching forehead and there was a slight ripple in her indifferent eyes. "This is nothing. One moment you praise me, the next moment you punish me." Xia Jinyuan was already laughing. He was a man who was very good at restraining himself. Even if he was happy, his laughter was low and shallow, and it was refreshing in the night. "You are only 14, not 40. Relax, don't show too much indifference in your eyes. 14 years old is the rainy season. I'm guessing that Captain Xia's 14 years old is not the rainy season either. There is no indifference in his eyes, but at least he looks unattainable." Facing the unpredictable Major, Yi Jian decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Would a 20-year-old Major live a 14-year-old life like a blooming and rainy season? Was it possible? Thinking about his 14 years old, Xia Jinyuan tactfully kept his mouth shut. The girl in front of him was really smart. It was better for him to say less, in case she made him feel angina. He waved at the soldier who was waiting for his orders. Come. Send this student back to the recruit assembly camp." He was only 14 years old. No wonder Old Master Xia and Old Master Xia said he was difficult to deal with every day. The 20-year-old himself met the 14-year-old Yi Qian, who was also a difficult girl to deal with. He suddenly wanted to call back to ask about Old Master Xia and apologize. Xia Jinyuan made a phone call to Beijing after they got into the car that escorted the suspects back to the city. In the heavily guarded military compound, in a quaint military compound covered with creepers outside, a guard picked up the phone. After greeting him, he trotted upstairs and gently knocked on the door. "Commander-in-Chief," the major called and said that he has something urgent to report to you. At 10:30 in the evening, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had always been on time, jumped out of bed when he heard the call. This guy had never taken the initiative to call. Could it be that something had happened to him in the team? What happened? As soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly heard the words, "Old man, I'm sorry. I suddenly feel that being 14 years old really makes people worry." Commander-in-Chief Xia had the urge to smash the phone. It turned out that he had been worried for nothing. "Brat, just you wait. Old man, send my regards to Old Master Xia. Also, good night." Xia Jinyuan smiled and hung up the phone. Commander-in-Chief Xia was in good health and full of energy. Brat. Can't sleep in the middle of the night? It seemed that he had to make a call and increase his workload. He was always so frivolous. Chapter 74. Xia Jinyuan had always been difficult to deal with. When he was young, he would ask all sorts of questions, and when he grew up, he would still ask all sorts of questions. It was fine if he asked, but he would always ask questions that were difficult to answer. In the eyes of everyone in the family Xia, Xia Jinyuan was the little demon king of family Xia. However, this little demon king was admitted to the military academy in one go, and had performed meritorious deeds several times. He became a major at the age of 20, becoming the youngest major in the family. With such a promising son, Commander-in-Chief Xia could be said to have swept away his previous dispiritedness. When Xia Jinyuan was 14 years old, he had always been proud and elated. This was why, even if he was startled by Xia Jinyuan's inexplicable phone call, he would not be angry. Contact Political Commissar Zhang of the Nanguang military region. Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around, went into his room, put on his military jacket, and then went to the study. The troops deep in the mountains of Fujian town belonged to the Nanguang military region. The night grew darker, and in the latter half of the night, fog began to appear. Standing in front of the window, Yi Jian, who didn't know how long it had been, suddenly felt that her body was wet. Only then did she wake up from her contemplation. When she looked up, She realized that there was a faint line of gray on the distant horizon. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qian, who had not slept the entire night, did not feel sleepy at all. She quickly washed her face and rinsed her mouth with the sound of the military horn at the recruit assembly camp. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had packed up her textbooks, appeared in the canteen on time. Here, Yi Qian only needed to help the cooking squad wash the vegetables and clean up the place. A week's worth of breakfast and dinner would be ready. Yi Qian, who had been here for half a month, was nimble, diligent, and able to endure hardships. All the soldiers in the recruit assembly camp knew her. Morning. Morning. You're up so early? Come on, the pickled vegetable buns just came out of the pot. There are also eggs and steamed buns. Whatever you want to eat, go get it yourself. The leader of the cooking squad was from the northeast. When he saw Yi Qian come in, he happily told her to eat more. The soldiers in the class all agreed that Yi Qian had lost a lot of weight and was much shorter. If he ate more noodles, he would grow taller and fatter. Yi Qian didn't know if it was because he had been eating well for the past half a month, but he really did feel that he had grown a lot taller. After greeting them with a smile, he ate his breakfast and cleaned up the kitchen. She tidied up the kitchen, tidied up the room, and left for school at 6:30. She liked to jog to school. While exercising, she could also strengthen her body. Gao Yiyang, who was riding his bicycle, once again saw the figure running along the national highway. After a slight hesitation on his cold and handsome face, the corners of his lips tightened a little, and he pedaled his bicycle to catch up. He rode directly in front of Yi Qian and slammed on the brakes. His hands gripped the steering wheel of the bicycle handsomely, and with a twist, he and the bicycle stopped in front of Yi Qian. This series of actions was completed very quickly. He didn't consider whether others would be frightened. He suddenly stopped in front of Yi Qian, who was jogging. Yi Qian's reaction was a little more valiant. In addition to what had happened last night, his subconscious reaction was, he lifted his leg and viciously kicked the bicycle in the middle. Gao Yiyang didn't expect to be met with a direct kick. He stared blankly as Yi Qian, who had a cold and ruthless expression, kicked out like lightning. She didn't hesitate at all and kicked directly. Clang! Bang! Gao Yiyang, who had been kicked down with his bicycle, didn't regain his senses for a while. Chapter 75. What am I doing? Yi Qian didn't look apologetic at all. He calmly retracted his left leg and smiled. I should be the one asking you what you're doing. If I didn't react quickly, I would be the one lying on the ground right now. Yi Qian didn't like anyone who had anything to do with Yi Ying. Moreover, this Gao Yiyang he was a bit too full of himself. Gao Yiyang, who was in a sorry state, got up in a rage out of humiliation. As he patted the dust off his body, he faintly sucked in a breath of cold air. He rolled up his sleeves and saw that his elbow was scraped and bleeding. Seeing the wound, he angrily looked up and glared at Yi Qian. You're really… I'm really what? Yi Qian calmly interrupted him. You think I didn't kick you hard enough? The faint disgust in her tone caused Gao Yiyang's face to turn even more ashen and ugly. When his gaze met Yi Jian's ice-cold and emotionless black eyes, his heart turned slightly cold. However, he did not say anything else. His lips were pursed into a straight line. He lifted his bicycle and asked as if he was giving alms. Where did Yi Ying go during the May Day holiday? I went to your Shuku village, but I couldn't find her. What did Yi Qian hate the most? People like him the most. As if you should be grateful and honored that he was willing to talk to you. With a cold laugh, Yi Qian didn't look at him anymore and walked over. You're being unreasonable. Yi Qian, stop right there. Gao Yiyang wanted to ask her something, but when he saw her ignoring him, he suppressed his anger and pushed the bicycle with his left hand and reached out with his right hand to grab Yi Qian's arm. Yi Qian's cold expression had completely turned cold when he chased after him again. Seeing that he still dared to reach out to grab him, a cold glint flashed in his dark eyes. It seemed that he hadn't kicked him enough just now. He didn't learn his lesson. Her patience was running out. She narrowed her eyes and her face was cold. The moment she turned around, she grabbed Gao Yiyang's right hand with one hand and twisted it forcefully. This boy, who was considered the most handsome boy in school, was in so much pain that he cried out involuntarily. My patience has always been limited. You've done it again and again. Gao Yiyang, do you think I'm a pushover who can be easily bullied? He increased the strength of his hand, and the muscles in his arm could be seen twisting outwards. Gao Yang was already in so much pain that his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, his arrogance was not reduced in the slightest. He shouted coldly, "Let go of me, Yi Qian. Apologize." The corners of Yi Qian's lips curled up coldly. She grabbed his wrist with one hand and grabbed his shoulder with the other. "Removing your arm is just a small matter to me." Her expression was exceptionally cold. Even her eyes seemed to have a metallic glint to them. Her calm tone made it clear that she wasn't joking. Gao Yang's heart froze. He immediately realized that every word she said was absolutely true. She wasn't joking. "I apologize." With this realization, no matter how angry Gao Yang was, he could only apologize honestly. "I'm very sorry. I offended you. Please forgive me." Yi Qian chuckled softly and slowly released his hands. She raised her eyebrows and the coldness in her expression disappeared. She said lazily, "At least you know what's good for you. Let me remind you, Mr. Gao. In the future, you shouldn't ask me about Yi Ying in front of me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to make you unhappy. Also, Yi Ying and I don't walk the same path. I don't want to have anything to do with her." After she finished speaking, she picked up her backpack and leisurely jogged again as if nothing had happened. Chapter 76. Fujian town was surrounded by mountains. Although it was poor, the scenery was picturesque. Every morning, Yi Qian would jog along the national highway and look at the mountains and rivers. He always felt exceptionally calm. Even Gao Yang's incident did not affect his mood. Yi Qian's hair was wet from the fog. When he entered the classroom, he saw Liao Jian, who was always late, sitting in the classroom. He was not as noisy as he usually was. He was so quiet that he looked gloomy. When he heard the footsteps of a classmate coming in, his gloomy eyes faintly lit up as he looked up. When he saw that it was Yi Jian, that glimmer of light disappeared in an instant like sparks. He stood up and looked behind Yi Qian. Yi Qian immediately knew what he was doing. He was waiting for Yi Ying to come over. His father was arrested, so he was afraid, uneasy, and anxious. It was normal for him to be anxious to find someone who could help him. Moreover, Yi Ying's father was the deputy mayor. It was normal for him to look for her. He was the one who was not normal. Since when was his relationship with Yi Ying so good that he could look for her? "Yi Qian, here. I have good news for you." Yi Qian calmly looked away as his classmate waved at him. He walked over with a smile. "What good news? Why are you so excited so early in the morning?" The ones who arrived early were always the few who were good at studying. The top scorer in the liberal arts and science class were both present. The top scorer in the liberal arts, Zhang Na, did not wait for Yi Qian to sit down and said excitedly, "The competition for the provincial experimental high school. Which subject did you sign up for? Mathematics? Language, physics, chemistry? Oh, and English. This is an extra point competition. All second and third graders in the province can participate. Next Saturday, the teachers will come to our school. We'll sign up later." The top science student, Zhou Liao, was also excited. He had an extraordinary passion for mathematics. This time, he signed up for the competition. Zhang Na glanced at him, then looked at Yi Qian. Her eyes twinkled. She smiled and said, "Then Yi Qian, you're choosing physics? Chemistry? Anyway, you did pretty well in the physics exams these 2 times." Her words immediately put a lot of pressure on the male students who were interested in signing up for the chemistry Olympiad. Yi Qian's Chinese is pretty good too. In less than a month, Yi Qian had already made the top students in the class feel the pressure of competition. The top 3 in this competition would all get bonus points, which would be a great advantage for entering the provincial experimental No. 1 middle school. Yi Jian looked up from the competition registration list and said with a smile, "Give me the pen." Yi Jian smiled and said, "Give me the pen." He bent down and looked at the application column. A string of beautiful English words that could be used as advertisements appeared on the application form. When Zhang Na saw it, she said in shock, "English? English? Would this work? We only learned English in the first year of junior high. Let's register for English first." There are instructions here that a candidate can register for multiple subjects at the same time. All the exams are not done in one go, but in batches. Yi Qian smiled and put down his pen. He looked calm and confident. You guys go first. I'll follow, she said with a smile. The meaning behind her words made the faces of the top students somewhat awkward. Zhou Liao frowned and looked at Zhang Na. He said in a deep voice, the exam is based on ability. Without Yi Qian, are you sure you can get into the top 3? He then looked at Yi Qian, who was backing down for his classmates, and said sternly, don't worry about anything. It's based on ability. Zhang Na was about to cry. Yi Qian patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Really, there aren't many people who want to register for English. Let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll take another test. Chapter 77. I'm not bad myself, so what's there to be afraid of? Yi Qian took his registration form and returned to his seat. He filled in all the subjects except Chinese. He could definitely participate in more of these competitions, especially since his goal was to get into the provincial experimental high school. There were still 10 minutes before the morning self-study session. Liao Jian, who had been fidgeting, suddenly stood up and rushed over, making the tables and chairs squeak. Yi Ying appeared at the classroom door. If Liao Jian hadn't made the tables and chairs squeak, Yi Qian wouldn't have looked up from his politics textbook. The two met at the classroom door and saw a flash of panic in Yi Ying's eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Go outside." She immediately turned and left the classroom, as if afraid that someone would see her. Yi Ying's expression was much easier to read compared to her previous life when she became a government official's wife. Yi Qian's lips were slightly pursed. In his previous life, he graduated from junior high school, but Yi Ying studied in America and became the pride of Fujian town. So much so that when he ran back to Fujian town, he had no choice but to leave and survive cautiously. The biggest turning point of his life had passed. Then, let's see who will be king in the future. Who will be the bandit? What are they doing sneaking around? Since when can a bad student and a good student walk together? And Justin, who happened to bump into Zhang Bin, sat down on his seat and said in a low voice, I even saw Liao Jian grab Yi Ying's wrist. He seemed to be very excited. Yi Qian also felt that the two were sneaking around, but this wasn't what she was concerned about. Why do you care? Have you filled in the form? The Provincial Experimental High School has a competition for bonus points for the high school entrance exam. Hurry up and talk to Zhou Liao and the others. Yi Qian said without looking up from his book. He had flipped from the first page to the 11th page. And Justin sat up for less than 2 minutes and had already flipped to another page. And Justin looked at her as she casually flipped through a page. Her gaze swept from the top to the bottom. Occasionally, she paused for a moment before flipping the page again. And Justin looked at her suspiciously. Are you killing time? Even if she were to read books and memorize books, she wouldn't be able to do that. She would only pause on a page for a few minutes. You shouldn't spend your time like this. Let's review. Yi Qian glanced at her with a smile. He didn't explain anything and only said, You've finished memorizing everything? The last few chapters of the Constitution are a little difficult to memorize. If you haven't memorized them, I suggest you memorize them a few more times. Who knows, you might pass this time. And Justin was a top student in mathematics, so she was not interested in liberal arts. Hearing this, he yawned and stood up lazily. No. Also, it's not a good thing for Yi Ying to be close to Liao Jian. You should be careful. Yi Ying had always targeted Yi Qian, and a few weeks ago, Yi Qian had even embarrassed the narrow-minded Liao Jian. Now that the two of them had walked to the side, it was better to be careful. I know, don't worry. Yi Qian smiled disapprovingly and ended the conversation when the self-study class bell rang. In the city detention center, Xia Jinyuan received the report from the police. His gaze fell on one of Liao Yud's statements. After a long pause, his handsome face darkened as he asked, How true is it? Chapter 78. Xia Jinyuan waved the statement in his hand and pursed his thin lips. His voice had already deepened. I need to make a copy of this statement. Don't inform the local police station about the missing pistol for now. Wait for my news. Liao Yud mentioned that the pistol was still with him when he went to the town hospital to look for Dr. Zhou. However, the pistol was accidentally dropped when he was at the Spring Sun Hotel. There was another important point, and Justin bumped into him when she ran over. That night, Yi Qian was the one who used her ventriloquism to play the roles. In other words, she was the one who bumped into Liao Yud. This little girl. It seemed that he had to go back and look for her. The Municipal Public Security Bureau agreed to Xia Jinyuan's request, but he had to give a reply within 24 hours. After all, the loss of a pistol with 15 bullets was a big deal. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Xia Jinyuan drove the military jeep back to Fujian town. At an intersection waiting for a red light, he inadvertently looked at the opposite side. Jun Yen, who had always been cold, smiled slightly, then turned around and parked the car on the opposite side of the road. Less than 10 minutes after getting out of the car, he walked out of the building with a bag and returned to Fujian town. At this moment, Yi Qian was standing in the teacher's office. Her gaze was cold as she looked at her homeroom teacher. After she said a bunch of nonsense, she smiled and said, "Teacher Ku, don't worry. Although I'm young, I know how to act according to my ability. Since I've applied, I'm confident that I'll pass. You're my teacher. Shouldn't you have more confidence in me?" Teacher Ku snorted when she submitted the competition form from the Provincial Experimental High School. Faced with her calm reply, Teacher Ku, who was about to vomit blood, said coldly, "Physics, chemistry, mathematics, and English. Do you think you're a genius? Apply for everything. It's fine if you embarrass yourself in school, but don't embarrass yourself outside." To Teacher Ku, Yi Qian was like a fishbone stuck in her throat. She couldn't spit it out or swallow it down. She had to face it every day and felt terrible every day. "I'm the one losing face. What does it have to do with you?" Yi Qian spoke and smiled. Ming Yan's dimples were even calmer and gentlemanly than a teacher's. Her bright eyes were smiling as she gazed at her own teacher. Her attitude, which was neither servile nor overbearing, made the other teachers have a good impression of her. Yi Qian had originally thought that as long as he could get into the top 3 in one subject, the rest of the competition would just be for fun. Now that Teacher Ku was deliberately making things difficult for him, he smiled faintly and made up his mind. If he wanted to take the exam, he would do it to his heart's content. She really liked face-slapping now. Mr. Ku threw the registration form into the drawer and snorted with a straight face. "You've never listened to my advice. You're so arrogant that you're throwing your face outside. What else can I say?" Hearing what she said, they all laughed and said, "Teacher Ku, if there is such a student in my class who dares to rush forward, I will burn incense every day. You must be happy in your heart." That's right. It's a good thing that students are motivated. As teachers, we have to support them. If they really do well in the exam, won't they bring glory to you and the school? Her colleague's words made Teacher Ku feel even more bitter. If it were any other student, she would be happy. However, it couldn't be Yi Jian. Chapter 79. However, Yi Qian was not affected by her at all. He carried his backpack and walked out of the school gates leisurely. Just as he was about to jog back to the recruit camp like he always did, he heard the sound of a car horn. This was also the signal used by the soldiers when they were driving. Others did not know, but when she heard it again, she immediately looked over. "Get in." Xia Jinyuan stuck his head out of the car window and waved at Yi Qian, who had stopped in his tracks. "Why are you still standing there? I'll send you back." "Little girl, you even know about the automobile soldiers. Don't tell me you've learned all the ways to contact each other in the army?" Yi Qian instinctively wanted to reject this elegant yet dangerous man, but when she saw his half-smile, as if he knew everything, she sighed softly and walked over with a natural expression. She opened the door to the front passenger seat and got into the car with a light step. When she smiled at him, her expression was open and honest. This made Xia Jinyuan laugh. "You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Or are you deliberately pretending not to know? This little girl is so calm. I don't believe that she doesn't know why I'm here. I don't know. Since Captain Xia specially came to look for me, it must be something important." Yi Qian curved his lips and revealed a faint smile. "If Captain Xia didn't tell me, then I really wouldn't know." His thin lips were originally just a faint smile, but this time, his smile deepened. His handsome face was as clear as the moon as he said lazily, "Student Yi Qian, your attitude is very bad. You're asking the obvious. I think that there are some things that only one needs to know. I don't need to guess what others think." Yi Qian smiled faintly. Even under the cold military aura, he was calm and composed. "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Isn't this the law of war? In just one night, This little girl had improved too quickly. She even knew how to talk to him about the law of war. Xia Jinyuan smiled and glanced at her as he drove. Where did you put it? This thing is dangerous. Moreover, you are not qualified to control it now, and you do not have the qualifications to own it. Although your intentions are good, it's better to leave it to us for safekeeping. It's in the dormitory. I didn't bring it. Since he had already put it this way, there was no need for her to pretend to be deaf and mute. She generously admitted, I didn't touch it. I kept it well and waited for you to come and get it. He was right. Without a proper identity, it would be futile even if he possessed her. Uncle Jen and Principal Chen had taught her well, but she was not someone who would willingly break the law. Moreover, she really didn't care about that gun. He returned to the dormitory and took out a pistol from the bottom of the shoe cabinet. He returned in less than 3 minutes. The car was parked outside. It turned out that Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, was talking to Principal Chen. Under the setting sun, the tall and handsome man smiled slightly. He nodded slightly to Principal Chen, who had said something, and said, Then we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 80. Go to the city to buy a few sets of test papers? If not tonight, come back tomorrow afternoon? That was making a mountain out of a molehill. Most importantly, she did not want to travel with Xia Jinyuan at all. She was rejecting him wholeheartedly. How could the perceptive Xia Jinyuan not notice? However, going to the city was unavoidable. He had to take her to the Public Security Bureau to identify her. Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. The smile on his face was a little reckless. I started driving when I was 11 years old. It's been 9 years since then. So, you can rest assured. When he spoke to Principal Chen, his carefree attitude disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Uncle Chen, don't worry. I promise to send you back safely tomorrow afternoon. Yi Qian was still in a daze even after the car had driven dozens of kilometers. She sat there with a cold expression and did not even look at him. Xia Jinyuan was not angry. Instead, he glanced at her from time to time. Xia Jinyuan waited until the car drove out of the winding national highway in the mountains and got on the highway to the city. He then said slowly, It seems that I have offended you again. Your little face is as tense as a bullet. I'm not angry. I just don't want to talk to you. Yi Qian rubbed his eyebrows and leaned against the pillow. He said indifferently, I gave you the gun. Why do you have to make me go to the city? Moreover, you didn't ask for my permission before this. So that was the reason. Xia Jinyuan smiled and apologized to her. I did need to take you to the city. I'm really sorry for not telling you in advance. But, Captain Xia, I don't like someone making decisions for me when I don't know anything. Yi Qian interrupted him rudely. He turned his head and looked at him coldly. I really don't like it. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan realized that he had stepped on this girl's minefield. The smile on Junyan's face faded slightly. When he spoke again, his clear voice was filled with absolute respect for Yi Qian. I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I only cared about considering things from my own perspective and did not consider your feelings. That's right. I can't look at this little girl as if she's a minor. I have to treat her as an adult. About the pistol, I still need you to go back to the Public Security Bureau with me. Don't worry, you won't be implicated. If the Public Security Bureau wants to know where the pistol went, they need a record. The Municipal Public Security Bureau only gave me 24 hours, so I have to take you back tonight, Xia Jinyuan said seriously, explaining the whole thing very thoroughly. And his apology and respect made Yi Qian understand his position. Although his expression was still cold, at least they could continue the conversation normally. I also need to apologize. I should have handed it over in time. Yi Qian was not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, she had a very clear personality. Actually, when she heard that he had to go to the city, she had already guessed something. The coldness she displayed was only to let the other party know what her persistence and her principles were. Her predecessor had suffered a loss because of her lack of persistence, so she had been defeated her whole life. In this life, she had to let everyone who knew her know that she had her own persistence and principles. No one could change her. Chapter 81. They set off at 6 in the evening and didn't enter the city until 11 at night. Xia Jinyuan looked at the city's night sky. There were flashes of lightning in the clouds at the end of the sky. It seemed that there would be a heavy rainstorm in the sky. He didn't wake up Yi Qian, who had already slept for a few hours. He smiled and drove into the gas station. When the car stopped, Yi Qian woke up with a start. His eyes were clear and there was no hint of drowsiness in them. This was a sign of alertness. The moment he opened his eyes, his mind was absolutely awake. Looking at the flashing clouds in the sky, Yi Qian frowned and said, "There's going to be a storm. How long until we get to the police station?" "We'll be there in 20 minutes. The bathroom is in front and the convenience store is next door." After turning off the engine, Xia Jinyuan took out his wallet and handed it to Yi Qian. "We need something to fill our stomachs. The police station is famous for being stingy. We won't even get a meal when we get there." He was indeed hungry. Yi Qian took the black wallet that still had his body temperature and went to the convenience store. He bought 2 bottles of milk and 2 packets of wafers and walked out with the bags. In front of her, a man and a woman pushed the door open, talking and laughing. Yi Jian had already retreated to the side, but the man who was flirting with the woman did not avoid her at all. His shoulder directly bumped into Yi Jian. A faint smell of gunpowder wafted over. Yi Qian saw a small black handle in the man's flipped sports jacket. It was a Ruger KP-94 handgun made of stainless steel and fired 9x19mm bullets. Yi Qian could tell what kind of gun it was just by looking at the handle. The unique characteristic of the gun was that its parts, from the sleeve, barrel, handle, and socket holder, to the small parts inside, were all made of stainless steel. Illegal gun possession. Yi Qian couldn't help but take a second look. As soon as they walked out of the convenience store, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky, followed by a sudden clap of thunder. The power of nature instantly shook people's hearts. The torrential rain fell without warning. Pa-pa! The sound of the rain hitting the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was shrouded in a curtain of rain. When Yi Qian returned to the car, he whispered to Xia Jinyuan, who had gotten into the car after him, "I met a man and a woman in the convenience store just now. The man had a Ruger KP-94. I've memorized his appearance. Do you have a pen and paper? I can draw him for you to see." After a pause, he continued, "The man looks a little similar to Brother Fei. The only difference is that he's a little younger. The way he speaks doesn't sound like a Chinese. Instead, he sounds like he grew up overseas." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to start the car, took out a pen from his pocket. Then, he turned around and easily picked up the plastic bag on the back seat. He took out a book from the bag and flipped to the last page. He pointed at a blank page and said in a deep voice, "Draw it and show it to me." His slightly cold voice sounded even colder and fiercer in the sound of the rain. Brother Fei has always had contacts overseas, but they haven't been able to break through yet. Short hair, a scar on the left ear. Yi Qian took the pen and started drawing on the blank page. He first drew the characteristics, then the facial features. Next, he noted the height, approximate height, what kind of clothes they wore, what kind of shoes they wore, and even the color of their socks. In the convenience store, after the man with the strange accent asked some questions, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes and walked out with a sexy woman in his arms. He didn't immediately get into the car. Instead, he looked at the sudden torrential rain and a trace of malice flashed across his face. Chapter 82. The portrait of the man was finished. Xia Jinyuan glanced at it and his handsome face instantly turned as cold as a sword. He glanced at the empty gas station and pursed his lips as he said to Yi Qian, "We need to go on an adventure. Do you want to prepare yourself?" "Drive. Don't worry about me. I can still protect myself." Yi Qian closed the book and put it aside without even looking at what book it was. He picked up the second book. This time, he saw it clearly. It was a book about war and soldiers. Why would he read such an entry-level military book? As this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly started drawing the woman's facial features. The car had already driven into the heavy rain. In order to catch up with the imported car, the car sped up instantly. The momentum was so strong that Yi Jian's entire body fell in front of the windshield. However, the pen in her hand was steady. Not a single stroke was out of place. After the woman's portrait was finished, Xia Jinyuan removed a communication device from the roof of the car. He drove with one hand and pressed a special contact number. After the call is connected, get them to contact the city's transportation team. Have them monitor all electronic devices in the city. At a sharp turn, Xia Jinyuan handed the communication device with a flashing red light to Yi Qian. Make it short. Just say what you want to say. A few seconds later, the flashing red light turned green and a capable voice answered. Yi Qian heard Xia Jinyuan say something like, Q King. The voice of the person on the phone suddenly became very serious. J7 Roger. Dongfeng North Road. BMW U67689. 2 suspects have been found. Transportation team assistance. Target locked. A cold female voice replaced Xia Jinyuan's voice. The person on the other end of the communication device immediately knew that there was someone else in Q King's car. And it was a girl. Xia Jinyuan didn't pay attention to her. The car made 2 turns and caught up with the imported BMW, which was also speeding through the rain. The heavy rain obstructed the view and also increased the risk factor. If the car was too fast, it was very likely that it would slip and roll over. At this time, Yi Qian could only trust the driver. Yi Qian took the pistol out of the compartment and said to Xia Jinyuan, who was focused on driving, "There are no cars on the road. If we follow closely, there is a high chance that we will be discovered. It would be best if we could destroy the wheels." How confident are you? Obviously, he had listened to her suggestion, but he wasn't sure if she was confident or not. Yi Qian loaded the gun and raised it. He narrowed his eyes and took aim. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "The gun is a little old, but the accuracy is not bad. As for the confidence, even if it's not 100%, it's at least 99%. No, I need to be 100% confident." Xia Jinyuan said coldly and stepped on the accelerator again. The sound of the motor increased, and even the thunder in front of them did not slow down the speed of the car. Fortunately, it was a military jeep. Although it looked no different from an ordinary car, its performance was excellent. When they reached the next intersection, the imported BMW suddenly turned left and rushed onto another road. J7's voice came from the communication device. The target car has been locked. It is now entering Princess Road. Q King, please note that there are factories under construction north of Princess Road. There are no surveillance devices at the moment. They needed to force the imported BMW onto another road. They definitely couldn't go north of Princess Road. Yi Qian looked at the road sign that flashed by. His delicate lips pursed and his eyes darkened. It's too late. We have already entered Princess Road. The target has been discovered. Chapter 83. Whether or not they were discovered was secondary. The most important thing was that they had to apprehend the suspect in the car. Regardless of whether he was Fei Ji's overseas contact or not, he still had to be arrested for illegally carrying a gun. North of Princess Road was an area that had been redeveloped in the city over the past 2 years. It was also an electronic industrial zone. Not only were many buildings still under construction, but some residential areas were also under construction. The only fortunate thing was that there were few people and it was raining in the middle of the night, so the possibility of endangering the safety of the people was much lower. They didn't have a map, not even a planning map, so it would undoubtedly affect the arrest. Xia Jinyuan wasn't very familiar with the traffic in the city and relied on the help of the traffic brigade. Yi Qian didn't pay attention to the road ahead. Instead, she stared at the road signs on both sides of the road. The speed of the car and the torrential rain didn't affect her. In the blink of an eye, she had already accurately reported the road sign that she had just seen clearly. Princess Road North Avenue, Huanzhong intersection. The road sign standing in the heavy rain was at least 500 meters away from them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qian accurately reported the location. 5 kilometers. Chu Yuan intersection. Right. Chuli Road is Broken Head Road. Both sides are flattened bases. As J7's report came through the communication device, Xia Jinyuan, who was tailing the suspect's car, accelerated to 250 kilometers per hour. The entire car was like an arrow released from a bow, rushing out in the rain with a fierce momentum. Yi Qian, who was still fearless, gripped the communication device tightly. Her clear and childish voice contained a calmness that shouldn't be present at 14 years old. She said calmly, "Please dictate all the traffic plans north of Princess Road." Xia Jinyuan glanced at her from the corner of his eye. This girl wants to draw a map in her mind. If it were someone else, Xia Jinyuan would definitely smile faintly and not take it to heart. But for Yi Jian, even though she was only 14 years old, her calm demeanor that was as deep as water and as clear as water made people think that there was nothing that could stop her. This girl had a coldness that surpassed her peers. She wasn't impulsive, only calm and indifferent. Her splendor that was like water and mountain was already eye-catching enough to make people look up to her. As J7 spoke, Yi Qian's brain worked like a high-speed computer. What she needed, as well as what Xia Jinyuan needed, appeared in her mind. A map. The speed of the BMW is 256, the distance is 800 meters. Increase the speed to 280. We can catch up in 2 minutes. Not only did a map appear in his mind, but he also calculated accurately in his mind and reported a set of data. In 5 minutes, speed 280 kilometers per hour and forced the other party into Tsuli Road. What did Yi Qian do the most in his previous life? He was running away. The only way to escape safely was to memorize every street in every place. How could carrying a computer be more convenient than carrying one's own brain? She had to familiarize herself with the streets, exits, and small paths once she was in a place. Her many years of habit had finally become the capital she relied on to survive. It had also become an ability that ordinary people could not compare to. Xia Jinyuan's immature voice was firm and confident. Xia Jinyuan's choice was to trust him. Remember, Yi Qian. I need you to be 100% sure. Xia Jinyuan reiterated again and began to increase the speed of the car. Chapter 84. The maximum speed of the modified military jeep was 290 km per hour. If it reached 280 km per hour, the slightest problem at the front would cause the entire car to overturn. The corners of Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly as she said indifferently, 100% confident. If you believe in it, then I believe in it. Her indifferent voice was still calm, and even a little indifferent and lazy. She was really not afraid. Facing the possibility of death, she would face it calmly. Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and his dark eyes were full of admiration for her. This little girl is really not bad. Old Master Zhen and Uncle Chun had put in so much effort to cultivate her. Their foresight was indeed unique. A piece of unpolished jade had already been polished to the luster that a piece of fine jade should have. There was no need to doubt whether this little girl could make a name for herself. He absolutely believed that she would succeed in the future. 256 kilometers per hour, 260 kilometers per hour, 270 kilometers per hour. Yi Qian stared at the changing speed on the dashboard and tacitly agreed that it had reached 60 seconds. Under Xia Jinyuan's calm gaze, the distance between the car and the speeding BMW narrowed. In the BMW, the sexy girl turned her head to look at the jeep that was about to run parallel to them. There was no fear on her beautiful face. Instead, she giggled and said to the man driving, "Jason, they've caught up. It looks like they won't let go." I couldn't ask for more. The man laughed out loud, and his cold face was filled with madness. They actually lost so many people in such a small place. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I quench my anger? The girl's laughter grew louder. Her hand with bright red nail polish gently stroked Jason's thin face. There was a trace of coldness in her beautiful eyes, like that of a venomous snake. Jason quickly glanced to his left, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Without slowing down, he made a sharp right turn and rushed into Chu Yuan Road. The tires screeched against the ground, and water splashed everywhere. Under the high pressure, the water was compressed into mist, instantly blurring the line of sight of the cars behind. The two cars sped up to the highest speed on the empty road. They were both ruthless and willing to risk their lives. Yi Jian loosened the safety buckle on the front passenger seat and bent over to the back seat. She looked like a soldier who had calmly walked onto the battlefield. She was counting softly with a cold expression on her face. 1, 2, 3. The car window was lowered, and the rain poured into the car. In a second, Yi Qian's face and hair were all wet. With a cold expression, she stuck a loaded pistol out of the car window. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan accelerated to 290 km per hour and rushed in from the right side of the BMW. This was the second time the two of them had worked together. With the prior communication and the trust they had built, the tacit understanding throughout the entire process was as natural as flowing clouds and flowing water. Yi Qian aimed at the BMW's rear wheel. Her dark eyes were filled with cold tears. The speed of the car, the impact of the wind, the impact of the drag. The string of numbers flashed through her mind like jumping cymbals. Then, she fired without hesitation. Compared to the sound of thunder and torrential rain, the sound of gunfire seemed insignificant. After a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The BMW, whose tires had been shot, lost control and flipped to one side. It made an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other as it spun toward the construction site on the right side of Chu Yuan Road. Chapter 85. Jason and the beautiful woman in the car had never imagined that they would be forced to stop in such a way. After the car flipped over, it spun like a top and rushed to the side of the road. At this time, the high-performance car reflected the value of the price. The airbags popped out and surrounded the two people. Even if the sky and earth were turned upside down, at least their brains were not damaged. Moreover, the car was going straight towards the foundation of the car. In the heavy rain, the foundation of the soil had become exceptionally soft, which obstructed the strong spinning force and protected the people in the car. The reason Yi Qian climbed to the back was because the two of them agreed that when the right side of the car was hit, the driver would quickly do something that would benefit him if there was no way to turn the steering wheel towards his left side. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. Behind the car was a scene of sparks flying everywhere, but inside the car. Yi Qian closed the car window again, put away his pistol, and wiped the rain off his face. Qing Yan's face lit up with a faint smile. Done, I'm 100% sure. She wouldn't gamble on anything that wasn't 100% certain. Gambling was something that needed to be judged according to the situation. Why should she gamble on something like this, which was completely dependent on her ability? Xia Jinyuan, who had already stepped on the brakes, turned the car around and returned to the scene after the car had traveled 200 meters due to inertia. Hearing this, she raised her clear voice and said happily, "Well done." It was so beautiful that it was impeccable. The car stopped in the heavy rain. Xia Jinyuan didn't immediately get out of the car to check. Instead, he said to Yi Qian, "With your ability to adapt, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to drive." If anything happened, she could still drive away immediately. As a soldier, Xia Jinyuan was used to arranging an escape route. As Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, he had already started explaining how to start the car and how to drive. Refuel, brake, one to go, the other to stop. You can control the steering wheel yourself. Turn left, turn right. Listening to his explanation, Yi Jian sighed softly in her heart. She thought to herself, this is probably the most irresponsible driving instructor in the world. It's obvious that he's leaving the students to fend for themselves. You mean you get out of the car, and I'll watch from the parking lot? Yi Qian sat there patiently while looking out the window. However, he didn't intend to let him go. He looked at him with a faint smile and said, "I don't think this behavior is out of responsibility for my safety. Captain Xia, we have fought together twice. We can't be considered comrades, but we can still be considered partners." Yi Qian did not say anything else. He believed that with his intelligence, he would definitely understand what he was trying to say. How could he not understand? He had experienced how poisonous the little girl's mouth was. However, when it came to such matters, Xia Jinyuan kept the faint smile at the corner of his lips and spoke in a cold tone as if he was speaking to his own soldiers. "Yi Qian, I order you to stay put and wait for further orders. Apart from being a business partner, you are also a student. Even though I have seen your ability and strength, I am a soldier. You are a soldier, and you are a student. Soldiers protect the country, and the meaning of home is you. Your family, your friends. This is my duty, and it is also our principle as a soldier." Chapter 86. What was a soldier? Soldiers were the cornerstone of a country. They were born in peace, but they could die in war. When the horn was blown and the war song was played, they, who guarded the country, would definitely be at the forefront. Soldiers were the most intimidating and lethal people in a country. They were worthy of dying for the sake of war. Even if they died for the people, their souls would still be there. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, whose gaze was cold and hard, but who used his life to explain what a soldier was. The faint smile on her face gradually disappeared. It was no longer casual, but filled with respect. He nodded his head lightly and only said one word, "Okay." It was a promise and also a guarantee. "Good girl." Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand and smiled. "Stay here. I'll be back soon." Also, call the ambulance. After he finished speaking, he opened the car door, got out of the car with a cold gaze, and walked into the torrential rain. His tall and slender figure was as imposing as a mountain. With the indomitable spirit of a soldier, he walked toward the overturned BMW. Yi Jian quietly looked at the back view that was as majestic as a mountain. She hummed softly, "You won't know me in the age of white pigeons flying. My name isn't as prominent as the stars. In the days when the smoke of war is gone, you won't pay attention to me. My story will be drowned out by the song." In the most dangerous times, there was always a group of people who rushed to the front and shielded you from the wind and rain. Major Xia Jinyuan, who had rushed into the rain, was one of the members of that group. After dialing 120 for the ambulance, Yi Qian, who stayed in the car, felt that time was passing very slowly. He was suffering. He quietly looked outside and watched Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to check the situation inside the car with a flashlight. The rain had already soaked him, but it didn't affect his cautious actions. After checking, he climbed to the car door that was facing the sky. After a while, Yi Qian saw him open the door. Seeing this, Yi Qian was already frightened. He knew that Xia Jinyuan would definitely check carefully before opening the door, but he still couldn't help but worry. Without hesitation, he opened the car door and rushed out in the heavy rain. She just walked over and stood behind the car. She raised her head and didn't even blink when the rain poured into her eyes. Her dark eyes looked at the man standing on top of the platform, who was as imposing as a god. She said softly, "The relationship between the people and the people is as thick as water. Comrade soldier, occasionally, as civilians, we can also be your backing. Isn't that right?" At the very least, she would stand here and watch for him. Once there was danger, he would rush forward without hesitation. Protecting us is your unshirkable responsibility. Then, please allow me to contribute my meager strength to you. The girl's voice was not loud. It was clearly as light as dripping water, but it carried a power that could penetrate stone, allowing him to clearly hear every word she said. Those clear and calm eyes quietly looked at him. In her eyes, he had already seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. His thin lips slightly raised, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "You're a very stubborn partner. I really have no reason to reject you." The first person to be dragged out was the beautiful woman who had fainted. In her hand, she was holding a delicate and small pistol, which was obviously specially made in the military factory. The gun was confiscated, the bullets were removed, and the person was dragged to the side. Yi Qian, who was standing in front of the car, shone his flashlight so that Xia Jinyuan, who had already entered the car, could easily drag out the other suspect. Seeing that the unconscious man was about to be dragged out, Yi Qian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 87. Seeing that the unconscious man was about to be dragged out, Yi Qian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan shouted in a deep voice, "Get out of the way!" Yi Jian, who had sensed the impending danger, arched her body and leaped forward like a nimble cat when she heard his shout. The glamorous woman, who had thought that it would be easy to sneak up on a little girl, was visibly surprised. She let out a soft without pausing. She raised her leg and kicked Yi Qian again. In the thick yellow mud, Yi Jian nimbly flipped over twice in a row and was already squatting on the ground. Like a cheetah, she looked coldly at the beautiful woman who had ambushed her twice in a row. He shone the flashlight directly at the woman's face and turned on the strong light mode. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jianting jumped up with a cold look in his eyes. He attacked the beautiful woman who was holding an extremely thin silver wire in her hand. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, saw that Yi Qian had actually taken the initiative to attack. His heartstrings tightened again. He didn't know if she could handle the suspect. He was still dragging the other suspect, so he let go without hesitation. He bent his body and retreated outside, intending to help Yi Qian. It turned out that the unconscious Jason had opened his eyes groggily after being dragged, pulled, and let go. They weren't injured, but they had fainted due to the lack of oxygen in the high-speed rotation. Now that he had woken up, his first instinct was to pull out his gun and shoot at the side of the car door. Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian fighting outside. Seeing that she was fierce, he relaxed slightly and punched the man who was still trying to pull out his gun. His fist landed on the man's nose, easily causing him to bleed. The car flipped sideways. The fight between the two adult men in the car caused the whole car to shake. With a bang, the car fell and flipped back. The tremor made Yi Jian feel as if the entire ground was trembling. She didn't look back, but focused on dealing with the glamorous woman who was holding an extremely tough silver wire. In the army, she had fought with soldiers before, but this was the first time she had fought with criminals. She wasn't afraid, only slightly excited. The restless fighting spirit in her body became restless, and it struggled even more with Yi Qian's punches. Standing in the rainy night, Yi Qian, who hadn't even had her period, was no different from a child in the eyes of the other party. There was no need to be afraid of her. The glamorous woman flipped the wet hair on her forehead and smiled coquettishly. "Little girl, why aren't you properly in school? Why are you joining the fight with a soldier? I'm not your teacher. Little girl, you're really unlucky to have met me." As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness flowed out from the corners of her eyes. The silver wire in her hand, which was made of a special material and was usually used as a hairband, was gently pulled between her two hands. Yi Qian seemed to hear the zhang zhang sound of the silver wire. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was small, his aura was not small. He smiled coldly and said, "Sister, you're old, and I happen to be the kind of person who doesn't want to respect old people. So, you're really unlucky to have met me." Chapter 88. It was raining heavily, and under the dim yellow light of the street lamps, the woman in front of him still had to tidy up her messy hair from time to time. It was obvious that she paid a lot of attention to her image. Usually, people like her had a common problem. They were only allowed to call her young, but not old. Calling her old was like stepping on a landmine. It would explode with one step. As expected, the woman's expression immediately twisted when she heard that. Her delicate makeup was washed away by the rain, and her expression was so twisted. She really wasn't a young woman. "Little girl, you're asking for it." The woman took a step forward with her long legs, pulled the silver wire in her hand, and wrapped it around Yi Qian's neck. She wanted to use the shortest time possible to get rid of this silly little girl who mocked her for being old. This was a woman who was used to killing people and had no sense of guilt. Her indifference to human life could be seen from her twisted expression. Little did she know that this silly little girl was a thorn that couldn't be touched. Yi Qian calmed down slightly. His gaze swept past the silver wire in the woman's hand that could be wrapped around his neck at any time. The moment she rushed over, he kicked the woman's thigh fiercely. Then, using her big foot as a support point, she stepped on the other party's leg and soared into the air. Using her right knee, she fiercely hit the girl's chin with a majestic force. His agile body spun like a swallow, then landed nimbly on the ground. The moment he appeared, he dealt a heavy blow to his opponent. If Xia Jinyuan didn't want to capture Jason alive, he would have clapped his hands and cheered. The beautiful woman was hit by Yi Qian on the spot. Her chin hurt as if her bones were fractured, and she saw stars in front of her eyes. "Damn it! I'm going to kill you today." Knowing that she had underestimated her opponent, the woman covered her chin and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. She looked at Yi Qian warily and took off her tight denim jacket. Yi Qian was someone who wasn't afraid of threats. He wasn't afraid in his previous life, and he definitely wouldn't be afraid in this life. Hearing this, her delicate lips curved slightly. "I don't think there's a chance that you can kill me. If you don't believe me, you can try." He purposely added a hint of provocation in his words. His gaze was locked on the silver wire in the other party's hand that occasionally flashed with a cold light under the street lamp. Her gaze was heavy and cold, and the rain-stained face of Ming Yen contained a ruthlessness that did not match her age. When the girl, who was originally extremely confident, met her gaze, it made her heart tremble for no reason. If we can win, then we don't have to give them a chance to rebuild their confidence. While Uncle Jen's words echoed in his mind, Yi Qian, who had seen clearly and remembered how his opponent nimbly pulled the silver thread in his hand, was like a cheetah in its first battle. It flashed its sharp claws and attacked again. Although it was his first battle, he had trained with the elite soldiers in the army. Perhaps it was because she had been tainted with the ruthlessness of a soldier in battle, but her clear eyes were also filled with ruthlessness. The best defense was an offense. If she was confident that she could win, then she had to win beautifully. Next to them, Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished the fight, knocked out the suspect and tied him up with clothes. Then, he looked at the ruthless girl with interest. She was like a little cheetah, beating her enemy until he was in a sorry state. The beautiful woman had gone from her initial arrogance to fighting back in a sorry state. The thin silver wire in her hand had always been her life-saving and killing weapon, but this time, it was useless. There were a few times when she almost injured her hands. Chapter 89. The girl's punching routine was Sanda, which was integrated into the Japanese Taekwondo routine. Therefore, she used more kicks than punches. Even Yi Qian couldn't bear to end such a rare battle. Grandpa Zhen once said that theory and actual combat were indispensable. Sometimes, a powerful battle was better than understanding countless theory books. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she had intentionally prolonged the battle at the end so that she could use all the techniques she had learned on her opponent. A smart girl always had a smart way of doing things. That student over there, don't treat people like cats. Don't forget, we still have serious business to attend to. He laughed and raised his voice. He also wanted her to have more actual combat experience, but time was a little tight. He still had to send her back to school tomorrow. The girl was still growing. If she got wet, she might get sick. One was fighting with ease, while the other was watching from the sidelines. The girl, who was already at a disadvantage, became even more flustered. Faced with this little girl who was clearly still a child, but had such a ruthless gaze, she couldn't help but feel a trace of uncertainty when she kicked. Her long leg swept over again. It looked like she had already dodged Yi Qian. Ming Yan's face lifted slightly, but there was a sinister smile. She said to the girl, "Sorry, your leg is quite powerful. I'm sure you can escape quickly." She smiled slightly, but her words were filled with bloodthirst. "So, I have to destroy it." Her smile faintly contained a hint of bloodthirst. The girl, whose heart couldn't help but tremble, sensed the approaching danger. In her panic, she actually tried to retract her long leg. How could she possibly give her the chance to escape? Yi Qian's dark eyes were cold. He moved as fast as lightning, his right hand grabbing the girl's ankle. Amidst the girl's scream, Yi Qian's left hand formed into a palm. Holding rainwater, he viciously and fiercely struck her knee. As a person who had experienced life and death, Yi Qian, who had seen through life and death, couldn't possibly have the heart of a saint, no matter how young his body was. Or rather, it was laughably compassionate. In front of her was a criminal who was indifferent to human life and said that he wanted to kill. How could she show mercy to a criminal? Amidst the girl's shrill screams, Yi Jian, with a cold expression, grabbed both of her hands and clasped them behind her back. She then picked up the denim shirt that the girl had thrown aside and tied it up beautifully. "Little girl, you've learned quite a lot. Come, tell me, is there anything you don't know?" Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who even tied a knot like a professional. While admiring him, he also thought, his talent is amazing. In less than a month's time, he had undergone an astonishing transformation, as if he had been reborn. With a smile, Yi Qian let go of the girl who was still screaming in pain. She clapped her hands and said indifferently, "There's one more thing." She paused intentionally, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in her smile. "I don't know how to kill." The smile on Xia Jinyuan's thin lips faded slightly. Then, with a hint of heaviness in his voice, he sighed softly and said, "If possible, no one wants to learn how to kill. Little girl, you. But as long as I walk down the path that Captain Xia once walked, I think learning how to kill is only a matter of time." Compared to the heaviness in his voice, Yi Qian was clearly much more relaxed. Chapter 90. The reason why she was so relaxed was because she had come to terms with her past and knew what her goal was. Yi Qian looked up and smiled. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if my hands are stained red with blood, if I kill to protect the peace of the country?" Principal Chan and Master Zhen had always taught her that, in order to protect the peace of the country, and to protect the dignity of the country, even if her hands were stained with blood and she became the target of the enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Xia Jinyuan, who did not speak immediately, patted her shoulder gently. He stared at her with his deep dark eyes and said word by word, "Student Yi, remember what you said tonight. When you have a legal gun license, I look forward to fighting alongside you again." Because he said that she did not have a legal gun license, she did not shoot the suspect in the dangerous fight just now, even though she had the opportunity to shoot him dead. From this, he could tell that this was a girl who could restrain herself and had light in her heart. He was worried that the murderous intent in her heart was too strong, but after hearing her words, he immediately felt relieved. I'll get the police car and ambulance to stop at the intersection. Get in the car first, I'll take care of things here. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian worriedly. Not only was he soaked, but he was also covered in mud. His dark eyes flickered. Don't go to the Public Security Bureau for now. Go to the reception center to wash up first. Yi Qian raised his arm and looked down at himself. He smiled and said, the first time I met Principal Chen, I stood in the rain for almost an hour during the first class. In other words, this was not a big deal. She was not as delicate as the girls in the capital, nor as arrogant as the girls in the city. Instead, she had the pride to endure hardships, a beautiful heart, and a pair of bright eyes that could see through the vanity of the world. It was a pleasure to talk to such a girl. Sitting in the car, Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was still standing in the rain and talking to the soldiers. His majestic back subconsciously fell into her heart. Although she did not want to interact with such a dangerous and charismatic man, she had to admit that he was a very outstanding soldier. When they arrived at the reception center, Xia Jinyuan directly took a set of short sleeves and shorts for female soldiers from the front desk and handed them to Yi Qian along with the room card. Room 306. I'm 307. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. The two of them were only separated by a wall. Yi Jian entered the shower and stood under the shower head. She closed her eyes and looked up. Immediately, there was muddy yellow water under her feet. After showering for at least half an hour, Yi Jian walked out of the shower. Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, whose hair had not even dried, immediately opened the door. Aren't you going to rest? I'm here to give you this. He raised his hand and a pair of white sneakers fell into Yi Qian's eyes. You definitely can't wear your shoes tomorrow. I just bought them. See if they fit. Not only did he have shoes, he even prepared socks. Xia Jinyuan did not know if they fit. He lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Qian's feet. After a glance, his Adam's apple moved slightly. He immediately looked up and quickly stuffed the shoes and socks into Yi Qian's hands. This little girl's feet are really beautiful. Her skin was so fair that it was like a pink pearl. Stop, what are you thinking? Chapter 91. Major Xia, who had always kept a low profile, quickly hid the slight awkwardness in his eyes. There was no trace of abnormality on his elegant face. Go back to the room and try it on. If you want to change, there's still time. He lowered his gaze slightly again, but he didn't dare to look directly at Yi Qian's beautiful bare feet. Instead, he looked at her fair and slender calf. His thin lips were already pursed tightly. Her skin was extremely fair and had a milky porcelain-like luster. It was so delicate that it seemed as though a slight pressure could leave a scar on it. But now, there was a slight flaw in her fair skin. A bruise that was already purplish-black had appeared very conspicuously on her right calf. Xia Jinyuan glanced at it. His gaze froze, and he suddenly bent down. Don't move. As Yi Qian stepped back, he said coldly, let me check if there's any bone damage. Not only was the bruise dark, but it was also very large. He didn't know how this little girl could endure it. His sudden action really stunned Yi Qian. She instinctively took a step back, but in the end, his large hand grabbed her ankle and even ordered her not to move. Although she was only 14 in this lifetime, but in her previous lifetime, she was at least 28. Yi Qian, who had never been in a relationship before and had her first kiss in both lifetimes, was stunned. She had never been held by a man before. Now that Major Xia's large hand had suddenly grabbed her ankle, even though Yi Qian, who had seen through life and death and was indifferent by nature, had a visible flush on her face. She had just taken a hot shower, so her skin was as white and delicate as a peeled egg. That gorgeous flush was like a blooming flower. It was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Fortunately, Major Xia's attention was focused on her injury, and he didn't notice anything else. The hand that held Yi Qian's ankle had slender fingers and his palm was burning hot. The skin that he was holding seemed to have a higher temperature, so hot that it made Yi Qian want to run away. No! Yi Qian finally calmed himself down, but he was once again stunned by his next action. He actually knelt down on one knee, his expression focused and serious as he checked his injured calf. Yi Qian's slender, jade-like fingers gently pressed on the wound, starting from the outside, then moving to the middle. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that his whole body was tense. Xia Jinyuan was holding her ankle, so he knew her body's reaction very well. He knelt on one knee and checked her body. Amused, he said, "You're just a child. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just checking for you." It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. The moment she did, Yi Qian felt his face burn even more. "There's absolutely no way to do so. Can you just ignore it?" This was the first time a man had held her ankle. She, who had never felt awkward before, really wanted to run away. "If you back off again, I don't mind carrying you to the bed to check." Xia Jinyuan looked up and glanced at her with a smile. A sentence that could cause misunderstandings slowly came out of his thin lips. "Yi Qian. Major Xia, how could you say something like that in front of an adult like me? Are you trying to take liberties with me? Do you understand?" Major Xia didn't understand. At the age of 14, it was as though her soul had been blessed. In 2 years, she had skipped grades from middle school to high school. At the age of 16, she had gotten into the best military school with excellent grades and a grand slam in physical fitness. From then on, she had mingled with men. Throughout the year, she had seen more sows than women. Chapter 92. Major Xia didn't understand. At the age of 14, it was like a blessing to her soul. In 2 years, she had skipped all the grades from junior high to senior high school. At the age of 16, she had gotten into the best military school with excellent results and a grand slam in physical fitness. From then on, she had mingled with men. Throughout the year, she had seen more sows than women. He said it jokingly without a trace of disrespect. It was as if he was casually facing Yi Qian. Yi Qian sighed softly in his heart. Dangerous men really should be kept away from. If he wasn't careful, he would be taken advantage of. She lowered her head and looked down as if she was looking down at him. She could see his clear forehead, and his thick eyelashes that were even thicker than a woman's, and, under his elegant and tall nose, his thin lips that were sometimes sexy and sometimes fierce. When he spoke, his exquisite and elegant features were accompanied by a faint smile. He was so leisurely that it made people reluctant to end the conversation with him. When he held the gun, his gaze was sharp like a sword that could cut through the darkness. His enemies feared him. But as his comrades, they felt safe and trusted him wholeheartedly. After sizing him up for a while, Yi Qian quietly looked away. Dangerous men must not be looked at for too long. The longer he looked at him, the more he felt that he was a rare commodity. He would admire him more and more. "Girl, even if you can tolerate it, you shouldn't tolerate it like this." Xia Jinyuan was pressing his fingers around the bruise. He was already pursing his lips. One look and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. A large area of soft tissue contusions, and the bleeding under the skin is spreading. "Don't you feel pain? You've been tolerating it until now?" Whether it was his expression or his words, they all expressed his cold displeasure. The middle part is purplish-black and swollen. He pressed his thumb gently and immediately heard Yi Qian's soft gasp from above. He looked up and stared at her with his deep dark eyes. "Go to the hospital for an X-ray. Be careful of fractures." "Fractures? It wasn't that serious." "No need, I know." Yi Qian politely refused with a smile. "There are no fractures, but it does hurt a little." "Okay." Major Xia's gaze was so cold that it could scratch her skin. She completely refused. "Don't think about sleeping tonight." She, who had always known how to survive, immediately softened. She didn't want to be forceful and used a different method to reject him. Indeed, if Yi Qian insisted that he was fine, Xia Jinyuan would have carried him to the hospital without another word. Getting up, Jun Yan was still serious as he looked at the little girl who was so strong that it made people's heart ache. After a long time he smiled and said, "Go back to the room and wait for me. I'll get the medicinal oil for you to rub." She didn't have parents who could shelter her from the wind and rain. She had to deal with everything by herself. That was probably why she was so strong. Perhaps it was because of the intense fight in the rainy night, but Yi Qian's cerebral cortex was still excited even after he finished applying the medicinal oil. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian closed his eyes and the scene of him fighting with the girl appeared in his mind. That silver thread was indeed a very good weapon for self-defense, but he didn't know where to get one. As he thought about it, he gradually fell asleep. At 7:30 in the morning, they finished their morning run and had breakfast together before driving to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The car that was dirty last night had been cleaned and there was still a faint mint smell in it. It was Xia Jinyuan's mint smell. When we get there, you just have to say that you found it. You don't have to say anything else. I'll wait for you outside. Xia Jinyuan didn't forget to remind her again, but he wasn't worried that she would be afraid of anything. This little girl was very brave. Chapter 93. Xia Jinyuan looked at the carefree Yi Jian with a faint smile. She did not have any psychological burden at all. She did not have any psychological burden at all. Indeed, she did not have any psychological burden at all. She did not do anything bad, so why should she be afraid? Before entering the interrogation room, Yi Qian smiled at him and entered the interrogation room with a policewoman and a policewoman. Xia Jinyuan stood outside for about 3 minutes before heading to the bureau chief's office. The bureau chief warmly welcomed Xia Jinyuan and said, "Young Master Xia, please take a seat." His tone was familiar, and it was obvious that they had known each other for many years. After personally making him a cup of tea, Chief Lu sat down and said, "Leader Xia personally called last night. I happened to mention that I saw young Master Xia at the bureau yesterday." Leader Xia smiled and asked young Master Xia to call him when you have time. The Bureau of Public Security was under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, and the Provincial Public Security Bureau was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security. "Sorry to trouble you, Chief Lu." Xia Jinyuan took the tea that the director personally handed to him. He was born with dignity. Facing the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, he was still calm. He took a sip of tea and looked up at Chief Lu's smile. He smiled and said, "There is one thing that I need you to do." He did not say, "please" or "trouble." His need was enough to express his attitude. He had to do it. When Chief Lu heard this, the smile on his face deepened. "Young Master Xia, you are too polite." "Ha ha ha, young Master Xia has been here for half a year, but this is the first time you need me to do something." Everyone knew that young Master Xia, who was in the military, was the most difficult person in the capital to do favors with. Ever since young Master Xia came to them, many people had been hoping that one day, young Master Xia would open his mouth and ask for something. Who would have thought that after half a year of silence, such a great opportunity would fall into his lap? After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, Chief Lu laughed heartily. "So that's what you want. No problem at all. I will go get it later. Young Master Xia, please prepare it for me." "Okay, thank you, Chief Lu." Xia Jinyuan, who didn't like to be courteous, stood up when he saw that the matter was settled. "I have to go and see that girl. She's still a middle school student and is timid. I'm going to give her some courage." He stood up, and Chief Lu naturally had to send him off. However, Xia Jinyuan waved his hand, indicating that he would not allow others to refuse. But Jun Yen still smiled elegantly and said, "I still know the way in the bureau. Director Lu, please continue with your work." He had never been a person who liked to be courteous. Director Lu had only come to find him after investigating. Otherwise, he would never have come if there was even the slightest problem. Calm. Calm. In less than 5 minutes, Director Lu had settled the matter. He did not let him send the girl off just now because he wanted him to deal with it as soon as possible, so that he could make it in time to give the girl a surprise. "Thank you for your hard work. I am very sorry. I did not think that something I did would cause trouble for you." Yi Qian was a sincere person. Whether it was her words or her expression, they could feel her sincerity. In this aspect, she was very similar to Xia Jinyuan. After saying goodbye to the police, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the end of the corridor with a cold and arrogant aura. He quickened his pace and walked over. Chapter 94. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he looked at the girl walking towards him. His deep and dark eyes were filled with gentleness. "Let's make a trip to the library. We should be back in town before 10. Seeing how she was still chatting and laughing as she said goodbye to the 2 police officers, he knew that this bold girl was not afraid at all. She did not panic like a commoner, nor did she break out in a cold sweat. Yi Qian had never been to the city library before. In her previous life, she had only been to the city bus station. She smiled and said, "It shouldn't be too far. I want to buy more materials." She wanted to bring back all the textbooks and test papers for the third year of junior high school. 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan took a file from Chief Lu and walked slowly and elegantly ahead of her. My personal chauffeur is here. Student Yi, you can give me your orders at any time. Personal chauffeur. Yi Qian thought to herself. She was afraid of causing public outrage if she let a major be her personal chauffeur. When they arrived at the library, Yi Qian went straight to the middle school revision area on the third floor. She picked out 5 sets of relatively difficult second-year comprehensive test papers. Next, she picked out the key knowledge for the third year of junior high school and various test papers. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing next to her, wanted to give her some advice. However, when he saw her long and slender fingers swiping across the stack of test papers and comparing them, he knew that his advice was unnecessary. When Yi Qian picked up the third-year revision questions, Xia Jinyuan was not surprised either. He raised his eyebrows slightly and the interest in his dark eyes intensified. Do you plan to finish all the revision this year? Xia Jinyuan asked with a smile as he came out of the library with all the materials and test papers. Do you plan to study a bunch of revision materials during the summer break? Yi Qian got into the car and turned to look at the huge stack of materials on the back seat. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she said casually, Yes, I'll give it a try. If I can devote all my time to training in the third year of junior high school. Xia Jinyuan, who was starting the car, paused for a few breaths. When he looked at her again, there was a hint of surprise in his dark eyes. The third year of junior high school. You mean you plan to finish all the second and third year textbooks by yourself in the first half of the year? Although he started working hard when he was 14 and was admitted to military school at 16, he did not completely study on his own. I do have such a plan. At present, it isn't a very difficult thing to do. I want to enter the provincial first high school. It's far from town. How could she waste her time? Yi Jian's arrangement for herself was almost harsh. What was hard work to her? How could she let down Grandpa Zhen and Principal Chen's painstaking efforts? Xia Jinyuan looked at her deeply. A pearl would always shine, and an unpolished jade would eventually become something useful. Her perseverance and patience were the foundation of her success. It would allow her to walk steadily to the peak of her life step by step. Work hard. Don't disappoint the efforts of the 2 seniors. If you can take each step steadily, it will be the greatest reward for them. Xia Jinyuan, who had already steadily driven the car to the city, spoke to Yi Jian in a gentle voice. Yi Jian was trying her best not to let him down and not to let her seniors down. Yi Qian nodded gently and picked up a set of test papers to read slowly. Chapter 95. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate profile was so serious that Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to speak anymore. His gaze inadvertently slid past her beautiful swan-like neck, lingering on it for a few seconds before he calmly looked away. Yi Qian, who was already captivated by the questions, didn't notice his gaze. Her fair and slender fingers would occasionally lightly swipe across the test paper as she worked on the last difficult question. At around 10:20, Xia Jinyuan started to get busy. The communicator in the car would occasionally beep with the sound of someone reporting work. Yi Qian, who had already finished a test paper, saw this and decided to sleep in the back seat before they got on the highway so as not to disturb his work. Xia Jinyuan, who was at work, was calm and deep. His innate noble temperament was reflected in his every word and action, and he was born with the demeanor of a leader. Confidence, calmness, seriousness. Yi Qian learned a lot about the qualities a soldier should have from him. Perhaps because she only slept for 2 to 3 hours last night, Yi Qian felt like she was listening to a lullaby as she listened to Xia Jinyuan's steady and deep voice. She slowly closed her eyes and didn't even know when she fell asleep. By the time she woke up, the car had already exited the highway and entered the national highway, heading towards town. It happened to be 3 in the afternoon when they arrived in Fujian town. Yi Qian didn't go back to school, but went straight to the recruit assembly camp. There were 2 language classes in the afternoon, and teacher probably didn't want to see her. I've packed everything and this. Xia Jinyuan didn't drive the car into the camp, but parked it outside. He opened the trunk of the car and took out a bag with the words, Xinhua Bookstore, printed on it. Inside the bag were a few military books he bought yesterday. There are 4 books here that you can take a look at. They're all basic military knowledge. Yi Qian realized that the basic military books she saw in the car yesterday were actually for her. She didn't refuse and only hesitated for a moment before accepting them. She smiled and thanked him graciously. After his car drove out of her sight, Yi Qian looked at the books he gave her and sighed softly before walking back to the camp. After returning to the dorm, she placed her test papers on the bookshelf one by one. When she was about to organize the 4 books Xia Jinyuan gave her, she opened the bag and saw the file she saw in his hands at the Public Security Bureau. It was folded neatly and sandwiched between the books. Yi Qian. Her name was written forcefully on the portfolio. Her handwriting was just like her. Looking at it, one could feel a sense of coldness assaulting one's senses. Yi Jian's fingers gently pinched the file, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from her starry eyes. Her little face instantly bloomed like a peach blossom, bright and dazzling. The silver wire. The wire. The wire. It was as if she couldn't wait to open it. She held the coiled silver wire in her hand and gently uncoiled it one by one. The front and back ends of the wire skillfully wrapped around her left and right hands. The cool touch seemed to seep into her heart. Just like last night, she let the silver wire coil around her hands. It was as if she was holding a living thing in her hands. She could do whatever she wanted. With a soft whoosh, the silver thread pierced through the air and tightly wrapped around the bed frame. When Yi Jian's bright eyes retracted the silver thread, they were overflowing with splendor and elegance. When they moved, they were like peaches and plums, and when they were still, they were like orchids in an empty valley. He actually gave it to her. He took it out of the Public Security Bureau and gave it to her. Chapter 96. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, the radiance on her beautiful face faded and Dai Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Was it really okay to just give it to her like this? No, she had to ask him. Otherwise, she would feel uneasy even if she accepted it. Since Battalion Commander Yang was not around, Yi Qian simply carried her backpack and went to the school to look for Principal Chen. Principal Chen should know. From the campsite to the national highway, Yi Qian did not slow down at all. She kept running. In front of her, in a white van, a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher and was dressed decently happened to see the running figure in the rearview mirror. He noticed that the girl, who looked like a student, was only about the same distance behind the van even after they had driven for several kilometers. He said to the driver, "Old Huang, how many kilometers per hour are you driving? The girl behind you can almost catch up to you." 60 kilometers per hour. Although Fujian town is lagging behind, there is still a lot of traffic. Don't think it's slow. Driver Huang explained with a smile. He could not see the running figure, so he did not understand why the middle-aged man was teasing him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said to the 2 teachers sitting behind him in surprise, "Quick, look behind you. That girl has already run several kilometers behind the van. The distance is about the same as before. Her endurance is amazing." The 2 teachers with serious expressions pushed open the window and looked behind them. They were also surprised. She looks like a student. But Fujian Town Middle School is still in class. Student? Skipping class? A female teacher in her 40s asked, "Principal Chow, why don't we stop the van? If she's a student, she can come with us. What do you think?" Yi Qian did not expect to be able to hitch a ride after running for so long. After she got into the van, Principal Chow looked at the girl who was only breathing slightly and teased her again. "Student, you jumped into the van so boldly. Aren't you afraid that we will take you away?" After he asked, the 2 teachers sitting with Yi Qian looked at her with smiles and waited for her answer with interest. "You don't smell like chalk dust, but you have black and red ink on your hands. There is also red ink on your thumb. Let me guess, you should be the principal," Yi Qian said with a smile. His words stunned Principal Chow. "You can tell what position it is from this?" "Of course. When I got on the car, this teacher even smiled politely at you. I can tell that she respects you very much." Why did he say that the middle-aged woman beside him was a teacher? The answer was obvious. She had the smell of chalk dust on her. Principal Chow was already laughing out loud. "Then I might also be the dean." Before he finished speaking, Principal Chow thought of something and laughed even louder. There aren't many humorous deans in the dean's office. "I say, student, Your observation skills are pretty good. Since they had already guessed that he was the principal, there was no need to guess who Song Lauscher and Zhu Lauscher were. Actually, Yi Qian had not only guessed that he was the principal, he could also vaguely guess which school he was from. The person who came to Fujian Town Middle School at this time should be the principal of the provincial first high school. Principal Chen was already waiting at the school gate. When Yi Qian got out of the van, he was shocked. Why did the little girl come with old Chow? The two principals were already exchanging greetings. Yi Qian bowed slightly to the two teachers. It seemed that he would disturb Principal Chen after he was done with his work. He did not go to the classroom. Instead, he went to Injusin's dormitory and waited for the last class to end. Chapter 97. I just bumped into a student from your school. She's not bad. As soon as he entered the office, Principal Chow mentioned Yi Qian, who he had bumped into in the car. He looked very interested. Her endurance is not bad. Is she a sports special student? He admired Yi Qian. Principal Chen also felt proud. He smiled and said, Yi Qian. Her name is Yi Qian. Old Chow, your taste is still as sharp as ever. He turned around and handed a cup of tea to Principal Chow. Try this. It's a new tea from the mountains. The two principals had known each other for many years, so there was no need for formalities. They were more familiar with each other like old colleagues. It's good tea. It's not any worse than the tea outside. Principal Chow took a sip and smiled at his old colleague who wanted to change the topic. Come, let's continue talking about Yi Qian. Our country has achieved good results in sports competitions in the past 2 years. However, we still have some regrets in track and field, long-distance running, and sprinting. I think Yi Qian is a good seedling in this area. She can definitely develop in this direction. Principal Chow, who was an athlete, had always liked to explore the potential of students in sports in various secondary schools. If he nurtured them well, they would not only bring glory to the school, but also to the country. As the top high school in the province, the sports special students from first high school had all achieved good results in various competitions. A few students had even made it to the university games and achieved amazing results. However, Principal Chen was not very interested in this. He took a sip of tea and smiled. This child is indeed not bad. She is excellent in all aspects. However, I don't plan to let her achieve good results in sports. Why is that? Principal Chow said in surprise. This is not your style, old Chen. Downstairs, in the office. The arrival of the two teachers from first high school made the teachers in the office very happy. This showed how much importance first high school placed on this competition. The stacks of test papers that were brought over from the province's #1 high school were distributed to the class teachers of the second and third year classes. Suddenly, the entire office was filled with the smell of books and ink. It really became a sea of learning. When Teacher Ku came in, he saw Class 1's homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu, actively recommending several top students in his class. His face was sharp and mean, and he snorted coldly. Then, he changed his face and walked over with a smile. When Teacher Lu saw her, she smiled and said, Teacher Song, this is Teacher Ku from Class 2. Yi Ying and Yi Qian are Teacher Ku's students. At the mention of Yi Qian, the smile on Teacher Ku's face was quite deep, but when he heard Yi Qian's name, his smile froze. Teacher Lu should be done with his work, right? Do you mind if I speak to Teacher Song? With a fake smile, Teacher Ku stared at Teacher Lu, who thought that he had given her a difficult problem. She smiled coldly and said, Let me speak to the students in my class. I'm afraid Teacher Lu doesn't know much about them. The teachers in the office were used to her sarcastic tone. Teacher Lu smiled disapprovingly and was busy distributing the test papers from first high school to the teachers of each subject. Mr. Song from first high school frowned slightly. His impression of Mr. Ku suddenly became much worse. As a teacher, he didn't say much, but his attitude was a little cold. Chapter 98. Yi Qian, who was in the dormitory, had no idea that Teacher Ku was trying her best to discredit her. She said to Injusin, I bought a few sets of test papers. Let's do them together tomorrow. There are midterm exams next week, and the provincial high school exams on Saturday, Sunday, and Sunday. It's going to be a little hard to endure for 4 consecutive days. She even sighed, which made Injusin roll her eyes. All right. You're the most stressful person in class. You even took leave. You don't know how dark Teacher Ku's expression is today. The whole class is living in fear and trepidation, afraid of provoking her bad luck. Zhang Na, who was in the same dormitory as her, said emotionally, none of us dare to go near her. Yi Qian, the whole class is waiting for you to come back and destroy Teacher Ku's dark expression. Are you sure I can do it? Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled at the girls who nodded in agreement. I didn't go to the classroom because I was afraid that you would be washed away by the storm. That's why I waited for you in the dormitory. The students more or less knew that Yi Qian and Teacher Ku did not have a good teacher-student relationship. Hearing this, they all laughed coquettishly. Sometimes, they really admired Yi Qian. She was the only one who could withstand Teacher Ku's gaze. If it were any other student, their legs would have turned to jelly, or they would have transferred classes. Yi Ying's voice came from outside. She was still full of confidence. The girls in the dormitory snorted at the same time and said to Yi Qian, recently, Gao Yang has been coming to the classroom from time to tutor us. The two of them are sitting together openly. In the end, Teacher Ku even told us to learn from them. It can't be helped. Those two have always been in the top 5 of the cohort. Zhang Na snorted in dissatisfaction and rolled her eyes. It's obvious that they're in love at a young age. The pettiness of a little girl could be seen at a glance. Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed softly. It was already dinner time for the school. When they reached the cafeteria, An Jussin gently poked Yi Qian's forearm with her finger. Do you see? She's smiling like a flower. I also suspect that the two of them are dating. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the smiling Yi Ying and the tall and cold Gao Yang walked in together. The two of them immediately attracted countless gazes with various meanings. The people involved did not seem to care at all. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards Yi Qian and the others. It was inevitable that they would bump into each other. As soon as Gao Yang saw Yi Qian, he remembered how she had kicked him and his car. His cold face revealed a trace of uneasiness as he said to Yi Ying, go line up over there. There are fewer people. Yi Ying, who had always been scheming, glanced at Gao Yang's face and narrowed her beautiful eyes. Why do I feel like he and Yi Qian are hiding something from me? He smiled naturally and generously. It's okay, it's the same no matter where you line it up. Didn't the head of teaching say that? After dinner, let's hurry to the teacher's office. Let's queue here. After she finished speaking, she naturally tugged on Gao Yang's sleeve and lined up behind Yi Qian. In that instant, An Jussin understood why Yi Qian said that she was not simple. If she were in Yi Qian's shoes, she would feel uncomfortable standing in the same place as someone who had bad blood with them. But, fine, Yi Qian was not simple either. Seeing her nonchalant expression, An Jussin shrugged, indicating that she did not care either. Chapter 99. Principal Chen, Principal Chao, and the teachers from the provincial first high school were all sitting in the meeting room after dinner. At the same time, there were also the homeroom teachers from the 2nd and 3rd grades. No one said anything. They were all waiting for the two principals to finish reading the list. Teacher Ku, who was sitting in the middle, froze when he saw Headmaster Chen flipping through the registration form for the 2nd year of middle school. He had never seen the headmaster attend any competitions in the past. Why was he looking at it this time? There were 7 grades in the 2nd grade. 5 to 6 students from each grade would sign up for the competition. They were all the top 10 students in the class. Headmaster Chen flipped through all the registration forms for the 2nd year of junior high school, but he didn't see Yi Jian's registration form. Teacher Ku, can I see the name list of Yi Qian's students? Principal Chen closed the registration form and looked sharply at Teacher Ku, who had repeatedly made things difficult for Yi Qian. He said in a deep voice, Teacher Ku, please hand it over personally. Teacher Ku's face was pale. She stood up quickly. Under the gaze of her colleagues, her face burned painfully. I'm sorry. I forgot to take it. I'll go get it right away. It was as if they were fleeing for their lives. 5 minutes later, Principal Chao held Yi Qian's registration form and said with interest, she's very confident. She signed up for everything. He glanced at Teacher Ku, who had not lifted her head since she came in. He chuckled and said, if she's really an all-rounder, it's not impossible to make an exception and admit her. She doesn't know anything. Teacher Ku, who had her head lowered, panicked when she heard this. She looked up and explained, Principal Chao, Yi Qian is a bad student. There's no such thing as a top student, and there's no such thing as a bad student. Teacher Ku, please be careful with your words. Principal Chow interrupted her with a smile and said kindly, whether she's a bad student or not, we'll know in the exam today. The self-study session is at 7 o'clock. Teachers, please get ready. The first mock exam will be at 7 o'clock sharp. No one listened to her explanation. They all stood up to inform their students. In the dean's office, Teacher Ka handed over the 2 test papers. The 2 of you are representing the school. Take a look at this first. After 7 o'clock, you will have a mock exam. Thank you, Director Ku. When Yi Ying heard this, she could not wait to reach out her hand. However, she was pulled back by Gao Yang. He said coldly, "Are you asking us to cheat?" When he said that, Yi Ying became anxious. Gao Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Dean Ke wants us to do better. He wants us to look at the questions in advance, not the answers. Wasn't reading the questions in advance cheating? Yi Qian, who was personally informed by Principal Chen, smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've said it before. Yi Ying is the opponent I need to defeat. So, how could I let her have the chance to defeat me? So what if she has seen the test papers? I can still win beautifully. Her face was full of confidence, and there was even a hint of disdain in her jet-black eyes. Principal Chen, who was originally a little worried, raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. If you want to suppress your opponent, little girl, then you have to give him a hard time. Even if he does, he has to be below you. This was only natural. How could he let Yi Ying have her way? In the temporary classroom of grade 12 class 1, Yi Qian took out one of the test papers and handed the rest to the students behind him. He picked up a pen and started writing. Chapter 100. At night, the school was less noisy and quieter than during the day. On the 5th floor of the teaching block, the classroom of grade 12 class 1 was a little more solemn. The only sound that could be heard in the classroom was the pen tip gliding across the paper. All of the students' gazes were focused as they concentrated on their own test papers. Yi Qian's pen seemed to move faster than the other students. He wrote down the answer almost without thinking. There was no hesitation or pause. It was as if he was taking notes in class. There was no sense of stagnation at all. The 2 provincial first middle school teachers scanned the top students in Fujian Town Middle School. A total of 62 students from grade 2 and grade 3 had signed up for the competition. After this round of preliminaries, it was estimated that half of them would be eliminated. There was only one reason why Principal Chow chose the second day of the midterm exam for the second round of selections: to strengthen the competition. They needed to know which students performed consistently in the 4 days of exams. They also needed to know which students had stage fright or were unable to persevere in the middle of the exam. If they stood out in this competition, then Ms. Song, who had walked to Yi Qian's side, smiled. No wonder Principal Chen didn't give face to Ms. Ku. It was unbelievable that such an outstanding student was suppressed by his own form teacher. She had been teaching for more than 20 years, and this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. After standing there for less than 3 minutes, Ms. Song's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she quietly walked to Mr. Zhu, who taught mathematics in the top class of the province's first middle school, and whispered, "Mr. Zhu, go take a look at her." To be able to attract the attention of a teacher on the spot, one had to either be cheating or a top student. Mr. Zhu was the only teacher in the province who had participated in the National Mathematical Olympiad questions. He had also taken students overseas to participate in mathematical Olympiad competitions. When he walked to Yi Qian's desk, his legs seemed to have grown roots and he couldn't move. The 2 teachers took turns standing in front of a student's desk. They had inadvertently attracted the attention of some students. Yi Ying was one of them. Seeing this, the light in her beautiful eyes was like dirty well water, full of gloominess and coldness. The ballpoint pen in her hand seemed to be about to be broken in half. She was so strong that the veins on the back of her hand could be clearly seen. No matter how attentive Yi Jian was, she couldn't ignore that cold gaze that seemed to be stained with dirty water. He raised his eyes indifferently, and his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across the front. His gaze paused for a few seconds on Yi Ying's face, who was a row away, and he returned her a cold smile. Her smile was so dazzling, and it even contained disdain towards him. Yi Ying had already gritted her teeth, and the gloominess in her beautiful eyes deepened. She glared fiercely at Yi Qian. Just as she was about to lose control of her emotions, she seemed to have thought of something. She took a deep breath, bit her tongue to control her emotions, and looked away. No, I can't let Yi Qian affect me. Her father was right. When she didn't have the ability to deal with Yi Qian, the first thing she had to learn was to endure. Yi Jian, who had seen her reaction, lowered her eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared in her dark, watery eyes. Yi Ying was able to succeed in her previous life not only because of her own ability, but also because of Yi Zhifan, who gave her advice. You don't know the last question? She hesitated for a long time, and this made Mr. Zhu, who was standing next to her, anxious. This question is a little difficult, but it's all learned in the second year of middle school. Think carefully. Chapter 101. The last question, geometry, was from the Provincial Math Olympiad 2 years ago. It was difficult but not difficult. Yi Qian did not expect her teacher to be so anxious when she exchanged glances with Yi Ying. She put her pen down again and wrote down the steps she had in her mind. Finally, she wrote down the correct answer. She had just written down the answer when the paper in front of her was taken away. The teacher's voice came from above. Sit here and don't move. You can leave after I correct it. Being the first to hand in the paper always gave the other students a lot of pressure. Gao Yang, who was sitting at the back, already pursed his lips. Did she finish it so quickly? Or did she get caught cheating? No, that couldn't be right. If she was caught cheating, the teacher wouldn't be so agitated and she wouldn't be sitting quietly in the classroom. Then she must have finished it. Gao Yang could not hide the surprise in his cold eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of Yi Ying. Seeing that the girl he admired was focused on the questions and was not affected at all, his frown eased. Teacher Zhu, who was marking the papers at the podium, was already cheering in her heart. She took very little time and got it 100% correct. No wonder Principal Chow had to come personally. This town's middle school was really talented. The rest of the students were still in the middle of the exam, but Teacher Zhu had already finished marking Yi Qian's paper. Not bad, you can leave the exam room. There was no mention of the score, but it could be seen from Yi Qian's expression and words that she had done well. She was in a hurry to find Principal Chen. She politely said, "Goodbye, teacher." Then she picked up the only ballpoint pen she had brought into the classroom, got up, and left quickly. Behind her, Yi Qian's footsteps and expression did not change in the slightest, no matter how surprised she was being. Today, she was not just here for the exam. The most important thing had not been done yet. Is this a gift from Captain Xia? In the office, Principal Chen held a long and thin silver wire made of a special material that shimmered coldly under the light. Soft, tough. This special material was really rare. Why would he give her a gift without any reason? Why would he give the girl a weapon from the suspect's hands? Not to mention the lass, even this old man wanted to know. Since such a good thing has been given, just accept it. Wouldn't it be a waste of Captain Xia's good intentions if we return it? Principal Chen chuckled and gestured for Yi Qian to reach out and wrap the silver wire around Yi Qian's slender and fair wrist. This is a good thing. Take it since I've given it to you. It was a good treasure. Even if it was a bracelet, it would still be beautiful. Most importantly, it's not against the law. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. He stammered, This isn't power. Ha ha ha. Silly girl. Principal Chen saw the unconcealable surprise on her little face and the faint worry in her dark eyes. His laughter grew louder. Girl, this is from Captain Xia. Keep it well. You don't have to worry about anything else. If Principal Chen said he would accept it, then he would definitely accept it. She replied with a smile. Then I'll accept it. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I really like it. I'm just afraid that if I accept it, it will affect Captain Xia. So I came to ask you for a peace of mind. Clever girl. Principal Chen's laughter became even louder. Little girl, you're right. After laughing, he asked about the exam. Yi Qian arched her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Don't worry. I always mean what I say. Chapter 102. What she had said and done, as well as what others had said and done. She remembered all of it. Since Principal Chow was still around, Yi Qian had to complete tonight's training by himself. After bidding farewell to Principal Chen, She jogged out of school and rushed to the recruit camp. Gao Yang, who was pushing his bicycle, saw a slender figure jogging past the yellow lights of the school gate and disappearing into the night without stopping. It was Yi Qian. 2 minutes later, the person he was waiting for. Yi Ying jogged over. Unlike Yi Qian's swift and decisive movements, she was like a flower that needed to be cared for. She had to pause for a moment before continuing. She had a heart problem, so running and strenuous activities were not suitable for her. What kind of person is Yi Qian normally? After Gao Yang, who was sitting on the back seat of the bicycle with Yi Ying, had driven some distance away, the young man's low, hoarse, and slightly puzzled voice could be heard in the cool night breeze. I didn't notice any strong points in her before, but now it seems like she's been hiding it on purpose. He didn't have any other intentions. He was just asking his own question. Yi Ying's expression changed. She gripped his shirt tightly and smiled. I don't know. I've never been on good terms with her. You'll have to ask her yourself to see if she's hiding them. What's going on? Gao Yang had been paying more and more attention to Yi Qian these past few days. Forget it, I'm just asking, he answered indifferently and didn't ask any more questions. She had been kicked. She had been beaten. She had to leave a deeper impression. From Monday to Wednesday, Yi Jian's figure would appear in the classroom of grade 12 class 1 for every exam in the 3 subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After 3 days, it had caused quite a stir in the entire grade. Bad rumors began to spread around the school. The general idea was, bad students make more trouble. Did you hear that? Bad students make more trouble. I have to add, ugly people make more trouble. As soon as Yi Qian entered the classroom, he heard He Jimin gloating over his misfortune. He could tell that she was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Tan Wei frowned and tugged at He Jimin's sleeve. Lower your voice. Why should I speak softly? I'm telling the truth. He Jimin, who had finally vented her anger, would not let go of the opportunity to step on Yi Qian. She stood up, raised her chin and said provocatively, if you want to make a fool of yourself, then don't blame the bystanders for talking too much. When Njussin heard this, she was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush over. He Jimin, you're really capable. If you have the ability, go ahead and do it yourself. If she could go anywhere, Zhang Na said airily. Only incompetent people would go around making trouble. Yi Qian, who was standing in the middle, smiled and patted their shoulders. His gaze was straight and cold. He said with a faint smile, do you know why I don't want to talk to a certain someone? It's just a feeling. If I look at her for too long, I'll have nightmares for days. It's true that ugly people make more trouble. Others had already bullied him. If he didn't return the favor, how could he? In the land of etiquette, he naturally had to return the favor. When He Jimin heard Yi Qian call her ugly, her face instantly twisted. She pounced over as if she was going to bite him. Yi Qian, I'll let you be smug. I'll let you be smug. Are you sure you want to fight? Yi Qian walked over. His cold gaze had a hint of ruthlessness. He smiled and said, I realize that you have a bad memory. That's good too. Let's fight and you'll remember. Chapter 103. Yi Ying, who had been listening for a long time, looked gloomy. She grabbed He Jimin who had rushed out and whispered, class is about to start. Do you want to be scolded by the teacher? Oh no, I almost forgot that Yi Qian is quite good at fighting. At the mention of the past, He Jimin, who was arrogant just a second ago, was defeated the next second. Her eyes flickered as she returned to her seat dejectedly. When the surrounding students saw this, they more or less looked down on He Jimin. Not only did she bully her own classmates, but she was also as timid as a mouse. They didn't know where she got the courage to go against Yi Qian. At noon, the broadcast announced the names of the students who had been selected for the competition. When Yi Jian's name was broadcasted again, the sound of people gasping could be heard everywhere in the school. Yi Qian from Year 2's Class 2 even applied for English. English was the weak point of Town Middle School. Could she do it? Don't puff yourself up at your own cost. Teacher Huang, the English teacher who was eating in the staff cafeteria, let out a long sigh when she heard Yi Qian's name. Whether she would succeed or not, she didn't know. But at least one of the 2 classes she taught in Year 2 had applied. Yi Qian applied for mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but it didn't cause much of a reaction. But when they found out that she applied for English, the reaction was huge. As long as there were students around, they would definitely hear that the most discussed topic was Yi Qian. As for the boys, the most discussed topic was Yi Qian's appearance. When it came to Yi Qian's appearance, no one said that she was ugly. I didn't realize she was pretty before. Now that I look at her, she's getting prettier. Her face is small and her facial features are exquisite. More importantly, have you noticed that she has an indescribable aura about her? Hey, you guys noticed it too. I thought I was mistaken. I just thought, did she wear our school uniform incorrectly? She shouldn't be wearing the uniform. Gao Yang, who was listening to his classmates' irrelevant conversations, put down his spoon and sneered, "That's not what we're concerned about. Do you think she can do English?" Ha ha ha, Gao Yang. English isn't the point. The important thing is the beauty. The boy laughed heartily. Seeing that all the girls in the class were sneaking glances at him, he sighed and said sadly, "You have a beauty by your side. How can you understand our thoughts?" Gao Yang was already pursing his lips. English? Could she do Yi Qian? After a while, he snorted coldly. Fine, let her make a fool of herself. Then she will know what it means to act according to one's ability. Yi Qian, who even the English teacher did not have high hopes for, ate his lunch without any pressure. Was it difficult for him to take the English test at night? Would he be sad about those unfamiliar, tongue-twisting medical books with especially long words? As for speaking, she had been a top tour guide for international tours, so speaking wasn't difficult for her. At this moment, the students' secret discussions about Yi Qian were already out in the open. The moment they saw him they said, "Which Yi Qian from class 2? Last time, Yi Qian used her supermemory to shock more than 30 students. This time, she used another method to create a storm in the school. Her name was already being passed around by the students for the entire Thursday afternoon. The students who had seen Yi Qian's supermemory felt that it might not be difficult for her. When they heard their classmates mention Yi Qian in an extremely sarcastic tone, they would also stand up for him. However, in the end, they chose to wait and see. Chapter 104. When Yi Ying heard that Yi Qian was participating in the English competition, she chuckled. You overestimate yourself. She believed that Yi Qian could do well in other subjects. But for English, the sun would rise from the west if she was not good at it. There were so many top students out there, and she even had to learn English. They were just waiting for her to make a fool of herself. As the deputy mayor, Yi Xiaofan had a great influence on Yi Ying. She was slowly learning how to plan ahead. But for Yi Qian, there were plenty of people waiting for her to make a fool of herself. It didn't matter if Yi Qian was there or not. Yi Qian walked into the classroom and found her seat, waiting for the exam papers to be handed out. The other 9 students, including Gao Yang, looked at Yi Qian subtly. The 9 of them were the top students in English in the 2nd-3rd year. Yi Qian from the 2nd year class. Where did she get the confidence to even sign up for English? Gao Yang, who was sitting in the corner, saw this and pursed his lips into a straight line. Why did she have to embarrass herself in school? So many students were secretly laughing at her. Wouldn't it be better to keep a low profile? The teacher hadn't come in yet. Gao Yang stood up and walked behind a girl. Although his voice was cold, he was polite. Hello, can I exchange seats with you? There are 10 people in the exam so you can sit anywhere. Yi Qian didn't turn around. It didn't matter who sat behind her. If you don't know how to do it, keep it. When the exam papers were handed out, Gao Yang's low and cold voice sounded. I'll give you the answer after I'm done. No matter what, she had to pass this test first. She couldn't let those talkative students say anything bad. Yi Qian was a girl after all. In front of her, Yi Qian, who had already started writing, stopped. She turned her head and looked at Gao Yang, who seemed to be planning for her. She smiled faintly and said, You're confident in English because you've lived abroad, right? I'm helping you, Yi Qian. It didn't sound like he meant anything else, but it made him feel a little uncomfortable. I am indeed confident. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. His dark eyes shone like stars as he said, What a coincidence. I'm also very confident in myself. I'm sorry, but I really don't care for your so-called help. You! Gao Yang's handsome face immediately changed. His eyes were cold as he stared at the figure who was already sitting upright. Yi Qian, don't be ungrateful. Tisk, tsk, tsk, what should I do? She didn't know what was good for her. With the sound of the tape turning, the first question, listening, began. No matter how angry Gao Yiyang was, he could only give up. After the listening test was over, Yi Qian's pen flew across the paper. When it came to the last reading question, Yi Qian directly handed the paper to Teacher Song and politely said, "Goodbye." He left the 9 students who were still taking the exam. He didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he went straight to Injusin's dormitory to pick up his bag and leave the school. Tonight's training was to train the arm stability. Yi Qian, who didn't even put down his bag, immediately rushed to the training room. At this time, Principal Chen had already been waiting for a long time. The results of the exam were never the focus of their conversation. Principal Chen, who was holding a string of bells in his hand, gestured for Yi Qian to reach out his hand. Put 5 kilograms of weight on your wrist for 30 minutes. Every time the bell rings, the time will be stacked for 10 minutes. As a sniper, the closer they got to the end, the crueler the training became. Chapter 105. In the morning, you'll be in the grass. At night, you'll be in the desert. The next day, you'll be in the snow forest. No matter where you are, you'll need to have an extremely stable arm to hold up your sniper rifle. You'll need to lock onto the crosshairs of your target and fire with a bang. Principal Chen not only had a cruel training plan for how to train Yi Qian into a top-notch sniper, but at the same time, he would optimize the training according to Yi Qian's own conditions. Women were weaker than men in terms of strength, but Principal Chen would never allow that to happen. The soldiers he trained had to be better than men in all aspects. Because on the battlefield, the enemy would never show mercy just because you were a woman. On the contrary, once a female soldier was captured, what awaited her was even crueler and more inhumane torture. Starting from the body, all the way to the depths of her soul, she would be brutally tortured by the enemy until she was neither human nor ghost. After choosing this path, as long as he thought about what would happen if he fell into the hands of the enemy, then he would have to accept the cruelty of the day. A metal ball weighed 5 kilograms. Both her hands weighed 5 kilograms. Yi Qian could clearly feel her hands sinking under the weight of the metal balls. Raise! Principal Chen's stern voice came from the training room. Both hands parallel to your shoulders. Maintain an angle of 90 degrees under your armpits. The silver bell is not allowed to make a sound for half an hour. 1, 2, 3. Begin. From this moment onwards, Yi Qian's sniper training had advanced from beginner to intermediate. The silver bell on her wrist was strung together with extremely thin fish wire. It was so light that even a small breeze could blow it and make a clear ringing sound. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian was already gritting her teeth. Fine sweat seeped out of her forehead. The metal balls in her hands seemed to be getting heavier. They were so heavy that her hands were about to sink down uncontrollably. Sniper training required silence. Every time this happened, the training room would become a restricted area. Even Battalion Commander Yang could not enter and leave as he pleased. Girl, right now, your left and right arms only weigh a total of 5 kilograms. If there comes a day when you're holding a 12-kilogram sniper rifle in your hands and still charging into enemy lines like a commando, are you sure you can do it? Divert your attention so that the burden in your heart doesn't exist. In Principal Chen's teachings, Yi Qian was like a small sapling, rooted in fertile soil, sprouting branches and leaves, growing strong day by day. His attention was no longer on the weights on his wrists. Instead, he cast his gaze at a certain spot in the training room. In his mind, he memorized the English test questions for tonight, starting from the listening test to the reading test. Principal Chen was always amazed by his amazing perseverance and talent. Even if they knew, they would still be amazed when they saw it again. She had to carry 5 kilograms of weights for half an hour on both her hands. She was not allowed to swing the silver bell even once. For a sniper who had just advanced from a beginner to an intermediate level, this was something that even a male soldier would find difficult to accomplish on the first try. But Yi Qian had done it. Sweat flowed down her elegant chin and seeped into her clothes like a waterline. Large patches of wet clothes were proof of how hard this slender girl worked. Principal Chen watched the time pass by with a gratified gaze. Once half an hour was up, he prepared to stop training. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Chapter 106. With little Ye's intelligence, there was nothing to worry about. She just needed to follow the original plan and train as usual. She removed the metal ball from her wrist. The sudden ease made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Qian shook her wrist and smiled without even wiping her sweat. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have noticed that half an hour has passed. It was as if she had just gotten into a good mood and suddenly pulled away. She still felt a little empty. You're doing very well now. There's no need to rush. Principal Chen took out a bottle of medicinal oil and poured it into his palm. Stretch out your hand. It's not bad to be able to last for half an hour on your first try. The sudden weight on her wrist might seem fine now, but there would be repercussions later. Using the medicinal oil to promote blood circulation would reduce the repercussions. After the exam on Saturday, I'll go back to the village with you. You must learn from the old man. He's a first-rank sergeant major. You won't be able to learn all his skills in your lifetime. After the training, Principal Chen taught Yi Qian like a father. If you can apply what you learn, you'll benefit from it for a lifetime. Endure 5 kilograms of weight for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll increase the weight. You'll only stop when your hands can carry 20 kilograms. When he was able to walk as if he was flying while holding a 20-kilogram gun in his hand, and was able to lay down immediately to snipe the target, Yi Qian already had the reflexes of a top sniper. Yi Qian had always gritted his teeth and persevered. Hearing this, he smiled and said, 20 kilograms is the end. It's just the end of a phase. If you can continue, right? The medicinal oil was specially supplied by the army. When applied, it burned brightly and the effect was excellent. As long as you can persevere, you can. Principal Chen poured almost half the bottle and rubbed Yi Qian's wrist until it turned red. These 2 hands. I'm afraid you'll suffer a little in the exam tomorrow. The next day, when Yi Qian got out of bed, his hands were so sore that it was difficult to even hold a cup of water. Only then did he understand why Principal Chen said he would suffer a little in the exam. He applied a hot towel and sprayed a spray to relieve muscle soreness. Only then did he feel a little better. You didn't sleep well last night? The moment Xiaofan entered the classroom, she didn't even return to her seat. Instead, she walked straight to Yi Qian, who didn't look too well. Why do you look so listless? It wasn't that he didn't sleep well, but his entire arm was aching unbearably. Yi Qian placed his arm on the table and said to her, Come, give me a massage. The pain has gone all the way to my bones. There were no obvious external injuries, only soreness in his ligaments and muscles. If he hadn't applied the ointment last night, he probably wouldn't have been able to lift his head. You scared me to death. I thought you messed up on your English test last night. And Xiaofan immediately started massaging. As she massaged, she asked softly, How was it? How was your English test yesterday? Yi Qian, who was making comfortable noises with his mouth, curled his lips into a smile. He closed his eyes slightly and replied, When have I ever disappointed you? Just wait. There will be a surprise for you. Damn. And Xiaofan almost jumped out of her seat. You're really something. Are you planning on doing a grand slam? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied handsomely, Why not? Although I don't take gossip to heart, I'm still annoyed by those mosquitoes buzzing around all day long. Shut their mouths, and speak with your abilities. Chapter 107. If she spoke with her abilities, no matter how many mouths there were, she would be able to shut them up and prevent others from gossiping in the future. But then again, I have to say something. Don't you think the school is taking this competition very seriously? Hearing this, and Xiaofan, who was relieved, leaned closer and whispered, Even the midterm exam was postponed. I'm afraid this competition is not going to be simple. Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. However, the way she looked at her was clear. Of course it was not going to be simple. Principal Chen, who already knew about Yi Qian's results, narrowed his eyes slightly. After a while he said, This child's goal is a little different, but she will definitely be willing to fight for the glory of the country. There's no choice. The competition is going on all over the country. Your school is not the only one who postponed the midterm exam. Other schools are doing the same. Principal Chow, who was always smiling, had a serious expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, We failed 3 years ago. This time, we will not allow ourselves to fail again. There are only 12 student representatives in the country. Yi Qian has a high chance of making it big. As of yesterday, there were a total of 6 students who scored a grand slam in the preliminary exam. Not only did Yi Qian score a grand slam, but she also took the most time in the entire country. Old Chen, you have to persuade Yi Qian. From Principal Chao's expression and words, it was obvious that this competition was just as Injusin had said. It was not going to be simple. Yi Qian and Injusin were not the only ones who felt it. Most of the students had their guesses. This was the first time they had encountered a competition where the midterm exam had to be postponed. During the exam, Yi Qian handed in her papers a little slower than usual. Her hands were sore and she was indeed at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yi Ying's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. How could she still perform normally after taking so many exams? As if. The invigilator stood beside Yi Qian, who was concentrating on the exam. They would more or less pay attention to this girl, who was the talk of the town, to see if she was really capable. After 2 days of exams, the invigilators had an answer in their hearts. After the politics exam in the afternoon, all the students in the school began to compare their answers as if a burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Come. Let's compare our answers. I feel like I've made a lot of mistakes. I still have 2 fill-in-the-blank questions to do. I forgot the date and month. While the rest of the students were still comparing their answers, Yi Qian's paper had already been graded and handed over to Principal Chen. Even Teacher Ku, the homeroom teacher, didn't have the chance to look at him. Yi Qian, who was not used to the answers, was also dragged into the discussion. Wow, you're right. I didn't even memorize it. Ying, you're amazing. Yi Ying did well in the exam this time. He Jiamin, who copied a lot of her, was already praising her exaggeratedly. Then she rolled her eyes in Yi Qian's direction and chuckled mockingly. Look at how arrogant some people are. Let's just wait for her to cry. Let her be proud. When the results are out, she'll cry. He Jiamin didn't dare to mock her in public anymore, but behind her back, she was even more scheming. Did you see that? She's been taking exams these past 2 days. Every time she takes an exam, she shakes her hands. One look and you can tell that she doesn't know how to do it. Yi Ying, who saw this, didn't stop her. Instead, she calmly watched the situation develop. She didn't want to suppress Yi Qian, but there would naturally be people who would stand up for her. Let's just wait and see. When the time comes, we'll talk about her until she's too ashamed to go to school. She'd better get out of school obediently. Chapter 108. Xie Sifeng chimed in, her voice thick with jealousy. Let her know that she can't go around showing off just because her grades are a little better. At the same time the bell rang, Teacher Ke's heavy footsteps appeared at the classroom door. Seeing that the classroom was still in a mess even after the bell rang, she was furious. When her gaze swept over Yi Qian, her eyes revealed a disdainful sneer. Teacher Ke stomped to the podium, slammed the blackboard brush down, and pointed directly at He Jiamin, who was still talking loudly. He Jiamin, stand up. You made a mess of the exam, and you still have the cheek to shout? He Jiamin, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, instantly looked as if she had been hit by frost. Her face turned green, then white, and she stood rooted to the ground, not moving a single step. Get up here. She had hit the muzzle of the gun well. Her public resistance made Teacher Ke's face turn ashen. Stand there until school ends. Rebellion. Both of them were rebelling. Where was the dignity of a teacher? Yi Qian glanced coldly at Teacher Ku, who was obviously trying to find fault with him. A trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. He sat there leisurely, enjoying the confrontation between the teacher and the student like a spectator. In the end, it was naturally He Jiamin who stood at the podium with a red face. Tomorrow, these students will come to school as usual for the final exam. When the names were read out, Yi Ying's name was the first to be called out. Teacher Ku also looked proud. There were a total of 7 students in the class, but Teacher Ku only called out the names of 5 students. Yi Qian and the boy who was taking the chemistry exam were not among them. Xie Sifeng laughed softly and said to her deskmate, "How embarrassing. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to come to school." The meaning behind her words and laughter was clear. Mockery, indifference, and sarcasm could be heard in Xie Sifeng's laughter. He Jimin, who had been standing with her head lowered, had already raised her head. Her eyes were full of schadenfreude. Embarrassing, how embarrassing. Now that the whole school knows, let's see how she can enter the school gates. Ying also lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even wants to learn from others and soar into the sky. Ha! I won't let you fall to your death. Yi Qian, who was sitting in his seat, was not affected by the mockery at all. He was calm and collected, and had the demeanor of a gentleman who stood aloof from the world. The night before, Principal Chen had said that he would go back to the village with her on Saturday. He had already told her that she didn't have to take the exam on Sunday. She left the school easily, but Jiasun, Zhang Na, and Zhang Bin were worried. When Yi Qian came to school on Monday, he was greeted by people pointing at him as he walked. Very good. The whole school knew that she didn't take the exam on Sunday. That meant she had made a fool of herself and failed a single subject. When she entered the classroom, the ones who were worried about her were still her classmates who were on good terms with her. In the classroom, He Jimin and Xie Sifeng's voices were even louder, especially when they saw Yi Qian walk in. Their laughter was as sharp and piercing as the birth of a fairy. Unfortunately, their laughter didn't last long. When Yi Qian's name didn't appear on Saturday, Teacher Ke's expression was a little smug. This time, when she entered the classroom, her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She started scolding the moment she arrived, and she didn't stop for at least 10 minutes. Yi Qian, who had noticed the classroom door, stood up and said with a faint smile, Teacher Ku, if you continue scolding like this, Principal Chen will probably get angry. Chapter 109. She was about to lash out at Yi Qian, but when she heard this, she turned her head and saw Principal Chen standing at the door with a cold expression. Teacher Ku was so flustered that her knees went weak. She forced a smile and said, You're here. You're here for... I didn't come at the right time. Sorry to disturb Teacher Ku's lecture. Principal Chen replied faintly as he walked into the classroom. His intimidating gaze swept across the faces of all the students in class 2. Finally, his gaze paused on Yi Ying, Xie Sifeng, and He Jimin for a few seconds. Unity, love, harmony, and friendliness. You can see these words when you look up. But to my disappointment, I don't see these qualities shining like gold in some of the students in class 2. As the principal, he naturally wouldn't mention who it was. However, whoever his gaze lingered on would know in their hearts. Yi Ying's face turned red. She was sensitive enough to know that when Principal Chen mentioned some of the students, she was one of them. Teacher Ku, you've been scolding them for so long. Some of the students might feel better, but to some of them, you're hurting them. After scolding the students, Principal Chen didn't give Teacher Ku any face at all. Since Teacher Ku doesn't want to announce the results of Class 2, then I'll do it on your behalf. We'll start from the 10th place. After scolding for so long, I'll let you take a breather. The last sentence made the nervous students laugh out loud. No one wanted to be scolded, but no one dared to stand up like Yi Qian and interrupt Teacher Ku's scolding. Starting from the 10th place, the students who heard the name heaved a long sigh of relief. At least they maintained their ranking. When it came to the top 3, when Yi Qian's name didn't appear, He Jimin, who was in 9th place, couldn't help but laugh. When Yi Ying was in 3rd place, her applause was louder than anyone else's. Her hands were red from clapping. But she didn't know that Yi Ying, who had always been in 1st and 2nd place, had already glared daggers at her countless times. Zhou Liao was in 2nd place. And the applause was even louder. Principal Chen didn't continue. Instead, he said to Teacher Ku, let Teacher Ku take the 1st place. Didn't she want to say it? Then, he would let her do it. Under his cold gaze, Teacher Ku, whose knees were weak, finally said the name she didn't want to say the most. 1st place, Yi Qian. Except for the essay, 5 marks were deducted. Full marks for every subject. The noisy classroom quieted down. The mocking laughter turned into gasps, and the mocking gazes turned into disbelief. Shock was written all over their youthful faces. The name of Yi Qian, who had scored full marks in all her classes, exploded in their minds like thunder. Full marks! Full marks! And Jiasun was so happy that she screamed. She even lost her composure and rushed out of her seat. She hugged Yi Qian and shouted, Damn! Hold your head high, Hold your head high. A tidal wave of applause rang out in front of Yi Ying's pale face. It rang out in front of He Jimin, who was so shocked that her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It rang out in front of Xiaofan, who couldn't accept it and was stunned for a long time. When the homeroom teachers of the second year announced the name of the first place in the midterm exam, all the strangeness disappeared and was replaced by shock. Yi Qian's results were like a slap to their faces. It made those who had mocked Yi Qian and were waiting for him to make a fool of himself lower their heads in shame. Chapter 110. First place in the entire cohort, 76 points higher than second place, 78 points higher than third place, fourth place. 80 points, fifth place. 82 points. Not only did she rank first, but she also showed the entire school the gap between the top 5 and the top 1. A gap that was as wide as a chasm, a gap that was difficult to cross. The students who had mocked her this week were so embarrassed that their faces were as red as if they were not wearing pants. They lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Amidst the thunderous applause, Principal Chen raised his hand to signal for the students to quiet down. When the classroom was so quiet that only the sound of shallow breathing could be heard, he continued with a smile. As for why Yi Qian did not participate in the provincial competition, it was not because she did not do well. It was because she did not need to take the exam again. After the exam, Yi Qian will go to the provincial high school for half a month of intensive closed-door training. Once she stands out, she will represent our country in the middle of July to participate in the World Mathematical Olympiad. If the results of first place in the cohort shocked the students, then representing the country in the World Mathematical Olympiad was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding the students until they were collectively stunned. I'll go. And Jessin, who was so shocked that her eyeballs froze, murmured to herself. Then she abruptly dug her ears, stood up stupidly, and asked Headmaster Chen, "Headmaster, the mathematical Olympiad you're talking about, is it the mathematical Olympiad that the top universities in the world are eyeing as long as you participate in it and don't get a ranking?" As a math enthusiast, and Jessin had some understanding of this, Principal Chen, whose gaze fell on her, nodded approvingly. This student seems to have understood it. That's right, it's the Olympiad that you know. The World Mathematical Olympiad is held once every 3 years, and all the participants are the top students in each country. As for Yi Qian, as long as she passes the national selection, she will be able to represent the country in battle. This time, there was no applause, only shock. In the 2 school buildings, there were a total of 20 middle and intermediate classes. All the students were shocked by the news that their teacher had just announced. Represent the country in battle. Who would have thought of this? No one would have thought of this. Some students didn't even know there was such a competition. Yi Qian didn't even think about it. Compared to her classmates' shock, she frowned slightly and her expression became indifferent. His expression was calm, but his heart was a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in class, she would have walked over and asked for an explanation. Training, what about her training? Wouldn't they fall behind? That's right, Yi Qian was considering her 4-year training plan, not the World Mathematical Olympiad. As the homeroom teacher, Teacher Ku looked at Principal Chen in disbelief. She looked at the principal, and then at Yi Qian. Could it be that she already knew? Thinking of this possibility, Teacher Ku felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even Teacher Ku was like this, let alone Yi Ying. Her beautiful eyes were so shocked that her eyeballs were about to fall out. The expression on her small face was so twisted that it looked ferocious. Go abroad and participate in the World Olympiad. What right did she have? What right did she have? Just because he got first place in the midterm exam? Just because he solved the questions in the provincial first school? He thought he could represent the country in the competition? Headmaster Chen, you're being too biased. Do you think the World Olympiad is a game? Chapter 111. Jealousy grew like wild grass. Even though Yi Ying's head was lowered and no one could see the expression on her face, the gloominess she exuded was like a swamp full of animal carcasses, dark and cold. It made one's hair stand on end. Tan Wei, who was sitting to her right, subconsciously turned to look at her. Before he could speak, he was frightened by the expression on her face and his eyelids twitched. Tan Wei's heart sank. Unlike Xiaofan and He Jimin, who always followed Yi Ying's lead, Tan Wei quietly looked away. This Yi Ying was so unfamiliar that she felt terrified. Principal Chen. Teacher Ku suppressed the panic in her heart. She didn't care that they were in front of the students and asked, "Is this decision yours, or?" "The decision is in the province's #1 middle school. It's up to the students' grades, not up to me." Principal Chen glanced at Teacher Ku indifferently, blocking all her questions. "Of course, don't be happy too early. Whether or not you can go abroad for the competition, you still have to go through 2 rounds of screening before you can truly enter the closed-door intensive training." The noisy classroom fell into a brief silence. It turned out that they still had to go through 2 rounds of screening before they had a chance. It was so difficult. They didn't know if Yi Qian would succeed. But whether or not he succeeded, Yi Qian skipped the first round of screening, which meant that he was strong enough. Thinking of this, they secretly looked at Yi Qian with a hint of awe. "Before I leave, I have one more thing to say to the students of Class 2. Headmaster Chen's eyes, which were as vast as the sea, looked at the young faces and said meaningfully, "I still stand by my words. Results don't mean anything. Character is what separates nobility and lowliness. Character is the difference between nobility and lowliness." Yi Ying, who hadn't raised her head, felt her vision darken and she almost fainted. Was he referring to her? Was he referring to her? "Yi Qian, Yi Qian." Yi Ying gritted her teeth and cursed viciously in her heart. It seemed that this was the only way to get rid of the hatred in her heart, but she didn't know that the more she did this, the more detestable she looked. To Yi Qian, this was just an insignificant thing in her life. It wasn't worth being happy about. Of course, using grades to shut the mouths of the students for a long time saved a lot of trouble. After the language class, Teacher Ku, who had lost her dignity as a teacher, almost ran away. She couldn't do anything to Yi Qian now. She couldn't scold or hit. She didn't even Yi Qian's. Looking at her fleeing figure, Yi Jian, whose eyes were slightly cold, sneered coldly. She would never forget how Teacher Ku's in collusion with Sun Dongqing's in the past. She would never forget how she had slapped her hard in front of the entire class and scolded her. "You're a disgrace and a loser. You don't deserve to be her student." In this life, she would make sure that Yi Qian never stood in front of the lecture table again, because she didn't deserve to be a teacher. For the whole morning, Yi Qian was bathed in the subtle gazes of her classmates. Those rumors disappeared instantly, as if they never happened. On the way to the cafeteria at noon, Anjusin was proud of herself. She lowered her voice and gloated. When Principal Chen appeared, Teacher Ku was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. "Oh my, you don't know how I felt at that time. It was like drinking honey water. My whole body felt comfortable." Chapter 112. Yi Qian glanced at her with a smile and said calmly, "You still have more than a year to live under her. Student N, restrain yourself. After all, she's still our old." A student suddenly walked over and interrupted Yi Qian. "Student Yi, I'm sorry." The boy suddenly apologized. After that he bowed deeply. "I hope you can get better results in the upcoming exams so that you can represent our country in the competition." This unforeseen event made Yi Qian's lips curl up slightly. Starting over, everything was so beautiful. He smiled and said, "Thank you, I will work hard." After experiencing the storm, the rainbow had appeared. From the school building to the cafeteria, Yi Qian had already received countless apologies from his classmates. At the same time, he had also received kindness from his classmates. The corners of Anjusin's eyes were slightly moist. "Yi Qian, from now on, no one will say anything. No one will dare to doubt you." "I'm not afraid of being doubted, nor am I afraid of being talked about." Yi Qian's eyes were cold as he looked at the horizon. The sun pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, splitting the darkness and welcoming the endless light. "I'm only afraid that if I stay where I am, I will eventually disappear from the world like a speck of dust. My efforts are not to prove anything to them, but to live a better life for myself. To live, do you understand?" Her last sentence was like an old woman who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She summed up all her persistence in one word: live. Yi Qian's words were like the evening drum and the morning bell in Anjusin's heart. This kind girl instantly understood many things. One is marked by the company one keeps. Yi Jian's charm could always imperceptibly affect the lives of those close to her. Seeing Yi Qian being talked to by his classmates from time to time, the leaves in Yi Ying's hand were stained green by the green juice between her fingers. Anger had already taken root in her eyes and could not be moved away. Liao Jian's figure flitted past the lush trees. Yi Ying looked away and walked towards the famous reading pavilion in the school. The reading pavilion was located in the middle of two school buildings. It was surrounded by tall trees with green leaves. In the morning, many students would read here. At noon, there was no one in the reading pavilion. Yi Ying walked along the bluestone path and saw Liao Jian with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like a gangster. "All right, my dad told me to tell you that your dad will be back in 2 months." Yi Ying didn't like talking to this kind of poor student, but she couldn't be too far away, so she could only suffer. "Also, have you found out what I want you to do?" When Liao Jian heard that his father would be back in 2 months, the haze on his face immediately disappeared. He looked around and quickly took out something that looked like a passbook from his pants pocket. "This is a small gift from my mother to your family. Keep it well. As for Yi Qian, just you wait. We know where she lives. We can teach her a lesson any time." He just didn't expect that this chick was actually living in the recruit assembly camp. He had to coax Yi Ying first. When his dad came back, it would be a piece of cake to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Someone walked out of the reading pavilion. Yi Ying was afraid that someone would see her with a poor student. She immediately said, "All right, hurry up and leave. As for Yi Qian, I'll tell you what to do when the time comes." Recently, it would be impossible to teach her a lesson. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. If anything happened, the whole school would know. Chapter 113. Liao Jian couldn't wait to leave. When he heard this, he scurried away like a mouse and disappeared from Yi Ying's sight. Yi Qian from Class 2 is really amazing. She even has the chance to represent the country in a competition. How enviable. That's because she's really capable. Let's see if you still dare to speak ill of her behind her back. Gao Yang's cold voice came from the other side of the tree. She's just a girl. You guys said so much about her before. If you're a man, you should go and apologize. I should go and apologize. Why don't you come with me? Hearing this, Yi Ying, who was about to leave, stopped. She wanted to hear Gao Yang's reply. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Huh, you want me to go with you? I'm afraid she'll run away even faster." She didn't hide her disgust for him. Yi Ying's pupils constricted. After the footsteps left, she laughed softly and left the reading pavilion expressionlessly. Once Yi Qian found out about Gao Yang's family background, would she still run away? She would definitely be like a housefly and keep a close eye on him. In the entire school, wherever students gathered, Yi Qian's name would always be heard. This storm continued until June. After June, the weather was so hot that people just wanted to soak in cold water to cool off. For Yi Qian, no matter how hot the weather was, it couldn't stop her from studying. In the teacher's meeting room, Yi Qian, who had already started a study room, began to systematically study the first year's curriculum. When the third-year teachers found out that Yi Qian had a 50% chance of representing the country in a competition, they spontaneously organized to sacrifice their lunch break and take turns tutoring for Yi Qian. As a teacher, it was their duty to teach their students. They were very willing to give Yi Qian private lessons. No teacher would dislike a student who could self-study all the third-year subjects in a month and achieve high grades. If this kind of talent was buried, it would be the fault of the teachers. 2 weeks before the second year's exams, the school finally received the results of the selection of students who could participate in the provincial exams. Other than Yi Qian, who had already been confirmed as a student, Gao Yang, Yi Ying, and Zhou Liao, a total of 18 students, would be sent to the provincial capital the day after the midterm exams. When Sun Dongqing heard about this from Yi Xiaofan, she wanted nothing more than to hang a string of firecrackers at the door. Going overseas? Her daughter could go overseas to participate in the competition. This was such a great honor. Don't make so much noise outside. Ying Ying still needs to pass 2 more tests. After Yi Xiaofan finished speaking, he began to regret his words. With a stern face he said, "Ying Ying went, and so did Jian Yiling." When Sun Dongqing heard that, she snorted and said, "So what if that wretched girl went? She can't be more powerful than Ying Ying. Don't mention her in front of me. Every time you mention her, I get angry. You only got first place in the entire cohort once, and you're already so cocky." Ying Ying has been in a bad mood for a whole month. I'm too lazy to talk to you. There's a meeting in town tonight. You and Ying Ying can eat by yourselves. Yi Zhifan, who had just returned, picked up his briefcase and walked out of the house. He didn't want to stay with his wife for even a minute longer. Sun Dongqing stared at her husband's back. After a while, a cold smile appeared in her eyes. She turned around and went back to the kitchen to make dinner for Yi Ying. Today was Friday. After school, all the boarding students would go home. When Yi Qian walked out of the school gate, he didn't walk in the direction of town. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction. Along the way, there were students returning home after school. They were all wearing the same school uniform. From afar, it was impossible to tell who was who. Yi Qian walked about 200 meters before he stopped. Someone was following him. Chapter 114. Fuck, why is she going up the mountain? A youth wearing a tank top, flowery shorts, and flip-flops was chewing gum. He stared at the girl who didn't want to walk on the main road and insisted on going up the mountain. Going up the mountain to go home? The blonde youth with the word Dao tattooed on his arm looked at his companion. Do you still want to follow? Yes. The youth in the tank top looked down at the flip-flops on his feet. Fuck, let's go in and take a look. If there's anything good, come back and tell Brother Liao. You go after her first. I fucking wore the wrong shoes. The Brother Liao they were talking about was Liao Jian's father, Liao Yud. Once they entered the mountain, they would be in Yi Qian's territory. Yi Jian, who was standing behind the tree, looked coldly at a yellow-haired young man who walked past her. She looked back and saw another young man who was chasing after her while cursing. After the blonde youth walked out of sight, Yi Qian walked out from behind the tree and stood directly in front of the youth in the tank top. She smiled and said, "Why are you following me?" She walked out directly, scaring the youth who was walking with his head down. After being stunned for a moment, he recognized the student who was blocking his way. Fuck, she's gone. The blonde youth rushed to the front but didn't see anyone, so he immediately turned back. After 3 to 5 minutes of separation, he saw his friend with a piece of yellowish-yellow rag stuffed in his mouth. His upper body was naked, and his hands were tied behind his back to a pine tree. He was struggling with a muffled sound. Fuck, what's going on? When the guy in the tank top saw his friend come back, he wasn't happy. Instead, he struggled even harder. His eyeballs seemed to be convulsing as they kept rolling upwards. The woo-woo sounds coming from his throat could be translated as, up, up. Unfortunately, the blonde youth didn't know. He ran over and cursed, "Fuck, who the fuck did this? Who did this?" "I did it, what do you want?" Suddenly hearing a girl's voice, the blonde young man subconsciously took a step back and looked up. He saw a girl in a school uniform on the tree looking at him with a smile. "Isn't this the girl who was following me? You followed me for a few kilometers. Tell me, who told you to come here?" On the tree, Yi Qian's gaze was cold as he looked down from above. His beautiful face was as cold as the moonlight. "You don't want to be like your friend. Speak clearly before I get angry." What young people hated the most was being looked down upon by others, not to mention that he was just a hooligan from a small town who was used to being unreasonable. Hearing this, the yellow-haired young man was furious. He lifted his foot and kicked the tree. "Fuck, get down here." Cursing and kicking was quite impressive, but he didn't see that his friend was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants. "I'm afraid that if I come down, you'll have to run." Yi Qian, who was speaking, held onto a tree branch with both hands and landed on the ground in a standard high jump. He smiled at the yellow-haired young man who was trying to show off. "Looks like you guys are going to be in the same boat tonight." Even without months of training, Yi Qian was still capable of taking care of 2 hooligans. He didn't even need to expend any effort to take them down. "Young lady, I'll talk, okay?" The yellow-haired young man, who was knocked to the ground by Yi Qian, begged for mercy. "It's Brother Liao. He asked us to keep an eye on you for a few days." Chapter 115. Yi Qian grabbed his wrists and said with a smile, "It's too late to say anything now. Be a good boy and go with your brother." Brother Liao. Liao Yud? Why would he let someone follow him? Did he know something? Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He waited for the other party to stand up in pain. Then he tied him up against a tree. "I'm a student. I'm afraid of people like you. Tie him up tight so you don't follow me." The two youths were about to cry.
Damn it. They were the ones who were afraid of her.
On the road, Liao Jian led Yi Ying and said, I don't know when your sister got involved with the army. She usually stays at the camp where the new recruits gather. She even takes their car back to the village on Fridays. Liao Jian, who was in the group of students, said with a fierce look, How do you want to deal with her? I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. She was indeed capable. She even got involved with the army. Yi Ying pursed her lips and smiled coldly.
I really underestimated her in the past.
She walked a few steps and looked at the road that wound into the mountains. She frowned. Why don't I see you? She's probably up ahead. Keep walking. Liao Jian didn't finish his sentence and disappeared into the group of students. Yi Qian, up the mountain. Yi Ying also saw the figure walking from the side of the mountain to the road. Her gaze was like a poisonous gelatin, glued to Yi Qian's back. After a while, her lips curled into a cold smile that made Liao Jian's heart skip a beat.
She said slowly, I underestimated her.
I have to let her know that she can't step on my shoulders just because she's in the limelight. His gaze, which seemed to be laced with poison, was too real. After dealing with the two young gangsters, Yi Jian stopped and looked back slightly. His black eyes were as cold as metal. Since Liao Yu'd sent people to follow her, how could Yi Ying and Liao Jian be involved? Could it be that she was wrong? It wasn't that Liao Yu'd was still following him because of what happened that night. But, was it related to Yi Ying? That's right. Xia Jinyuan had said that it wouldn't be a problem to lock up someone like Liao Yu'd for 3 to 5 years. Now, he was back early. Thinking about the secret interactions between Yi Ying and Liao Jian, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Could it be that Yi Xiaofan played a role in this? Was that why Liao Yu'd came home? The army's jeep is parked at the big corner, Yi Jian thought to herself as she jogged towards the jeep from a brisk pace. She had to ask Xia Jinyuan first to see if he had any leads. However, in the past 2 months, she had been to the army quite a few times. Usually, she would fight with the soldiers on Saturdays and Sundays, but she had never once met that elegant and dangerous man. He didn't know if he would be able to meet them this time. Perhaps he could ask the soldiers. On Sunday, the sun was even hotter than Saturday. There was no wind, and even the cicadas were scorched by the sun and stopped chirping. Yi Qian, who was carrying a sniper rifle on her back, hugged a pine tree with both hands. She took a deep breath and climbed up the tree like a cheetah.
She was undergoing close-range combat training within 30 meters, and her opponent was none other than a real sniper in the army.
She had been waiting since noon. As the sun gradually tilted, she waited until the sun set in the west. Finally, the owls in the deep forest made the sound of foraging. After 10 hours of waiting in ambush, Yi Jian remained motionless. Her expression was still indifferent. Some ants fell from the leaves and landed on her sweaty neck, causing her skin to itch. Chapter 116. Yi Qian did not move and allowed the ants to crawl up his neck and into his hair. The target would appear in this area. Now, it was a standoff between snipers. It was a contest of patience, perseverance, and who could shoot faster. The starry sky was beautiful tonight. The bright stars hung in the sky and the boundless beauty made the soldiers resting in the small open space reluctant to look away. Captain Xia, how much longer do you plan to sleep? A soldier with an assault rifle on his back asked Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping on a rope. It's been 10 hours. Don't let the little girl wait for too long. Little girl? Under the starry sky, Xia Jinyuan lazily blinked his eyes and said with a faint smile, Little girl? Do you think the person who killed 5 soldiers in one day is a little girl? 5 soldiers. I think it's too little to let them clean the toilets for a month. Sigh, this was a headache. Old Man Zhen and Uncle Chen had taught this little girl. Now, as long as she returned to the army, she would be trained by the soldiers in the unit. From the regiment commander to the political commissar to the battalion commander and squad leader, everyone was a little scared. That little girl. She was as cunning as a fox. She was so smart that they had to plan carefully if they wanted to catch her. Xia Jinyuan, who had been away on business for 2 months, came back last night and learned about this. He originally had 2 days of rest, so he came out with the soldiers today. He hadn't seen that bold girl for 2 months. He wanted to see how much she had improved. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was heavily painted, held a sniper rifle in his arms. His eyes were cold and sharp like an eagle's. He flipped down from the rope and made a gesture. A total of 5 soldiers gathered in a circle. 11 hours later, the bushes began to shake. Yi Qian opened the night vision scope and put his eyes on it. A figure swept through the bushes and disappeared in an instant. Yi Qian, whose finger was already on the trigger, paused for a moment and gently moved his eyes away from the scope. He was teasing her. No movement. Is there a mistake with the target?
Let's wait and see what's going on with Captain Xia.
2 figures flitted through the bushes and hid close to the tree. They whispered to each other in the darkness. Cross interference, try again. In order to lure out the sniper, the crosshair interference would be carried out at the same time. Using a tree branch to prop up the helmet, he then used a thin fishing line to wrap around the tree branch. As he released the line, he quietly began to interfere with the grass and trees. The shrubs shook again, but Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and continued to stand in his original position on the tree, motionless like a statue. She only had one goal, which was to find the sniper in the troop. The rest of the soldiers were not her target. Through the night vision goggles, the whole world was green. Not only were there moths and mosquitoes in the forest in June, but there were also poisonous snakes, rats, and ants. A colorful venomous snake that was only as thick as a little finger slithered through the leaves and quietly hid in the bushes. Xia Jinyuan carefully stepped over it. With a sniper rifle in his hand, he carried a cold and bloodthirsty aura. He appeared in the forest like a beast foraging for food at night. Captain Xia, the target was not found. Team A's voice came from the earpiece. Team B and Team C's voices came one after another. Neither of them had found the target. Xia Jinyuan, who had already passed Yi Qian's position, ordered lazily before hanging up. Go back and wash the training uniforms of the 2 squads for 2 weeks. Chapter 117. The 6 soldiers almost burst into tears. Last night, when they came back, they punished their comrades from Class 5 to clean the toilets. Today, when they came back, they punished Class 2 to wash their training uniforms. They might as well have run 10 laps around the field. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. It had been 13 hours since the ambush began. Finally, about 400 meters away, the leaves rustled softly. It was very soft, like the sound of a wild rabbit running through the forest. But Yi Qian knew that it wasn't the sound of a rabbit. It was her target, the other sniper, who was moving. During the day, Yi Qian could accurately hit a target within 370 meters if he had a wide field of vision. But sniping in the forest at night was much more difficult. Half an hour later, the leaves rustled softly again. Yi Qian moved his eyes closer to the scope. In that green world, it was still quiet, without a trace of movement. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, gently pulled back his camouflage helmet. A gunshot came from his 4 o'clock and hit his camouflage helmet. In a split second, Xia Jinyuan moved his sniper rifle and shot at a tree about 6 meters away from his 4 o'clock. There was a faint smell of chemicals in the air. Yi Qian's shot had failed, and at the same time, his counterattack had failed. The guns in their hands weren't real sniper rifles loaded with bullets. They were sniper training rifles designed to be identical to a real sniper rifle. Similarly, the bullets weren't real bullets either. There was a sound like a snake slithering through the leaves. In a flash, Xia Jinyuan jumped and dodged Yi Qian's first sneak attack. Since the 30-meter sniper had failed, it was time for a close-range attack. Yi Qian held an unopened military dagger in his hand. When the opponent jumped and dodged, Yi Qian didn't hesitate. He closed in on him, raised his dagger, and attacked again. Her attacks were all deadly moves that could kill her opponent once they were successful. Fast and fierce, with a murderous aura, it made Xia Jinyuan's heart skip a beat. This girl. The energy in his body was as if he had killed countless enemies. There was a faint bloodthirsty aura around him. Yi Qian, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, was up against Xia Jinyuan, who was 1.86 meters tall. She played to her strengths and avoided her weaknesses. She was as nimble as a sly fox, and when Xia Jinyuan attacked her with his bare hands, she was forced into a situation where she couldn't retreat. As she counterattacked, her slender and nimble body. In the blink of an eye, she slipped between Xia Jinyuan's legs, turned around, and appeared behind him. What an agile girl! Even this was avoided by her. However, Xia Jinyuan smirked and turned around. His tall and straight body transformed into a beast pouncing on its prey as he reached for Yi Qian's throat with one hand. This was an extremely satisfying fight. Yi Qian's fighting spirit was completely aroused. She stepped on a tree trunk with one foot and let out a soft cry. Her body instantly soared into the air and she grabbed onto the thick branches hanging from the tree trunk. Her slender body seemed to have transformed into a bird in the forest, but her legs were sharp and fierce as she kicked straight at Xia Jinyuan's chest. Bang! Bang! Xia Jinyuan, who had kicked his chest twice, raised his eyebrows and dodged for the third time. His lightning-fast hands were like iron pliers as he grabbed onto Yi Qian's slender ankles. Then with a forceful pull, Yi Qian was pulled down along with the vines. Then with a twist, Yi Qian was pinned under a thick layer of withered leaves. He purposely chose the ground so that Yi Qian, whose chest was on the ground, would fall on the thick layer of withered leaves to reduce the pain caused by the impact. Chapter 118. Little girl, you're the first person to kick me twice in the chest in recent years. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly. His clear voice broke the atmosphere of the fight. You're very strong too. I'm afraid there will be 2 bruised footprints tomorrow. During the fight, Yi Qian felt like Xia Jinyuan. However, he thought that it was unlikely that Xia Jinyuan would practice with him, so even if he had doubts, he didn't say anything. When he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice, he let out a long sigh. Captain Xia, are you trying to bully me?
It's a waste for an all-round soldier to fight me.
She was still struggling, trying to escape from under his body. Xia Jinyuan looked at her youthful face through the night vision goggles.
The smile in his eyes deepened.
For now, no one can escape from me. Save your energy. You're a bold girl who defeated 5 of our soldiers in one go. Hey, could it be that he had specially come here to seek revenge? Shouldn't you be more grateful to me? The feeling of being pinned down in the dead leaves was not an ordinary kind of uncomfortable, especially when his iron arms were holding her hands. He was so strong that if she moved a little, he would tighten his grip. Look at this little fox. She really knows how to talk. She hit the nail on the head. They were indeed thanking her. That was why the 5 soldiers had to clean the toilets every day to reflect on themselves. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Indeed, we have to thank you. That's why I came here personally. Do you admit defeat? Even though he felt that he had an unfair advantage, he found it interesting when he saw the bright and beautiful expression on the little girl's face. Admit defeat? Why not admit defeat? Yi Qian didn't struggle and sighed. I admit defeat. Of course I admit defeat. It doesn't matter if you're an all-round soldier or not. I didn't win against you. This is the difference between our abilities. Every time she met him, she would see the difference between them. The little girl had always been able to accept her shortcomings and didn't avoid them. He admired this very much. The difference between our abilities is a few years of training. It's the difference between an underage girl and an adult man. But little girl, you can kick me twice in less than half a year.
That's enough to make the soldiers in the army blush with shame.
There are a lot of ants in the dead leaves. Get up first. Xia Jinyuan loosened his grip and pulled her up from the dead leaves. Yi Qian, who was about to get up, suddenly chuckled and launched another sneak attack. He jumped up and wrapped his elbows around Xia Jinyuan's neck from behind. He stepped on Xia Jinyuan's knee with one foot and pushed Xia Jinyuan, who was 186 meters tall, to the ground in an extremely valiant manner. This time, their positions were reversed. It was Yi Jian who straddled Xia Jinyuan's muscular waist. The dagger in her hand was directly placed beside his throat. Captain Xia, all's fair in war. Are we even? Xia Jinyuan's voice was cold. What do you think? With the dagger at his throat, Xia Jinyuan smiled warmly. His gaze slowly slid down Yi Qian's face and stopped between the two of them. Look down, little girl. Yi Qian lowered his gaze. Oh my God. A black pistol was pointed right at his chest. Putting away the dagger, Yi Qian shrugged and said in a carefree manner, I still lost. But... He blinked his dark eyes and smiled. It feels good to have an all-round soldier under me. Chapter 119. After saying that, Yi Qian even raised her hand and patted him lightly on the chest. She repeated, It feels really good. In front of him was a 14-year-old girl who didn't know anything. What she said. At least, wouldn't make adults think otherwise. As a man, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly after hearing her words. Although he knew that she didn't mean anything by her words, when they fell into the ears of a man like him, he couldn't help but feel a little like an adult. And because he knew that she didn't mean it, it gave rise to a different meaning. What should he do? This girl who doesn't know anything, but can always provoke a man's thoughts. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened slightly. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him, which was enough to make a young man's heart flutter, and his thin lips slightly pursed. At 14 years old, she should know a little. Otherwise, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the future. When she stood up from his body, he wrapped one of his hands around her slender waist. With the purest strength of a man, he pinned the beautiful girl tightly onto his body. Not only did the unforeseen event happen suddenly, but it also happened inexplicably. The world spun, and Yi Qian was once again pinned to the ground. This time, she was pinned on her back. Suddenly, she felt as if she was carrying the weight of a man who was more than 186 meters tall, and she almost died. As she took deep breaths, the refreshing minty scent on his body enveloped her. The man's scorching body temperature even seeped through their clothes and rushed toward her body. This was no longer a simple fight. This sudden change made Yi Qian, who had never been so close to a man, instantly feel uneasy. Not only could she smell the masculine scent on his body, but as a woman's intuition, she also felt that the development of the situation was a little unusual. Xia Jinyuan, get up! Just as her fist landed on his shoulder, he grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head. Yi Qian, who had never been so close to a man of the opposite sex, was a little flustered. She simply couldn't understand why Xia Jinyuan was acting so strangely. Get up, she said through gritted teeth. Her dark eyes shone with a cold light as she stared at the man whose handsome face was covered by oil paint. I'm very, very angry right now. Xia Jinyuan. Not only did he not get up, but his elegant and handsome face slowly inched closer. The man's slightly heavy breath was all over her face. Yi Qian's body tensed up, and she felt a sense of danger. Girl, when you straddle a man and say it feels good while taking advantage of his chest, do you know what your actions represent? He said in a deep voice. His voice was low and pleasing to the ear, full of sexiness and magnetism. Do you know what it means? Ha! The last syllable was as intoxicating as red wine. This is an invitation, you know? You're inviting this man, no? After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yi Jian heard a man say such explicit words to her. Even someone as calm as her couldn't help but panic at this moment. No, I don't mean anything else. Xia Jinyuan, you're too close to me. Your lips are almost touching my nose. Get up, get up. But how can I tell that you're inviting me? It seems a little too close. Xia Jinyuan, who realized this, raised his head slightly and looked at the girl who was so frightened by him that her face had changed. He thought to himself, as expected, I still need to scare her. She'll understand after a little scare. Chapter 120. But her eyes were really bright as the stars tonight. Yi Qian saw that he still misunderstood and became furious. You're an old man, what's there to invite? Not only was he 6 years older than her, he was also very dangerous. Even if she ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, she would never touch him. Old man. She said he was an old man. Xia Jinyuan suddenly felt what it felt like to bring disaster upon oneself. He took a deep breath of the air filled with dried leaves and said with a faint smile, The 20-year-old me is an old man? Fine, even if I'm an old man, don't you think that I'm much more attractive than those little boys in your school? Undeniably that was true. But even if that was the case, what did it have to do with her? Can't we stand up and talk about this properly? She wanted him to get lost, but he refused. Yi Qian suppressed his anger and tried to negotiate. I'm really out of breath from being squashed by you. She was unintentionally teasing him again. But she had been suppressing him for a long time. Xia Jinyuan's face darkened and he did not let go immediately. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, You ungrateful girl, you're lucky to have met me. If it were another man, he would have knocked on your door in the middle of the night. She pulled away a little, but did not get up immediately. He knew a little about the little girl's temperament. If she really got up, her fists would come at him like raindrops.
Jun Yen restrained his mischievous smile, and his clear voice was incomparably serious as he said, "Remember, girl. Number 1. You are not allowed to sit on a man's body, especially on his waist. Number 2. You are not allowed to touch a man's body. Number 3. You are not allowed to use words like feel, press, straddle, or ride on a man. Number 4. I'm letting go now, so you are not allowed to do anything else." When Yi Qian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. But did he have to use such a method to tell her that men were not to be trifled with? She was scared silly by him. "Fine. I promise I won't do anything else." She was clearly gritting her teeth, but her voice sounded clear and calm. However, when Xia Jinyuan looked at the deep bite marks on his wrist, he understood that no matter how old a woman was, their promises were useless. Hiss. Little girl, just how ruthless is she? How big was his mouth? It was just enough to leave a circle of teeth marks. Judging from her teeth, the little girl also had 2 canine teeth. Her teeth were also very neat. When he talked to her during the day, he could see that her teeth were neat and white as pearls. Yi Qian also realized how hard he had bitten Hua Xiaoheng. He pursed his lips and looked at the satchel on Hua Xiaoheng's waist. He reached into the satchel and took out the first aid kit that all soldiers were given. "Give me your hand." She lowered her head and muttered, "Even though he's so skilled, he doesn't know how to dodge." He could only disinfect it first and get the vaccine when he returned to the army. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to deal with it himself, saw her open the satchel on his waist. He knew that the little girl was also frightened. As he reached his hand over, he sighed and said, "You heartless little girl. You bit me as if I was your enemy." If he had really dodged, the hot-tempered little girl would probably be so angry that she would ignore him. If a bite could calm her down, then it wouldn't matter. Yi Qian opened the first aid kit and took out medical alcohol and iodine. She grabbed his strong wrist and said angrily, "How dare you say I'm heartless? If it were any other girl, they would have screamed for help by now." Chapter 121. She lowered her head and carefully and gently disinfected the wound. Xia Jinyuan looked at the girl's delicate and translucent skin under the light. The smile on his thin lips subconsciously became gentler. "Are you exaggerating? You seemed very scared just now." Yi Qian looked up and glanced at him. If it were a timid girl, she would have fainted long ago. "Yeah, so it's good that it's you, right?" She was indeed still angry. Sigh, the little girl already had a problem with him, and now she was angry. How long would he have to coax her again? His deep eyes held a faint smile as he said, "Fortunately, you didn't scream. Otherwise, I would be in trouble." After disinfecting the wound with alcohol and applying a layer of iodine, Yi Qian put away the medical supplies with a cold expression. "I'm angry now. Don't talk to me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was instantly amused. Of course, he had to coax her properly. The little girl was here, so of course he had to coax her. However, he still had to make things clear. He reached out and rubbed her head. "That's why I said you have no conscience. Did you forget what I said before? 14 years old isn't that young, classmate Yi." His warning echoed in Yi Qian's mind. He suddenly felt his face turn red. "You're not allowed to sit on a man's waist. You're fighting, how can you be so careful? You're not allowed to take the initiative to touch a man's body. Didn't she just pat him in a moment of happiness? You're not allowed to talk about your feelings to a man." Bullshit. It was all his own imagination. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yi Qian got. He glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "It's not what you're thinking at all." "What feelings?" "I'm referring to the feeling of winning." "What nonsense are you thinking?" Come. Drink some water first. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Xia Jinyuan looked at the little face in front of him. It was as if his heart had been soaked in spring water on a hot day. It felt very comfortable. He took out the military bottle and handed it to her. "It's clean. You didn't drink a single mouthful." When the little girl lost her temper, her eyes, which were originally as bright as stars, were now so lively that he wanted to touch them. If he really touched it, he was afraid that he would have another bite on his left hand tonight. Yi Jian took a look at the water bottle that he handed over and rubbed her temples as if she had a headache. Sometimes he was cold, sometimes he was deep, Sometimes he was elegant, and sometimes he felt very close to you. Such an unpredictable man made her feel danger and wanted to stay away from him. However, his charm was that you wanted to get close to him and learn from him. Yi Qian didn't take the water bottle he handed over and glared at him unwillingly. He didn't want to continue this topic that wasn't suitable for him to discuss with her. After calming himself down, he said calmly, "I'm not angry. I know what you said. Don't mention it again. I'll be careful." Xia Jinyuan had taught her this lesson today, and it left a deep impression on her that she still wanted to hit him. She gradually walked out of her embarrassment and anger, but in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, it seemed like she was still shy. After looking at the little girl who was in a dilemma for a while, his thin lips curved into a sexy smile. At this moment, her usually cold eyes seemed to have a color that they didn't usually have. Although they were beautiful, they weren't seductive. They were like a blooming lotus, but also like peach blossoms. She no longer had that faintly discernible aloofness. Her cold eyes were bright, making her even more attractive. As if he had been staring for too long, Xia Jinyuan calmly looked away and casually changed the topic. "What are your plans for the summer vacation? Will you be in the military?" Chapter 122. It was not a bad idea to spend time in the army. After returning from work, he could tease the bold little girl. With the change of topic, Yi Qian quickly got over the awkwardness. She calmed down for a moment before replying, "No, I took an exam. After that, I'll be going to Australia. I'll be back by August 6th or 7th. Taking an exam and then possibly going to Australia? The World Mathematical Olympiad?" She did not say it out loud, but he could guess it accurately. At the same time, a smile slowly appeared in his unfathomable eyes. The World Mathematical Olympiad. Coincidentally, he had also taken part in it. Yi Qian saw that he had guessed it so quickly and looked at him with some confusion. Soldiers even care about this? Did he need to tell her that the path she was taking now was the path he had taken in the past? She was 14 years old and he was 14 years old. Such a coincidence. It really surprised him. However, why did he feel that she did not have much interest in this kind of meaningful competition? Take the exam well. It will be of great help to your knowledge. You'll meet a group of real geniuses. Their conversation style and talents are all worth learning from. The little girl had always had her own ideas. If she really did not have much interest, he was afraid that she would not put in much effort in the exam. There was a faint sound of static in the earpiece. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to press down on the earpiece. The lazy and relaxed expression on his face disappeared in an instant. His elegant eyebrows revealed a stern expression as he said in a deep voice, "Q King received. Please reply." There is the latest news from the international side of the stone-crushing operation. The commander's voice came from the earpiece. After he said a few words, Xia Jinyuan suddenly glanced at Yi Qian. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. The communication was cut off. Xia Jinyuan stood up first and looked meaningfully at Yi Qian. "Let's go. I'll send you down the mountain. Dad and Uncle Chen are waiting for you downstairs." It was already midnight. Yi Qian saw that it was so late and hurriedly stood up. "Why is it so late? Let's go, let's go. I still have to go to school tomorrow." She didn't feel that it was very late at all. Why was it already midnight? After contacting the other 5 soldiers, a group of people came down from the mountain. Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian to the outermost sentry post of the army. Seeing that she didn't look tired, he smiled and said, "Let me remind you again. Remember everything I said before. And me? I told you not to mention it again." Yi Qian, who didn't want to talk about it at all, glared at the man who had wiped off the paint on his face, revealing his handsome face. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, she jumped into the car and slammed the door. The motorcade sent her back to the village to meet up with Uncle Jen and Principal Chen. Xia Jinyuan, who had a faint smile on his handsome face, watched the car leave. He stood there for a while and said softly, "What should I do? It seems that I like to see her angry face when she is annoyed by me." The regiment commander's voice came through the earpiece again. Xia Jinyuan turned around and jumped into the car with elegant steps that couldn't be ignored. He rushed to the regiment commander's office. By the time he returned to the dormitory, the sky was already bright. He took off his combat uniform and walked into the shower, revealing his muscular upper body. The cool water washed over his perfectly sculpted and extremely sexy body. When he raised his hand, his gaze fell on the bite marks on his wrist. Only then did he remember that he hadn't gone for the vaccine yet. Within 24 hours, he had to go to the infirmary at 9. When he lay on the bed, he thought of her fleeing figure again. In the brightly lit dormitory, the elegant yet dangerous man curved his lips slightly and closed his eyes to sleep. Yi Qian, who had been taught a special lesson by a pure man, spent the next few days waving her fists in the middle of the night. Even in her dreams, she was beating up Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 123. However, this education class that had left a deep impression on her had indeed taught her that when interacting with boys, be it in terms of words or actions, she had to maintain a certain distance from them. 2 weeks later, Fujian town welcomed the end of the semester exam. Yi Qian and the other 18 students who needed to go to the provincial first school to take the exam had 2 days off after the exam. They left at 7 a.m. on June 29 and took a total of 18 hours to arrive at the provincial capital. This time, including the students from Fujian Town Middle School, there were more than 200 students participating in the provincial selection. Out of these 200 students, only 12 would be able to enter the national selection exam in the capital. After the national selection exam, only 12 people could represent the country in the World Olympic Games. These were the true elites of the elites. The provincial first school was the largest, best, and strictest school in the province. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. Yi Qian, who had rested well last night, walked into the school that she had no chance to go to in her previous life. The hot sun did not affect her mood. Headmaster Chen, who had accompanied Headmaster Chao, stood on the 5th floor of the male dormitory. When he saw Yi Jian strolling in the garden, he smiled and said to Headmaster Chao, "This girl's mental fortitude is stronger than the average student. Others are still studying on this day, but she's walking around. The exam is also a psychological battle. It's good that she's like this." Principal Chao smiled. His expression and words showed that he had high hopes for Yi Qian. Only 12 students will be selected. The capital has always taken up more than half of the students. Even if only one representative from the province goes abroad, it will be an affirmation of the province's education. Therefore, once Yi Qian was selected, she would represent the country and the province. Principal Chen understood the hidden meaning in Principal Chao's words. However, he did not care about fame and fortune. He said calmly, "We just hope that it won't affect her life. She doesn't need interviews or news. This is what I hope for." This is also the request she made when she agreed to participate. "Oh Chao, please bear with it. She doesn't need fame and fortune. Sigh, she's indeed a student taught by you." Principal Chao patted his colleague's shoulder and said with admiration, "Let's see if she can make it and become one of the 12 students." In this regard, Principal Chen had full confidence in Yi Qian, but, after a slight pause, he sighed and said, "Yi Qian really doesn't have much interest in this kind of competition. As for how to convince her to take the exam seriously and strive to become one of the top 12 students in the country, I'm afraid we'll have to do some brainstorming." After Principal Chao heard this, he laughed heartily. "I think there's someone who can convince Yi Qian. In fact, she will definitely do her best. Come, I'll take you to a place. You know this person." When Headmaster Chen saw who it was, his eyes turned serious. He looked at the young major and said after Headmaster Chao left, "I have a bad feeling about this." On such a hot day, Principal Chen suddenly felt a chill. However, Yi Qian leisurely walked out of the library and read the original English classic that she had borrowed. She took a slow stroll from 9 in the morning until 11 in the afternoon. She was still strolling by Swan Lake in the province's number 1 middle school. Swan Lake was an old scene that had been preserved from the flames of war. The surface of the lake was clear and sparkling. Fish could be seen swimming in the clear water. The willow trees on the banks swayed gently in the wind. Chapter 124. Birds flew across the surface of the lake from one side, and landed lightly on the other side of the lake in the ripples. Yi Qian sat on a stone bench and looked at the picturesque scenery. He raised his head and covered his face with a book to block the sunlight that shone through the willow branches. Feeling the cool breeze by Swan Lake, he felt peaceful and had no other thoughts. Yi Qian. The peace was broken. Yi Qian didn't respond. He closed his eyes and refused to be disturbed. Provincial First High School used to be Gao Yang School. He came back just to accompany Yi Ying. The two of them whispered as they walked along the embankment. They saw someone sitting comfortably under the green willows. The slender figure was like a scene in a painting. Yi Ying secretly bit her lip and didn't say anything. She just waited to see how Gao Yiyang would respond. "We're going to the cafeteria now. Let's go together?" Perhaps he was used to Yi Qian's indifference. Gao Yiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He said lightly, "The cafeteria is a bit far. Let's go together." It would be rude if she didn't answer. Although, she didn't mind being rude in front of him. She took away the heavy English original book that blocked the sunlight and opened her eyes. There was a faint alienation in her dark eyes. "Oh, I know how to get there." She patted the hardcover book. "You guys go first. I still have to read for a while." "Read for a while?" Yi Ying's gaze fell on the thick English classic. She seemed to have heard a joke. She laughed and said, "I really want to know. Can you understand it?" Gao Yiyang glanced at it. "A Ferry to Arms" was translated into Chinese as A Farewell to Arms. It was the early masterpiece of the famous American writer Ernest Hemingway. It was regarded as a classic in modern literature. This book was based on Hemingway's own experiences in the war. It was a sad and moving elegy with war and love as the main theme. Provincial First High School's library has a lot of high-quality books. Your A Ferry to Arms is the original. Reading more can improve your English. Gao Yiyang, who was fluent in American English, did not doubt that Yi Qian could understand it. He had seen it in the previous English exam. Yi Ying had originally intended to embarrass Yi Qian, but in the end, she received his pertinent advice. Feeling uncomfortable, she smiled and said, "That's good. If there's anything you don't understand, can't you ask Gao Yiyang?" "Yi Qian, we're from the same school. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal and talk about tomorrow's exams. Is it that difficult?" "It's not difficult. I just don't want to be with you guys." Their relationship was already like this. Did he expect her to have anything good to say? Yi Qian smiled as he looked at Yi Ying, whose words were full of sarcasm. He said slowly, "Moreover, we both know that we have nothing to talk about. Why do we have to put on an act? Sorry, I'm a more honest person. If there's something I don't like or hate, I'll say it directly. I'm not like Yi Ying, who likes to destroy peace." The only thing missing was the word hypocrite, pasted on Yi Ying's forehead. Moreover, the two people she hated were together, and they were even going to the cafeteria to eat together. Sigh, she would vomit while eating. Yi Qian. Hearing that she was mocking her hypocrisy, Yi Ying was embarrassed and angry. She looked at the boy beside her in panic. When she saw that Gao Yiyang's expression was just as ugly, she suppressed her panic and smiled. "Then we can't be friends anymore. Yi Qian, remember, you're the one who rejected our friendship. Next time, you'd better explain clearly to others." Whenever she thought about what Principal Chen said last time, she felt suffocated. Chapter 125. "I'm not rejecting you, but..." Yi Qian paused intentionally and saw Yi Ying's expression suddenly become unnatural. She looked at him cautiously, afraid that he would say something unfavorable to her. Gao Yiyang, who had been rebuffed, pulled Yi Ying's wrist, glanced at Yi Qian, and said coldly, "Let's go." Since she didn't want to see him, then let's just leave. After what happened at noon, Yi Qian's ears were much quieter when he met the two of them again in the afternoon. The other students were immersed in their revision in the provincial first high school, but Yi Qian, who had already relaxed during the day, didn't enter the classroom. At 5:30 p.m., the sunset covered the horizon like a piece of brocade. Walking in the golden sunset, they walked out of the school gate with light steps. Tonight, they were going to the shooting range to practice moving targets. It was the training range of the provincial first high school, which was only an hour's drive away. An inconspicuous black car with a red flag was parked at the gate. The car was inconspicuous, but the license plate was conspicuous. It was the license plate of the Southern Province Military District. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian looking left and right through the rearview mirror. His handsome face smiled, opened the door, and elegantly got out of the car. "Student Yi, look over here." Seeing Xia Jinyuan in casual clothes, which lacked the coldness of a soldier, but was more languid and casual, Yi Qian's instinctive reaction was, "Let's go. Girl, get in." Then, Principal Chen leaned out of the car, smiled, and waved for her to come over. Yi Qian, who wanted to leave and had already retreated to the school gate, naturally took a step back and calmly walked over. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was troublesome. This girl was avoiding him like he was a snake. The air conditioning in the car was very strong, but after listening to Xia Jinyuan's words, Yi Qian didn't feel cold at all. Her bright eyes stared at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. Although she couldn't calm down, she still said calmly, "How can I help you? During the whole process, I need to do something." "Did you see that?" This was the little girl who dared to face the criminal alone, dared to fight side by side with him in the night rain, and was not afraid at all. "Yi Qian, once you agree, do you know that you will be in danger at any time?" He looked at her deeply, but there was a faint smile on his thin lips. "Moreover, if there is any danger, we may not be able to support you immediately." When it came to serious matters, she was no longer trying to hide it from him. He had to admit that this bold girl had a spirit of adventure, but she was not impulsive. It was indeed reassuring. Yi Qian didn't answer immediately, but looked at him with a half-smile. When she saw that Xia Jinyuan's gaze was slightly restrained and his expression was a little unnatural, she slowly said, "Captain Xia, the reason you came to me, other than believing in me, is that you think I'm the best choice, right?" Principal Chen was already laughing out loud. "Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, Yi Qian was groomed by me and a first-rank sergeant. You're asking her if she's afraid or not, and if she's in danger. You're asking the wrong question." Then he said to Yi Qian, "Girl, everything is fraught with danger, but the most important thing is how you're going to resolve it. Working with the military and having contact with the international police, I don't want you to miss out on such a good opportunity to practice. Although I'm also very worried. But, girl, worry and fear are like stones on the ground. You have to step on them and you'll be able to step over them steadily. As a soldier, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to move forward." Chapter 126. For this exam, Yi Qian had to give it his all. He had to pass and become one of the 12 students representing the country. Xia Jinyuan had participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad held in England. Even though it had been 6 years, he could still impart some of his experience to Yi Qian. During the 1-hour walk from school to the shooting range, Yi Qian communicated with him seriously. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, making it so that Principal Chen couldn't interrupt. The next day, more than 200 students entered the exam hall after going through a stricter inspection than the college entrance exam. This time, the exams for the 3rd and 2nd years were separated. Yi Qian walked slowly to the exam hall and saw Gao Yang and Yi Ying standing at the door. The boy had his head down, the girl had her head up. They were talking about something. "Please make way." Yi Qian walked over and stood at the door blocked by the two of them. He said calmly, "Or you can talk outside." "Thank you." Yi Ying glanced at her with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She didn't walk away and said to Gao Yang, "Hurry up and go to the exam hall. I'm fine here. Thank you for tutoring me every night. No matter what, I'll do my best." Unlike some people who think they're so great that they don't even study in the classroom every night. "Okay. After the exam, wait for me in front of the flower bed downstairs." Gao Yang moved sideways to let Yi Qian pass between the two of them. His gaze slowly and consciously fell over, and he saw an almost perfect side profile pass by his eyes. Yi Qian's gaze was cold and straight. He didn't look around or look at anyone else as he walked into the classroom. Indifference. Disregard. She could really do it. Gao Yang's gaze brushed past Yi Qian's face. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. He turned around and left the exam hall. "Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll embarrass you so much that you won't be able to show your face in school." After he left, Yi Ying quickly caught up with Yi Jian. She kept the smile on her face as she brushed past Yi Jian. She said softly with a gloomy expression, "I will make you regret it completely." Yi Qian smiled and glanced at her casually. He didn't even bother to reply and sat down on the seat with his name on it. Looking at Yi Ying's gloomy face, he knew that ignoring someone was always more infuriating than acknowledging them. When the mathematics test papers were handed out, the students could already hear the sound of gasping. Difficult, these were extremely difficult questions. Yi Qian glanced at the teacher who came in with the chalk box and laser pointer. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. This exam didn't seem to be that simple. It wouldn't continue like an ordinary exam. Her intuition had always been good. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had just finished writing side A, suddenly heard the invigilator say, "Please listen carefully." The invigilator didn't give the examinees any time to react. The invigilator read out a set of questions. Before any of the students could pull their minds away from the test papers, Yi Qian put down her pen and stood up to answer the questions accurately. Correct. Yi Qian sat down under the teacher's approving gaze and continued to answer the questions on both sides of the CD. After she answered and sat down, the other students finally understood what was going on. This was indeed a very special exam. Not only did it require a written exam, but they also had to be wary of the teacher's occasional oral questions. Maintaining the frequency of one oral answer every 2 minutes had already caused many students to be completely distracted. They were so nervous that they couldn't even hold their pens properly, let alone answer the questions. Yi Qian didn't give Yi Ying a chance to stand up. Or rather, she didn't give the other students a chance at all. When she answered the teacher's questions, the pen in her hand didn't stop moving. Yi Qian's existence imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to all the students. Chapter 127. By the time the math exam was over, a few girls had already walked out of the classroom in tears. Yi Qian looked at them and sighed softly in his heart. There were only 12 students in the entire country, so she had to pass. After the 2 exams in the morning, the top 10 students' names and scores were announced on the radio. It could be said that the top 10 students all got full marks. But according to the time taken to answer the questions, Yi Qian was far ahead. Crack! Yi Ying broke a ballpoint pen in half. Her face was gloomy as she pressed her lips together. Her originally beautiful eyes were filled with malice. I heard that Yi Qian is a student from a town's middle school. Oh my God, even the students from the province's first high school can't compare to him. He handed in his paper too quickly. I was sitting on his left, but he had already handed in his paper before I could even finish my paper. A few students walked past Yi Ying with rueful expressions on their faces, and the words that drifted over tormented Yi Ying even more. Jealousy, resentment, caused her delicate and pretty facial features to twist like an evil witch's, emitting a dense chill. What are you thinking about? Gao Yang walked over with a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He saw Yi Ying standing motionless under the scorching sun from afar. She seemed to be thinking about something, but she was completely unaware that she was being baked in the sun. Yi Ying's shoulders moved slightly. She turned around, her pretty face showing only faint disappointment. Yi Qian won. I lost. What should I do, Gao Yang? I've disappointed you. Her previous confidence was gone. The sadness she revealed made Gao Yang feel that the girl in front of him was so real, and not fake. There's no such thing as Yi Ying. If the world is a pyramid, then there will always be some people standing at the top and some at the bottom. Gao Yang pointed out realistically. His intention was to let Yi Ying see through it and not to worry too much. Who knew that after Yi Ying heard this, she almost lost her composure. Did he mean that Yi Qian was at the top of the pyramid, and she was at the bottom? Again, you didn't lose, and you didn't disappoint me. Do your best, Yi Ying. Gao Yang did not lower his head to look at the girl's expression. His heart was no calmer than Yi Qian's. Or rather, no student could remain calm after hearing Yi Qian's score and exam time. Unfortunately, Yi Ying didn't listen to him at all. She said goodbye to Gao Yang with a gloomy heart and threw the broken ballpoint pen into the trash can. She didn't go back to the dormitory immediately. Instead, she walked toward the school's canteen with a gloomy face. Just wait and see. She would definitely not allow this wretched girl to continue like this. The students were shocked, and the teachers from the various cities were no exception. Yi Qian seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he crush the students, he also crushed the teachers ruthlessly. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to the results, heard about Yi Qian's results on the radio for 2 consecutive days. Looking at the calm and confident girl in front of him, his thin lips curved into a smile. Even his unfathomable eyes were filled with amusement. No wonder Principal Chen said that you don't have to attend classes at night for the next 15 days. Yi Qian didn't know about this yet. When he heard this, his dark eyes lit up slightly. He looked at the dangerous man who had appeared in front of him for 2 consecutive days and asked cautiously, "How did you find out about it before me?" The things she cared about were always so interesting. Also, Her little face was full of vigilance. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Chapter 128. Do you want to know why? The corners of his lips were slightly raised. His noble and elegant aura was not suppressed by his military uniform. Even a slight smile was enough to make one feel that he was extraordinarily noble. The contours of his side profile were very perfect. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes were raised, revealing a trace of faintly discernible wickedness. It was the kind of man's charm that would make a woman's heart beat faster, and make her gaze involuntarily follow him. Perhaps Xia Jinyuan himself was aware of this, so at most, his smile was just slightly raised, and his deep eyes were still calm. But when facing Yi Qian, there were always many indulgences and exceptions. As long as he was not on a mission, he would not restrain his charm at all. Instead, he would naturally face her and use his true self to communicate with her. Yi Qian frowned slightly, then smiled and said, I don't want to know. In any case, I already know the result I want. Her reply caused the smile on his thin lips to deepen. A dark light flashed through his slightly raised black eyes, but it only lasted for a few breaths before he calmed down. Even though he liked to tease her and see the lively expression on her face, he also knew that he had to stop before he went too far. Principal Chen said that although he hopes that you can participate in more actual combat, he is still worried. Faced with a girl who would wrap herself in layers of hard shells whenever she felt that something was wrong, he could only be more patient. I will wait for you at the school gate at 6 o'clock. For the next week, I will be here to train with you. Hearing this, Yi Qian secretly took a deep breath before saying, I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. In other words, for the next 7 nights, he would be teaching her. It's not troublesome. In fact, I am very interested. Xia Jinyuan said with interest. As he leisurely admired the subtle changes in her expression, his deep dark eyes did not conceal his interest in teaching her at all. However, Yi Qian had a headache when he spoke in such a sarcastic tone. It was as if he was trying to express something, but in fact, he was just overthinking it. Seeing her frown, Xia Jinyuan restrained his expression and revealed a coldness that could not be ignored. You can go to the cafeteria to eat first. If you don't appear at the school gate at 6 o'clock sharp, you can take the car to the shooting range. Just as Yi Qian was about to speak, she suddenly felt a dark gaze fall on her. As she nodded in response, she turned her body slightly and caught the gaze from the corner of her eye. There is someone behind the tree to your right. She is a student from Town Middle School. She is a girl with shoulder-length hair. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and placed it on Yi Jian's shoulder, creating a false impression that he was pushing Yi Jian away so that she would turn around and go back to school. With his action, Yi Zichen was directly facing the Wutong tree in the right direction. With just one look, Yi Qian knew who the girl hiding behind the tree was. Other than Yi Ying, who else could it be? Yi Ying hid behind the tree and stared unblinkingly at the man in front of her who was acting intimately with Yi Qian. The corners of her mouth curved into a sinister and cold smile. Unfortunately, she did not have a camera. Otherwise, she could take a picture and post it on the school's blackboard. Even if Principal Chen came forward, he would not be able to explain why Yi Qian was acting so intimately with a man. Chapter 129. At 6 o'clock, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, leaving only the fiery red clouds behind. Since it was summer vacation, Yizhong High School was particularly quiet in the sunset. Even the 2 pairs of mandarin ducks reared in Swan Lake were resting on the water plants on the shore, rubbing their necks and enjoying the peaceful time. Yi Qian walked out of the school, opened the car door, and got into the car. It was exactly 6 o'clock, not a minute or a second later. She was so punctual that Xia Jinyuan, who was in the car, felt a little helpless. This girl was way too punctual. She got into the car on time, not a minute or a second later. Just how much did she not want to spend another minute with him? You're so punctual. Aren't you afraid of being delayed midway? After starting the car, Xia Jinyuan smiled and asked Yi Qian, who was still in her school uniform, You've been so punctual for 3 consecutive days. Yi Qian, just how much do you not want to spend another minute with me? It was the same when she came back. She would get out of the car and say, Thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. She would leave him with her back facing him without looking back. On the first day, he hoped that she would turn around and wave at him after entering the school gate. On the second day, he hoped that she would show up 10 minutes early. On the third day, He didn't expect her to do so. When this girl was heartless, he would be so angry that his liver would hurt whenever he tried to be calculative. Sometimes, Xia Jinyuan's smile was faintly discernible. It was like a ripple, but also like a deep ancient well. There was always an unfathomable mystery to it. He was originally an extremely noble and elegant man. When he smiled at her from time to time, Yi Jian only felt that. Every time she was with him, the air around her would become so thin that when she took a breath, it would be filled with the faint mint smell that belonged to him. She had always been able to deal with other people calmly, but in front of Xia Jinyuan, she only felt uneasy. When he heard this, he smiled and maintained his usual calmness. He said calmly, "I'm very punctual. Captain Xia can also be punctual at 6 o'clock every day. You don't have to wait too long. If there's any delay midway, I won't let myself miss the appointment. But I wanted to come earlier to wait for you. What should I do?" When the traffic lights changed, Xia Jinyuan, who had stopped steadily at the zebra crossing, turned his head sideways and saw Yi Qian's indifferent expression. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Do you want me to turn up the air conditioner? You seem to be very hot." Of course it was hot. She had run all the way here at the right time. Even though the sun had set, it was still warm on such a hot day. What's more, the man sitting next to her always liked to say things that could cause misunderstandings. As an adult woman, wasn't it normal for her to be nervous? After repeating the words, 20 years old, several times in his heart, Yi Qian finally got rid of the initial awkwardness he felt every time they met. When the green light turned green, Yi Jian turned back and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was still releasing his masculine charm. "Of course it's hot after running all the way here. What should I do? In order not to let Captain Xia leave me behind, I have to work harder." Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. That smile was like a blooming flower, enchanting yet pure. Her dark eyes were so beautiful that even the sunset couldn't compare to her beauty. Just like that, when he was caught off guard, her smile and her question of, "What should I do?" hit him hard in the eyes. It was as if it had left a mark in his heart. "Captain Xia, if you don't start the car soon, the traffic police uncle will be here." His absent-mindedness made the corners of Yi Jian's lips curl up slightly. Even her dark eyes rippled with a faint smile. Humph. She knew how to use his moves too. Chapter 130. From her slightly proud smile, he could tell that she had also made a move against him. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of a little fox. She knew how to counterattack so quickly. "This is getting interesting, Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and replied with a faint smile. Then, he started the car under the urging of the people behind him. The little girl was smart, but she didn't know that men were born hunters. And he, Xia Jinyuan, was one of the best hunters. The more cunning she was, the more he was interested in her. Yi Qian didn't understand, so naturally, he didn't know what men meant by hunting like. However, he subconsciously felt that the interesting in his words was already beyond the scope of normal communication. To her, the back and forth between an elegant and dangerous man was indeed interesting. Diamo raised her eyebrows slightly. She tilted her head and rested her elbows on the car window. She supported her chin with her hand and smiled as she looked at the man who had an elegant and arrogant expression. She said slowly, "What should I do?" I also found it interesting. "Captain Xia, who do you think is more interested in who? Who is more interested in who? It's hard to say, at least for now." Xia Jinyuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lazily. "Yi Qian, who do you think is more interested in who, a 14-year-old you and a 20-year-old adult man? Who is more interested in who?" The Chinese language was so broad and profound. A sentence would have different meanings when spoken by different people. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. She wasn't only 14. Earlier, when he said, "interesting," there were some things that she didn't catch. But at this moment, when she saw the look in his eyes, which were as vast as the starry sky, she understood where this elegant man's interest in her came from. But if this was a hunt, she didn't mind giving it a try. She wanted to see who would become the prey. She straightened her body and leaned directly to the side of the man who was driving. Her eyes, which seemed to be rippling like water, were suffused with bits of starlight. She looked at him with a smile and stared at him without blinking. "Captain Xia, I'm not like you. I'm only 14 and I don't know anything. You say who is interested in whom? What does this interest mean? Can you explain it clearly? She was so close to him, so close that her orchid-like breath swayed at the tip of his nose. Her beautiful black and white eyes were as pure as the stars, but also had the allure of a woman. It was this unique beauty that made him unconsciously think of her as a 14-year-old underage girl. Are you tempted? No, he was very clear that what he meant by a little interesting had nothing to do with his heart being moved. It was interest. It was standing in the position of a man and becoming interested in a woman. At the same time, he was also very clear that the woman he was interested in was only 14 years old. Therefore, his interest in her was pure and had nothing to do with lust. He just wanted to protect her as she grew up and waited for her to blossom. Silly girl, don't think too much. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of her beautiful nose. His clear voice was 3 parts serious and 7 parts joking as he said, I am interested in you, but it's not the kind of interest you think it is. Little girl, don't think too much. Chapter 131. No one seemed to be able to guess what kind of person Xia Jinyuan was. He was so mysterious that it made people afraid, but at the same time, he was so real. He always had a way to make people obey him. While others were happy to be close to him, he would pull them apart again in an instant. Facing a man who could control all his emotions so easily, Yi Qian thought to herself, how hurtful. The tip of Yi Qian's nose was still warm from his fingertips. Her expression didn't change as she smiled and said, I'm sorry, I didn't think too much. First of all, I don't have time. Second of all, I'm young and don't understand. Third of all, I remember what Captain Xia said before. I need to keep a distance from men. Captain Xia is also a man, and a man who is even more outstanding than a little boy. Therefore, I need to keep a distance from Captain Xia. The little girl was so eloquent. Her trap was no worse than an adult's. She even knew how to shut him up. However, when the car screeched to a stop and the handbrake was pulled, Xia Jinyuan was already so close that she could see how thick his long eyelashes were. His deep and dark gaze fell straight on her hibiscus face that was smiling yet not smiling, and he laughed softly. No, you can keep a distance from all the men in the world, but you can't keep a distance from me. His voice was cold and clear, and when he suddenly spoke, it sounded like the soft notes of a guqin. That kind of low voice was so unique that every sentence and every word was branded with the elegant charm of a man named Xia Jinyuan. Alcohol could make people drunk, and he could do the same. Yi Qian didn't panic because of his sudden approach. On the contrary, the more it was like this, the more vigilant she was, and the calmer her eyes became. Of course I can't keep a distance from you, Captain Xia, because... Since he was so close to her, she didn't mind getting closer to him. Yi Jian, who was speaking with a faint smile, leaned forward a little more. Not only did it allow the two to breathe together, even the tip of their noses could touch each other's. Because I understand what Captain Xia means. He had to admit that the little girl was really cunning. Her actions made it impossible for him to take another step forward. This secret contest. What should he do? It seemed like he had lost. Looking at her dark eyes that were as pure as the night and focused on him as if he was the only one who existed, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled into a meaningful smile. He deliberately slowed down the speed of his speech and chuckled softly like a lover. That's what I mean now, but I don't know if it will be the same in the future. He had always been uninterested in women and things. Now that he met a young girl, he couldn't bear to see her being taken away by others. It really gave him a headache. It's unknown whether we'll meet again in the future. Yi Jian thought to herself, but she kept a smile on her face and said, who knows what will happen in the future? The most important thing now is to ask Captain Xia to guide me well. If they invited him to guide them, would they still be able to keep their distance? Obviously, it was impossible. What he said was exactly the same as what she said. The conversation was full of ambiguity, but it finally ended with the two of them keeping their minds on high alert. When the car drove into the provincial garrison, Yi Qian heard powerful shouts coming from the training ground. Chapter 132. The soldiers were sweating on the training field, using their youth to build steel walls and iron arms, waiting for the country to use them. As long as Yi Jian set foot on this land that was filled with dignity and passion at the same time, she would become extraordinarily different. Her eyes were filled with the coldness of a soldier. She liked it here. She liked the feeling of victory when she put on her training uniform and climbed over obstacles with the soldiers, passing through layers of barbed wire. She liked to sweat on the training field, laugh with the soldiers, bleed with them, and cry with them. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. If you didn't get close to the world of the soldiers, you would never know how the young soldiers were trained and how they raced against time. The soldiers in their training uniforms were sitting in a neat circle on the training field. Xia Jinyuan was also one of the spectators. He quietly watched the girl who dared to wrestle with a soldier from Inner Mongolia on the training field. There was a faint smile in his deep black eyes as he focused all of his attention on her. He had already seen Yi Qian's training content. It was divided into 5 major trainings. The first one was weapons training. The second one was engineering training. The third one was communications training. The fourth one was commander's training. The fifth one was medical training. The fifth one was placed last because Uncle Jen and Principal Chen weren't good at it. At the same time, they wouldn't be able to understand it immediately. The first major weapons training was Yi Qian's current focus. It was to learn the performance of light weapons from the country and other countries. This included pistols, semi-automatic rifles, machine guns, mortars, anti-tank weapons, and anti-aircraft weapons. They would also undergo training in tactics, indirect firepower attacks, the use of portable anti-aircraft weapons, weapon disassembly, bomb disassembly, and other dangerous A-level training. Sniper training was attached to the first major training. So far, Yi Qian had learned the best from the first major training. After a week of training, Xia Jinyuan had a good understanding of Yi Qian's skills. Just as Principal Chen said, other than her lack of strength, she had reached a good standard in all other aspects. He avoided the first major training and tried his best to improve Yi Qian's combat skills. At the same time, he also had to teach her how to scout, defend, and non-traditional combat, assassination-type combat. It was already late at night, and the deafening shouts on the training ground had come to an end. After warming up, Yi Qian entered the training under Xia Jinyuan's guidance. It was already 10 o'clock at night when Yi Qian walked out of the provincial garrison's training ground. It had been like this for 7 consecutive nights. When Yi Qian returned to the provincial No. 1 middle school, it was exactly 11 o'clock at night when he returned to the dormitory through the back door. Survival, escape, resistance, and evasion are not only used in battle tactics, but they can also be used in combat. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into a combat uniform, exuded an aura as cold as a sword. Even his dark eyes were filled with the glint of a sword. As he drove, his voice was solemn and cold as he steadily made a big turn. Digest what I've taught you in the past 7 days. I'll check on you when you come to Beijing. Yi Qian nodded gently and said seriously, I will. When are you leaving tomorrow? He had taught her diligently for 7 nights. He was leaving the next day, so it was only polite for him to ask. Why? Are you going to send me off? Xia Jinyuan smiled and glanced at her. He was not used to this little girl being polite. If you want to send me off, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back to school tonight. Chapter 133. There was no way the car could drive directly to the back gate of the school, so it could only stop at a residential building. Inside the sealed car after the engine was turned off, their breathing could be heard clearly. Yi Qian unlocked the car, opened the door, and jumped out. He chuckled at Xia Jinyuan, who was still sitting in the car. Don't be too optimistic, Captain Xia. Goodbye, I won't be seeing you off. Similar to all the key schools in the province, there were residential buildings near No. 1 middle school. The back gate of the school was built in the 1980s and was only 7 stories tall. There were rows of buildings, and the distance between each building was only a meter wide. Every night, Xia Jinyuan would park the car and personally send Yi Qian to school. Tonight was no exception. As she chuckled, he elegantly got out of the car. After closing the car door, he looked across the car at the girl who was standing under the streetlight. His thin lips curved into a sexy smile. Not even a hug before we part? We hugged enough on the training field. Why, Captain Xia still can't forget about it. Who didn't know how to tease people? After following him for a few days, no matter how stupid she was, she would have learned it. Yi Zhen's eyes curved into crescents and there was a sly look in her eyes. When we get to the capital, we will have plenty of opportunities to hug each other. The girl's little mouth was getting more and more powerful. It seemed like he had to restrain himself. Otherwise, if he led her astray and made her tease other boys, he would definitely be angry. After the summer break, this old-fashioned residential building, which was built in the 1980s and only had 7 floors, was dark except for a few scattered lights. The two of them walked past a few residential buildings. Almost at the same time, their gazes fell on the same direction. With a cold look in his eyes, Yi Qian said to him, "It's not far. I can go by myself." It didn't feel good to be watched for several nights in a row. "You want to go up and take a look alone?" Xia Jinyuan didn't stop, nor did he agree. He only sent her there. "If you want to go up, I can accompany you. I want to go and take a look. I've been keeping watch for a few nights. I want to ask the higher-ups if they're tired." Yi Qian chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the window where only a single lamp was lit. Behind the window, someone was so scared that his hands trembled. He reflexively put down the curtains, grabbed the cup on the desk, and gulped down the water. It was too frightening. Yi Qian's gaze was murderous. It was so cold that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. About 3 minutes later, the frightened man gently patted his chest to calm himself down. Then, he gently lifted the curtain. He was about to raise the camera in his hand and record the scene of a man and a woman coming back from a walk in the middle of the night. Just as she opened the curtain slightly, under the illumination of the table lamp, she saw a face suddenly approaching from outside the window. "Ah!" Liao Jian, who was holding the camera, screamed in horror as if he had seen a ghost. In the end, he couldn't hold on to the camera in his hand. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. He didn't know if it was broken. The window was completely open. Yi Qian pushed off the windowsill and stood on the windowsill. He then pulled the curtains open and saw Liao Jian, who was standing against the wall in shock. He was staring outside in horror. At his feet was an imported camera. Chapter 134. Yi Qian bent over and crawled through the unsecured window. He calmly jumped into the room and bent over to pick up the camera under Liao Jian's shocked gaze. Yi Qian didn't communicate with him at all. He picked up the camera, stepped on the desk, bent over, and jumped down lightly. He disappeared from the room. Liao Jian stood there motionless, his eyes fixed on the camera. When he saw Yi Qian jump down from the window, he shivered and ran to the desk as if his soul had returned to him. He propped himself up with both hands and looked down. He saw Yi Qian waving at him under the streetlight. Liao Jian's face turned even paler. He didn't dare to look any further. He reached out with trembling hands and slammed the window shut. He collapsed onto the floor. How did Yi Qian jump down from the 7th floor? How did he climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor in the blink of an eye? An unprecedented fear filled Liao Jian's heart. He regretted agreeing to Yi Ying's request to come all the way to First High School to spy on someone he couldn't even handle. No, he had to go back to town tomorrow. He couldn't let Yi Qian keep an eye on him. Downstairs, Yi Qian said something. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyes and looked at the dark window. He pursed his thin lips and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that your sister is hiding something. Since you suspect that she's trying to stop you from qualifying, Yi Qian, you have to be careful in school." He had seen fights between girls before. They happened in the dark and were impossible to guard against. The next day, Yi Ying sat in the classroom and stared at the camera on the desk. Even though her palm-sized face pretended to be calm, her trembling eyelashes betrayed her feelings. "I'm sorry, it's broken. Please explain it to Liao Jian when you see him." Yi Qian's clear eyes stared at Yi Ying, who had lowered her head in guilt. He said coldly, "Please return this broken toy to Liao Jian. He probably won't ask me to pay for it." Yi Ying gently closed her eyes. When she raised her eyes, there was a haze in her eyes. "Return it to whoever you took it from." "What do you mean by giving it to me? Please move aside, I still need to study. I also want to hand it over to classmate Liao personally, but thinking about how I scared him last night, I reckon he won't dare to see me now. But you, he will definitely come." Yi Qian's finger tapped lightly on the desk. His calm tone faintly revealed a coldness that made Yi Ying panic. "If you don't want any accidents to happen before the exam, Yi Ying, you'd better behave yourself." Yi Ying's heart trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip and didn't say anything else. Her words were full of threats and were as cold as icicles. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they both had to face an exam. Otherwise, with the wretched girl's current temper, she probably wouldn't let him have a good time. After realizing that she had found an unreliable person to help her, Ying vented all her anger on Liao Jian. She scolded him so much that she even broke a camera that cost a few thousand yuan. Liao Jian originally wanted to remind her to be careful of Yi Qian, but after scolding her, Liao Jian, whose eyes were about to spit fire, left just as he was about to slap her. "Remind my ass. If you have the ability, go deal with it yourself." After this incident, Ying really did behave and didn't dare to do anything else. Chapter 135. The 15 days of intensive training ended on July 17th. That night, the 12 students left for the capital under the lead of the teachers. All the students had not yet recovered from the excitement of coming to the heart of the motherland, the capital. From July 19th to July 23rd, the 5-day test was held directly. When they arrived in the capital, they found out that the provinces sent out students from the 2nd and 3rd grades. However, the famous schools in the capital not only had high school, but also middle school. On the first day, 4 out of the 12 students were eliminated. On the second day, 3 more were eliminated. On the third day, 2 more were eliminated. Out of the 12 students, only Yi Qian, Yi Ying, and Gao Yiyang were left. The atmosphere in the examination hall was quite tense. 4 days of difficult written tests, oral tests, question snatching, and so on. Even the usually calm Yi Qian's palms were sweating. However, whenever it was her turn to fight, she would straighten her back and calmly look at her opponent with her dark eyes. She would calmly and quickly answer the teacher's questions. There were a total of 14 teachers who had been awarded the title of National Outstanding Teacher. The physics, chemistry, and mathematics teachers took turns to throw out questions, bombarding each class with questions. It was not a one-to-one test at all. It was a cross-examination where questions from each class appeared at any time. Correct answer. Correct answer. Correct answer. Every time Yi Qian answered consecutively, the invigilator's voice would be particularly loud. After 16 tests, this beautiful girl with bright eyes was firmly in first place with a 100% correct rate. Even the 2 high school students who had participated in the mathematical Olympiad 3 years ago were suppressed by her. Gao Yiyang was also very outstanding. His correct rate had always been in the top 3 in the junior high school. On the other hand, Yi Ying repeatedly made mistakes after entering the cross-examination. Wrong answer. 3 wrong questions in a row. Student Yi Ying from Fujian town in the southern province, eliminated. After 30 minutes of suppressive questions, Yi Ying sat in the examination hall with a pale face. However, her eyes were fixed on Yi Qian, who was still fighting with 7 students from the 3 famous schools in the capital. Watching her eliminate a student effortlessly and hearing her face the English teacher's questions in English, her fluent English was as natural as her mother tongue. There was no pause at all. She really knew how to speak English. Damn it! Why didn't he know about it? She saw the smiles of approval on the faces of all the teachers present. Those smiles were for Yi Qian. She was smiling at the wretched girl whom she had always looked down upon and despised. Yi Ying's sharp nails dug deep into her palms, but she did not feel any pain. She only felt that Yi Qian standing on the exam platform was such an eyesore that she wished she could get rid of him as soon as possible. What right did an orphan girl have to stand here and receive the attention of all the teachers? What right did he have to stand here and receive everyone's admiration? If it wasn't for her, she would definitely be able to qualify. It was that damned Yi Qian who had given her so much pressure, causing her to lose time and again. On the exam platform, Yi Qian answered the English teacher's question with a slight smile. That smile naturally revealed his tenacity and confidence, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Her memory is far better than all the students here. We have no reason to stop an outstanding student from leaving the country. Yi Qian from Fujian Town High School in the southern province has qualified. After a short discussion among several senior teachers, the first to qualify was not a student from the capital, but a student from the depths of the mountains. Chapter 136. The applause came from the competitors, the teachers, and the candidates who had already been eliminated. Yi Qian, who was the first to advance, stood on the exam platform with a decent smile on his face. In the face of the thunderous applause, he calmly bowed and said, "Thank you." His calm demeanor was even more in line with the teachers' hearts. When Principal Chow, who had been accompanying him all this time, heard Yi Qian's name, he unscrewed the bottle cap with trembling hands and took 3 pills in a row. In the capital, in the most heavily guarded military compound, Xia Jinyuan was wearing a short-sleeved uniform and a bow tie as he walked down the stairs. He was wearing a military summer uniform, which was tucked into his perfectly ironed dark green military trousers and tied with a brown leather belt, which perfectly accentuated his sexy and muscular waist. His broad shoulders, slender legs, and every step he took was noble and elegant. Everything about him was like a gentleman's elegance. Someone once commented that Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a military summer uniform, had a kind of uniform temptation that made people want to turn into a hooligan and pounce on him to take off his clothes. Other than this uniform temptation, there was no one else. "Dad, I'm going out for a while." When he went downstairs, he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia sitting on the sofa drinking tea and reading the newspaper leisurely. "You should rest early. I might be back later." Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't expect his son to be at home. When he heard the voice behind him, he turned around in surprise and said, "Where did you come from? Why didn't you make a sound?" He also saw that he was wearing a summer uniform. It was obvious that he had specially cleaned up. Commander-in-Chief Xia put down the newspaper and stood up to look at his handsome son with interest. "Oh, the sun rose from the west. You know how to clean up? Going on a date? Which family's girl is she from? If you succeed, bring her home for me to see." Other people's sons could change girlfriends 4 or 5 times a year. Why was it that his son had never brought home a single woman in a year? If it weren't for the fact that he had found some children's dishes in his study room, he would have suspected that his son had spent so much time in the army that he only liked military uniforms and no longer liked women's makeup. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at his outfit. There was nothing special about it, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "When did I ever dress up? It doesn't count as a date, but it is indeed a meeting with a little girl. Also, don't overthink it. She's a 14-year-old girl, a middle school student." Then he was really overthinking it. Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately lost interest and waved his hand to chase him away. "Go, go, go. Go and have fun. Don't come back for dinner tonight. I'll go to your Uncle Han's house for dinner." Xia Jinyuan had already walked out of the compound. He drove his own car and rushed to his destination. Yi Qian walked out of the exam hall hurriedly towards the school gate. He only had 4 minutes to meet with Xia Jinyuan. If he couldn't leave, he had to run. "Yi Qian." Someone chased after him. He took big steps as if he was afraid that she would leave. "Where are you going now?" "Later, Yi Ying and the others will go back. We plan to have dinner outside and send them to the train." Students who failed to make the cut were not allowed to stay in the capital. They were led back to the southern province by the teachers of the provincial No. 1 middle school. Gao Yiyang was familiar with the capital. After asking the teacher in charge, they agreed to go to Wang Fujing to eat the specialties of the capital. The rest of the students agreed readily. Except for Yi Qian. He had only said a few words to Yi Ying and she had already disappeared from the scene. Chapter 137. Yi Qian felt helpless when he heard Gao Yiyang's voice coming from behind him. He was just short of pasting the word "reject" on his forehead. Why did he still take the initiative to come over and greet him? He thought he had made himself clear the last time, but it was still the same. He turned around and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him and sighed. "Classmate Gao, it seems I have to repeat myself. I really don't like. Why don't you like me? Just because I'm pursuing Yi Ying?" Gao Yang didn't want to hear such words again. Moreover, he didn't understand why she hated him so much. Thinking back, he really couldn't recall doing anything that made her hate him. He didn't want her to treat him like a spring breeze, but he still wanted to be like an ordinary schoolmate and be able to communicate peacefully. He didn't want to be at daggers drawn as soon as he spoke. Yi Qian, who had been interrupted by him, smiled knowingly and praised him. "Not bad. At least you know your place." Yi Ying, who couldn't help but walk out after hearing this, acted as if she had discovered a new continent. She seemed to have understood something and walked over with a sneer. "Classmate Gao has always had a good reputation in school, but you, Yi Qian, are always against him." "Ha, I didn't understand before, but now that you've said it, I understand. He's pursuing me, so you hate him? Can I say that your hatred is born out of love? It sounded quite reasonable. Gao Yang's cold handsome face looked a little awkward because of her words. He turned to look at Yi Ying and scolded her in a low voice. What nonsense are you saying? Like him? He wasn't stupid enough to not know the difference between love and hate. Yi Qian clearly hated him. It had nothing to do with love. I didn't say anything. Didn't she admit it herself? Yi Ying glanced at him with a smile and chuckled. Gao Yang, what should we do? Why don't you stop pursuing me and just pursue our famous classmate, Yi Qian? I don't want to waste the last bit of our sisterhood because of a boy. Acting had always been Yi Ying's specialty. Just like now, her eyes were cold, but she could still pretend to be smiling. Yi Qian sneered and said calmly, Don't. Yi Ying's standards have always been very high. It's not easy for you to find a boy who can catch your eye. Please don't give him to me, I'm afraid. After he finished speaking, he deliberately paused for a moment. He then saw Yi Ying's expression change abruptly. Even her gaze became exceptionally sharp. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you're not that generous, then don't pretend to be. Look at your little face. Look at how scared you are. Yi Qian was teasing Yi Ying as if he was teasing a puppy. With just a few words, he was able to make Yi Ying's emotions fluctuate. He lifted his chin slightly and said to Gao Yang, Have a good talk with your girlfriend. Don't talk about giving in so easily. If you really give it to me, what if I'm bored and take it again? I'm afraid she'll cry herself to death in the toilet. Also, don't talk to me about sisterhood. It sounds fake. Every word he said didn't leave any face. Every word he said made Yi Ying feel as if she had lost all her face. Yi Ying, who was already so angry that her lungs were about to explode, was wary of Gao Yang's presence. She wanted to maintain her ladylike demeanor, but she didn't want to swallow her anger. She rebuked, Yi Qian, you're really something. Gao Yang isn't an object. You want to snatch him away? That depends on whether he agrees or not. Save some face for yourself. Don't let others look down on you. Chapter 138. Beside them, Gao Yang's expression turned ugly. Yi Ying, she didn't say anything about snatching. You don't have to overthink it. Girls always like to overthink things. He could clearly hear Yi Qian's mockery, but Yi Ying thought that Yi Qian was provoking her. What did he mean by she didn't have to overthink it? Hearing this, Yi Ying laughed coldly. I'm not overthinking it. I've never seen her hate you before. Now that you're walking a little closer to me, she looks disgusted. Isn't this hatred born from love? Hatred born from love? A clear voice with a hint of laughter came slowly. Then, a slender figure strolled in the sunset, gracefully walking over like a god. Hey, little girl, when did you ever hate me? After waiting for 5 minutes, she still hadn't come over. It turned out that she was blocked by someone. When Yi Qian heard that voice and what he said, he felt his head hurt even more. Why did he enter the school? If you still don't come, I'm afraid that you'll be bullied until you cry. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face held a faint smile as he walked over and stood beside Yi Qian. He didn't look at the other two. Instead, he smiled and looked at Yi Qian, who was late for the first time. He raised his hand and intimately flicked his finger on Yi Qian's forehead. You're late today and left me waiting outside for so long. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? He couldn't stand it anymore. How could a little girl be so scheming? Every word she said was an attempt to trample on Yi Qian's image. He really couldn't understand what girls were thinking these days. Belittling their classmates like this, could it show that they were virtuous? Yi Qian was already used to Xia Jinyuan flicking his finger on his forehead. He only frowned and rubbed his forehead. Sorry for the delay. It's fine now. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the school gate. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. It was only then that he raised his eyes slightly. His cold and sharp gaze swept across the boy who had already pursed his lips tightly, then gently landed on the girl who had subconsciously tightened her grip on the boy's shirt ever since he appeared. He curled his lips mockingly. Even though he didn't say a word, it was enough to make the two of them tense up. His cold gaze, his cold smile. This arrogant man was clearly telling Yi Qian and Gao Yang that he couldn't be bothered to speak to them. To the point where even a glance was beneath him. Xia Jinyuan felt that it was beneath his dignity to argue with children. However, Yi Qian, that narrow-minded girl, would probably be more than happy to settle the score with them. In order to make the little lass feel better, he didn't mind occasionally doing one or two things that were beneath his dignity. You're really something. You even managed to seduce a soldier. Yi Ying waited until the two of them were out of sight before she spoke through gritted teeth. She was still afraid. When the soldier in the military uniform swept his cold gaze over her, all the hairs on her body stood on end. She was so afraid that she didn't dare to raise her head. As a result, she couldn't even see what the soldier looked like. After a while, Gao Yang finally looked away. After hearing what she said, he frowned and said in a low voice, "He's not an ordinary soldier. He's a very young major." "A major?" Yi Ying furrowed her pretty brows. "What's a major? You seem to be like me." She was quite afraid and didn't finish her sentence. She felt a little embarrassed to say it out loud. Chapter 139. For Yi Ying, who had never been in contact with military ranks, she naturally didn't know, but Gao Yang knew. Looking at Yi Ying's fearful expression, Gao Yang sighed softly, "I'm as scared as you." "Forget it. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know. If she doesn't want to go, we'll go ourselves." He paused, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "You didn't have to pick on Yi Qian just now. I'm not so stupid that I can't tell the difference between love and hate." At this moment, Yi Ying's beautiful eyes were completely gloomy. After staring for a while, her beautiful eyes were faintly moist, and she revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Is that so? Then I'll just treat it as a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I don't want to go tonight either. Goodbye." She didn't insist on her views in front of him, but instead took all the blame. Coupled with the faint tears in her eyes, it was enough to make a 15-year-old boy like Gao Yang surrender and admit his mistake. Seeing him apologize to her, Yi Ying faintly smiled. She had always known how to use her advantages, and she was also good at manipulating people. Teacher Zhu and the Capital Experimental Middle School's Director Li walked out as they spoke. "Then, I'll have to trouble you about the tickets, Director Li." Seeing Gao Yang in front, he said a few words to Director Li and then walked over with a smile. When Gao Yang and Yi Ying heard that the Capital Experimental Middle School had already arranged for cars to go to the orchard farm on the outskirts of the capital after the preliminaries for the students to relax, they were stunned. "What, you don't believe me? Ha ha ha, I didn't lie to you. Quickly go and inform the other 3 students. Yi Qian doesn't need to go, I'll talk to her." Teacher Zhu patted Gao Yang's shoulder, and the smile on his face deepened. "There are only a few days left until the competition. This is specially arranged for the 12 of you to relax. We, are basking in your glory." Teacher Zhu's gaze lightly glanced at Yi Ying. The two of them seemed to be walking very close. Why did it seem like they were in a relationship? "You mean that we'll all stay at the farm tonight and will only be back at noon tomorrow?" A trace of darkness flashed across Yi Ying's beautiful eyes, and she asked uncertainly, "What time will we leave the capital tomorrow? Can you catch the train if you don't come back for one night?" Teacher Zhu smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to go home tomorrow. Quick, we agreed to meet in 20 minutes. Let's meet 10 minutes earlier." When Yi Ying saw this, her eyes flickered slightly. She said to Gao Yang impatiently, "Then I'll inform the girls. You go inform the boys." After that, he said goodbye to Teacher Zhu and left in a hurry. Not only was her eyes gloomy, but they were also filled with a frightening malice. Yi Qian, who had already walked out of the school, did not immediately get into the car. He looked at the man, who was as straight as a spear, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. In his military uniform, Xia Jinyuan not only raised his temperament to the peak, but he also looked as elegant as jade. He felt that a gentleman should be like this, and his every move was noble and extraordinary. "I'm sorry, I can't go out tonight. Just now, Teacher Zhu from the Provincial First High School said that the school arranged for the 12 of us to stay at an orchard farm. I didn't refuse." Yi Qian raised his eyes slightly, and quietly concealed his amazement. "I can only miss tonight. I'm very sorry." Chapter 140. Her apology only made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, we can only do it next time. I originally wanted to take you to see it. Because it was something that couldn't be said to outsiders, He bent down slightly. His tall and slender body completely covered Yi Qian's slender figure, like a pine tree sheltering the sun, protecting the still-growing sapling. To see the latest model of our country's artillery shells that are ready to be used in the army. He was so close to her that he could smell the faint fragrance on her body. It wasn't the smell of artificial perfume, but the faint and elegant fragrance of a young girl's body. The little girl's skin was very white, like white jade with a translucent luster. Oh, she had grown a little taller since the first time he saw her, and her body had become slimmer. She already had the graceful bearing of a young girl. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes darkened slightly, but he didn't bat an eyelid. His gaze lingered on Yi Qian's slender, swan-like neck. It wasn't abrupt, but purely out of appreciation for beauty. In an instant, Yi Qian, who was enveloped by his minty scent, retreated slightly. While she was momentarily moved, she looked up. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qian saw the confident smile on his sexy thin lips, as if she would definitely agree and reject the school's arrangement. Yi Qian, who was also rebellious, saw this and didn't pull away. Instead, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Her clear black and white eyes looked at him with a half-smile. She shook her head and said, "Thank you for the trouble, Captain Xia. I really want to go, but unfortunately, I still can't." He clearly saw that she was moved, but why didn't she agree? He was afraid that she had plans for the day. He had several plans in his mind, and he was so thoughtful. She had to accept his kindness. At home, he had arranged to take Yi Qian to a private restaurant in Beihai Park to eat authentic Imperial City cuisine. Then, he would take her to the courtyard's training field to see if she had improved in the few days that he had been away. This arrangement didn't seem to be enough to keep the little girl by his side. Therefore, he changed his strategy at the last minute and brought out the artillery shells and the military factory. The tactics were good, but the people they encountered were not ordinary. Xia Jinyuan was about to succeed, but in the end, he was told that he still couldn't go. Driving away, he experienced the feeling of sadness for the first time. The little lass was not only smart, but also very determined. She was really not easy to coax. Yi Qian waited until his car was out of sight before returning to school. It was not even 6 o'clock yet, so he decided to go back to the dormitory and wash his face first. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous when he was on the stage. This was his first time experiencing it, and a layer of sweat had formed on his back. His brain had been working at high speed for a few days, and it was indeed a little tiring. Being together with such a dangerous man. While her whole body was tense, she had to constantly pay attention to his faintly discernible flirting which could cause misunderstandings. Just like just now, he could have stayed away from her to talk, but he insisted on staying so close to her. He even bent down to let her be surrounded by his masculine scent. This made her even more reluctant to go. By the time Yi Qian got out of the car, there were already many students chatting. They were all contestants from various schools, and there weren't many of them, only 42 people. 6 of the 12 students from Fujian town had already returned. The remaining 6 students were led by the students and teachers of Capital Experimental High School to a bus and headed to the orchard farm. Chapter 141. It was already lively in the car. Yi Qian, Gao Yang, and Wang Mo, a contestant from No. 1 Middle School, were already chatting happily with the other 9 contestants. This time, Yi Ying, who was not with Gao Yang, heard the low laughter coming from the back of the car. She, who was also chatting with a student, secretly pinched the leather seat with her sharp nails, a cold light flashing in her eyes from time to time. Occasionally, when she was chatting with students from other schools across the road, her gaze would intentionally or unintentionally fall on Yi Qian, filled with jealousy and malice. Yi Qian, I'll let you be happy for now. You want to participate in the World Mathematical Olympiad? Are you worthy? Yi Ying, who was gloomy all the way, suppressed the faint excitement in her heart and chatted happily with the students around her. Yi Qian, who was chatting with the contestants from No. 1 Middle School, had a faint smile on his face the whole time, as if he did not notice the gaze coming from somewhere. Occasionally, a cold light flashed in her deep eyes, and only then did he know that she had already noticed it. The gaze of hatred was so strong that it was hard for her to ignore it. When they arrived at the suburbs of Beijing, the sky was not completely dark. The students with cameras in their hands could not wait to take photos with Yi Qian and the other 12 contestants who had been selected. Yi Ying glanced at them, revealing a hint of ruthlessness, and turned to leave alone. Take a photo for me, take a photo for me. When they were outside, the distance between the boys and girls had increased imperceptibly. The boys from each school fought to be the first to take photos with Yi Qian, and some even left their addresses, hoping that they could often write to each other in the future. Of course, they were learning how to write to each other. After Yi Qian changed the trajectory of her life in this life, Xiaoyan's demure brows had unknowingly become more cheerful. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, she could communicate with all aspects, leaving a good impression in the hearts of her classmates as educated and well-mannered. Someone was sitting in a wicker chair on the leisure balcony on the second floor of the farm, watching the figures of the students playing in the forest. His gaze was not just focused on one spot, but also seemed to be searching for something. Young Master Xia, you're really interested. Is the fun place in a farm with no women, no wine, and no food? A slender man with a dozen cans of beer in his hand walked over. I only took a vacation this year, and I can't believe I accompanied you to this extent. The man placed the beer on the table and pointed at the orchard with his slender hand. I must have been out of my mind to agree to come to this kind of place where children come to play. I won't force you to stay. You can leave any time. Xia Jinyuan picked up a can of beer, opened it, and took a sip elegantly. He glanced at his childhood friend who looked like a ruffian in his military uniform and said, You're welcome. I won't see you out. After he finished speaking, his gaze was fixed on a slender figure. His gaze no longer searched, but stopped with interest. The little girl was indeed very popular among the male students. Every male student was fighting to be the first to take a picture with her. That guy who even took out a pen and paper must have come prepared. Xia Jinyuan, who was still sipping his beer, stood up and leaned against the railing of the balcony. His piercing cold gaze fell on a boy who dared to raise his hand and put it on Yi Qian's shoulder. You little brat. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Qian say something, and the boy also smiled. The two of them took a picture shoulder to shoulder, a finger away from each other. Chapter 142. Xia Jinyuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that Yi Qian seemed to be looking in his direction. He quickly stepped back, intending to sit down on the rattan chair again. After taking 2 steps back, Xia Jinyuan turned around and stared at the man who was moving the rattan chair to the side, intending to make himself fall and embarrass himself. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, Han Zheng, you're still playing this kind of game at your age. Don't you find it childish? Han Zheng, 20 years old, held the military rank of captain. Like Xia Jinyuan, he was a proper third-generation member of the Red Army. They grew up together in the same courtyard, so they were familiar with each other to the point that they were young and had seminal emission. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows as well, but with a wanton charm. Compared to your behavior just now, mine is not childish at all. He held an unopened can of beer in his hand as he casually stood there. Every part of him exuded a lazy and wanton air. However, I'm really interested in this group of students. Which one of them are you interested in? He didn't say boys or girls, but only students. Intentionally or unintentionally, he was making things difficult for his childhood friend. He even said that it was improper to touch. Since when did young Master Xia care about these things? How interesting. Xia Jinyuan glanced at his childhood friend who was like a walking pheromone. He curled his lips and didn't answer his question. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Do you know why I only brought you here? Do you still need to say it? Compared to the rest of them, I, Han Zheng, am handsome and elegant. Bringing me out is very impressive. Yes, it is indeed very impressive. Xia Jinyuan looked at his childhood friend meaningfully, his deep eyes containing a dark smile. However, it's not you who is impressive, it's me who is. Han Zheng elegantly adjusted his military collar and laughed even more happily after hearing this. Of course, who am I, Han Zheng, and who can become my friend is impressive. Of course, being friends with young Master Xia is also very impressive. This was definitely the truth. Among all the influential families in the capital, who could compare to family Xia? Old Master Xia was one of the founding generals of the country. He didn't catch the hidden meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words. His handsome face was still full of smugness as he continued happily. Let's go, I'll give you more face. By the way, I'll introduce you to the little beauty who made you drive your car all the way to the suburbs of Beijing. You're jealous of a few young boys. There's no hurry. I'll take you there later. Xia Jinyuan calmly glanced at his childhood friend with a smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be a meaningful smile. In the orchard, Yi Qian felt that his face was a little stiff from smiling. After taking a picture with the teachers from each school, Yi Qian decided to go for a walk by himself. Just now, he didn't know if it was his imagination, but why did it feel like someone was looking at him from the small building at the side of the orchard? After taking a few steps, he saw two boys pushing Gao Yiyang out from behind a fruit tree. When they saw him, they laughed loudly and said, Yi Qian, come, let's take a picture together. Another student said, Gao Yiyang, where did you hide just now? You didn't take a picture with our great beauty Yi Qian. Come, stand, I'll take a picture of the two of you first. Hearing the laughter, the teachers joked, the two of you must take a picture together. You're from the same school, and you're senior and junior. Come, that boy over there, give me your camera. I'll take a picture of them personally. Chapter 143. Since even the teacher had said so, the students became even more excited. They did not notice that Yi Ying, who was holding 2 bottles of mineral water, was standing not far away and looking at them with a sinister expression. Soon, she composed herself and walked over with a faint smile. Did you guys forget about me? She handed the water to Gao Yiyang. Drink some water. I heard your voice was a little hoarse just now. Oh! The students who had let go of the water seemed to understand something. They let out a long, oh. Not bad. They even looked at Gao Yiyang ambiguously and blinked. When the teachers saw this, they shook their heads helplessly and changed the topic to the students' puppy love. At this moment, Yi Qian was really thankful that she had appeared in time. Amidst the laughter of the students, Yi Qian and the other 2 girls left, talking and laughing. After taking 2 steps, she turned back to look in the direction of the house. Her eyes moved slightly, and under the urging of the other girls, she turned and walked towards the stream. The little girl's eyes are so sharp. I was so scared that my heart skipped half a beat. Han Zheng, who was holding a pair of binoculars, patted his chest. He crouched down under the railing with a look of surprise on his face. She doesn't look like a girl in her teens. Where did you find this child bride? The great young master Xia, who had countless young ladies from prestigious families in the capital, had actually taken a fancy to a little girl. This news was really fucking explosive. Xia Jinyuan looked at his childhood friend, who had been swept away by the little girl's gaze, and joked, Your reaction is not bad. I don't usually see you being so attentive in school. It seems that the military is better. Your skills are getting better and better. Han Zheng had not graduated from military school, and had been frequently sent to the grassroots of the military since this year. Isn't it because I'm afraid of being discovered? In front of you, it doesn't matter whether I have an image or not. I just need to maintain my image in front of the other students. Han Zheng stood up nimbly and placed the binoculars on the table. When he sat down, his expression became more serious. You really plan to join that team? Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed. Whether it was his expression or his posture, they all revealed the sharpness of a soldier. When I came back the day before yesterday, I just mentioned it to my dad, and he almost whipped me. It seems that if I want to go in, my dad will be a problem. Where there's a will, there's a way. But it's normal that Uncle Han doesn't want you to go with me. Xia Jinyuan had a faint smile on his thin lips as he slowly sipped his beer. His unhurried and low voice was suddenly laced with sternness. How dare a student go to a KTV so brazenly? Han Zheng, who gave you the guts to do that? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder. Han Zheng's scalp instantly tensed up as he explained, It's true that we're going to the KTV, but we're not going there to drink or have fun. Fuck, it was Wu Yunjia who caused trouble for me. I wasn't careful and fell into a trap. Forget it, let's not talk about this today. I'm going to the military academy because I want to join the brigade. My dad has to agree even if he doesn't want to. After saying a few words, Han Zheng seemed to realize something. His flirtatious peach blossom eyes instantly burst forth with a wolf-like ferocity. Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed to let you go? Why did he agree so readily? The brigade was on the brink of life and death, and he actually agreed. The sky was already dark, and the laughter of the students could no longer be heard in the orchard. Xia Jinyuan stood up lazily and looked down at his surprised childhood friend. Your goal for entering the military academy is to enter the brigade. Unfortunately, so am I. Xia Jinyuan said to Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 144. The difference is that I've already discussed it with Commander Xia before the exam. I'll report on time after a year of training in the army. Young Master Han, you're still too inexperienced. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the room, leaving behind a stunned first young Master Han. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Brother Xia, young Master Xia, my young master, give me some advice. You have to give me some advice. A gust of wind blew past and Han Zheng, who was instantly sober, chased after him. Give me some advice first, then go see your child bride, okay? Xia Jinyuan's indifferent voice came from outside the room. Child bride? I don't have the guts to do that. I'm just protecting the little girl. Let's go, young Master Han. If you want me to do something, you have to perform well. Treat the little fox as a child bride? He really didn't have the guts. The little girl was his informant among the students. Not only did he apply for international police protection, but he also applied for personal protection. Now, whether it was in the country or abroad, protecting her was his current mission. When it was time for dinner, the restaurant of the farm was already filled with the aroma of the food. The local students from Beijing played the role of host and introduced each dish that was served. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the private room, looked through the bamboo curtain at Yi Qian, who was clinking glasses with his classmates. He didn't touch much of the food that was served. You're protecting her personally, right? Why do you look like you don't want her to know? Han Zheng didn't touch the food on the table either. Following his friend, his gaze landed on the girl who scared him with just one look. Through the bamboo curtain, he could see more clearly at a closer distance. He smacked his lips and said, "She's really pretty. Look." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Zheng saw a long-haired girl sitting behind the girl smiling as the waiter served the hot soup. She stood up. She didn't know what happened, but as soon as she took a step forward, she suddenly fell towards the waiter who was holding the hot soup. Realizing that something was wrong, Han Zheng's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." With this loud shout, the waiter, who was completely unprepared, bumped into the bowl of hot soup that spilled out of the bowl and scalded his hand. At the same time, the bowl in his hand flew directly towards the back of the girl sitting at the other table. Yi Qian, who had his back to the waiter, seemed to be prepared. Accompanied by a loud shout from behind the bamboo curtain, Yi Qian stood up in a flash. At the same time, his slender hand grabbed the back of the chair. Under Yi Ying's gloating gaze, he gently lifted the chair to block the waiter. The disaster that would have befallen Yi Qian was instantly stopped by this chair. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The chair collided with the large bowl. Accompanied by the waiter's frightened cry, after the bang, there was the sound of porcelain shattering all over the floor. This scene happened so quickly that Yi Ying, who still had a sinister sneer in her eyes, was completely caught off guard. A bowl of hot soup was directly poured onto her legs. Ah! She screamed at the same time. In her contracted pupils, she saw Yi Qian mocking her. It was as if he was saying that she already knew what she was doing. The soup didn't completely pour onto her legs. Because of Yi Qian's sneer, Yi Ying simply bent over and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain. From the cause of disaster to the victim, the huge change in status made Yi Ying, who was squatting down, grit her teeth until her facial features were hideous. Even like this, she actually managed to dodge it.
Chapter 1853. An inexplicable aura lingered in the ancient palace. Within the palace, there was something that everyone coveted. It was the most precious thing in the entire sage realm. Roar. The black dragon roared. After the sage realm disappeared, the three giants reigned supreme in this part of the world. Everything here belonged to them. However, the three giants all wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in this part of the world. Therefore, every 10,000 years, they would attack the divine city in order to obtain the source of heaven and earth. And now, they were so close to the source of heaven and earth that they had never been able to obtain. This almost drove the three giants crazy. The mysterious giant made his move. Blurry white mist spread forward. Wherever the mist passed, the void was frozen and then cracked. Everything was destroyed. However, when the mist approached the palace, it was blocked by an invisible force. Ripples appeared in the void and one could vaguely see Tao patterns appearing. The mysterious giant was shocked. Even the cold air that he released could not enter the palace. The formation that protected the palace was very powerful. It was watertight. Let me. The middle-aged man stood out. He was the most powerful existence among the three giants. The black dragon and the mysterious giant both retreated. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded from the middle-aged man. Boom. 9 crimson balls of light rushed out from the middle-aged man and circled around him. They were like 9 crimson stars, emitting terrifying waves. Crimson Tao patterns could be vaguely seen within each crimson ball of light. They attracted the spiritual chi of the world from all directions. A powerful pressure spread from the middle-aged man. 9-star pearl, break all spells. The middle-aged man shouted. The crimson balls of light circling around him immediately emitted endless divine light. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the world. Rumble. The entire world was shaking, and the surroundings of the great hall in front of them were faintly discernible Tao patterns. Even the array protecting the great hall in front of them was affected. Go. The middle-aged man attacked with all his strength. 9 crimson divine lights immediately shot up into the sky and smashed towards the palace in front of them. They were like 9 shooting stars streaking across the sky. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 9 balls of divine light smashed onto the layer of formation outside the hall. The world shook, and the invisible Tao patterns that were imprinted in the void finally emerged completely. The grand formation shook while its markings interweaved with each other, and it drew upon the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth in this expanse of the heavens and the earth to condense a terrifying force that caused one's heart to palpitate, and it blocked the 9-star alignment. What? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Those who knew the middle-aged man were even more dumbfounded. Even such an attack was unable to break the restriction outside the main hall. At this time, Gu Fei also arrived nearby. He couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed the power of the 9-star alignment. This was definitely the power of a saint. The cultivation and strength of these 3 fellows were indeed shocking, but he was not afraid of them. As long as they were not saints, Gu Fei would be able to fight them. The black dragon had a violent temperament. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately roared angrily at Gu Fei. A terrifying sound wave directly shot towards Gu Fei, creating transparent ripples in the void. Umph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it managed to negate the terrifying sound wave from the black dragon. Yes. The black dragon could not help but be startled at the sight of this. This human was really strong. His strength was definitely not beneath theirs. He could not help but raise his guard. One had to know that the restriction of the God City was broken by a human. How could a human who had the strength to break through the restriction of the God City be someone to be trifled with? Who do you want to scram? Gu Fei was not angered. His face was still calm. However, his tone was filled with a chilling, killing intent. He did not mind fighting with this black dragon. Martial artists were born to be war gods. Gu Fei was not afraid of any opponent. The black dragon was enraged. However, he could not do anything at this moment. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. And at this moment the 3 stone warrior generals had caught up. When the 3 stone warrior generals saw that the black dragon and the others were attacking the main hall of the God City, they no longer bothered with Gu Fei. Instead they turned around and chased after the 3 heavyweights. Those 3 stone warriors. Black Dragon and the other 2 giants couldn't help but pale at the sight of the 3 stone giants closing in on them. They attacked the Divine City every 10,000 years, so they naturally knew how terrifying these 3 stone giants were. These 3 stone warriors were infinitely close to the Saint Realm. They definitely had the strength to fight against them. Rumble. At this moment the middle-aged man had already soared into the sky. There was a scarlet divine light around him that emitted a boundless scarlet light, dyeing the entire heaven and earth red. This was the true power of the 9-star alignment. In the dusky sky, stars could be vaguely seen, sprinkling down specks of starlight. It was as if 9 scarlet stars had appeared in the sky above the ancient city, drawing in the power of the stars. The powerful pressure made everyone feel a great pressure. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. These 3 fellows were truly too strong. They were not something an ordinary quasi-sage could compare to. Half-step sage. These three fellas were all half-step sages. Taoist friend, could you lend us a hand? The voice of the middle-aged man came down from the sky. At this moment he had already used all his trump cards. There was no need for any accidents to happen. However, the arrival of Gu Fei was a variable. The middle-aged man was still gathering his power. The power of the 9 scarlet stars was still increasing. The power of the stars in the sky was continuously guided down. There were also stars in the sage's world. Of course, they were not real stars. Instead, they were stars that the ancient Saint King had refined in the starry sky and decorated the sky. Only a sage could do something like this. What benefits do we get from this? At this moment, He Tian had also broken free from the encirclement of the stone warriors and came to Gu Fei's side. Benefits. Black Dragon was furious again. He wanted to swallow these humans into his stomach. That's easy. As long as you help us break this seal, we are willing to give you a flawless sage tool. The most mysterious figure in the White Fox spoke. The voice was that of a woman. This mysterious figure was a woman. A flawless sage tool. The mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing had also arrived nearby. The stone warrior general that was fighting with Qiu Wuqing left Qiu Wuqing and met up with the other 2 warriors. Leading countless stone warriors, they approached the ancient palace. A flawless sage tool was definitely very attractive to ordinary cultivators. However, to Gu Fei and the others it was not as attractive. We only want that thing in the palace. Gu Fei said calmly. What? This? Chapter 1854. Everyone was well aware of what was in the ancient palace. The 3 leaders had been planning for that thing for over 100,000 years. They didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to send 100,000 ferocious beasts to attack the divine city once every 10,000 years. Yet Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. How could they agree? Preposterous. The Black Dragon roared. He was about to attack Gu Fei. They had planned for so long, yet Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. This was too much. At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from all directions. The 4 stonemen generals had already led countless stonemen towards the central palace. A shocking murderous aura enveloped the entire ancient city. Kill. Attack. On the outskirts of the ancient city, 100,000 beasts were still fighting with the stonemen. Countless beasts launched waves of attacks. Although the stoneman had the battle strength of a quasi-saint, he was still being consumed by the beasts. These beasts were sacrificing their lives in exchange for the casualties of the stonemen. Usually hundreds or even thousands of beasts were needed to kill one stoneman. Even so, these beasts were still charging forward and pouncing on the stonemen. These were 100,000 men of sacrifice. Their tragic and stirring manner caused Gu Fei and the others to be moved. I only want that item. Gu Fei did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Although the 3 great leaders were powerful and were all half-step saints, he was not afraid of them. He definitely had the strength to fight against the 3 magnates. Friend, your request is a little too much. In the sky, under the crimson starlight, the middle-aged man was like the reincarnation of the starry sky war god, displaying an extremely terrifying might. Our request is not too much at all. I know what you want. He Tian said with an evil smile. The item in the palace was the most precious thing in this sage world. It was the origin of heaven and earth. As long as one refined the origin of heaven and earth, they could take this world away. These fellows wanted to obtain this part of the world. Then the people in this part of the world would become meat on the chopping board. They could chop them up however they wanted. Hongjun, why are we talking to them? Kill them and the item will still be ours. The Black Dragon said to the middle-aged man in the sky. His name was Hongjun. He was the leader of the 3 magnates of the sage world. His cultivation state was at the pinnacle below the sage world. If not for the fact that this world could not give birth to a sage, this Hongjun would have become a sage long ago. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Did these guys really have the strength to kill them? Shut up. Hongjun scolded the Black Dragon. Even though the Black Dragon's cultivation state was strong, it was still very strong. This was the Black Dragon's weakness. It was easy for the Black Dragon to offend others. The cultivation state and strength of this human before him were definitely not beneath theirs. If he truly wanted to kill this human, Hongjun would have done so long ago. The origins of these 3 giants were not insignificant. More than 100,000 years ago, they were the 3 great commanders under the command of the sage, leading the 100,000 feral beast warriors under the sage. Ever since the disappearance of that ancient sage, these three magnates had become the true rulers of this world. However, for these three magnates, this world was just like a gigantic prison. Over 100,000 years they were trapped here, unable to get out at all. Just 100,000 years ago, there was a single person who had barged into this world and had a conflict with them. Because of that, he was injured by the three magnates and escaped into the formation outside. These three magnates were well aware of how frightening the formation outside of this world was. Therefore, no one dared to trespass into it. But now there were so many people who had barged into this world. This was something that had the three magnates who had just woken up from their deep slumber extremely shocked. It was precisely because of this that they were extremely fearful of these powerful beings of the human race who could barge into this world. Fellow Taoist, other than that item we can give you anything you want. Even though Taoist Hongjun said these words, he was still channeling the power of the stars up in the sky. Beams of starlight descended from the heavens and seeped into the 9 balls of scarlet starlight around him. The aura of the Saint Realm filled the entire world. The 9 balls of starlight emitted a powerful fluctuation of the Saint Realm. One had to admit that this 9-star pearl was truly powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint item. With this 9-star pearl, Taoist Hongjun indeed had the strength to contend against Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything. He merely shook his head. Roar. At this moment the 4 saint generals had already arrived. The 4 of them roared furiously. Their voices shook the heavens and spread across the entire sage realm. Attack. The 4 golem generals roared at the same time. They then soared into the sky at the same time, directly attacking Taoist Hongjun, who was gathering his strength in the sky. Rumble. The powerful ripples of energy shook the heavens and the earth. The 4 generals displayed their unparalleled battle prowess and attacked with all their might. 4 surges of energy shot towards Taoist Hongjun. Kill. The Black Dragon and the mysterious magnates attacked at the same time as well, attacking the 4 golem generals respectively. You traitors. The 4 golem generals roared furiously. They were originally a force under the command of the ancient sage. However, at this moment these 2 forces had become mortal enemies. From the perspective of the golem generals, Taoist Hongjun and the other 2 magnates had betrayed them. However, the golem generals were still loyal to the ancient sage and were still protecting the most precious thing in this world. Betray your head. The Black Dragon roared furiously as he intercepted a golem general. He then displayed all sorts of techniques of the Dragon Clan and engaged in a great battle with the golem general. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had fought with these golems who could enter and exit the divine city countless times. However, these golems always had the upper hand. After all, these golems were a kind of killing tool that the ancient sage had created. These golem generals were even more powerful. In the ancient times, it was this troop of golem soldiers that had fought in all directions for the ancient sage. They guarded the ancient sage's territory and killed the invading enemies. In the ancient times, many ancient sages had their own territories. Within the territories of the ancient sage was like a supreme god. All living beings within the territories had to submit to him. The battle prowess of the golem soldiers was even greater than that of the 100,000 golem soldiers. The mysterious magnates also intercepted a golem general. However, this time around, the chilling aura released by the mysterious magnates could not freeze the golem general. Chapter 1855. The Stoneman general displayed a powerful combat ability that shook the heavens and the earth. Especially the Stoneman general that did not have a weapon in his hands and only used his fists to fight. It was even more terrifying. Boom. With a punch, the powerful force seemed to overturn the heavens and earth, causing the 9 stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. Taoist Hongjun was incomparably shocked. The combat ability displayed by the Stoneman general was too shocking. Its fists could actually shake a divine weapon. Dense Tao runes appeared on the Stoneman warrior's fists. Master personally branded the Tao patterns on it. When Taoist Hongjun saw this, he was taken aback. This stone warrior was incredible. The Tao patterns that appeared on its arms were personally imprinted by the ancient sage. This was a general that was different from the others. With a single move, the heavens and earth would change color. It was obvious that the ancient sage was also searching for a path that could allow him to become a paragon. He wanted to try all sorts of techniques and verify them with his own Tao. It was not an easy task to become a paragon. One must know that since ancient times, there were only a few who could become a paragon. Rumble. The 9 stars around Taoist Hongjun were vibrating. The mighty power of the stars shot towards the 2 stoneman generals that were charging towards him. Bang. Bang. Although the 2 generals were powerful, the power of the 9 stars alignment had already been awakened. The powerful power of the stars was hard to resist. The 2 generals were suppressed from the sky by this power. Roar. The 2 stoneman generals roared. These ferocious beasts were merely playthings raised by their master. How dare they betray their master? They deserved to die. The stoneman warriors' loyalty to the ancient sage was absolute. This was because these stoneman warriors were battle tools that the sage had refined personally. Buzz. The stoneman general wielded the stone sword and slashed towards the sky. The dazzling sword light pierced through the layers of crimson starlight and slashed towards Taoist Hongjun. The 9 stars vibrated. The sword light that the godly sword general unleashed with all his might immediately exploded, turning into specks of spiritual light that dissipated into the void. Master actually gave you the 9-star alignment. The 4 stone golem generals were all shocked. The 9-star alignment refined by the ancient sages was definitely a divine tool. A powerful divine aura spread out from the 9 scarlet stars. The power of the sacred level was awakening. It was extremely powerful, suppressing the 4 stone golem generals to the point where they couldn't even leave the ground. Boom. The black dragon displayed the dragon clan's great technique, directly sweeping away the divine spear general who was fighting him. Under the suppression of the 9-star alignment, the 4 stone warriors were unable to display their true strength. However, the black dragon and the mysterious giant were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment and could display their full strength. In the end, the 4 stone warriors were still at a disadvantage. They were suppressed by black dragon and the mysterious giant, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Taoist Hongjun controlled the 9-star alignment and actually split a portion of his strength to suppress Gu Fei. Since both parties couldn't come to an agreement, they were now enemies. Furthermore, Gu Fei and the others wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in the ancient palace as well. This was something that the 3 giant figures couldn't tolerate. Humph. Without batting an eyelid, Gu Fei allowed the force to suppress him. However, very quickly Taoist Hongjun's expression changed. To think that the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't affect this human at all. How could this be? One must know that the 9-star alignment was a divine tool. The 9-star alignment could manipulate the power of the stars in the sky for one's own use. Even in the ancient times, it was a rather famous divine tool. This human had a divine tool on him as well. Taoist Hongjun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had underestimated this human. Fellow Taoist, everything can be discussed. Taoist Hongjun's voice came down from the sky. At this moment, other than the 4 stone warriors, all the other stone warriors were being suppressed by the power of the 9-star alignment. Even those half-sages who had barged into this part of the world could not even stand up straight under the power of the 9-star alignment. This was something that had them extremely shocked. Other than Qiu Wuqing, the mysterious woman Gu Fei He Tian, and a few others who were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment, everyone else was affected to some extent. The ripples of the power of a saint state being were boundless and boundless. Every single living being within 100,000 miles was trembling in fear. Boss, there's no need for us to join hands with these fellas at all. The item is still ours. He Tian glared at Taoist Hongjun in the skies coldly. To think that this Taoist Hongjun would want to take them down as well. Damn it. Furthermore, this fella could tell that Feng Shoudao's capabilities were pretty decent as well. The moment he realized that he couldn't take down Gu Fei and the others, he changed his attitude immediately. Fellow Taoist, how about we join hands? Suddenly a voice rang out. A golden dragon shadow bolted over from the distance. Within the dragon shadow, a figure could be seen faintly. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This divine sword was very famous in the ancient times. Now that it was in the hands of one of the 10 emperors of the Heavenly Sword sect, it could still display great power. This person was ranked 9th among the 10 sword emperors of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was called the 9th Sword Emperor, but not many people knew his real name. Saint Sword. Taoist Hongjun's eyes brightened when he sensed the Saint Tao aura emanating from the golden sword shadow. He wasn't interested in the Ninth Sword Emperor, but the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the Ninth Sword Emperor's hand. You are qualified to join hands with us. Taoist Hongjun was overjoyed. He had finally won over a powerful ally. Gu Fei, others might be afraid of you but I'm not. The Ninth Sword Emperor knew about Gu Fei's background. Which cultivator in the southern wilderness didn't know about Gu Fei? Gu Fei's battle with the Azure Dragon had shaken the entire southern wilderness. After that, his battle with Qiu Wuqing had shocked all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. The martial body of the human race had truly matured. There was no doubt that the martial body of the human race was powerful. A martial body of the great accomplishment could compete with a saint. This was definitely not a legend, but a battle record of the martial body of the human race. In the great desolate land of ancient times, a martial body of the human race that had reached the great success stage could definitely dominate a region and become the ruler of a region. Gu Fei was still far from reaching the great accomplishment realm. As long as his martial body could reach the great accomplishment realm, even if he didn't become a saint, he would be able to compete with a saint. This was the capital of the martial body of the human race. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Gu Fei glanced at the Ninth Sword Emperor and said such words. He didn't take the Ninth Sword Emperor seriously at all. Chapter 1856. The Sky Rapier sect was a sect that had existed for countless years and had produced 10 emperors. Their strength was not much different from the ancient antiquity forces that had human sovereigns. However, the Sky Rapier sect was not as strong as the ancient antiquity forces, and Gu Fei was a ruthless character that even the ancient antiquity forces dared to provoke. The Ninth Sword Emperor had chosen to team up with the three magnates mainly because Gu Fei and the others had entered the Divine City without using any strength. This was the result of their desperate efforts, but they had helped others. This made the Ninth Sword Emperor and the others hate Gu Fei and the others for taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about the feelings of the Ninth Sword Emperor and the others. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. The weak had no right to speak. Don't worry, Taoist. As long as we get the item in the hall, these people can't escape to the sky. Taoist Hongjun was overjoyed because the Ninth Sword Emperor also had a perfect sacred weapon. The power of 2 sacred weapons was enough to suppress all opponents below the sage level. That's right. Gu Fei, you should think about how to survive. The Ninth Sword Emperor also knew what was in the hall in front of him. He coveted that item very much, so he had the thought of feigning civility with Taoist Hongjun. You and your sect are out of luck. He Tian sneered as his ice-cold eyes swept over the Ninth Sword Emperor from time to time. This guy, the Ninth Sword Emperor, couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Gu Fei could be considered an upright gentleman and he wouldn't do such despicable things. However, Erebus, who was by his side, was someone who would do anything. It was not a good thing to be hated by such a person. Taoist, we don't need to care about these people. Let's work together to break the seal first. Taoist Hongjun was crazy about leaving this place. This was a rare opportunity. With the power of the 2 sacred weapons, he was at least 50% confident that he could break the seal of the ancient hall. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. These people aren't good people. I feel a little uneasy to have them glaring at me from the sidelines. The Ninth Sword Immortal glanced at Gu Fei and the others before saying this. Up in the sky, Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but ponder. It must be known that none of those who could enter the ancient city were weaklings. The meaning of the Ninth Immortal Sword was very clear. He wanted to be in love. With your mentality, you were actually able to cultivate to the Sword Emperor realm. It's quite a miracle indeed. Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly lifted his head and looked at the Ninth Sword Immortal. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. His killing intent was stirred. This Ninth Sword deity was truly not a benevolent person. You want to kill us? Aren't you afraid that your Heavenly Sword sect will be exterminated? The mysterious woman's voice was very cold. She also wanted to kill the Ninth Sword Immortal. This guy actually wanted to join forces with Taoist Hongjun to clear the place. The Ninth Sword Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. However, he quickly calmed his emotions. As long as he obtained that item, it was impossible for these people to leave this place alive. There were also a few people who followed the Ninth Sword Emperor. They were the half-saints who had helped the Ninth Sword Emperor break the seal of the ancient city. The Ninth Sword Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun joined forces. Such a force could not be underestimated, especially when the other party had two flawless saint weapons. There were very few flawless saint weapons that could be passed down. After all, not every saint would leave their divine protector weapons to their descendants. One must know that the divine protector weapons of a saint were extremely powerful. With a divine protector weapon in hand, the saint's battle strength would soar to its peak and display its strongest battle strength. Moreover, most saint weapons were flawed. This was because the owners of these saint weapons might have already died, and the saint weapon might have been damaged in battle. Stupid. Qiu Wuqing looked at the Ninth Sword Emperor and said a single word. However, this single word caused the Ninth Sword Emperor's face to turn extremely gloomy. The Ninth Sword Emperor was a half-saint expert of the sword principle. There was once someone who called him stupid. If he was stupid, he would not have been able to become a sword emperor. Let's start clearing the area. The black dragon laughed. He thought that he had the upper hand. After all, his side had two flawless saint weapons. Such strength was enough to sweep away everything. Ridiculous. Gu Fei still looked calm. He looked at these people coldly and suddenly felt that they were very pitiful. These people had actually forgotten how he had broken through the Sage King formation in the periphery of this world. Rumble. The 9 red stars emitted boundless power of the stars and descended from the sky. The aura of the Sage Dao swept across the sky and the ground. Taoist Hong Jun had made his move. Although your name is Hong Jun, you are not the legendary super antique Hong Jun. If you want to clear the area, let's see who clears who first. He Tian sneered. There's no point in talking. Strength speaks for itself. The Ninth Sword Emperor wielded the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Golden sword radiance shone from the golden dragon sword. Every golden sword radiance pierced through the void. A golden shadow of a dragon appeared on the sword. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was awakening. The aura of the Sage Dao surrounded the sword. On the sword there were 9 divine marks of the Dao. Only those who had condensed 9 divine marks were qualified to become saints. The golden dragon sword was vibrating. Very well. Qiu Wuqing's eyes were extremely cold. The halberd in his hand was also vibrating slightly. Although the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, the halberd in his hand was not bad either. Sai, I didn't want to kill you. Since you want to die, I, Old Black, will reluctantly release you. An almost transparent sword radiance rushed out from He Tian's body. After that, it circled around him. The aura of the Sage Dao spread from the almost transparent sword radiance. Saint weapon. Feeling the waves of the invisible sword, everyone was shocked. The other party also had a saint weapon. However, it was not comparable to a flawless saint weapon. Taoist Hong Jun's side still had the absolute advantage. Kill. The black dragon roared and was the first to charge at Gu Fei. He had transformed into his true form. It was a huge divine dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. Just a swing of the divine dragon's tail was enough to destroy an area. At the same time, the mysterious giant also made her move. Wisps of white air rushed out from her body. Everywhere the white air passed, everything was frozen. Even the void was frozen. Rumble. Chapter 1857. Rumble. The 9 stars descended and the aura of the divine path spread out. Boundless power of the stars pressed down from the sky. Taoist Hong Jun used his ultimate technique, wanting to kill Gu Fei and the others together. How dare you? He Tian roared in anger. Boundless matrix patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the air, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This was a great technique that could form a matrix out of nothing. Buzz. At the same time, a sword chime was heard. An almost transparent sword light shot into the sky and slashed towards the 9 stars that were descending. The invisible divine sword was also a divine weapon. However, compared to the 9-star alignment, the power of this divine weapon was too weak. The invisible divine sword light was unable to resist the power of the 9 stars and was suppressed. He Tian retracted the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword was not a flawless divine weapon and could not fight against a flawless divine weapon. However, he still had a divine weapon. A huge seal flew out from He Tian's hand. This was the heaven transformation seal that he had collected from the Wuliang old man. A power that could turn the world back into chaos spread out from the heaven transformation seal. The boundless power of the red stars that were descending from the sky was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual chi by the heaven transformation seal. Then it was absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. What? Taoist Hong Jun was shocked. He did not expect Yi Futian to have two divine weapons. Moreover, the power displayed by the seal was very special. The heaven transformation seal could turn all power into the most primitive spiritual chi. The power of the stars that were descending from the sky was constantly being dissolved and then absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. Buzz. The air shook and many matrix patterns appeared. He Tian's killing formation continued to gather power. A powerful ripple spread out from the killing formation. Taoist friend, what are you waiting for? Seeing this, Taoist Hong Jun shouted at the Ninth Sword Emperor. His opponent was not He Tian. Instead it was Gu Fei, who he felt was even more unfathomable than He Tian. All right. The Ninth Sword Emperor quickly acted. Buzz. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword thrummed as a golden dragon emerged from it. It soared for tens of thousands of meters before diving down toward He Tian. Rumble. The great power caused the world to tremble. It was as if a real golden dragon had appeared in the world. A powerful dragon aura spread out. Transform for me. He Tian had mastered the heaven transformation seal. He used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth, to activate this seal, and he was able to gradually awaken it. The power of the returning to truth secret skill was strengthened several times through the transforming heaven seal, and it shrouded the golden dragon that was swooping down from the sky. The two forces collided in an instant. The heaven transformation seal blocked the Saint Monarch golden dragon sword's attack, and the sharp golden sword chi dissipated and was converted into the most primitive form of spiritual energy. How is this possible? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was truly shocked. The power displayed by the seal was far too astonishing. It was even able to disperse the sword chi unleashed by the golden dragon sword of the Saint Monarch. Could this be one of the legendary supreme divine arts of immortal Tao? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was bewildered. He did not dare to withdraw the golden sword light. After all, if he retreated, his opponent would definitely launch an even fiercer attack. However, the sword chi from the golden dragon sword of the Saint Monarch continued to dissipate, turning into spiritual energy that was devoured by the killing formation below. The energy fluctuations emitted by Erebus killing formation grew stronger and stronger. Countless array patterns interweaved, guiding the spiritual energy from all directions at the same time. In the depths of the killing formation, it was as if there was an incomparably powerful sacred beast sleeping. However, He Tian was unable to gain any advantage and he could not break through his opponent's defense. The two experts were in a stalemate for a while. However, in general, He Tian still had the upper hand. With this, he would be able to exhaust the Ninth Sword Sovereign to death. Die. The Black Dragon and the mysterious giant charged at Gu Fei with shocking battle intent. The Black Dragon in particular had a violent personality. Its 2 dragon claws tore at Gu Fei. Umph. Gu Fei let out a cold snort and threw out a punch. Pfft. A bloody mist appeared. The Black Dragon's 2 dragon claws were smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. The Black Dragon was so shocked that it tried to retreat. Gu Fei originally wanted to add another punch to end He Long's life, but at this time the mysterious giant had already attacked. An extremely cold aura instantly enveloped Gu Fei's body, sealing him in ice. Black Dragon laughed heartily. Although he was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei's attack, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised to see Gu Fei instantly frozen by the mysterious giant. At this moment, a crystal-clear jade-like hand with immortal spiritual light flowing around it stretched out from the white fog and slapped towards the frozen Gu Fei. At this moment, cracks appeared on the transparent ice on Gu Fei's body. What? The mysterious giant in the cold mist was clearly taken aback. After being frozen by his own cold chi, the other party actually still had the strength to resist. How was this possible? Bang! Before the jade-like hand could hit Gu Fei, the thick layer of transparent ice on Gu Fei's body exploded, and countless pieces of ice shot out in all directions. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the hand that was about to retract. A cry of surprise came from the mist. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Just at this moment, the hand broke free from Gu Fei's grasp and retracted back into the mist. Then it instantly retreated. These moves were extremely fast and they were equally shocking. If Gu Fei hadn't been distracted for a moment, the mysterious giant would have been instantly killed by his lightning-fast methods. It's a woman. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boss, when did you learn to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? In the distance, He Tian happened to see this and couldn't help but tease Gu Fei. Being closed in by a cultivator was the nightmare of all cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in, it meant death. One should know that cultivators were most proficient in battle techniques, especially close combat techniques. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was rare for someone to break free from his grasp. This person is terrifying. Gu Fei's display of combat abilities completely shocked the Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant in particular even took a trip to the gates of hell. Die! A loud shout came down from the sky. At that moment, an incredibly powerful force came crashing down from the sky. 9 crimson stars came crashing down from the sky, and the air itself was cracking and collapsing. The powerful power of the divine path caused the world to lose its color. You're the only one who will die. Chapter 1858. Boom. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw a punch upwards. His punch was the strongest punch that he had cultivated, the chaotic fist force. Chaotic chi surged from his fist like a chaotic dragon, soaring into the sky and colliding with the descending 9-star alignment. What? He's actually using his physical body to go against a flawless saint weapon? Everyone was shocked at the sight of this. Only He Tian and Qiu Wuqing, who knew about Gu Fei's background, were not too surprised. After all, that was a half-sage martial body. In the distant past, the human race martial body was once seen as one of the strongest martial bodies in the world. A great accomplishment martial body could even challenge a sage. Even if one didn't become a sage, he could still fight against a sage. Rumble. As the two supreme forces clashed, Gu Fei's right fist surged with countless primal chaos Dao patterns, drawing the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. This punch even brought along the entire force of heaven and earth to suppress the descending 9-star alignment. The matchless fist force shook the entire world. The 9 red stars were shaking too. This punch of Gu Fei had really shaken the saint weapon. How can this be? That black dragon was completely dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had really hit the jackpot earlier on. If this human called Gu Fei had continued to attack him, he would have long been killed by him. The mysterious giant was also shocked. One had to know that one of her arms was grabbed by Gu Fei just now. She was confused as to why Gu Fei had let her go. It was a huge taboo for a martial body to get close to her, let alone being grabbed by a martial body. What kind of joke is this? Up in the sky, Taoist Hong Jun couldn't believe that Gu Fei could resist the power of the 9-star alignment with his own strength. How can his physical body be so strong? Although it was hard to believe, the other party's combat power was there for all to see. This human expert was simply too terrifying. To think that his fleshly body could actually take on a flawless sacred artifact. While everyone was shocked, Gu Fei felt an unimaginable pressure. The flawless saint artifact was indeed powerful. Even though there were countless chaotic runes faintly visible on his right fist, he still felt a great impact. Cracks appeared on Gu Fei's fist and blood oozed out from the cracks. The powerful half-step sacred martial body was injured. Gu Fei knew that his martial body was still not strong enough. It was difficult for him to truly contend against a flawless sacred tool. However, the battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed was enough to shock the world. Taoist Hong Jun was going all out. He used all his strength to activate the alignment of the 9 stars. The terrifying power of the stars instantly increased rapidly, and the void below began to be destroyed. Gu Fei's right fist surged with powerful chaotic true power, contending against the vast and mighty power of the stars descending from the sky. But at this time the power of the stars was too strong, causing his right fist to sink down. The cracks on his fist began to spread to his arm. Swish! Gu Fei flipped his left hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his left palm. After that he directly awakened the divine sword, and 9 Dao runes appeared on the blade. Buzz! He directly stabbed the sword upwards, and the extremely sharp chaotic sword Qi soared into the sky. It broke through the layers of scarlet power of the stars and pierced towards Taoist Hong Jun, who was in the sky. Swish! The chaotic sword Qi instantly shot out, which shocked Taoist Hong Jun. The sword chi was so condensed that it seemed to have materialized. This was the power that was concentrated at a single point to break through the alignment of the 9 stars. Taoist Hong Jun quickly dodged. Gu Fei immediately felt his body lighten. He then immediately retreated and switched the sword to his right hand. Seeing that Gu Fei had actually broken free from the lock of the alignment of the 9 stars, even Taoist Hong Jun, who had once followed that ancient sage, couldn't help but change his expression. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Taoist Hong Jun's imagination. Very good. The alignment of the 9 stars is worthy of my full strength. Gu Fei retreated 1,000 feet and then stood in the void. He held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and looked at Taoist Hong Jun coldly. His words were extremely cold. Arrogant. Taoist Hong Jun couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This human expert actually didn't use his full strength when fighting against the flawless sacred weapon. At this moment He Tian was already fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon, while Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the mysterious giant. The 4 stoneman warriors in the ancient city also attacked at this moment. A chaotic battle broke out and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Gu Fei was fighting against the power of the alignment of the 9 stars. Relatively speaking, the power of the alignment of the 9 stars in the entire sage world was concentrated on Gu Fei. However, the suppression of the alignment of the 9 stars had weakened a lot for the other living beings. The 4 stoneman warriors and countless stoneman warriors, who were initially suppressed, became fierce again at this moment, killing and injuring countless beast warriors. The 4 stoneman warriors displayed great strength that surpassed the demi-sage realm. One moment they were fighting against He Tian, and the next moment they were fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon. In the eyes of the stoneman warriors, all the invaders in the divine city were no different. They were all their enemies. The mysterious giant went up against Qiu Wuqing. This was an evenly matched battle. Qiu Wuqing didn't hide his strength anymore. He displayed a shocking technique and fought the mysterious giant to a stalemate. As for the mysterious woman, she was fighting against the followers of the 9th Sword Emperor. Weng. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was vibrating. Each of the divine arrows she shot out contained a terrifying fire elemental power. Even a half-step saint would be burned to ashes if he was hit by them. His body and soul would be destroyed. There were 4 half-sages fighting against the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman wasn't afraid at all. The 4 half-sages were not bad opponents. The mysterious woman treated the 4 half-sages as a whetstone. Without saying much, the mysterious woman kept drawing her bow and shooting divine arrows. The 4 half-sages couldn't get close to her and were in danger. Sun chasing divine arrow. The mysterious woman drew her bow. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. This time, there were 3 divine arrows that were shrouded in raging flames on her bowstring. The arrowhead of each divine sword seemed to have a shining sun. Swoosh! As soon as the mysterious woman let go, the 3 divine arrows were immediately shot out. The 3 divine arrows shot towards the 3 half-sages who were closest to the mysterious woman. Chapter 1859. The sun archery art was said to be a supreme archery art created by a great saint in ancient times. That great saint had once used this archery art to shoot down 9 sun stars in the sky. One could see how powerful this archery art was. One should know that the sun star was not an ordinary star. Even a legendary great saint wouldn't find it easy to destroy the sun star. A sun archery divine arrow instantly streaked across the sky and nailed a half-saint to the sky. That wasn't a real sun archery arrow, but a divine arrow condensed from endless sunfire essence. Roar! The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow let out a hair-raising roar. His entire body was emitting sun true fire. The sun true fire came from his body. Even his pores were spewing out flames. The other 2 half-saints couldn't help but light up when they saw this scene. This was too terrifying. If they were hit by this divine arrow, they would be burned to ashes by the sun true fire. For cultivators, the destruction of their body and soul meant that they would completely disappear from this world. They wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Their life imprints would be completely erased. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was too powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint tool. The divine arrow it shot could easily kill an ordinary half-saint. At this time the mysterious woman pulled the divine bow again. The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow was burned to ashes by the sun-true fire. Even the ashes dissipated in the world. Those two half-saints instantly turned pale with fright when they saw the mysterious woman draw her bow again. They'd clearly witnessed how formidable this divine bow was, and it had instantly killed a half-saint whose strength wasn't inferior to their own. Swoosh! Without any hesitation the two half-saints turned around and fled. At this time nothing was more important than their lives. However, all of this was in vain. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow. The world's essence from all directions crazily gathered towards the divine bow. Two divine arrows condensed on the bowstring. Fire chi lingered and Tao runes appeared faintly. The two divine arrows that condensed emitted a saint aura. Kill. The mysterious woman drew her bow fully and then she released it, causing two divine arrows to immediately shoot forward. At practically the exact same instant that she released her bow, those two divine arrows had arrived behind those two fleeing half-saints. This time they were not so lucky. Roar. The two half-saints didn't want to be killed just like that. Their bodies shone with divine light, and their immortal god force seemed to be burning, erupting with an unprecedented power fluctuation. Buzz. An illusory figure emerged behind one of the half-step saints. It was as if a real saint had descended, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The illusory figure reached out to grab the incoming divine arrow. However, the extremely formidable phantom wasn't able to grab onto the arrow, and it instantly pierced through its palm. Boom! It nailed the half-saint in midair. Boom! The half-step saint who was nailed in the air by the divine arrow exploded in an instant. The divine flame that erupted from the divine arrow burned the half-step saint's flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and even his soul completely. The other half-step saint tried his best to display his strongest battle prowess, but he was still unable to resist the divine arrow. He was shot head-on and fell from the sky. Before he could even fall to the ground, he was burned to ashes by the powerful energy contained in the divine arrow. The mysterious woman was extremely powerful. She'd killed 3 half-saints in succession. Such an accomplishment shocked everyone, especially the 9th Sword Emperor who was fighting He Tian. He was shocked by the death of 3 half-saints because the mysterious woman had actually drawn her divine bow towards him. What? The 9th Sword Emperor was instantly shocked. After all, 3 half-saints had just perished beneath this bow, so it was absolutely impossible for the 9th Sword Emperor to not be shocked. It's time for you to die, you old dog. He Tian controlled the Heaven Transformation Seal, and its power surged out in all directions. It transformed all the golden rays of light that pierced towards him into the most primitive energy of the heavens and the earth, and then it was absorbed by his slaughter formation. At this moment, the energy condensed by his slaughter formation was growing stronger and stronger, and it was enough to make the 9th Sword Emperor feel threatened. Only when the Heaven Transformation Seal fell into Erebus's hands did it reveal its true power. The power of the Heaven Transformation Seal made him almost invincible. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword hummed. Even though the 9th Sword Emperor was in a passive position, he didn't show any signs of losing. He wielded the golden dragon sword with all his might, and he ceaselessly broke through the Heaven Transformation Seal's power. The extremely sharp golden rays of light almost struck He Tian a few times. After all, the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, and it possessed great power. Even the Heaven Transformation Seal's Heaven Transformation Seal couldn't completely dissolve the rays of light that shot out from the golden dragon sword. Dissolving the power of the saint weapon required time. This was also the reason why the 9th Sword Emperor was still able to fight against He Tian. Rumble. At this moment, the mysterious woman was surrounded by a myriad of rays of light and auspicious qi. The spirit qi of the heavens and the earth frantically gathered and entered the divine bow in her hand. Ancient and mysterious runes of the Tao appeared on the body of the divine bow, interweaving with each other to form a rhythm of the Tao. This was the embodiment of the power of the great Tao, and it resonated with the great Tao. A divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was a tricolored divine arrow, but it was different from the divine arrows that were shot out before. This divine arrow was condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire. The essence of the sun, the essence of Li fire, and the essence of Yin fire. The divine arrow condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire, which were rare in the heavens and earth, emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave of energy. Even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they sensed the wave of energy. If they were to be shot by this divine arrow, let alone a half-saint, even a demi-saint would be instantly annihilated. Preposterous. The Ninth Sword Emperor couldn't help but tremble in fear when he saw this. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand posed a great threat to him, and the tricolored divine arrow emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Old dog, you've finally reached the end of your life. Haitian laughed out loud. He attacked with all his strength, and the yin and yang celestial qi interweaved in his body. He seemed to have turned into a yin-yang saint king, and the power of yin and yang surged in his body, raising his combat strength to its peak. At this moment he no longer held back, and the power of a half-saint burst out to pin down the Ninth Sword Emperor, not giving him a chance to escape. The mysterious woman was still gathering her energy. This time it seemed that it was difficult to pull the divine bow. The mysterious woman's body was glowing with divine light, and she was also circulating the energy in her body. Die. Finally, the mysterious woman let go of the divine bow before it was fully drawn. With her current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for her to unleash the full power of the tricolored divine arrow. Swoosh. Chapter 1860. The tricolored divine arrow, which was formed from the essence of 3 divine fires, was shot out. It turned into a tricolored divine rainbow that tore through the void and instantly arrived before the Ninth Sword Emperor. Roar. The Ninth Sword Emperor roared. At that moment he felt a great sense of danger. It was as if he would die in the next moment. Virum. At that moment he used all his strength to control the golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light rushed out of the sword. On the sword, there were 9 Tao patterns that appeared faintly, emitting the aura of the great path of saints. Rays of sword light enveloped the Ninth Sword Emperor and blocked the tricolored divine arrow that was shot at him. Boom. The tricolored divine arrow turned into a tricolored divine light and instantly hit the layer of golden sword light. The powerful force sent the Ninth Sword Emperor and his sword flying thousands of meters away. Wah! The Ninth Sword Emperor suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and he looked a little tired. However, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow was finally blocked by him. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a divine weapon refined by a Saint Ruler after all. The sword chi of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was extremely powerful. The void around the Ninth Sword Emperor was so guarded that not even water could splash through. The tricolored divine arrow could only clash head-on with the golden dragon sword. Too powerful. The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked and angry. The mysterious woman's arrow was very terrifying. If he did not have the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword, he would probably die here today. Break for me. The Ninth Sword Emperor's hair danced in the wind. He used all his strength to control the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light spread out from the divine sword like mercury. Boom. Just as the power of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword exploded, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow also exploded at the same time. 3 divine fires swept out in all directions and burned the void silently. One should know that these 3 divine fires were extremely rare. The divine fire of the solar divine fire, the divine fire of the Yin divine fire, and the Nanming Li fire were all one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. To be able to gather the essence of these 3 divine fires, the saint who refined the divine bow back then was indeed impressive. The Ninth Sword King was sent flying once again. This time the impact was even greater. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was almost knocked out of his hand. Well, the Ninth Sword Emperor spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession, and the blood dyed the front of his clothes red. His hair was disheveled and he looked completely exhausted. Kill. At this moment, He Tian seized the opportunity when the Ninth Sword Emperor was heavily injured by the mysterious woman's arrow to immediately control the killing formation and attack the Ninth Sword Emperor. The killing intent emitted from the killing formation was earth-shattering. At this moment, the energy gathered by the killing formation finally erupted. It was as if a slumbering saint-level beast had awoken. The power of the killing formation shook the heavens and the earth. Even the mysterious woman was shocked. Erebus was a formation grandmaster, and he was the only one who could display such a great formation technique. The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked. He could feel how terrifying the killing formation was. As long as he was enveloped by the killing formation, he would definitely die. The Ninth Sword Emperor hurriedly retreated in an attempt to avoid it. However, He Tian had already expected that he would retreat, so he had already taken out the Heaven Transformation Seal in his hand. An extremely powerful Heaven Transformation energy erupted, blocking the Ninth Sword Emperor's path of retreat. Despicable. The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked and furious. Streaks of golden sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. He wanted to break through the Heaven Transformation energy and rush out. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was indeed a flawless saint-level saint weapon. The sword light was indestructible, and it could actually break through the layers of Heaven Transformation energy, allowing the Ninth Sword Emperor to rush out. However, waiting for the Ninth Sword Emperor outside the Heaven Transformation energy was a shocking killing formation. The power of the Heaven Transformation Seal obviously could not really stop the Ninth Sword Emperor, but He Tian only wanted to use the Heaven Transformation energy to stop the Ninth Sword Emperor and buy some time. What? The Ninth Sword Emperor's shock was no small matter. Clang. The killing formation was filled with murderous intent, and the sound of divine swords being unsheathed could be heard. Boundless murderous light turned into shocking killing swords, and they slashed towards the Ninth Sword Emperor. Even with the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the Ninth Sword Emperor's hand, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not help but change his expression. "Or you want to kill me? You're not qualified." The Ninth Sword Emperor roared and waved the golden dragon sword in his hand. A wave of sword chi spread out, and the countless shocking killing swords were instantly shattered. "Is that so?" Mahakala's voice rang out. At that moment, a huge seal descended from the sky, crushing down on the Ninth Sword Emperor who was in the middle of the formation. The power of Heaven Transformation was so vast that it was weakening the power of the Saint Ruler Golden Dragon Sword. With the Heaven Transformation Seal and the shocking killing formation, He Tian successfully trapped the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. Just as He Tian trapped the Ninth Sword Emperor, the mysterious woman attacked again, and she killed her way into the battle that Qiu Wuqing was in. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Gu Fei and Taoist Hong Jun were also engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble. Gu Fei's body shone with chaotic divine light, and he was like a supreme god of war that walked out from the depths of chaos. His fists punched the void and it was about to return to chaos. The 9 red stars were shaking continuously, and they were actually shaken by Gu Fei's fists. "How dare you? I don't believe that even the 9-star pearl can't kill you." Taoist Hong Jun roared angrily. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too strong. How could such a thing happen? Gu Fei's combat strength was heaven-defying and it shocked everyone. No one would have thought that he would be so ferocious. He was not a saint, but he was already able to fight against a saint. Even those supreme beings who had yet to attain the Tao could not be so heaven-defying when they were in the half-saint realm. Could it be that Gu Fei was even more abnormal than the supreme beings when they were young? Taoist Hong Jun went all out. The 9 red stars shone with boundless red light, and it was as if 9 red divine suns had appeared in the sky. The entire world was imprisoned by this power. However, there was one person who could not even be imprisoned by the 9-star pearl. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the 9 heaven stars sword. He wanted to use his own strength to fight against the saint. This was a kind of training, and he wanted to use the saint to sharpen his martial body. He attacked with all his strength and he did not hold back. Only when he attacked with all his strength could he continuously stimulate the potential in his body and release even more powerful strength. Chapter 1861. High-quality update. The entire heaven and earth trembled as Gu Fei displayed his unrivaled body technique. Martial true force surged violently within his body as the primal chaos chi soared 3,000 feet into the sky. This was the result of the 9-star alignment's saint path suppression. Otherwise, the phenomenon that Gu Fei's martial body had displayed would have been even more shocking. 2 unparalleled powers clashed. Taoist Hong Jun was not a sage. He was only a half-step sage, so it was hard for him to truly display the power of the 9-star alignment. However, even so, the power of the 9-star alignment was enough to kill any demisage. It could only be said that the current Gu Fei was even stronger than the average demisage. Ping! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to shake. The power of the half-sage martial body and martial true force combined perfectly, causing the power of his punch to rise to a terrifying level. His martial true force and martial body were one. Such power was hard for anyone to devour. Even the secret art of returning truth was useless against him, as it could not devour his martial true force. The 9 red stars were shaking after being shaken by Gu Fei's punch. This was definitely a result that left everyone dumbfounded. To think that Gu Fei's power was so strong that he could shake a sage weapon with his bare hands. Too strong. It's indeed a nightmare to let a martial artist get close to you. No one in the same realm can withstand such power. Everyone was shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. It proved once again that it was not a legend that a martial artist was invincible. How is this possible? Taoist Hongjun was truly shocked. This human before him was too heaven-defying. He was only a half-sage, but the combat power he displayed was extremely close to that of a sage. If he were to reach the demi-sage level, wouldn't he be able to challenge a sage? Of course, this was just a guess of Taoist Hongjun. One should know that there was a huge realm between a sage and a half-sage. All living beings below the sage level were ants. Even if Gu Fei were to reach the half-sage level, he might not be a match for a sage. At this moment, Gu Fei was still using his own strength to fight against Taoist Hongjun. The primal chaos fist was constantly being transformed by him. The primal chaos true power was vast and mighty. 9 profound Tao patterns started to appear on his fist. These were the supreme 9 Tao patterns. The 9 Tao patterns were all-encompassing, as if they contained all the truths of the world. This was the foundation of achieving the Tao. If one could become a saint or even a supreme being, these 9 Tao patterns would be crucial. What? When Taoist Hongjun saw the 9 Tao patterns on Gu Fei's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. This human expert was incredible and had unlimited potential. He had actually comprehended the principle of simplifying the great Tao and condensed 9 Tao patterns. Everyone walked a different path, and the Tao they comprehended was also different. During the Tao severing, cultivators had already come into contact with the Tao patterns. However, the Tao patterns of this period were not limited to just 9 Tao patterns, but almost infinite. One had to know that the heavenly Tao was emotionless and the great Tao was uncertain. A cultivator's understanding of the great Tao could be endless, which resulted in the appearance of countless Tao patterns. However, as the cultivator's cultivation continued to increase after the Tao severing, their comprehension of the great Tao would become deeper and deeper, and the number of Tao patterns would gradually decrease. In the end, all the Tao patterns that could express the great Tao would condense into the 9 most primitive Tao patterns. Only by condensing the 9 Tao patterns would one be able to go further than others on the path of cultivation. The 9 scarlet stars were vibrating, and the endless power of the stars pressed down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. Under such circumstances, he could only use this method to stimulate his potential. Only by lingering on the edge of life and death could he improve his cultivation. Rumble. Gu Fei was evolving his great Tao. The 9 Tao patterns were constantly changing, but there were only 9 vague outlines that hadn't truly stabilized yet. At this stage, his performance was already enough to shock the world. He had already broken the record set by his predecessors, as he had already comprehended 9 Tao patterns before achieving the great Tao. One had to know that only when breaking through to the sage level could a cultivator evolve his great Tao and condense 9 Tao patterns. Only by successfully condensing 9 Tao patterns could one become a sage. Under the circumstances where he had yet to break through to the sage level, Gu Fei had already condensed the outline of 9 Tao patterns. This was definitely something that no one had ever done before or since. At the very least, there were no records of this in the oldest books collected by the major forces in the human world. The 9 Tao patterns vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's body. The great Tao's Taoist rhymes circled around him, and the chaotic spiritual qi circulated in a mysterious state. A sage's aura surged from his body. Using the power of the 9 Tao patterns to fight against the 9 aligned stars and evolve his own great Tao, only Gu Fei could do this under such circumstances. This guy. When Taoist Hongjun realized what Gu Fei was doing, even he couldn't help but change his expression. 9 stars shattering the cosmos. Taoist Hongjun had no choice but to use his trump card in advance. Under his control, the 9 scarlet stars vibrated in unison, then released boundless power of the stars. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the sky above Gu Fei. Even the void between heaven and earth was being crushed and destroyed by this power. This was a great destruction. Taoist Hong Jun did not hesitate to destroy the god city below him to raise the power of the 9 aligned stars to the limit. The 9 scarlet stars descended from the sky and sank towards Gu Fei. Every single scarlet star radiated with boundless scarlet light, and the great Tao imprints within the 9 godly pearls seemed to be awakening. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. The void that was sealed by the 9 Tao patterns began to loosen. The power of the 9 aligned stars shook Gu Fei, pushing him down from the sky to the ground. Hong Jun is starting to use his killer move. Black Dragon sneered. He was very clear about the power of the 9 aligned stars. Even if Gu Fei had comprehended the 9 Tao patterns, he was definitely not a match for this saint artifact. Seeing that Taoist Hong Jun was going all out, the mysterious giant was also shocked. After all, if the power of the 9 aligned stars was fully unleashed, even the god city would be shaken. If you guys don't know what's good for you. Is Boss Gu still messing with you? Hei Tian's voice was heard, shocking Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. At this moment, Hei Tian had completely trapped the 9th Sword Emperor in the killing formation. However, the 9th Sword Emperor had the Saint Ruler Golden Dragon Sword. It was not an easy task for Hei Tian to kill him. Hei Tian had already made up his mind. He was going to exhaust the 9th Sword Emperor who was trapped in the killing formation to death. On the other side, Qiu Wuqing, Black Dragon and the Stoneman Warrior were still fighting. Although Black Dragon was strong, he was also injured at this moment. Dragon blood dripped from his body from time to time. Chapter 1862. In the chaotic battle, Qiu Wuqing was extremely ferocious. He held his halberd and clashed with the Lai Hu general 3 times. Then he turned around and fought with the divine sword general. Swoosh. The mysterious woman kept pulling the bow in her hand, shooting out divine fire arrows. Each arrow pierced through the void, displaying her powerful battle prowess. Boom. The mysterious woman shot out a fire divine arrow, which collided with the ice divine spear of the mysterious giant figure. The arrow and the spear disappeared in the air at the same time. The mysterious giant figure was very powerful. She was a half-step saint, much more powerful than a half-step saint. However, the mysterious woman had a divine bow, which shortened the distance between the two. The combat ability of a saint implement in the hands of a half-step saint could definitely compete with a half-step saint. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant figure were both women and equally talented. The 2 cultivators were fighting. Divine arrows pierced through the air, shattering the air and forcing the mysterious giant figure to keep retreating. White misty cold air pervaded the air. The mysterious giant figure had cultivated a power of extreme yin and cold. White cold mist circled around her. Her figure was faintly discernible and the air around her seemed to be solidifying. This was a terrifying technique. Anyone who entered the range of the cold air would feel as if they had entered a swamp. Their movements would be slowed and their movements would be affected. Eat another arrow of mine. The mysterious woman drew her divine bow. The divine fire of yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined. A yin-yang divine arrow formed in the mysterious woman's hand. This was the power of yin and yang. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from the divine arrow. The mysterious giant figure was also shocked. Rumble. The air around the mysterious giant figure was shaking. White cold air pervaded the air. The air froze like ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to reach the mysterious giant figure's side. Swoosh. The mysterious woman only drew the bow halfway and then let go. With her cultivation and ability, it was difficult for her to draw the bow completely. But even so, the power of the mysterious woman's arrow was enough to shock everyone. The yin-yang divine arrow pierced through the air and directly broke through the frozen air around the mysterious giant figure. It pierced through the mysterious giant figure's real body in the cold mist. Damn it! The mysterious giant figure quickly retreated, and then her hands kept moving in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from her jade-like hands, sealing forward. An ice divine spear appeared before the mysterious giant. It was a divine spear condensed from countless runes of the great path, and it radiated with saintly power. Boom. The yin-yang divine arrow collided with the ice divine spear, producing a muffled sound. Then a visible ripple spread out. The space around the mysterious giant, which was almost as solid as divine iron, was directly torn apart by the power that erupted, and the mysterious giant was sent flying. The power of the yin-yang divine arrow was much more powerful than the mysterious giant had imagined. The divine fire of the yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined, increasing the power of the arrow to a level that even a half-step saint would be terrified of. Well, the mysterious giant spat out a mouthful of blood. The white mist around her was almost dispersed by the mysterious woman's arrow. Cold mist lingered. Although the mysterious giant had suffered a blow, he could still fight. Swoosh. She instantly pounced at the mysterious woman. She was so fast that even the mysterious woman was shocked. An extremely cold aura had already enveloped her. The mysterious woman immediately retreated, and at the same time she wanted to draw the divine bow in her hand. However, at this moment, the mysterious giant followed her like a shadow, not giving her time to draw the divine bow in her hand at all. The two figures were chasing each other. Just as the mysterious woman and the mysterious giant were chasing each other, Qiu Wuqing had already beaten a stoneman general to the point that it was covered in cracks and almost shattered. The divine sword general was severely injured and temporarily retreated. However, the Lai Hua general, the divine arm general, and the other two generals were still fighting against the black dragon and Qiu Wuqing. While Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the stoneman general, he had to guard against the black dragon's sneak attack. Swoosh. When the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand forced the two generals to retreat, he suddenly turned around and attacked the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was fighting against the divine arm general. Pft! The halberd fell. The black dragon avoided being hit at a critical moment, but Qiu Wuqing's halberd still left a bloody hole on his body. The black dragon was shocked and angry as he quickly retreated. Qiu Wuqing then attacked, forcing the black dragon to retreat again and again. He was almost killed by Qiu Wuqing. To be able to force a half-step saint to such an extent and almost kill him, Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was enough to shock the human world. An expert who walked out of the forbidden zone was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Gu Fei was no longer relaxed. Taoist Hong Jun began to fight with all his might. The power of the 9-star alignment destroyed the void of heaven and earth, suppressing Gu Fei from the sky to the ground. The entire divine city shook. Roar. Gu Fei roared in a low voice. The power of the stars that came down from the sky was too strong, and he almost couldn't straighten his back. The 9 Dao patterns on his body were suppressed back into his body by this power. The saint artifact has revived. Gu Fei was shocked. The aura of the Saint Dao in the sky was vast, as though a star saint had arrived. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Taoist Hong Jun's voice came down from the sky. To him, it was a joke to use his physical body to fight against a saint artifact. One should know that a revived saint artifact could unleash the powerful power of a saint. How could a half-saint resist the power of a saint? With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could fight against a saint artifact that had not been revived. However, if it was a revived saint artifact, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. A revived saint artifact could unleash an attack that was equivalent to that of a saint. Humph, I will defy it for you to see. Gu Fei sneered. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Now was the time. As he spoke, the aura on his body began to change drastically. Rumble. The void around Gu Fei and even the ground around him were shaking. A shocking power erupted from his body and his combat strength rose rapidly. The 9 Dao patterns that had been suppressed back into his body by the power of the 9-star alignment appeared on his body again at this moment. They interweaved into a hazy truth of the Great Dao. The 9 Dao patterns that Gu Fei had comprehended were just in their embryonic form. They hadn't truly stabilized yet. The Dao patterns were blurry and seemed to be still evolving. The power from the 9 Dao patterns pushed back the power of the 9-star alignment that was pressing down from the sky. What? Chapter 1863. Under the immense pressure, Gu Fei finally used the Ascension Secret technique. His battle prowess increased 5-fold, and his powerful strength broke through the seal of the 9-star alignment. Roar. Gu Fei growled. His eyes were as bright as stars and an explosive sound came from his body. His bones and tendons were vibrating, and the power of his martial body was increasing at the same time. 5 times the power of ascension. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an ancient god of war descending. 9 divine patterns of the great Tao were faintly visible on his body. At that moment he felt that he only needed to step down to shatter the earth and raise his hand to punch through the sky. This feeling of being filled with power made his battle intent even stronger. It really is the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Taoist Hongjun had once followed that ancient sage, and it just so happened that the ancient sage was also a sage of the immortal Tao. He had become a saint through the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme divine arts that every sage of the immortal Tao wanted to obtain. To be able to pry into the 9 secrets was a lifelong wish of theirs. Of course, this sage of the immortal Tao did not obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He only obtained some fragments that were difficult to cultivate. However, the sage of the immortal Tao had once explained the power of each secret. Taoist Hongjun had been by the sage's side at that time, and he had heard all of this. "I didn't think that you would have such a good eye," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He immediately struck out. Runes of the Tao appeared on his right fist as chaotic true force surged. Powerful ripples of energy radiated from his fist. So what if it's the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? You can't defy the heavens. Taoist Hongjun descended from the sky. 9 scarlet stars circled around him, and the destructive power of the stars spread out in all directions. It froze the void and sealed Gu Fei within. The power of the divine Tao swept towards Gu Fei from all directions. Taoist Hongjun wanted to kill Gu Fei in one move. Rumble. The void around Gu Fei was being annihilated and the void of heaven and earth was returning to chaos. He punched upwards unhurriedly and 9 Tao patterns appeared on his fist. The power of the rising heavens by 5 times soared into the sky, broke through the layers of red star power, and rushed towards Taoist Hongjun. However, the power of the crimson star was too powerful at this moment. It had already displayed the power of a saint-rank powerhouse. Even with 5 times the power of ascension, it would be difficult to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. The power of 5 times heaven ascension had been destroyed, and it was no longer a threat to Taoist Hongjun. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are just so. Taoist Hongjun sneered. From his point of view, the outcome had already been decided. No one below the sage plane would be able to block the 9-star alignment. One must know that this was a flawless sage weapon. Humph. Gu Fei didn't say anything and just snorted coldly. 10-fold ascension power. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed his strongest combat strength. His combat strength increased 10-fold. At this time his entire body was blooming with primal chaos divine light. Buzz. The extremely powerful force caused the void around Gu Fei to tremble. The power of the 9-star alignment was once again repelled, and the shattered void rapidly reformed. How is this possible? Taoist Hongjun's expression changed when he sensed this. 10-fold ascension power had already reached the limit of what Gu Fei's half-sage martial body could withstand. If he were to increase the power of ascension again, his martial body might be in trouble. Boom. It was another simple and direct punch. This punch was so powerful that it could shake the 9 scarlet stars in the sky. However, it was still unable to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. "Hi, you scared me. I thought you could really defy the heavens." Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Fei couldn't break the seal of the 9-star alignment. One must know that the current Gu Fei could kill him without using the sage weapon. The 9 secrets of the immortal path was indeed an invincible, supreme divine technique. Taoist Hongjun was secretly shocked. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei was too terrifying and powerful. It was enough to sweep away the 3 powerhouses of Sage World. If it were not for the sacred artifact, the 9-star alignment, Taoist Hongjun would have been killed by Gu Fei long ago. "I said you can't defy the heavens." Taoist Hongjun's confidence soared. He knew that if this continued, this human expert named Gu Fei would be exhausted to death. Is that so? Gu Fei's expression remained calm, not showing any signs of panic. Rumble. At this moment the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his body, as if thunder was rumbling inside his body. An even more powerful force rippled out from his body. Taoist Hongjun was truly dumbfounded. Why does this human strength keep increasing? There seems to be no end to it. This is unbelievable. 15 times the power of ascension. Gu Fei used power that surpassed the limits of his martial body. 15 times the power of ascension was circulating, and a power ripple that could make even half-step saints tremble erupted from his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared. This power was so powerful that it surpassed the limits of his martial body. Veins began to appear on his body, as if a wild beast was about to break out of his body. His entire body grew bigger and the muscles all over his body swelled. He could feel that all his muscles, bones and flesh were about to be torn apart. He could barely control this powerful force. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this time even the power of the 9-star alignment could not suppress him. He was like an invincible primal chaos war god. His entire body blossomed with primal chaos divine light, and his battle intent shook the heavens and earth. Boom! A great battle broke out and the 9-star alignment was directly shaken. Gu Fei punched out and sent one of the red stars flying, shocking Taoist Hongjun. Kill! Taoist Hongjun immediately reacted. He also went all out. The red star that was sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back. The 9 stars rotated and a red starry sky was formed. The 9 red stars were like 9 ancestral stars in this starry sky, and they rushed towards Gu Fei from 9 different directions. This guy is really heaven-defying. Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but admit that Gu Fei was really strong, so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. He actually used his own strength to fight against a saint weapon. Even those ancient supreme beings were probably not as strong as him when they were young. The 9 red stars were like stars falling from the sky. They emitted a destructive power and they rushed towards Gu Fei. This scene shocked everyone. Does that guy Hongjun want to destroy this divine city? The black dragon and the mysterious giant were both shocked. They were very clear that if the 9 stars collided together, they would be able to display the true power of a saint. At that time even the divine city below would be affected. 9 stars returning to 1 invincible. Let's see how you are going to resist. Taoist Hongjun laughed maniacally. At this moment he was also overdrafting his yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi used to execute this move was just too great. Chapter 1864. 9 stars fused into 1 invincible. Taoist Hongjun roared furiously. He was risking his life to use this move, even at the cost of greatly damaging his vitality. The 9 stars fused into 1 could form an invincible ancestral star. Moreover, the power of the 9 scarlet stars fusing together was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Rather, it was superimposed. The fusion of 2 scarlet stars could unleash 2 times the power. However, the fusion of 3 scarlet stars could unleash 9 times the power. If 4 stars fused into 1, the fused ancestral star would display 16 times the power. If 9 stars fused into 1, it would display 81 times the power. 81 times the power was so great that even a true sage might not be able to withstand it, let alone Gu Fei who had yet to become a sage. However, once this move was used, Taoist Hongjun's immortal essence was continuously absorbed by the scarlet stars. It was inevitable that his vitality would be greatly damaged. If Taoist Hongjun did not have the cultivation of a half-step sage, he would not dare to use this move, because he could not stop once he used it. If his cultivation was insufficient, he would face the danger of having all his essence devoured by the scarlet stars. At that time he would not be able to kill his enemy and would instead lose his life. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook and the divine city trembled. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from the surroundings of the great hall in the depths of the divine city. Immortal qi surged and thousands of strands of auspicious qi appeared. The formation protecting the great hall was activated by the power of the scarlet stars. The great formation was activated, and a supreme and sacred aura spread out. It's a Sage King level great formation. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the fluctuations of the sage power. The thing hidden in the great hall was definitely the most important thing left behind by the ancient sage. At this moment everyone stopped. Even the stoneman warriors retreated. At this moment there were only 2 supreme experts fighting. Gu Fei, go to hell. Taoist Hongjun roared furiously. He circulated his immortal power with all his might, and endless immortal essence surged out from his body, entering the 9 scarlet stars that were charging towards Gu Fei. The 9 scarlet stars emitted an unprecedentedly powerful starlight. The starlight illuminated the world, dyeing the entire world crimson. Preposterous. At this moment Gu Fei could no longer remain calm. He sensed extreme danger. This Taoist Hongjun was not simple. He actually managed to awaken the great Tao imprint within the 9-star alignment. Of course, this was not a complete recovery, but it was enough to threaten Gu Fei's life. You're not the only one who will risk your life. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He did not use his extreme saint weapon to protect himself. Instead, he continued to use the Ascension secret art. This time he wanted to increase the power of Ascension by 20 times. Even Gu Fei wasn't sure if he could withstand 20 times the power of Ascension. Roar. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His shirt instantly exploded and turned into dust, revealing his bulging muscles. On his skin, veins crawled all over his body like the roots of an old tree. 20 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei gave it his all. If he wanted to stimulate the potential of his martial body, this was the fastest way. He wandered on the edge of life and death and truly felt the threat of death. Rumble. Endless chaotic divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The 9 chaotic patterns were imprinted on his body, emitting dazzling divine light of the great Tao. Arg. Gu Fei's face was ferocious. He roared into the sky. His body was still expanding. The power contained in his muscles, bones and flesh was constantly released. His flesh and martial true power were perfectly fused together. Crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body. Under the effect of 20 times the power of Ascension, the toughness of his martial body continued to soar. This is simply a human-shaped divine instrument. Someone exclaimed. At this time, everyone was staring at Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei's power was constantly increasing. The world was shaking because of this power. Boss He Tian, who knew about Gu Fei's background, couldn't help but worry. He had also cultivated the secret skill of Ascension. He knew how powerful this secret skill was. Gu Fei was using his own life to drive the secret skill of Ascension. 20 times the power of Ascension had definitely exceeded the endurance of Gu Fei's martial body. If he couldn't control this power, forget about killing the enemy, his body would explode from this uncontrollable power. His body and soul would be destroyed. Has this human already taken that step? The black dragon's body was shivering. It was only now that he knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. He had even attacked this human previously. He was simply courting death. That mysterious giant was also extremely shocked. Gu Fei indeed lives up to his name. The mysterious woman exclaimed. Gu Fei's power seemed to be endless. It was still increasing. He was infinitely close to the saint level. There were even signs of him leaping into the saint level. Strong. Qiu Wuqing, who had always been a man of few words, only said a single word. Gu Fei was truly strong. 20 times the power of Ascension was enough for him to kill quasi-sages. In fact, he could even fight against half-step sages. Even if half-step sages had sage weapons in their hands, he could still fight against them. Boom. Gu Fei's martial body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling chaotic divine light. His entire body seemed to be burning as an extremely powerful force rippled out from his body. His body was covered in blood. There were bloody wounds everywhere. Fresh blood seeped out from the wounds. His martial body had cracked, but it didn't collapse. Under the seal of the 9 Tao patterns, Gu Fei's martial body didn't collapse. It didn't explode from the extreme power within his body. He could still control such a powerful force with some difficulty. Xing. The 9 scarlet stars vibrated at the same time. These 9 scarlet stars were pushed apart by Gu Fei's power and couldn't fuse together. What? Taoist Hongjun was really shocked. This human expert was really heaven-defying. He actually pushed apart the 9 scarlet stars that were about to collide together. I won't lose. Taoist Hongjun's hair was disheveled. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood on every scarlet star. After spitting out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood, Taoist Hongjun's expression was completely exhausted. His originally black hair had actually turned white. His vitality is greatly damaged. Hongjun's vitality is greatly damaged. The black dragon and the mysterious giant who knew about Taoist Hongjun's background were extremely shocked. The number 1 person in this world was at his weakest at this moment. However, the 9 mouthfuls of essence blood that Taoist Hongjun spat out were very useful. After absorbing Taoist Hongjun's essence blood, the power of the 9 scarlet stars increased by another level. This. Chapter 1865. Taoist Hongjun spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence at the expense of his primordial qi, which increased the power of the 9-star alignment by a large margin. The void that was sealed by the 9-star alignment was directly annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Fei was in great danger when he was trapped in that piece of chaos. However, he was not killed by the power of the 9-star alignment because of the power of 20 times ascension. Roar. Gu Fei roared again and again. He was already at the edge of life and death, but at this moment his mind was extremely clear. He could still clearly feel the circulation of the martial true force in his body. Even the slightest change could not be missed. Not only did the 9 Dao patterns seal Gu Fei's body, preventing his martial physique from collapsing, but it also blocked the mighty power of the 9 stars outside his body. Gu Fei's martial body started to crack due to the overload of the secret skill of rising. Blood kept seeping out from the hideous cracks. Gu Fei could clearly feel that his bones were about to be crushed by the extremely powerful power. This was the second time he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. He used it when he was fighting against Azure Dragon. At that time his martial body almost collapsed. At that time he used the Dao patterns to seal his body. That was why he could barely control the peerless power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. Although he was already a half-sage and had condensed the blurry 9 Dao patterns, his martial body almost collapsed when he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. The secret skill of 20 times ascension seemed to be the limit for those below the sage realm. Those below the sage realm could only increase the power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. If he wanted to surpass this limit, he might have to wait until Gu Fei became a sage. Of course, only Gu Fei dared to use the power of 20 times ascension. If it was an ordinary half-sage or even a sage-to-be, they would not dare to use it. This was because no one below the sage realm had a physical body as strong as Gu Fei's. It's unbelievable. He can even block this attack. Everyone was shocked. The energy fluctuations emitted by the 9 stars were too powerful. The space sealed by the 9 stars had already turned into primal chaos. Even so, Gu Fei's energy fluctuations could still be sensed from the primal chaos. In other words, Gu Fei was still alive despite the attack. This is unbelievable. This kind of power is already at the saint level. The mysterious woman said. She knew that even if she were to fight against Taoist Hongjun, it would be difficult for her to win. The power of the 9-star alignment was extremely terrifying. Countless stars flickered in the sky. The 9 stars drew upon the power of the stars in this part of the world, and then displayed such an attack. Because of this, Taoist Hongjun's vitality was greatly damaged. His black hair turned white. This was a sign that his vitality was greatly damaged. He had consumed too much of his original essence qi. Roar. This is still not enough to kill me? If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, then use them all. Gu Fei's roar rang out from the primal chaos. He was hovering on the brink of life and death. He attacked with all his strength, using this extreme method to stimulate his body's potential. Boom. He punched out, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. 20 times the strength of ascension was unleashed. This punch punched a hole in the primal chaos. Bang. A chaos god fist punched out from the primal chaos, smashing onto one of the 9 stars, causing it to tremble continuously and almost fall from the sky. What? A powerful energy fluctuation spread out, almost causing Taoist Hongjun to fall from the sky. At this moment his vitality was already greatly damaged. He had fallen from the half-step saint realm to the half-step saint realm. At this moment, even an ordinary half-step saint would be able to severely injure Taoist Hongjun. Just as Gu Fei was attacking the 9-star alignment, in the depths of this part of the world, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. A shocking aura appeared in the world. This is, high up in the sky, everyone in the God City could feel this powerful aura. Especially the 3 leaders of this part of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is he still alive? Even Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but be shocked. Haha. A figure rushed out of the huge tomb that had exploded. That person burst out of the tomb and laughed into the sky. This was an old man. His hair was sparse and his clothes were tattered. It was as though he was a corpse that had been buried underground for thousands of years and had just crawled out of his grave. Return of the original self. The old man's voice was like a bell. He didn't look like an old man at all. As the old man spoke, the spirit chi of the world gathered over from all directions and entered the body of this old man. The old man's divine body was going through a shocking change. The old skin on his body began to fall off as his sparse hair began to grow. Very soon, a head of thick and black hair grew out from his head. His bent back straightened. In a few breaths, this old man had transformed into a middle-aged man with vigorous chi and blood. The middle-aged man opened up a void that he had opened up and took out a set of green robes. He then changed out of the tattered clothes on his body. It's the Green Emperor. He's actually not dead. How is this possible? In the God City, the Black Dragon was shocked. It turned out that there had originally been 4 leaders in this part of the Sage world. Among the 4 leaders, Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had the highest cultivation and power. However, a mountain couldn't contain 2 tigers. The conflict between Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had been going on for a long time. After the Sage world of this part of the world had disappeared for 50,000 years, the conflict between Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor finally erupted. Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor fought in the depths of the mountains in this part of the world. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The mountains in this part of the world were almost razed to the ground. After that battle, a huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountains. Then Taoist Hongjun carried out a great purge and killed all the people who followed the Green Emperor. The 4 leaders of the Sage world were reduced to 3. The Black Dragon and the mysterious leader knew that they were no match for Taoist Hongjun, so they submitted to him. Could it be that the Green Emperor faked his death back then? Apart from being shocked, the 3 leaders could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This Green Emperor was really good at enduring. After all, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years since his battle with Taoist Hongjun. Hongjun's expression changed greatly. At this time he had already suffered a great deal of damage in order to deal with Gu Fei, and the Green Emperor's cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Swoosh! The Green Emperor raised his head and looked at the God City in the sky. Ha Hongjun, to think that you would have such a day. This is really bad karma. Chapter 1866. The Green Emperor was one of the 4 giants of the Sage world. Like Taoist Hongjun, the Green Emperor was also a general under the command of the ancient sage and commanded 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. Moreover, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were not below Taoist Hongjun's. The 2 of them had been fighting openly and covertly for many years when the ancient sage was still around. After the ancient sage disappeared, the entire Sage world was split into 2 factions. The Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun each took over half of the world. In the tens of thousands of years after the ancient sage disappeared, although the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun had fought, they had not reached the point where they would fight with their lives on the line. However, the conflict between the 2 had been going on for a long time and would eventually erupt. In the final battle, Hongjun had won. The Green Emperor had died and Hongjun had unified the Sage world, becoming the true controller of this world. Even the other 2 giants had to act according to Hongjun's wishes. However, just as Taoist Hongjun had been severely injured, the Green Emperor, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, suddenly leaped out. This caused Taoist Hongjun to turn pale with fright. I've already killed him. How is this possible? Taoist Hongjun was both shocked and furious. The Green Emperor had been killed in a battle with him tens of thousands of years ago. How had he managed to escape death? He could not understand. After all, he had used many methods to defeat the Green Emperor. Some of these methods were even shameful. At that time, Taoist Hongjun was sure that the Green Emperor was dead and could not have survived. Moreover, he had personally buried the Green Emperor's corpse deep in the mountains. Hongjun, your death is here. The Green Emperor charged over with great momentum. Demonic aura surged into the sky and a huge beast shadow appeared indistinctly in the demonic aura. It was a green celestial wolf that was as large as a mountain and emitted an extremely horrifying aura. It's really him. The Black Dragon's heart trembled when he saw this. Even his voice trembled. The Green Emperor was the ruler of the demon race. His cultivation and strength had already touched the saint level tens of thousands of years ago. He was half a step away from being a monster saint. After tens of thousands of years, just how much had his cultivation gone? You 4-legged snake, after I kill Hongjun, I'll make you my next target. The Green Emperor rushed over from afar. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of green demonic light. Within the demonic light there were demon clan Dao patterns. He swept a cold glance at Black Dragon. Boss Green Emperor. The Black Dragon turned pale with fright. He knew the strength of the other party and he also felt guilty in his heart. He had participated in the matter of Taoist Hongjun and caused the death of the Green Emperor. However, who would have thought that the Green Emperor would actually survive that sort of situation? Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his power that was 20 times stronger than before. His pair of chaos divine fists caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Even the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress him. When the Green Emperor noticed the 9-star alignment, he also noticed Gu Fei. When he caught sight of this, he was extremely shocked as well. To think that this powerful being of the human race would be able to fight against the 9-star alignment. After all, the Green Emperor had perished under the 9-star alignment all those years ago. The reason why Taoist Hongjun was able to defeat the Green Emperor was because he had obtained a saint weapon of that ancient sage. This saint weapon was the 9-star alignment. Boom! A chaos divine fist tore through the void and struck out from within the 9-star alignment. The power that burst forth from the fist was earth-shattering. It was so strong that it could send chills down one's spine. A power that was 20 times stronger than the heavens was way too strong. This was a power that surpassed that of a quasi-saint and even a half-saint. This was the strongest power that anyone below the sage realm could muster. Even the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei broke through the sealing power of the 9-star alignment forcefully and rushed out. The chaos chi surged for 30,000 miles, causing the entire world to lose its color. Too strong. Even the Green Emperor couldn't help but change his expression. This human before him was way too strong. To think that even the void around him wouldn't be able to contain his true body with the power of chaos. The void around Gu Fei was vibrating as a series of black cracks appeared. Hongjun prepared to die. With a single step, Gu Fei arrived before Taoist Hongjun, punching out with a single fist. A supreme amount of power burst forth from his fist. Ugh! The white-haired Taoist Hongjun did not dodge at all. With that, he was turned into a blood mist by Gu Fei's punch. Even his essence spirit didn't manage to escape as his body and spirit were destroyed. What? When the masses caught sight of this, they were completely dumbfounded. To think that Taoist Hongjun, one of the 3 powerful beings of the Saint World, would be killed by a single punch from Gu Fei just like that. When the Green Emperor saw how Gu Fei had killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, he was stunned as well. Everything had happened way too quickly. By the time he came back to his senses, Taoist Hongjun was already dead. After Taoist Hongjun died, the 9 scarlet stars in the skies dimmed down immediately. Their divine splendor was retracted as that earth-shaking energy ripple receded like a receding tide. The Green Emperor came back to his senses and roared. He shot up into the skies and charged towards the 9 scarlet stars, wanting to take them away. Humph, you sure know how to take advantage of others. A figure suddenly appeared before the Green Emperor, blocking his path. The chaotic aura on this person's body surged for 30,000 miles. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The Green Emperor stopped. He had no choice but to stop because he could already sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the other party's body. As long as he continued charging forward, the other party would definitely make a move. The 9-star alignment was the other party's spoils of war. It was not something that could be taken by others. To be able to kill Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, this person's battle prowess was unparalleled. This caused the Green Emperor to feel immense pressure. The other party definitely had the strength to kill him. The Green Emperor wasn't a fool. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand," the Azure Dragon said, and then he retreated. At this moment, that extremely powerful energy ripple on Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening. The time limit for his Heaven Ascension secret skill was up. He could no longer maintain his battle prowess in this state of invincibility. However, other than He Tian, who was present, no one else knew that Gu Fei was at his weakest right now. After the borrowed energy was used up, he would feel as though he was on the verge of collapsing. His entire body was aching. It was as though his muscles, bones, blood and flesh had been sliced up by a sharp knife. Gu Fei kept the 9 scarlet stars in the skies into his inner world. He then used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them completely. He had obtained a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1867. Gu Fei displayed 20 times the strength of ascension and killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch. Then he collected Taoist Hongjun's 9 star-aligned pearls. They were 9 scarlet pearls that were the size of an adult's fist. Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on each of the pearls. This was a flawless sacred artifact. Everyone was very envious of it, but no one dared to compete with Gu Fei for it. At this time he could already be said to be invincible with his 20x ascension power. Even a flawless saint weapon could not kill Gu Fei. If no one else had a saint weapon, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. Even the Green Emperor did not make a move. The Green Emperor had faked his death for tens of thousands of years. But when he jumped out, his mortal enemy was killed right before his eyes. This feeling of not being able to take revenge with his own hands was something that others could not understand. The Green Emperor was a proud son of the heavens. He was a powerful being of the ancient Sky Wolf bloodline. The ancient Sky Wolf was extremely strong, and the ancestor of the Sky Wolf was a heavenly beast. The Green Emperor had the bloodline of the Sky Wolf flowing through his veins. His talent was even greater than that of Taoist Hongjun. Back then, Taoist Hongjun had used some extreme methods to defeat the Green Emperor. This was also the reason why the Green Emperor was unconvinced. Hongjun. He died just like that. Looking at how Gu Fei killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, the Green Emperor was filled with mixed emotions. The opponent that he had fought with for half his life had been destroyed just like that. Ever since the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun were recruited by the ancient sage, the two of them had been fighting openly and secretly. Both of them had fought for half their lives, and yet this was the outcome. I want to fight. After keeping the 9-star alignment, Gu Fei looked at the Green Emperor. This Green Emperor was really strong. He seemed to be even stronger than Taoist Hongjun. Furthermore, the Green Emperor's true form was a Sky Wolf. The Sky Wolf bloodline was famous in the ancient times. One must know that the ancestor of the Sky Wolf race was a heavenly beast. Heavenly beasts were existences that were comparable to the supreme beings. Although the physique of this kind of monstrous beast was not the strongest, it could still compete with the God-fiend body when cultivated to the greater success realm. However, it was still a little inferior to the greater success human race martial body. The Green Emperor shook his head. Right now he wasn't a match for this human. The energy ripples that were emanating from the other party were way too strong. Unless he were to use his ultimate trump card, it would truly be hard for him to fight against the other party. And at this moment, the supreme energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body suddenly began to converge back into his body. That powerful energy was fading away. In just a few breaths of time, that oppressive energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Oh no, boss, time is up. He Tian was taken aback. He knew Gu Fei's background. There was a limit to how long the ascending secret art could be used. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ascending secret art's power would dissipate. The changes on Gu Fei's body had everyone bewildered. No one knew what was going on with his body. Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces to break through the seal of the main hall? The Green Emperor asked Gu Fei. Compared to the item within the main hall, what he was thinking about the most right now was how to get out of this world. This world wasn't a huge one. Even though the spirit chi here was denser than the outside world, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth here. Therefore, even if the cultivators of this world were to cultivate to an extreme state, it would be impossible for them to give birth to a sage. Within this heaven and earth that was created by the sage, it was impossible for anyone to become a sage. Join forces. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier on, Taoist Hongjun had wanted to join forces with him as well. However, he still chose to join forces with the 9th Sword Emperor. This was undoubtedly a fatal decision on the part of Taoist Hongjun. Taoist Hongjun had chosen the wrong person. Hence he had died. If he had chosen to stand on the side of Gu Fei, he might not have died. Old dog, it's your turn now. Boom. The killing formation was activated. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light of destruction appeared in the formation and pierced towards the 9th Sword Emperor, who was trapped in the killing formation. Taoist Hongjun's death caused the 9th Sword Emperor to turn pale with fright. He knew that they had lost the upper hand and no one could contend against Gu Fei. Buzz. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword vibrated in the 9th Sword Emperor's hand. He wanted to break out of the killing formation. However, he had no time to care about anything else. The light of the golden dragon sword shot into the sky. This was the power of a flawless saint weapon. Even the killing formation of He Tian could not completely suppress this power. Bang! Just as the ninth sword emperor shook the killing formation and wanted to rush out, a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the ninth sword emperor's head. This huge seal was filled with auspicious qi. Divine light shot into the sky. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out, able to melt everything. The heaven transformation seal suppressed the sky and forced the ninth sword emperor, who was about to rush out of He Tian's killing formation, to retreat. The battle continued. The others attacked as well. They all wanted to defeat each other. However, those who stood on Taoist Hongjun's side were extremely dispirited. Because they stood on the wrong side. Kill! Qiu Wuqing shouted. He held his halberd and charged towards the black dragon. He wanted to kill all the giants in this area first. The 3 stoneman warriors also soared into the sky and joined the battle. Swoosh! The mysterious lady shot an arrow. This divine arrow pierced through the void and locked on to the mysterious giant. In an instant it arrived in front of the mysterious giant. Freeze the heavens and earth! Yelled the mysterious giant. An extremely cold aura rushed out of her body, freezing the space around her in the blink of an eye. Bang! The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady broke through the frozen void around the mysterious giant. It brushed past the mysterious giant's body and shot towards him. The mysterious giant was shocked. She never expected that her ice domain would be pierced through so easily. This was the first time something like this had happened. However, the mysterious giant was not out of danger yet. The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady would not stop until it was stained with blood. Swoosh! The divine arrow turned around in the void and continued to shoot towards the mysterious giant who had just dodged it. Umph! The mysterious giant sneered. Then she waved her hands in front of her. A black hole appeared in the void, emitting a cold aura. The divine arrow was swallowed by the black hole. The mysterious giant used this method to neutralize the arrow. Chapter 1868. The mysterious giant cultivated the power of extreme yin and extreme cold. To think that she had cultivated her own inner world as well. She used her inner world to dispel the arrow shot by the mysterious woman. Although he had only taken a glance at the inner world, Gu Fei knew that this inner world was very special. There didn't seem to be any life in it. It was a world that was only cold. Bang! The divine arrow that was sucked into the mysterious giant's inner world exploded in that part of the world. Terrifying energy waves shook the entire world. Rumble! The sound was like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Some of the mountains that were covered in snow started to have avalanches. Inner world. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. To think that the other party had cultivated out an inner world. This was really shocking. One should know that it was not that easy to cultivate out an inner world. Some people could cultivate their entire lives but could not even touch the edge of an inner world. Swoosh! The mysterious woman shot out another arrow. This arrow was even more powerful than the previous one. This was a divine arrow that was completely formed by the Nanmingli fire. The Nanmingli fire was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. Legend had it that the Nanmingli fire was a divine fire that was formed when the vermilion bird race was reborn. It was extremely powerful and could even burn a vermilion bird to ashes. Nanmingli fire. The mysterious giant was shocked. This divine arrow that was formed by the essence of the divine fire was extremely terrifying. If she were to attack that divine arrow, it would definitely explode instantly. As long as she was touched by a trace of the Nanmingli fire, even a half-sage or a quasi-sage would be burned to death. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the mysterious giant retreated and the leaf-fire divine arrow chased after her. Just as the mysterious woman was fighting the mysterious giant, the 3 stone warriors rushed towards the Green Emperor. Their killing intent was so strong that even the sky changed color. One had to admit that these stone warriors were really strong. It was no wonder that they were an invincible force under the hands of the ancient sage. These stone warriors were much stronger than the beast warriors. Umph! The Green Emperor sneered. He then waved his robes and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light one could vaguely see the great Tao marks. It looked like a casual wave but the power contained within it was astonishing. The Tao pattern rushed out and sealed the 3 stone warriors. The 3 stone warriors seemed to know how powerful it was and immediately retreated. Kill. The Green Emperor roared out and charged straight into the encirclement of the 3 stone golem generals. He then struck out at the 3 stone golem generals at the same time with unparalleled might. Fighting the 3 stone giant battle generals alone, the combat prowess that the Green Emperor displayed was shocking. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Gu Fei had just slammed into the suppressive force of the Grand Hall ahead of him. The entire Grand Hall was enveloped by an invisible force. Bang! Gu Fei attacked with all his strength and punched out. A layer of misty celestial light immediately appeared in the transparent void. This layer of celestial light enveloped the hall. Apart from the formation patterns, there were also the Tao patterns left behind by the ancient sage in the celestial light. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei attacking the array. Extraordinary indeed. Gu Fei's eyes shone with a bright gleam. This was a formation laid down by the ancient sage himself. The great Tao of the ancient sage was imprinted within the void. It was extremely difficult to break through this formation. Even a true sage would have to expend some effort to break through this formation. Gu Fei was not a sage. With his own cultivation state and strength, it was impossible for him to break through this formation. The only thing he could rely on was his extreme Tao sacred weapon. Very soon, the formation patterns and Tao patterns that appeared in the void due to the impact of Gu Fei's attack disappeared back into the void as though they had never appeared in the first place. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder why it was laid down by the ancient sage himself. It was not easy to obtain that item within the Grand Hall. However, it was not impossible for Gu Fei. It was just that he would have to spend quite a bit of time on it. The extreme Tao sacred weapon could not be used easily. In order to unleash the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, various preparations had to be made. However, under the current situation, it was difficult for Gu Fei to calmly prepare. It was not something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to unleash the true power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The stone men in the divine city would definitely not allow Gu Fei to do as he wished. They had to stop him. At this time, the 100,000 beasts were still fighting against the stone men in the divine city. More than half of the beasts were dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river in the divine city and the smell of blood was extremely heavy. In order to resist the 100,000 beasts, the stone men that guarded the divine city had also suffered great losses. As one of the 3 giants, the Black Dragon was fighting against Qiu Wuqing at this time. The dragon Qi was vast and mighty. His dragon claws constantly tore through the void, trying to tear Qiu Wuqing into pieces. Buzz. The black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand was vibrating. He had the Godfiend body, so his physique was extremely strong. The power of his physical body and the Godfiend power were perfectly fused together. Bang! The black dragon was pushed back. The black dragon was shocked and furious. He was a half-step saint while his opponent was only a half-step saint. No one would believe that he, a half-step saint, was actually pushed back by a half-step saint. However, the truth was so cruel. Qiu Wuqing was too strong. He was simply the second Gu Fei. His combat strength was so strong that he could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. The path that Qiu Wuqing had taken was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's, constantly improving his cultivation and strength in the midst of a desperate fight. The black dragon was suppressed by Qiu Wuqing and was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the battle between the mysterious giant and the mysterious woman was not as intense. However, the level of danger was not any less. The first to be decided was between He Tian and the Ninth Sword Emperor. Without any suspense, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not withstand He Tian's overwhelming attacks in the end. His body was pierced by the invisible sword released by He Tian. The killing intent on the invisible sword was very shocking. The moment the sword was pierced, the killing intent severed all of the Ninth Sword Emperor's vitality. Even the Ninth Sword Emperor's primordial spirit was heavily injured. Bang! The Heaven Transformation seal above the formation fell. The power of Heaven Transformation was vast and vast. It completely destroyed the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Within the killing formation, there was only a golden divine sword floating in the air. Chapter 1869. A flawless sage weapon was extremely attractive to every cultivator. Even He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, was the same. As He Tian's cultivation level increased, he could awaken more and more memories of his past life. The things hidden in the depths of his soul were shocking. This was He Tian's secret. He didn't even tell Gu Fei. Haha, this is mine. When the sage ruler golden dragon sword was in his hand, He Tian felt his hand sink. This divine sword was extremely heavy. He was so shocked that he almost lost his grip on it. Everyone was jealous, but no one came forward to snatch it. This was because He Tian was on the same side as Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Good sword. He Tian looked at the golden divine sword in his hand. On the body of the divine sword, there were indistinct Dao patterns. A restrained Dao aura circulated. The flawless sage weapon was flawless. If it landed in the hands of a saint-level expert, this divine sword would be able to unleash its greatest power. With He Tian's current cultivation level and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this divine sword. I'll keep it first. I'll study it slowly in the future. He Tian muttered to himself. Then he threw the golden divine sword into the array world that he had created. His array world was a type of inner world. It was a world of arrays. Of course, this kind of world could also be transformed into a real world. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing had gained the upper hand in his battle with the Black Dragon. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant had also reached a climax. It wouldn't be long before a winner was decided. On the other hand, the battle between the Green Emperor and the three golem warriors was earth-shattering. Roar. The Green Emperor roared angrily. A green celestial wolf shadow appeared on his body, displaying the ferocious might of a demonic beast. Although it was 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand and suppressed the three golem warriors. Green Emperor, even you want to betray Master? A stoneman warrior roared angrily. What kind of betrayal is this? I just want to leave this world. The Green Emperor's cultivation had already reached the limits of this world. Although this world was created by the ancient sages, it was not a true world after all. The world was flawed. In such a world, it was impossible to become the strongest in the world. The Green Emperor had great ambitions and he couldn't stay in this world forever. He wanted to charge out of this world and charge into the Saint Realm. Sophistry. When Master returns, all of you traitors will die. The other Stoneman General shouted. The Stone General's loyalty to the ancient sage had not changed even after hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the Stone General was a puppet without a soul and only had its own consciousness. This kind of puppet would never betray the master who had created them. There's no need to say anything more. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if Master returns? As the Green Emperor spoke, he displayed the Celestial Wolf race's great technique. The green Celestial Wolf phantom that appeared on his body gradually became clearer. Roar. The Celestial Wolf howled and the world shook. The Green Emperor exerted his strength and the three Stoneman generals were sent flying. This wolf cub is really strong. From afar, He Tian was shocked when he saw this. The Celestial Wolf bloodline of the Green Emperor was awakening, and a strong wave of energy exploded from his body. The three Stoneman generals were no match for the Green Emperor. Swoosh. The Green Emperor's divine form flashed and he caught up to one of the generals. He then grabbed the general's legs and tore him into two. There was no blood and flesh splattering. In front of the Green Emperor was a pile of rubble. An extremely strong general was killed just like that. The Stoneman General collapsed and the Dao patterns within it dissipated. A Stoneman General had become history just like that. So strong. The Black Dragon, who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Qiu Wuqing made use of this opportunity to display the God-Fiend battle technique. The halberd in his hand struck the waist of the Black Dragon viciously. Dragon scales shattered and blood splattered. This attack almost split the Black Dragon into two. Roar. The Black Dragon let out a long roar and a huge wave shattered the void, forcing Qiu Wuqing to retreat. Countless transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rippled in the surrounding void. This long worm. Qiu Wuqing's ears were ringing from the Black Dragon's roar and his spiritual soul was shaken. Blood seeped out of his ears and he could not hear anything for the time being. The Black Dragon's roar was a great technique of the dragon race. This was a legacy of the dragon race. Every generation of the dragon race would have the dragon race's cultivation technique hidden deep in their souls. Although the black dragon was not of noble birth and did not have the royal bloodline of the dragon race, he was a dragon after all. Deep in his soul was the legacy of the dragon race. "I'm going to kill you." The black dragon's son roared furiously. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly, and the dragon blood that had splattered flew back and returned to his body. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The black dragon let out a loud roar, and he displayed another great technique of the dragon race. He soared into the sky, and the dragon energy around his body was vast and mighty. His cultivation had doubled in an instant. Then when the black dragon was about to attack, his battle strength had already doubled. The two forces were stacked together, forming an extremely powerful force. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. When he attacked Qiu Wuqing, his strength had already increased 9 times in a row. Every time he attacked, it was as though he had broken through a layer of heaven and earth. This was the power of the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. 9 forces stacked together before he attacked. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the black dragon. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the black dragon displaying such a great technique. This great technique of the dragon race seemed to be similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the heavenly ascension secret technique. However, compared to the heavenly ascension secret technique, this great technique of the dragon race couldn't be compared. First transformation of the celestial demon. Qiu Wuqing could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. He had no choice but to display the great technique of the celestial demon race. At this moment his body underwent a shocking transformation. A thick layer of black scales appeared on his skin, and 2 protrusions grew on his forehead like 2 horns. His eyes were extremely bright, and there was a divine light of the immortal path circling around them. Everyone was shocked to see Qiu Wuqing transform into a demon king. This was the physical body of the demons, but it was the soul of the celestial race. Chapter 1870. Qiu Wuqing displayed the secret technique of the divine demon clan, the first layer of divine demon transformation. Rumble. The void was shaking. Streaks of black astral energy circled around Qiu Wuqing's body. His shirt was already torn, revealing his body that was covered in black scales. This was the physical body of the demons. It was extremely tough, especially the layer of scales on his body. It was impenetrable, and ordinary divine weapons could not break through the defense of the scales. The strength of this demonic body was undeniable. What was even more frightening was that Qiu Wuqing did not fall into a frenzy of killing because of the existence of the demonic power. His mind was extremely clear. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. He possessed the soul of the divine clan. This was a mysterious state. Boom. Without saying a word, Qiu Wuqing charged towards the black dragon that was charging towards him. The power of the first layer of divine demon transformation was too shocking. Qiu Wuqing's battle power had increased by at least 3 to 4 times. A simple wave of the halberd in his hand shattered a large area of the void and struck out the chaotic aura. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand collided violently with the dragon claw. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qiu Wuqing's mouth. He had suffered a great impact just from the contact. The power of the 9th layer of true dragon was too strong. The power of the 9th layer of true dragon had far exceeded the limits of the black dragon. This was a desperate technique. If he still could not defeat Qiu Wuqing, the black dragon could only wait for death. Roar. 9 dragon shadows appeared around the black dragon, emitting waves of dragon energy. Those were the 9 dragons. He had raised his strength to the limit. If this attack did not succeed, he would die. The power of this attack was displayed. Qiu Wuqing was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The scales on his body were also stained with blood. His hands were in extreme pain. Cracks had appeared on the bones of both his arms. The palm that was holding the halberd was already a bloody mess. Some parts of the palm were even showing the bones. However, he still held on to the halberd tightly. Roar. Qiu Wuqing roared into the sky. The injuries on his arms were healing rapidly, and the cracks on his arm bones were disappearing rapidly. New flesh and blood were growing rapidly on his badly mangled palms. Qiu Wuqing's demonic body was very strong, and his recovery ability was even more shocking. In just a few breaths' time, his heavily injured arms had completely recovered. The demon body is truly formidable. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but exclaim, "Die!" The black dragon charged over. He wanted to kill Qiu Wuqing in one go. He was very clear that if he allowed Qiu Wuqing to catch his breath, he would be the one in trouble. Ah ah ah, Qiu Wuqing roared. His divine body changed once again. A series of explosions rang out from within his body. His entire divine body actually grew taller by about a foot. The two bulges on his forehead finally turned into two demon horns. The demon horns pierced through his skin and grew out. Second transformation of the fiend god. Qiu Wuqing was going all out. He displayed the second layer of divine demon transformation. With this transformation, the demon horns on his head finally grew out. However, the two demon horns stopped growing after growing for half a foot. They were two small black horns. The aura of the demons on Qiu Wuqing's body became even stronger. His physical body was getting closer and closer to that of the demons. However, this was still not a complete demonic body. Kill. Qiu Wuqing's combat power soared once again. This time even Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing did not display the 9 transformations of the Fiend God race's secret technique during their previous battle. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing shook the halberd in his hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the halberd, and a surge of saint-level energy erupted from it. He was not a sage, but he had already condensed his own Dao. Of course, Qiu Wuqing was not like Gu Fei, where his Dao patterns turned from complex to simple and condensed into the embryonic form of 9 Dao patterns. Boom. Qiu Wuqing was like a black demonic sun, crashing towards the 9 dragons. This was a strange phenomenon that shook everyone's mind. 9 dragons crashing into the demonic sun. This was a great destruction. Even the divine city below was affected. The divine city shook, and the Dao patterns imprinted by the ancient sages appeared. The Dao patterns condensed the power of the Dao and protected the divine city. This time Qiu Wuqing was not sent flying. He was evenly matched with the black dragon. A large area of the void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread in all directions. Many stone men nearby were affected. They were instantly shattered into countless rocks by the destructive power. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not dare to get too close to the place where the 2 experts were fighting. Such power was not something they could contend against. These fellows only show their true strength when they are fighting with their lives on the line. None of them are simple. He Tian also retreated. Qiu Wuqing and the Black Dragon were really fighting. He could see that these 2 fellows were really fighting with their lives on the line without any scruples. Qiu Wuqing was the successor of the divine demon clan in the depths of the fallen god sea. No one knew what kind of heritage this mysterious and ancient inheritance had. At this time, the Green Emperor had already decided the winner. The 3 Stonemen warriors had all been shattered by the Green Emperor. These Stonemen warriors were war tools refined by the ancient sage. They had once helped him attack cities and seize territory, conquering a piece of territory in the great desolate world. However, after today, these Stonemen warriors, who were once killing tools in the hands of the ancient sages, would become history. Swoosh. At this time, the mysterious giant suddenly used a secret technique and tore the void apart. He appeared at the city gate in an instant and rushed out without looking back. This shocked the mysterious woman who was fighting with the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant did not lose, but he retreated. Why? Could it be that the mysterious giant was afraid that the Green Emperor would settle the score with her? The Green Emperor was extremely powerful. He had directly destroyed the 3 Stonemen warriors. Such combat strength was definitely shocking. One should know that the 3 Stonemen warriors had combat strength that surpassed a demi-sage. The mysterious giant disappeared at the city gate. The Green Emperor did not make a move. He had his eyes on the Black Dragon who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing. Back then, when the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun were fighting for the rights to rule this world, the Black Dragon stood on Taoist Hongjun's side. It was also because of the Black Dragon that the Green Emperor was defeated by Taoist Hongjun. The reason why the Green Emperor had appeared at this time was to take revenge for what had happened in the past. However, the Green Emperor was destined to be disappointed. The Black Dragon could not possibly survive the battle with Qiu Wuqing. Buzz. The halberd vibrated. Qiu Wuqing immediately used the triple transformation of the celestial demon. A 3-headed, 6-armed celestial demon shadow appeared on his body. His combat strength soared again. Swoosh. Chapter 1871. The Black Dragon had died. It had been nailed to death in midair by Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Dragon blood flowed down Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Anyone who had come out of the forbidden land of life was extraordinary. Qiu Wuqing had actually cultivated the 9 divine demon transformations, a secret technique of the divine demon clan. His battle strength had also increased to an unimaginable level. Such a person was almost invincible among his peers. He could challenge existences of a higher realm than him. Although Qiu Wuqing only had the cultivation of a half-step saint, his battle strength would instantly soar once he displayed the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Not to mention other half-step saints, even a half-step saint could be slaughtered. Such an existence could not be understood with common sense. The Green Emperor was speechless when he saw this outcome. 2 of his greatest enemies had actually died in front of him one after another on the same day. Furthermore, the person who had killed them was not him. Of the 4 giants of the Sage Realm, only the Green Emperor and the mysterious giant were left. The Green Emperor had never expected such an outcome. Who are these people? The Green Emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei, He Tian and the others. From what he knew, these people were the second batch of people to enter this realm in tens of thousands of years. Before this, only one person had entered this realm. However, he had been severely injured by Taoist Hongjun. Then he had escaped using a forbidden weapon. That forbidden weapon was very powerful. It had actually torn apart this realm and allowed that person to escape. However, forbidden weapons were different from other divine weapons. They could only be used once. After they were used up, they would self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Outside the Sage Realm, there was a Sage King formation that the ancient sage had personally set up. As long as one could pass through the Sage King formation, they would be able to enter this realm. The ancient sage's idea was actually very simple. Anyone who could pass through the Sage King formation would definitely be a Sage King or an existence even more powerful than a Sage King. Anyone below the Sage King level, even if a sage came, would not be able to break through the formation. When the ancient sage had set up the Sage King formation, he had never imagined that Gu Fei and the others would be able to pass through the formation and enter this realm. The Green Emperor did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei and the others. These people were all extremely powerful, especially Gu Fei, who could actually shake a Sage King formation with his body alone. This kind of physique was too powerful. He had once followed the ancient sage, thus he knew many secrets of the heavens and earth. This person called Gu Fei was most likely walking the path of the supreme martial progenitor. The strength of the human clan's martial body was unquestionable in ancient times. It was recognized as one of the strongest physiques. After killing the black dragon, the divine body of Qiu world would disappear. After killing the dragon with the halberd, he would be and would be Qiu. The layer of black scales covering his body also disappeared, and the 2 demon king horns on his head gradually shrank until they finally disappeared. The characteristics of the demonic body disappeared. Very soon, Qiu Wuqing's body disappeared completely. Only the halberd in his hand was still dripping with blood. At this moment, there were only a few of them left in the entire divine city. When the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors saw that Taoist Hongjun and the black dragon were dead and that the mysterious giant had escaped, they turned around and fled as well. All of them rushed towards the direction of the city gate. After fighting with the dire beast warrior for so long, many of the stone golems were killed by the dire beast warrior. However, even though the 4 stone men warriors had been smashed into pieces, the stone men continued to advance towards Gu Fei and the others. This was an instinctive action. The ancient sage had created the stone men to protect this divine city. These stone men were not much of a threat to Gu Fei and the others. However, when countless stone men gathered together, the power they formed was enough to shock them. "Friend, it's better for us to join forces," the Green Emperor said to Gu Fei. They wanted to break the seal of the hall, but it was not something that could be done in a short time. If they joined forces, it would be beneficial for both parties. If they were to focus on their own matters, it was likely that no one would be able to break the seal. "Boss, what do you think?" He Tian was a little tempted. After all, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were there for all to see. If they joined forces, they might be able to save some time. After all, they would not use the extreme path sacred weapon if they could. All right. Gu Fei nodded. At this moment, it would be beneficial for everyone to join forces with the Green Emperor. He felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Can't be that guy, right? Gu Fei thought of Long Badeo. This guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain. He had to be wary of him. This guy was a ruthless character who could do anything. Therefore everyone struck out together and sealed up all the stone men within the city. After that, everyone's gazes were focused on the grand hall in the middle of the city. This was a grand hall that wasn't all that glamorous. From the outside, this grand hall looked ancient and majestic. It was hard to imagine that an ancient sage had once resided within this grand hall. Green Emperor, you've once followed that ancient sage. I'm sure you should know how to break this formation. He Tian said to the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor's background was not simple. Since this guy had once followed the master of this world, he should know this world like the back of his hand. Everyone looked over at the Green Emperor. Brother Black, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Even though I've followed my master for a period of time, the formation laid down by my master isn't something that I can break. The Green Emperor said helplessly. The strength of the ancient sage was not something he could comprehend. Besides, to that ancient sage, the Green Emperor was nothing more than a beast that he had subdued. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. The Green Emperor was so strong and was a half-step saint. However, he was still not taken seriously by that ancient sage. If one was not a saint, one would still be an ant. Only by becoming a saint would one be able to stand on equal footing with the ancient sage. One should know that in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. The weak would not be taken seriously by the strong. Brother Gu, looks like you'll have to do something. The mysterious lady said. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious lady and said, You think too highly of me. I can't break the formation of a king saint. He was speaking the truth. Even a saint would not dare to break the formation laid down by a king saint, let alone Gu Fei who had yet to become a saint. However, if he wanted to break the formation, there was still a way, and that was to use an extreme saint weapon to slowly erase the formation. Chapter 1872. The Sage King formation was a formation set up by an ancient sage king. Among everyone present, no one could guarantee that they could break it. Even Formation Grandmaster He Tian was not confident. He needed to deduce it, but it would cost him a lot of energy. If the deduction failed, all his efforts would be in vain. He would not do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Gu Fei pondered. There was an aura of heaven and earth lingering in the hall in front of him. It was the origin of this world. As long as he obtained the origin of this world and refined it, this world would belong to him. Old He, you should do it. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Boss, He Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He did not want to work hard for others. He had worked so hard to break the formation, but in the end the thing would belong to others. He would only be able to obtain something that was not very useful. Don't you want that thing? How can you not put in some effort? Gu Fei said. He knew He Tian very well. This guy would not do anything without benefits. He would run faster than anyone else when there were benefits. Boss, you mean to give me the thing inside? He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. He knew what the thing Gu Fei was talking about was. That thing in the hall in front of him was the most precious thing. In the whole sage world there was nothing more precious than that thing. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. Good. Old He, even if I die of exhaustion for that thing, it will be worth it. He Tian felt great. As long as Elder Gu nodded, who would dare to fight with him for that thing? It was a world created by a sage. Everyone was jealous when they heard this, but they did not say anything. In the world of cultivation, the one with the strongest fist would get the best things. In the world of cultivation, everything depended on one's strength. The weak had no right to speak in the cruel and realistic world of cultivation. The dragons in the sky would never care about what the weak ants on the ground thought. The origin of heaven and earth. He Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that if he could refine the source of heaven and earth in this world, he would be able to take this world away. More importantly, he could fuse the formation world that he had created with this world, allowing the formation world that he had created to have limitless possibilities of transformation. The inner world that He Tian had opened up was incomplete. When he fused this sage's world into his inner world would be complete. No one knew better than He Tian what a flawless world meant. Such a world had almost infinite space for growth. He Tian walked up and seriously deduced the Sage King formation in front of him. At this moment He Tian's eyes were shining. Under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, the countless formation patterns hidden in the void had nowhere to hide. In Haitian's eyes, the void in front of him was densely packed with formation patterns. These formation patterns enveloped the entire hall, and as the formation patterns intertwined, he sensed a sage-level power wave. Good lord, this formation is hiding a killing intent. Haitian's heart trembled. The Sage King formation in front of him that enveloped the hall not only had defensive capabilities, but also various offensive methods. If one barged in without knowing the details, even a sage would be in danger. Haitian began to seriously deduce the formation in front of him. He was a formation grandmaster, and only he could study and deduce the formations set up by others. Even the formations set up by the Sage King had flaws. However, even Haitian would have to spend a lot of time and effort to find these flaws. Everyone was watching, and no one thought that Haitian could break the Sage King formation in front of him. Haitian was only a half-sage and he was not a sage. His cultivation and strength were far inferior to a sage's. Who would believe that a half-sage could challenge a sage? However, nothing was absolute in this world. With Haitian's array Dao cultivation, although he could not break the formation, it was not easy to find a flaw in the formation. The others could only watch as Haitian constantly deduced the formation. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hands in front of him. Formation patterns constantly appeared between his hands before dissipating in the void. Haitian sat down for 10 days and 10 nights. Even he did not know that he could only deduce a portion of the power of the Sage King formation in those 10 days. How is this possible? Haitian constantly scanned the formation in front of him with the yin-yang divine eyes. Among the countless formation patterns of the formation, there were quite a few true Dao patterns. In those 10 days, Qiu Wuqing was the first to attack. He attacked the shrine, but it was all in vain. The gate of the shrine was unbreakable. Qiu Wuqing used various methods in an attempt to open the seal and retrieve the item in the shrine. However, there seemed to be a transparent wall in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Qiu Wuqing used the killer move of the Divine Demon Clan, it was still difficult to break the layer of seal outside the Divine City. After Qiu Wuqing attacked, the mysterious woman also attacked. She pulled the divine bow with all her might, and the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions and entered the divine bow in her hands. Buzz. The divine bow vibrated, and a tricolored divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. The mysterious woman had shot this arrow, but even such a powerful attack could not break the seal set by the Sage King. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing behind Haitian. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at him, but when he released his divine consciousness, that feeling disappeared. Who is spying on me? Could it really be that guy? Gu Fei thought of a person. This person was decisive and did not hesitate. Moreover, he hid in the dark and was a great threat to them. However, Gu Fei realized that other than himself, no one else seemed to sense anything strange. Even the Green Emperor did not feel like he was being spied on. Could it be that he was too nervous? Gu Fei was thinking about how much longer that person could hide for. That person was ruthless and could do anything. This was what he was most worried about. One had to know that he was a ruthless person who could jump out and stab you at any time. Everyone was being used by him. Long Badeo, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Where was this guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain hiding? Chapter 1873. In the depths of the heavenly city of the Sage Realm, everyone who had entered this realm had already gathered. There was a large hall in front of them. In this world created by the ancient sages, the most precious thing was in this hall. Everyone wanted to get their hands on that thing. However, this hall was protected by a formation personally set up by a Sage King. No one could break this formation, not even someone like Qiu Wuqing. Although the mysterious woman had a saint-level divine bow, it was still difficult for her to break this formation. Although the divine bow was a saint-level weapon, it was still a formation set up by a Sage King. At this time, the divine city was very quiet. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting, including Gu Fei. Of course, there were not many people who could hold on until now. Only Gu Fei, Haitian, Green Emperor, Qiu Wuqing, and the mysterious woman could hold on until now. Haitian was seriously deducing the formation that protected the divine city. This formation was very extraordinary. When no one touched it, all the formation patterns were hidden in the void and could not be seen. However, once someone touched the formation patterns that were hidden in the void would immediately appear and gather the power of a Sage King to block people outside. Gu Fei and the others were very patient. They waited for half a month. During this time He Tian did not stop. Formation patterns constantly appeared in front of him. During this time Green Emperor left once. After that, all the ferocious beasts in the entire Sage realm were subdued by Green Emperor. He wanted to find the mysterious giant to settle the score, but the mysterious giant seemed to have disappeared. Even he could not find him. There was another person who did not appear again. That person was Long Badeo. Long Badeo was a very scheming person. Moreover, he was the successor of the mysterious extraterrestrial divine mountain. Even Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this person. He knew how powerful Gu Fei was, so he had been hiding. Of course, no one knew what he was doing in the dark. Gu Fei could ignore Long Badeo, but it would be dangerous for Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming to meet Long Badeo. One must know that Long Badeo was a half-step saint while Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming were only almighty cultivators. However, Zhong Liming and Gu Zhong had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Under such circumstances he would not let them out. Unless Gu Fei had already killed Long Badeo. Cultivators who came out of the forbidden zone for life would always avoid them, not daring to provoke them. However, in Gu Fei's eyes these people were nothing special. Gu Fei was not afraid of these people. It's done, it's finally done. On this day, as Gu Fei was meditating on the ground, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Success. Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He Tian had really created this sage ruler formation. How was this possible? This was a formation set up by a sage ruler. How could it be created so easily? However, it had to be said that Mahakala's title as an array formation grandmaster wasn't just for show. He had the ability to deduce the sage monarch array and actually found a flaw in it. Of all the people present, only Erebus had the ability to deduce that the sage monarch array was flawed. Gu Fei walked over. I'm confident. Gu Fei asked. They had been waiting in the sage realm for many days, but the item was still inside. If they couldn't break the formation, they wouldn't be able to get the item inside. I'm confident that I can break this formation, but boss, you have to lend me the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian said after pondering for a while. If he had the mountain and river cauldron, he would need to shorten the time needed to break the formation. You're trying to steal my mountain and river cauldron again. Gu Fei glanced at Erebus, a faint smile on his face. Boss, please help me. He Tian knew Gu Fei's ability very well. If he had Gu Fei's help, it wouldn't be so hard for him to break the formation. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Gu Fei pondered for a while before flipping his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An ancient aura spread from the ancient cauldron in his hand. This is the mountain and river cauldron. The crowd couldn't believe that such an inconspicuous little cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path saint weapon mountain and river cauldron had finally returned to Gu Fei's hands. Thank you, boss. He Tian was extremely excited when he saw that Gu Fei was really willing to lend him the mountain and river cauldron. With the mountain and river cauldron, he was 100% confident that he could break the sealing force of this sacred city. After receiving the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei, He Tian started to set up a formation. Formation runes flew out from his hands and intertwined with each other, activating the power of the heaven and earth. Not everyone could withstand the power of the heaven and earth. Those who couldn't withstand it would die to the tribulations, while those who could would have a breakthrough and their cultivation base would increase by a lot. He Tian placed the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the formation. Then he personally activated the formation. Just as the formation was successfully activated, a smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. This was a spirit-gathering formation and it was extremely huge. When the formation was activated, the spiritual chi in the heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions. In reality, He Tian's idea was very simple. He wanted to activate the mountain and river cauldron and cause it to release an extreme power to create an opening in the Saint Ruler formation. Of course, this was only an idea of He Tian. He would only know if it would work after he tried it. Brother Gu, is this really the mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. It should be known that the mountain and river cauldron had actually landed in Gu Fei's hands. If this news were to spread, the cultivation world would probably be in an uproar. Those people would do anything to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. It's the real deal. Gu Fei only said these 4 words. What? When everyone saw that Gu Fei had actually admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient cauldron that had existed since the era of myths and legends. Its origin was mysterious and no one knew who had refined this ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the most ancient and mysterious extreme saint weapon among all the extreme saint weapons. The Green Emperor's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain and river cauldron that He Tian had placed in the center of the formation. Who wouldn't covet an extreme saint weapon? Even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be moved. Only Qiu Wuqing still had a cold look on his face. As someone who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. However, Qiu Wuqing only sought the strongest power. He didn't know much about the outside world. However, this didn't mean that Qiu Wuqing didn't know what an extreme saint weapon was. Buzz. The huge spirit-gathering formation continuously provided the mountain and river cauldron with spiritual qi. Very soon, the ancient cauldron in the middle of the formation vibrated. This method really works. He Tian laughed out loud. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually awakening. This meant that the item in the main hall would sooner or later belong to him. No one dared to act rashly because Gu Fei was at the side. However, even if He Tian used the spirit-gathering formation to attract endless spiritual qi for the mountain and river cauldron, it would definitely be difficult for the mountain and river cauldron to display its power in a short period of time. However, as time passed, some of the Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron really began to awaken. A wave of power that shook one's spiritual soul spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As it was affected, the transparent void around the main hall started to reveal lines of formation patterns. The King of Sage Array seemed to have a mind of its own and seemed to have sensed danger. The spiritual qi in the sage realm was much denser than the spiritual qi in the outside world. The essence of the heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter how much it was filled. However, the ancient cauldron was really awakening. However, the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron was recovering was very slow. The Tao patterns on the body of the cauldron were gradually lighting up. The mysterious woman Green Emperor and the others were all extremely shocked. They had never seen someone actually awaken an extreme path sacred weapon. This He Tian, Green Emperor, was very displeased. At this moment he could already tell that He Tian had the ability to break the array in front of him. However, he needed a reward. Who would do something that did not benefit him? He Tian's reward was the item in the main hall. A few days passed. Divine light flowed on the mountain and river cauldron and blurry images appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was a world with flowers, birds, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was all-inclusive. Even the figures of the ancient ancestors appeared on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. All right. Chapter 1874. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. An ancient cauldron, like a primordial god mountain, slowly moved towards a palace. The god city below began to tremble as if it were about to fall from the sky. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They never expected Gu Fei to use such a direct method to break the sage ruler array. Boss is really fierce. Even He Tian was extremely shocked when he saw this. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was emitting chaotic divine light. He was using his full strength. It was not an easy task to move the mountain and river cauldron. As his cultivation level increased, Gu Fei realized that it was getting harder and harder for him to use the mountain and river cauldron, because it consumed too much yuan qi. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, it was still not enough. He did not dare to use his own strength to move the mountain and river cauldron. He was afraid that the mountain and river cauldron would suck all his yuan qi dry. Of course, with He Tian, a formation grandmaster, Gu Fei did not need to use much of his own yuan qi to move the mountain and river cauldron. However, it would take a lot of time to set up a huge spirit gathering array. Gu Fei used his full strength. Everyone retreated far away. The energy waves that spread from the mountain and river cauldron were too strong. Such power was at least at the sage level. Of course, this was only a phenomenon of the mountain and river cauldron showing signs of awakening. In fact, Gu Fei did not think that the spirit qi gathered by He Tian's spirit gathering array could completely awaken the mountain and river cauldron. As long as it recovered a little, it would be enough. He could feel that the artifact soul in the mountain and river cauldron was still in a deep sleep. Bang! The huge mountain and river cauldron finally collided with the sage ruler array. Countless runes intertwined, and a powerful sage ruler-level power appeared in the divine city. Buzz. The sage ruler array that protected the hall was shaking. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had directly shaken the array, and some runes were dissipating. Even the array that the sage ruler had personally set up suffered an unprecedented impact. Some runes were directly obliterated in the void. He really managed to shake the formation, Qin Wentian muttered. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, when they thought that the most important item in the hall had already been decided, they didn't feel good. One had to know that even a sage would be jealous of that item. The Green Emperor sighed. In the tens of thousands of years that he had faked his death, he had been plotting how to invade the God City in the sky, obtain the item in the God City, and then settle the score with Daoist Hongjun. As long as he refined that thing, Daoist Hongjun wouldn't be a match for him even if he had 10 flawless sage tools, let alone a single flawless sage tool. However, once the source of heaven and earth was obtained by the other party, he would only become a prisoner. However, it seemed like it was useless to think about this now. He just wanted to leave this world as soon as possible. Roar. Gu Fei roared angrily. The mountain and river cauldron was too heavy. With his cultivation, he could only push it slowly. The power of the Sage King array was completely unleashed. A huge figure stood up from the formation. That is, the moment he saw that figure, the Green Emperor couldn't help but shiver. The figure gave off a familiar wave that he would never be able to forget. Master. The Green Emperor was shocked. He had once followed the ancient sage in this world, and he knew very well how strong and terrifying this sage was. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon and Taoist Hongjun would not have only started to fight for the leadership of this world after the sage had disappeared for 50,000 years, to become the ruler of this world. Boom. The great formation protecting the Great Hall was in operation. The illusory figure actually began to solidify, as if a real ancient sage was about to appear. Bang. The shadow standing in the middle of the array moved and punched the mountain river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a Sage King was too strong. Even if it didn't hit his body, he still suffered a huge impact. Sage. Gu Fei's eyes glistened. It was just an attack from a figure and it could hurt him. If it was a real sage, what would the scene be like? The strength of a sage was unquestionable. They were existences that stood above all others. If one didn't reach that level, one would never know how strong a sage was. Rumble. Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to use the martial path true force in his body and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Boss. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't understand why Boss would personally push the mountain and river cauldron. He didn't have to do this. As long as he activated the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron, he would be able to break this formation. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. Not to mention the Sage King formation, even the extreme Dao array could destroy it. He Tian couldn't understand, but he seemed to have sensed something. Bang. The figure formed by the formation punched the mountain and river cauldron again. Although the powerful force was mostly dissipated by the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei still vomited blood. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated and the primordial chaos chi started to appear on the mountain and river cauldron. An extremely ancient aura immediately spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi. Seeing the essence chi surrounding the mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be moved. That was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. No wonder the mountain and river cauldron could suppress heaven and earth. One had to know that even a wisp of primordial chaos chi could crush a mountain. It wasn't without reason that the mountain and river cauldron was said to be able to suppress 3,000 worlds. The appearance of the primordial chaos chi accelerated the collapse of the Sage King formation. In the void, countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated in the primordial chaos chi. This really is the legendary primordial chaos chi. The Green Emperor was dumbfounded. His master was so powerful in the past, but even with his strength, it was difficult for him to obtain a wisp of primordial chaos chi. Something that even Sage Kings couldn't get their hands on had actually fallen into the hands of Gu Fei. However, at this moment Gu Fei was seriously injured. The Sage King formation was collapsing, but he kept vomiting blood. The shadow was very powerful and displayed the power of a sage king. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured. This was something that rarely happened in recent years. Open for me. Gu Fei's chest was stained with blood. He used all his strength and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated continuously, and the power of the formation was rapidly retreating. He really broke through the Sage King formation. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at this moment no one dared to rush forward. It was important to know that the destructive storm that spread after the collision of the two great powers was something that even a half-step sage would find hard to resist. No one wanted to go forward and die. Just as Gu Fei was exhausted, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei and directly attacked Gu Fei's head with a palm. "How dare you!" He Tian roared angrily and pounced towards the person who had suddenly appeared to ambush Gu Fei. This person actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei. He deserved to die. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing also attacked at the first instant. The halberd in his hand slashed towards the head of the person who had suddenly appeared, wanting to force the person to defend himself. However, the person's movements were extremely fast. Moreover, he accurately calculated the moment when Gu Fei was using all his strength to push the mountain and river cauldron and could not stop. "Gu Fei, go to hell!" The person shouted loudly. His palm was about to hit Gu Fei's head. The person had used all his strength in this attack. Even the void between heaven and earth was pierced. "Humph," Gu Fei sneered. His body suddenly moved 10 feet to the side. The person's full-strength palm immediately lost its target. This shocked everyone. "What?" The person was shocked. Boom. The person's full-strength palm hit the mountain and river cauldron squarely. Then an unimaginably strong force rebounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Well, the recoil was very strong. The person directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that this would be the result. The attack that he had been plotting for a long time had failed. "Long Bideo, you finally came out." Gu Fei turned around and looked coldly at the person who had sneakily attacked him. This person was none other than Long Bideo, who had been scared away by Gu Fei and He Tian. "You." Seeing that Gu Fei had turned around and stopped pushing the mountain and river cauldron, Long Bideo knew that he had fallen into a trap. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had been acting. His goal was very simple. He wanted to lure him out. And he had really been tricked by his opponent. He had actually jumped out on his own accord. "Humph, let's see where you can run this time." He Tian approached. He held the heaven transformation seal in his hand. The invisible sword turned into a sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and circled around him. Despicable. Long Bideo was really afraid this time. However, he still looked calm on the surface. Speaking of despicable, how can we compare to you?" He Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also approached. They formed a circle around Long Bideo, blocking all his escape routes. Long Bideo knew that he had failed miserably this time. Moreover, this was a fatal mistake. He would not be arrogant enough to fight against Gu Fei and the other 4 experts alone. Even if Gu Fei attacked alone, Long Bideo might not be a match for Gu Fei. Swoosh. Chapter 1875. Gu Fei had successfully lured Long Badao out. Long Badao was indeed lurking at the side, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. When he thought that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron, his chance came, so he decisively attacked Gu Fei. However, he never thought that this was just a trap set by Gu Fei waiting for him to jump out. Swoosh. Long Badao was very decisive. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, so he immediately turned into a beam of divine light, wanting to escape. "Humph." Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and threw out a punch. Bang. With a muffled sound, Long Badao was punched by Gu Fei. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that Gu Fei's vitality was not injured at all. How is this possible? He clearly saw that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron to attack the Saint Ruler formation. How could Gu Fei still be so powerful? "Long Badao, we've been tricked by you," the mysterious woman said coldly. She held the divine bow in her hand and slowly pulled it back. Spiritual qi from all directions immediately gathered towards the bow and the person. At this time Long Ba Dao was surrounded by 5 experts. Even if he was extremely intelligent and quick-witted, beads of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead at this time. It should be known that any one of them here was no weaker than him in terms of cultivation and combat ability. Despicable, what kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, come and fight me. While speaking, Long Ba Dao's mind was constantly calculating how to resolve the crisis in front of him. But at this moment he was so anxious that he was covered in cold sweat. Hearing this, He Tian smiled. Little Long, I'm not a hero and I don't care to be one. If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Come, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Long Ba Dao's eyes were cold and a murderous aura spread from his body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I didn't say I wanted to fight you one-on-one. Why are you being so fierce? As He Tian spoke, he glanced at Gu Fei. Boss, you should be the hero. He Tian said such words. You? Long Ba Dao was taken aback. He was most afraid of fighting against Gu Fei. One must know that even the cultivation madman Qiu Wuqing was not Gu Fei's opponent. Schwa. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. Long Ba Dao was shocked. Gu Fei had made his move. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared behind He Tian and kicked the unresponsive He Tian towards Long Ba Dao. Aw, boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed, but at the same time he attacked Long Ba Dao. His hands seemed to be dancing randomly, but countless formation runes rushed out from his hands and interweaved into a big net shrouding Long Ba Dao. Formation in the void. Long Ba Dao thought that it was Gu Fei who attacked him, but when he realized that it was not him, he heaved a sigh of relief. But He Tian flew towards him. Boom! The power in Long Ba Dao's body exploded. The powerful force caused the void around him to vibrate, and visible ripples spread out. Roar! A huge phantom rushed out from Long Ba Dao's body filled with killing intent. The phantom directly punched out, creating a big hole in the net that was shrouding it. Schwa! Long Ba Dao took a step and rushed out from the big hole in the big net. Then he stretched out his hand and a big gray hand appeared in the void, grabbing towards He Tian. Blacking Devil Art. He Tian was startled. Long Ba Dao's claw was a great art of the devil path called the Profound Yin Great Qi Na Hand. As long as one was caught by him, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Moreover, the scary thing about the Blacking Devil Art was not the Blacking Great Qi Na Hand, but the fact that it could absorb the essence, qi and spirit of other cultivators to enhance one's cultivation and combat power. In other words, those who cultivated this kind of demonic art would have their battle prowess gradually increase. This was because their opponent's essence, qi and spirit would be gradually absorbed by them when they fought. Even if someone with the same cultivation and combat power fought with someone who cultivated the Blacking Devil Art, the one who cultivated the Blacking Devil Art would win in the end. This was because the opponent would use less and less power, while the cultivator would use more and more power. Devil Art. Everyone was shocked to hear this. One should know that demons were the enemy of all living beings. Their gazes towards Long Ba Dao changed. But what was strange was that when Long Ba Dao used the Devil Art, they couldn't feel a trace of the unique demonic nature of the Devil Dao. He Tian quickly retreated. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he had no choice but to get serious. Kill. Long Ba Dao once again used the Blacking Great Qi Na Hand, grabbing towards He Tian. He wanted to kill He Tian with a thunderous method and then escape. Although the Blacking Devil Art is powerful, your Grandpa He has nothing to fear. He Tian's hands were constantly moving in front of him. Formation runes flew out from his hands and imprinted themselves in the air. Long Ba Dao didn't say a word. He wanted to defeat He Tian in one move. However, He Tian was also a half-step saint, and he knew the ins and outs of the Blacking Devil Art. Long Ba Dao couldn't devour his essence, qi and spirit. Windrise. While retreating, He Tian finally attacked again. Following his shout, a gust of astral wind descended from the sky, turning into countless transparent wind blades that flew towards Long Ba Dao. Long Ba Dao sneered. He directly used the Blacking Great Qi Na Hand to shatter all the wind blades. In his opinion, such an attack couldn't cause any harm to him. Cloud movement. He Tian shouted again. At this time, clouds and mist suddenly appeared around Long Ba Dao. The appearance of these clouds and mist was very special, as if they appeared out of thin air. Lightning Devil Slayer. He Tian pointed his right hand towards the sky. Then a dazzling lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning carried a destructive power falling towards Long Badeo's head. What? Long Badeo, who was trapped by the clouds, was shocked. This He Tian was not simple. He actually used the power of lightning. In the end he still fell for it. Long Badeo dodged the lightning at the same time. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to contend against it. Wind, clouds, and lightning, these three powers of heaven and earth were drawn by He Tian. In the air around Long Badeo, formation runes constantly appeared. He Tian laid out a great formation trapping Long Badeo inside. He Tian seemed to be casually drawing out formation runes, but he quickly laid out a great formation that was enough to trap Long Badeo. Everyone has the right to slay a devil. Fellow Taoists, if you don't act now, when will you? He Tian shouted. He didn't want to fight Long Badeo alone because he was not a hero. He knew that the ending of a hero was always miserable. Swoosh. As soon as He Tian shouted, the mysterious woman made her move. A divine arrow was shot out. The divine arrow turned into a nearly transparent flame, piercing through the clouds in the formation and shooting towards Long Badeo. You guys. Long Badeo was shocked and angry. If everyone attacked together he wouldn't have any chance. Long Badeo, you're dead. He Tian's voice came. Damn it, even if I die I'll drag you down with me. Long Badeo was trapped in the clouds. He couldn't sense the mysterious woman's almost untraceable arrow at all. When he sensed danger, the extremely weak flame pierced through his shoulder. At this time the mountain and river cauldron had already smashed a hole in the protective formation of the hall. Through this hole, everyone could sense an unusual aura in the hall. Azure Dragon saw this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to sneak into the hall while everyone was dealing with Long Badeo and take away the 9-star alignment. However, when he saw that Gu Fei was looking at him, Azure Dragon did not dare to move. Since this human ancient martial art practitioner could kill Taoist Hong Jun and take away the 9-star alignment, a flawless sacred weapon, he had the ability to kill him. Buzz. At this moment there was a sudden rumble in the hall. Then rays of divine light shot out from the hall. Powerful energy ripples spread out from the rays of divine light. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. But they quickly reacted. Then someone rushed into the sky and grabbed at the divine light. Divine weapons with intelligence. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The divine lights that had rushed out from the palace hall were all divine artifacts. Moreover, they were all intelligent objects. Once they sensed danger they would automatically retreat. There were as many as 18 beams of divine light that rushed out from the hall. These divine weapons had been sealed in the hall by the original masters of this world. At this time the formation was broken. The 18 divine weapons immediately changed. They turned into divine lights and rushed out, wanting to escape. The mysterious woman also rushed into the sky and used a great technique to grab at the divine lights. Clang. When the mysterious woman grabbed a beam of light, her expression immediately changed drastically. An extremely pure ripple of sword chi erupted from the thing in her hand. What? The mysterious woman was shocked. She wanted to let go of the sword in her hand, but at this time her right hand was already a bloody mess. She was injured. This divine sword was definitely a killing sword. Even if there was no one to control it, the sword energy that spread out from the divine sword could still hurt people. The mysterious woman couldn't grab the divine sword and let it escape. Haha. Chapter 1876. The god weapons that were worthy of being collected by the ancient sages were naturally different. After the mountain and river cauldron broke the seal of the main hall, the 18 god weapons turned into light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. God weapons with spirits belonged to the fated. However, everyone present was an expert. How could they let these god weapons escape just like that? Swish. Someone made a move and grabbed a few god weapons. The Green Emperor laughed out loud. He grabbed a piece of golden god armor. This golden god armor trembled in his hand and wanted to fly away. However, it was restrained by his power. Good stuff. The Green Emperor looked at the golden god armor in his hand and was extremely excited. This was a flawless saint armor with saint-class Tao patterns on it. When worn, it could withstand attacks from saint-class experts. Buzz. Just as the Green Emperor grabbed the golden god armor, the mysterious woman made a move as well. She had her eyes on a killing sword. However, the killing sword buzzed and shook her hand away. This was a saint sword filled with killing intent. It was a flawless saint weapon, and the sword chi it emitted actually pierced through the mysterious woman's palm, causing her palm to be a mess of blood and flesh. The mysterious woman was extremely shocked. She could feel a cold sword chi invading her palm and moving up her arm. "I'm at a disadvantage." The mysterious woman had no choice but to retreat. She then sat cross-legged on the roof of a pavilion in the God City and channeled her mystic technique to expel the sword chi from her arm. Such a strong killing intent. Gu Fei noticed the killing sword as well, and his heart skipped a beat. To be able to gather such a strong killing intent, how many living beings must have been killed? The original owner of the killing sword must have been a ruthless person who entered the Tao through killing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the killing sword, completely unafraid of the sharp sword chi coming from the killing sword. As expected, the killing sword in the sky was grabbed by Gu Fei. Buzz. The killing sword was like an agile snake that struggled in Gu Fei's hand, trying to break free. However, Gu Fei's hand was gripping the killing sword tightly. No matter how the killing sword struggled, it couldn't break free from Gu Fei's control. Immortal slaying. Gu Fei saw that there were two ancient characters on the sword. The sword's name was Immortal Slaying. By then, the Green Emperor had already taken action one after another. He had already grabbed a few divine artifacts. However, there were 18 divine artifacts in total. It seemed as though some of the divine artifacts were about to fly away. "Boss, help me catch a few." Hei Tian's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. These divine tools were all flawless divine tools. He was extremely envious, but he was fighting with Long Bideo, so he couldn't grab them. This guy, Gu Fei could not help but shake his head. Afterwards, he charged into the air, and with a wave of his hand, 3 god artifacts that were about to flee were immediately sucked into his sleeve. This was a flawless saint weapon, and even Qiu Wuqing was trying to collect it. Humph. Just as everyone was collecting the god artifacts, the mysterious woman had already forced out the sword chi that had invaded her arm. Afterwards, she charged into the sky and threw out a huge net with a wave of her hand. She caught all the god artifacts that were about to escape before pulling them back. It was a net of water. It was like a hazy ball of water vapor. There were a total of 8 god artifacts that were enveloped by the net. The god artifacts tried to break free from the net, but not a single one of them was able to do so. Very quickly, the 18 divine artifacts were taken away by everyone. "How dare you!" Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall. At this moment, there was already a figure standing in the main hall. In the spacious main hall, there was only a ball of divine light the size of an adult's head. Above the ball of divine light, there were circles of ripples spreading out. Those ripples dissipated in the void and fused with the surrounding void. A surge of heaven and earth energy rippled in the main hall. Origin of heaven and earth. At this time, the person who came in before Gu Fei was performing a great technique, wanting to take away the origin of heaven and earth that was floating in the main hall. "It's you." Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that person. It was a middle-aged man, one of the 12 half-saints invited by Long Bideo. He had seen this person before. However, the fluctuation coming from this middle-aged man was not the cultivation of a half-saint. It was the aura of a half-saint. "You've hidden yourself well." Gu Fei walked towards that person step by step. That person was also shocked to see Gu Fei. He had been hiding at the side and only made a move now. He wanted to take away the origin of heaven and earth in the main hall without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei. Buzz. That person didn't say anything. He directly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Fei. It was a demon spear surrounded by demon chi. A shadow of a demon dragon emerged from the demon's spear. Those from the demon Tao deserved to die even more. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This person was not invited by Long Bideo, but was in cahoots with him. Long Bideo's method was indeed brilliant. No one would have thought that he would do this. Long Bideo and this middle-aged man were not demons, but demon Tao cultivators of the human race. If they were pure demons, they definitely wouldn't have been able to hide from Gu Fei. Swish. Gu Fei used the omniscient void steps and dodged the middle-aged man's stab. Then he pressed his palm towards the middle-aged man. A powerful force gushed out from his palm, causing the space in front of him to collapse. Yes. The middle-aged man was startled. He directly rushed up to the sky, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's palm. However, although the hall was not small in Gu Fei's opinion, it was the most suitable place for close combat. He had already successfully closed in on the middle-aged man, so of course he wouldn't let the middle-aged man widen the distance between them just like that. Gu Fei followed like a shadow and attacked again. This time he used the primal chaos fist. Bang! The middle-aged man was shocked and could only take a blow from Gu Fei. He only felt a stabbing pain in his hand. His wrist had already been shattered by the power of the demon's spear. The demon's spear almost flew out of his hand. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He was a half-step saint, much higher than Gu Fei in terms of cultivation level, but his opponent was very strong. He had secretly observed the battle between Gu Fei and Taoist Hongjun. He knew that Gu Fei only survived because he used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. If Gu Fei hadn't mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, this human martial body would have been killed by Taoist Hongjun long ago. Chapter 1877. A martial artist's body was strong and their close combat skills were unmatched by other cultivators. Gu Fei was a martial saint, so his close combat skills were even more shocking. This was a combat skill that he had learned and perfected through countless life and death battles. There was nothing fancy about it. It was the most practical combat skill. It was simple and direct. Usually he could kill his opponent with one move. In ancient times, no cultivator would dare to let a martial artist get close to them when they were fighting. Once a martial artist got close to them, it would mean death. Bang! In the main hall, Gu Fei was like a shadow, and with a single punch he sent the middle-aged man flying. He was extremely powerful. Roar! The middle-aged man roared. Black demonic chi rushed out of his body. A layer of black scales appeared on his body and his eyes turned blood red. Everyone has the right to kill those who practice demonic arts. Gu Fei shouted. He instantly chased after the middle-aged man and appeared above him. He then stomped on the middle-aged man's head. Rumble! As Gu Fei stepped on the middle-aged man, there was the sound of thunder and lightning under his right foot. Lightning flashed under his feet and a destructive force came down. The middle-aged man didn't expect Gu Fei to be so fast. He attacked wave after wave, not giving him any chance to breathe. Gu Fei wanted to kill him with a thunderous method. Let's fight. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and raised the demonic spear in his hand to block. Boom! Gu Fei fiercely stomped on the demonic spear, causing it to bend downwards. An extremely ferocious power erupted under his feet. Bang! The middle-aged man was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed onto the floor of the hall. Wah! The middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body was falling apart. Every bone in his body was broken and it was extremely painful. The floor of the hall was extremely hard. There wasn't even a crack under the middle-aged man's ferocious attack. The hard floor made the middle-aged man suffer. Half-step sage is just SSO. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He didn't hold back and stomped on the middle-aged man again. This time, a tyrannical destructive force erupted from his left foot. This was the 8 kill steps. Gu Fei had taken the second step, and the power of the second step was several times that of the first step. Without any suspense, under the premise of close combat, Gu Fei succeeded in seriously injuring the half-step sage. When the second step of the 8 kill steps fell, the middle-aged man's chest collapsed and his body was seriously injured. Roar! The middle-aged man roared as he desperately circulated his demonic arts, pushing Gu Fei back. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so he didn't dare to fight anymore. After pushing back Gu Fei, he crawled up from the ground and rushed out of the hall without looking back. He didn't even want the demonic spear that had fallen to the ground. At this time, escaping was the most important thing. Under the premise of survival, nothing else mattered. How could Gu Fei let this guy escape so easily? He kicked the demonic spear on the ground and it immediately flew out. Pft! The demonic spear instantly caught up with the middle-aged man and pierced through his back. A strong force pushed the half-step sage a few steps forward and nailed him to the ground. Just when the middle-aged man was nailed to the ground by the demonic spear, his head suddenly exploded. A demonic light wrapped around a small person and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. Primordial spirit. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This guy who had fallen into the demonic path was actually so decisive. He didn't even think before exploding his Naiwen palace, allowing his primordial spirit to escape. Swoosh. Just when the demonic primordial spirit flew out of the hall, a divine arrow was shot from afar and hit the demonic primordial spirit. The demonic primordial spirit immediately collapsed. I can't accept this. When the primordial spirit of the Devil Dao dissipated, it sent out an extremely weak wave of divine will. A figure flashed at the entrance of the hall and the mysterious woman walked in. When she saw the ball of light floating in the hall, she couldn't help but be extremely shocked. This is, feeling the power of heaven and earth that spread from the divine pearl, the mysterious woman knew what it was. The source of heaven and earth, it's the source of heaven and earth. The mysterious woman was moved. The divine pearl before her was many times better than the 18 divine weapons. One should know that as long as this divine pearl was refined, the heaven and earth left behind by the sages would belong to that person. Although she was jealous, the mysterious woman didn't go forward. She knew that with Gu Fei here, this divine pearl of heaven and earth already had an owner. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. The mysterious woman knew that she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. As for Qiu Wuqing and the Green Emperor, they didn't even enter the hall. They knew that even if they entered they wouldn't dare to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron and sat in front of the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Looking at this magical pearl, even he couldn't help but be moved. One should know that this was a heaven and earth created by an ancient sage. Such a heaven and earth was naturally much better than his inner world. However, he had promised He Tian that this divine pearl of heaven and earth had already caught He Tian's eye. Ha! Boss, thank you. He Tian laughed heartily. He knew that this heaven and earth created by the sage was about to have a new owner. And this owner was himself. Kill. He Tian attacked with all his might. He no longer had any worries. The void formation appeared and interweaved rays of destructive divine light, piercing towards Long Badeo who was trapped in the formation. Long Badeo's cultivation and strength were still very strong. Although he was trapped in the formation, it was still very difficult for He Tian to kill this guy. Shen Yin technique frozen 30,000 miles. Long Badeo risked his life. He had just watched helplessly as his senior brother was killed by the mysterious woman's arrow. This made him shocked and angry. Endless Shen Yin cold qi surged out from Long Badeo's body. Even the void seemed to be frozen. Countless formation runes immediately became dim. Even He Tian, who was in the depths of the formation, felt the bone-chilling cold. This guy, He Tian, couldn't help but be moved. The Shen Yin devil technique was very powerful, and the Shen Yin devil qi was the nemesis of pure yang weapons and magical treasures. He didn't dare to be careless. Sun transformation. He Tian shouted. The killing formation that trapped Long Badeo was activated again. This time the formation communicated with the power of fire of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Boom. Chapter 1878. Rumble. In the middle of the killing formation, divine fire filled the sky. Endless divine fire gathered towards the center of the formation. This was one of the changes in He Tian's formation, sun transformation. Long Ba Dao cultivated the Black Yin devil art. His devil qi was extremely yin and cold. His true yang energy was the nemesis of the Black Yin devil qi. At the center of the killing formation, a divine sun was forming. Endless yang energy gathered and burned the void. It was as if a real sun had appeared in the middle of the killing formation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The true yang essence was vast and mighty, and everyone could feel a blazing heat wave surging towards them. Roar. Long Ba Dao roared again and again. The true yang energy was a great threat to him. The Black Yin devil qi around him was constantly being destroyed by the true yang energy. This wasn't a good thing. He Tian wanted to refine him to death. Long Ba Dao knew He Tian's intention, but he couldn't change anything unless he used his life-saving forbidden weapon. Otherwise he would be in danger. You guys are ruthless. Long Badeo saw that the situation was far from good and immediately took out his forbidden artifact. It was a pitch-black demonic plate. Without any hesitation he took it out. Boom. The demonic disc flew up from Long Badeo's hand, and countless demonic runes rushed out from it. An unimaginably powerful demonic power rushed out from the demonic disc, directly piercing through the void between heaven and earth. This was a demonic Tao forbidden artifact that displayed tremendous demonic might. Even Black Sky's killing formation couldn't stop it. The demonic plate opened a spatial passage. Long Ba Dao wanted to rush into it, but at this time the passage in front of him suddenly collapsed. Buzz. A deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. An ancient cauldron came crashing down from the sky. A powerful shockwave spread out from the ancient cauldron. What? Long Ba Dao's shock was no small matter. One had to know that this life-saving forbidden tool of his could only be used once. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, he would never use it. However, to his disbelief, his forbidden weapon lost its effect. The ancient cauldron suppressed everything, blocking all his escape routes. Want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? A voice resounded. At this time, a figure walked out from the main hall. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was holding a divine light in his hand. He Tian laughed. The divine light in Gu Fei's hand was emitting pure heaven and earth energy. Needless to say, this divine light was the origin of heaven and earth. Kill. At this moment, it was as though my Tian was on steroids. His entire aura was different as he attacked with all his might. The killing formation was activated, and within the formation, a divine sun was forming. You dare to kill me? This time Long Ba Dao's expression changed. Countless cracks appeared on the demonic disk in the sky. Then it crumbled and lost its demonic nature. Why not? Who do you think you are? He Tian said disdainfully. Endless divine light trapped Long Ba Dao in the killing formation. Endless pure yang energy was evolving into a divine sun. Long Ba Dao's demonic energy was constantly being destroyed. Kill me and you won't be able to live either. Long Ba Dao roared. He was truly afraid. He couldn't escape even after using his forbidden weapon. He was truly trapped. Is that so? Hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. He took a step forward and entered the Black Sky's killing formation, quickly approaching Long Ba Dao, who was trapped in the center of the formation. You. Long Ba Dao sensed Gu Fei's arrival and turned pale with fright. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm covered the sky, enveloping Long Ba Dao, and then slammed down. Blacking devil body. Long Ba Dao didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to die either. He was the most outstanding genius of extraterrestrial divine mountain and the only son of the mountain master. He was destined to take over extraterrestrial divine mountain in the future. How could he die here? A powerful demonic energy burst out of Long Ba Dao's body. Almost instantly, a layer of black scales appeared on his body. A silver horn grew out of his forehead and his eyes turned blue and black. Ah! Long Ba Dao let out a beast-like sound. His body emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. His height increased by a full 3 feet. The extremely cold black Yin devil chi spread out from his body and unexpectedly resisted the pure yang energy of He Tian's killing formation. The divine fire couldn't get close to him. Bang! Long Ba Dao sent out a palm to meet Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm head-on. Two powerful forces collided in an instant. The void was annihilated and the surrounding divine fire was affected, dissipating in the void. What? Long Ba Dao withstood Gu Fei's attack, which surprised everyone. One should know that Gu Fei had even defeated the half-step devil saint of extraterrestrial divine mountain. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm dissipated in the void. Why did he choose to be a demon instead of a human? Everyone present disdained Long Ba Dao's behavior, but they had to admit that the Black Yin devil body was really strong. The Black Yin cold chi seemed to have frozen the void around him. What's wrong with being a demon? You can be free and do whatever you want without any scruples. Long Ba Dao's voice sounded. Give my fist. Gu Fei held a ball of divine light in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He then punched towards Long Ba Dao. There was no violent power fluctuation, nor was there any dazzling divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary punch. It was this punch that shocked Long Ba Dao. This seemingly ordinary punch made Long Ba Dao feel that it was hard to dodge. There was no powerful fluctuation, but the fist intent of Gu Fei's punch made Long Ba Dao turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was really forcing him to take it head-on. It was hard to avoid, he could only go all out. Black Yin Great Capture. Long Ba Dao stretched out his hand and displayed a great demon technique. A huge hand met Gu Fei's punch and a powerful magic fluctuation spread out from that huge hand. Bang! Gu Fei's fist smashed into Long Ba Dao's huge hand. This time, Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch contained an extremely powerful force. It was a move that could turn something rotten into something magical. Long Ba Dao's huge hand was immediately shattered. Long Ba Dao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Gu Fei's punch before he could stabilize himself. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Long Ba Dao was extremely shocked. His opponent's power was too strong. He could actually hurt his blacking devil body. It was really unbelievable. Without any suspense, even if Long Ba Dao used his blacking devil body, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch shattered his blacking devil body. Gu Fei did not care where Long Ba Dao came from or what kind of background he had. He killed him. You will regret it. Long Ba Dao's spirit soared into the sky, wanting to escape. You are the one who will regret it. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Long Ba Dao's spirit back. Don't kill me. At this time Long Ba Dao did not care so much. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Gu Fei. If his blacking devil body had not been destroyed by Gu Fei, he would have already knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly crushed Long Ba Dao's spirit. The most outstanding descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain died in the hands of Gu Fei. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. At the moment when Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao in the depths of the starry sky, in a chaotic void, there was an earth-shattering roar. Who killed my son? In the depths of the chaos there was another world. It was an almost perfect world. There was no large land here, only mountains floating in the void. This was the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, there were not many people who could find sky beyond heaven. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was in the depths of sky beyond heaven. There was an incomparably huge divine mountain there. At this time on the divine mountain, there was a mighty aura. A demonic shadow loomed on the peak of the divine mountain. My son is actually dead. No matter who it is, whoever dared to kill my son must die. The demonic shadow roared. All the creatures on the divine mountain were trembling. Many demonic experts rushed out, inexplicably shocked. Long Ba Dao was dead. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was under the control of the demonic path. The demonic shadow on the peak was the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain. No one knew how powerful the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain was, but the demonic experts on the divine mountain knew how powerful and terrifying Long Ba Dao was. Long Ba Dao was a half-demon saint. His son was already so powerful, let alone his father. Where is Wind Demon? The demonic shadow on the peak was summoning the experts under his command. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew on the divine mountain without warning. In the black wind, there was a figure faintly discernible. The black wind blew directly to the peak of extraterrestrial divine mountain. When it reached the peak, the black wind suddenly disappeared and a man in black walked out. Greetings, Mountain Master. The man bowed to the demonic shadow on the peak. Go and capture the man who killed my son. The Mountain Master directly ordered Wind Demon. Yes. The man then turned into a gust of black wind and rushed out from the peak, quickly disappearing into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao and gave the divine light in his hand to He Tian. Although everyone was extremely jealous, they did not dare to snatch the thing in Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei and the others did not know that the Mountain Master of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain had sent an extremely powerful demonic expert to capture Gu Fei. After He Tian obtained the origin of heaven and earth of this world, he immediately began to refine the origin of heaven and earth. He wanted to merge this world with his formation world. Chapter 1879. Refining a source of heaven and earth was not an easy task. Back then, when Gu Fei refined the source of heaven and earth from the Naraka Dao, it took him hundreds of years. Of course, the world created by the ancient sage could not be compared to the Naraka Dao at all. The Naraka Dao was one of the 6 Daos created by the ancient Buddha. The heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord was already infinitely close to the flawless great heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth created by the sage was worlds apart from the flawless great heaven and earth. In the divine city, a ball of divine light floated in front of He Tian. Above this ball of divine light, the aura of heaven and earth permeated. This ball of divine light was one with the surrounding void. The laws of heaven and earth in this world originated from this ball of divine light. He Tian was refining this ball of divine light. However, the progress was extremely slow. This was because this ball of divine light was imprinted with the mark of the ancient sage. Only by erasing the imprint left behind by the ancient sage and branding it with his own would Black Heaven be considered to have refined this part of the world. However, how could the mark left by the ancient sage be so easily erased? Even though He Tian had reincarnated countless times, he had no way of dealing with the great Tao mark left by the ancient sage. He could only use the method of consumption to erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. He Tian wanted to use his own strength to slowly erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was protecting He Tian. If not for Gu Fei, the Green Emperor would probably be the first to rush up and attack He Tian to snatch the source of heaven and earth. However, with Gu Fei protecting He Tian, no one dared to act rashly. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were waiting patiently. This matter could not be rushed. They also did not want to offend Gu Fei. They could only wait for He Tian to refine the source of divine light. Only the Green Emperor was a little frustrated. He was also a little worried. Once He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, would he attack him? The Green Emperor's worries were not without reason. As long as He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, he would be the ruler of this world. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for He Tian to destroy the Green Emperor. However, the Green Emperor did not dare to do anything to He Tian. Wherever Gu Fei stood guard, who in this world could touch He Tian? Everyone was waiting, but their moods were different. He waited for half a year. At this time, the ball of divine light in front of He Tian grew brighter and brighter. The imprint of the great path left behind by the ancient sages within the divine light was finally shaken by him. Although He Tian's method would take a long time, it was the safest method. There was no day or night in cultivation. He Tian sat there for 10 years. During these 10 years, Gu Fei's cultivation made another breakthrough. He had accumulated a lot of experience, and his cultivation rose from the first layer of half-step saint to the third layer of half-step saint. After the breakthrough, Gu Fei's vital energy and blood became stronger. Every move he made seemed to be able to shake the void of heaven and earth. His cultivation had become even more unfathomable. A martial artist at the third heaven of the half-saint realm could even fight against a quasi-saint without relying on any external forces. In the divine city, the others were also cultivating. Qiu Wuqing's talent was simply heaven-defying. During these 10 years, he had actually improved by a major realm and became a sage-to-be. The mysterious woman had also improved. Although she had not broken through to the sage-to-be realm, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sage-to-be realm. The Green Emperor, one of the 4 giants, was still a half-step sage. During these 10 years, the Green Emperor's cultivation had not improved at all. This was because he would become a sage if he improved any further. However, sages were not allowed to appear in this part of the world. Rumble. On this day, a thunderous sound came from where He Tian was. Rays of divine light rushed out from the source of heaven and earth in front of him and then dissipated in the void. At this time, He Tian spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ball of divine light in front of him. This was He Tian's blood essence. Each drop contained He Tian's life imprint. This was the blood of his heart, which was incomparably precious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, He Tian's expression immediately became weary. Erebus's heart blood was completely absorbed by the ball of divine light as soon as it touched the ball of divine light. It's done. Although He Tian's expression was weary, he was still extremely excited. 10 years. He had been cultivating this ball of divine light day and night for 10 years, not daring to be distracted. At this time he had finally gotten something. Virum. After devouring the blood of He Tian, the ball of divine light vibrated continuously and let out a loud sound. A series of blood-colored Tao patterns appeared on the divine light. That was the imprint of He Tian's Tao. At that moment, Mahakala's mark of the Great Path replaced that of the ancient sage. Then the ball of divine light began to recede, and soon a matured fist-sized orb appeared before everyone's eyes. I've finally succeeded. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When everyone else saw that He Tian had cultivated the source of heaven and earth, they let out different expressions. This was especially so for the Green Emperor. Right now, the Green Emperor was filled with jealousy and hatred. Haha. He Tian laughed out loud as he stood up from the ground. He had expended quite a lot of energy. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need some time. However, it was all worth it. Even if his energy was greatly damaged, it was still worth it. Swoosh. He Tian kept the pearl into his body. The pearl entered He Tian's Naiwan palace. Then with a single thought from He Tian, the entire world shook. Swoosh. A beam of divine light shot out from He Tian's glabella, opening up a spatial passageway. Those who wish to head out, please do so. He Tian opened up the passageway between this world and the outside world. The Green Emperor was the first to rush into the sky and disappear into the spatial passageway. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. The outside world was the place for him to show off his skills. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman left as well. They had stayed here for 10 years and did not know what was happening in the human realm. After everyone left, Gu Fei was the last to leave. He Tian wanted to try and fuse the world created by the sage into his own world of formations. Therefore he did not want to head out. Gu Fei naturally knew what He Tian wanted to do. Without any hesitation he left this world. When Gu Fei came out of the spatial passageway, he realized that he was still on a red star. This was a huge barren star. However, there were many ancient beasts lurking on this huge star. Chapter 1880. Gu Fei exited the sage realm and appeared in an unknown region of the vast crimson planet. The place was filled with red sand and the surrounding terrain was undulating with many hills. This was a region without any signs of life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. On this crimson planet, the spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost non-existent. However, in such a place there were many powerful beasts lurking. Roar. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave this region, a roar was heard from behind a nearby hill. Then an exotic beast scuttled out from behind the hill and pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved and instantly disappeared from where he was. The next moment his figure appeared thousands of feet away at an extremely fast speed. Boom. With a loud noise, the crimson sand filled the sky. The exotic beast pounced down from the sky, and the place where Gu Fei was originally standing was instantly destroyed. A ferocious and ruthless aura began to spread in the air. At this moment, Gu Fei had a clear view of the exotic beast. It was red all over and covered with a thick layer of red scales. There was a black horn on its head and there was a yellow light lingering on it. This was an unknown exotic beast. At least, Gu Fei had never seen it before, nor had it appeared in the ancient books that he had read. Evil creature, you're courting death. Although this exotic beast was powerful, its strength was at most at the peak of the almighty realm. Compared to the two exotic beasts that Gu Fei encountered when he first came to this crimson planet, it was far weaker. Swoosh. Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a chaotic ray of light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger, directly piercing the forehead of this unknown exotic beast. Pft. A stream of blue blood rushed out from the eyebrows of the exotic beast. Then with a boom, the exotic beast fell on the red sand, twitched a few times and stopped moving. Boom. Just as Gu Fei killed the exotic beast, a loud sound rang out from afar. Gu Fei felt the entire ground trembling. The red sand on the ground undulated like waves and a shockwave spread out. What happened? Gu Fei was startled. This kind of fluctuation was a bit shocking. It was as if most of the star had been shaken. Could it be that something big had happened on this star? Although the crimson star was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not small either. A power that could move half of the crimson star was already very shocking and terrifying. Shwa. Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and rushed in the direction of the fluctuation. In next to no time he saw a crimson-colored wave appear in front of him. Yes, it was a wave. A wave that was completely formed from crimson sand was surging towards him, and this wave was over 10 kilometers tall. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He rushed into the sky and dodged this wave. Seeing this wave surging behind him, even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. What kind of power could form this wave that affected more than half of the crimson star? Buzz. Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the void in front of him suddenly trembled. Looking from afar, he saw that tens of thousands of miles away, there were rays of divine light rushing up, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared again. What is that? Gu Fei discovered that within the rays of divine light, there were actually Tao patterns, and they were ancient Tao patterns. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a shocking evil aura appeared in the sky. A huge figure stood up from the ground. What? At this time, Gu Fei could not stay calm. The crimson star was not simple, and it seemed to have sealed a peerless evil demon. At this time the evil demon had appeared and it was world-shaking. What is going on? Is it related to the grotto heaven of the ancient sage? It was already abnormal for the ancient sage's grotto heaven to appear on this barren crimson star. Now that the evil demon had appeared, Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Roar. The figure that stood up from the ground roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The figure was entangled by many metal chains. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky and entangled the figure, binding it tightly. This was a kind of confinement technique. The divine chains of the great path had bound the evil demon in the void of this world, trapping it there. Boom! Dazzling lightning appeared in the sky above the crimson star, and a power of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the figure. The power of the evil demon had exceeded the limit allowed by this world, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination was about to descend. Where is Meng Tian? A spiritual consciousness spread out from the figure and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Boom! At this moment the void above the figure suddenly collapsed. A god city broke through the void and appeared above the head of the evil demon. Buzz! The void shook and a shocking power exploded from the divine city. Then the entire divine city pressed down on the figure below. When Gu Fei saw the palace he could not help but be extremely shocked. The appearance of the palace confirmed his guess. The ancient sage indeed had a conflict with the evil demon. Rumble, hundreds of millions of lightning bolts raged in the sky, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination descended. That was because 2 powers that surpassed the sage level had appeared in this world. The powers that surpassed the sage level could threaten the great Tao laws of this world. The heavenly Tao sensed the threat and hence sent down countless heavenly lightning. The countless heavenly lightning engulfed half of the crimson star. Gu Fei quickly retreated. The heavenly lightning of extermination was extremely powerful, and it was much more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of a half-sage. If Gu Fei was struck by the heavenly lightning of extermination, his body and soul would be destroyed. The countless heavenly lightning of extermination was wreaking havoc, and the entire crimson star was shaking. Many beasts that were hiding in the crimson star escaped. The heavenly lightning of extermination covered a huge area, and most of the beasts were destroyed by the sudden heavenly lightning of extermination. At this moment half of the crimson star was engulfed by the heavenly lightning of extermination. However, the divine city was safe and sound amidst the endless heavenly lightning of extermination. Not a single heavenly lightning of extermination could land on the divine city. The powerful evil demon was also fine in the sea of lightning. The power of the heavenly lightning of extermination could not get close to it. The evil demon that had been sealed for countless years was too powerful. In the current world, existences that surpassed the sage level were not allowed to appear. The world felt threatened and hence, a terrifying heavenly lightning of extermination was about to descend. Chapter 1881. No one knew how powerful the power of a universe was. Even a sage would not dare to go against the power of the entire universe. Although a sage could break the restraint of the great Tao of heaven and earth, going against the power of the entire universe was an entirely different matter. The appearance of 2 powers that surpassed the sage level on the Scarlet Star had already made the great Tao of heaven and earth feel threatened. Hence, a heaven calamity of annihilation descended. Endless thunder calamity almost engulfed the entire Scarlet Star. Even in the starry sky, the heaven calamity was extremely dazzling. What's going on? How can there be such existences in this universe? Those guys have returned. When the 2 earth-shattering powers appeared on the Scarlet Star, the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star that was thousands of miles away from the Scarlet Star sensed the changes on the Scarlet Star immediately. Rumble. In an extremely hidden mountain on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a lifeless god city tore the void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. In the main hall of the god city sat a supreme ghost Tao. This supreme ghost Tao was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who had created the ghost cultivation path and had lived for countless years. This god city was the legendary ghost city of Fengdu. There were 10 halls in the city and the legendary 10-court Yama resided in the 10 halls. Swoosh. In the main hall, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's gaze tore through the void and saw through the universe. He saw the extremely huge figure on the Scarlet Star under the Heaven Calamity. I've already killed the evil lord. I didn't expect there to be another existence that is comparable to the evil lord. Ghost Emperor Fingdu muttered to himself. That day he had displayed his great divine power and killed Thousand Illusion Evil Lord. That battle was extremely intense and earth-shattering. However, although Thousand Illusion Evil Lord was powerful, he was still killed by Ghost Emperor Fingdu. At the same time, in the sky above a devil's den in the northern devil region, a man who was sitting on the yin-yang divine pattern looked up into the sky. His gaze crossed the endless starry sky and landed on the Scarlet Star. Meng Tian and Xianxia. The man on the yin-yang divine pattern said. These two guys have been fighting for their entire lives. Are they still fighting now? In the 10,000 great mountains of the southern wasteland, an old man chopping firewood stopped, raised his head to look at the sky and then muttered to himself. After that, the old man continued to wave the rusty machete in his hand. Roar. From the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons, at the border between the northern demon region and the northern demon region, came a terrifying roar. The other regions of the soaring dragon ancestral star also sensed the energy ripples of supreme experts. What had happened on the Crimson Planet had alarmed these supreme experts who had never shown themselves. Roar Mengtian, you want to suppress me with a god city when you are not here in person? What a joke. On the Crimson Star, evil Lord Xianxia, who was bound by the divine chains of the Great Path, was howling. His howls reverberated in all directions. Around Xianxia on the ground and in the air matrix patterns appeared. These array patterns were all Saint King Great Array patterns, and it was a killing array. Back then, evil Lord Xianxia and King Sage Meng Tian fought in the galaxy. In the end, King Sage Meng Tian defeated Xianxia and suppressed him on the Crimson Planet. In fact, the Crimson Planet was not a lifeless planet. Most of the planets that were adjacent to the soaring dragon ancestral star had lives. It was because of that battle that the planet became a barren land. Rumble. It was not a big deal for the God City to suppress him from the sky. However, the God City actually triggered the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and suppressed Xianxia with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation. What? Xianxia was shocked. How was this possible? Could it be that Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao? This was definitely impossible. If Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao, he would have become an extreme grade supreme being long ago. If Meng Tian was already an extreme grade supreme being, he would be able to kill Xianxia effortlessly and would not need to suppress him on the Crimson Planet. In the God City, there was a wave that resonated with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and triggered the terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world. Roar. Xianxia was ferocious. He roared towards the sky and his white hair danced wildly. The divine chains of the Great Path on his body clanged and he used a supreme technique to create a black hole. Boom! A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole and devoured everything in the world. Even the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation was shaken and it was extremely terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning were devoured by the black hole. The God City was shaking and it was being pulled towards the black hole by the black hole. This, tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that Erebus was still in the Divine City? This wasn't a good thing. Swoosh. Just as the God City was being pulled towards the heaven-devouring power from the black hole, a figure stood up from the God City and a terrifying aura of a king of sages could be felt from the figure. Buzz. The void shook and the faint figure formed a seal with his hands. The boundless power of the heavenly tribulation was triggered by the figure and struck towards the black hole below. Xianxia was shocked. Although the exterminating heavenly tribulation was terrifying, the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be concentrated at one point. Therefore it could still be resisted. However, once the power was concentrated at one point it would be a different story. The ancient king of sages was truly heaven-defying. He could actually use the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation for his own use. The power of the heavenly tribulation was continuously gathered and concentrated towards Xianxia. The black hole created by Xianxia's supreme technique immediately became unstable. Preposterous. Xianxia had been suppressed for countless years. Only now could he rush out from the depths of the crimson star and no longer be burned by the true fire of the earth core. However, he could not truly break free. The ancient king of sages, Meng Tian, also had a backup plan. Swoosh. On the crimson star outside the exterminating heavenly tribulation, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the starry sky and stared at the evil lord who was restrained on the crimson star. This person's robe was whiter than snow. It was the Ghost Emperor in Fingdu. The Ghost Emperor's arrival attracted the attention of the evil lord on the crimson star. "It's you?" When Xianxia saw the Ghost Emperor in Fingdu, an extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He actually turned around and walked back into the cage that had imprisoned him for countless years, not daring to come out again. Rumble. The black hole collapsed and the God City fell from the sky. Bang. Chapter 1882. The arrival of Ghost Emperor Fingdu shocked the evil lord who had just broken out of the seal and hid in the seal again. Gu Fei was in disbelief. What's going on? Such a thing was too outrageous. Could it be that Ghost Emperor Fingdu could actually kill such an existence? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. White-robed Ghost Emperor stood quietly in the starry sky and watched the scene on the crimson star. He did not make a move. When he saw the divine city pressing down and sealing the evil lord again, he turned and left. Roar. A deep roar was heard from below the divine city. Xianxia evil lord was unwilling to give up. He had spent a lot of time and effort to break out of Sage King Meng Tian's seal. However, he actually encountered that person when he came out. Rumble. Sage King Dao pattern surged out of the divine city and the seal that Meng Tian had set up was being repaired rapidly. This time the power of the seal was much stronger than before. "Meng Tian, you can't stop me." Xianxia evil lord's voice was heard from the crimson star. However, his voice soon disappeared as the power of the seal isolated everything. As the seal was repaired, the two powers that surpassed the sage level also disappeared. The terrifying destructive heavenly tribulation lost its target and gradually dissipated in the void. In this short period of time, more than half of the crimson star was destroyed. The ground collapsed, red sand filled the sky and countless beasts died. Most of the beasts were actually the descendants of the followers of the evil lord. Back then, Xianxia evil lord dominated the chaos era and had many followers. The entire crimson star was a prison that sealed the evil lord. Gu Fei did not expect an unparalleled evil demon to be sealed on the crimson star. It was a supreme being from the ancient era that could go against a king of sages. If the evil demon was allowed to be born, there would not be many people who could go against the evil demon in this world without sages. Heitun. When Gu Fei came back to his senses, his expression couldn't help but greatly change. When he came out of the ancient sage's world, Heitian was still in the divine city. But now that God City had shattered the void and appeared on Crimson Star. Moreover, it had suppressed that evil demon again. Was Heitian still in God City? Schwa. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, displaying the world's fastest speed as he rushed towards the divine city. When Gu Fei arrived near the divine city, he couldn't help feeling bewildered. There was no aura of life coming from the divine city. In other words, there were no living beings in the divine city. Even the stone men in the divine city had disappeared. The divine city was silent. There was no sound at all. This was an empty city. Nothing had changed in the city, but it lacked vitality. All black. Gu Fei's spiritual will entered the God City, but he didn't discover anything. Heitian wasn't in the God City, which made him heave a sigh of relief. That guy should still be in that world. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Heitian had obtained the origin source of the world created by the sage. The first thing he had to do was to refine that origin source. Perhaps Heitian had left the divine city when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Gu Fei wandered around the divine city for an hour, but he didn't discover anything. Thus, he left Crimson Star and headed in the direction of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was different from the Crimson Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was many times larger than the Crimson Star. The vast star gave off a suffocating pressure. The Soaring Dragon Continent was just a part of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Continent didn't even occupy 1/10 of the entire Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. However, the areas outside of the soaring dragon continent were mostly inaccessible places. Some places were even shrouded in demonic qi. One look and anyone could tell that they were forbidden lands. Some areas were filled with demonic qi. It was very likely that they were the territories of the demon race. It's too big. It was Gu Fei's first time looking at the soaring dragon ancestral star in the starry sky. The vast aura shocked him to the extreme. The ancestral star seemed to have more than one supreme great Tao law. It was unusual for an ancestral star to have such a situation. It should be known that only ancestral stars that had produced a few supreme great Taos would have such a phenomenon, where several supreme great Taos coexisted. When a supreme achieved the Tao in an ancestral star, the ancestral star would have the supreme great Tao imprint of the supreme great Taos. On the soaring dragon ancestral star there was more than one supreme. The situation of several supreme great Taos coexisting was rare even in the ancient untainted land. It seemed that it was difficult for supreme great Taos to meet each other. For example, during the era of the supreme Tao ancestor, the ancient Buddha Lord would not have appeared to compete with the supreme Tao ancestor. It was said that the collapse of the ancient untainted land was likely due to a battle between supreme great Taos. Of course, this was only a legend. However, it wasn't impossible. It should be known that a battle between supreme great Taos could destroy a large area of the world. Gu Fei charged toward the soaring dragon ancestral star with his 8 steps extreme speed. Just as Gu Fei was about to reach the soaring dragon ancestral star, he suddenly realized that there were countless ruins floating in the sky 100,000 li away from the soaring dragon ancestral star. That's a huge pile of ruins floating in the sky shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that there was a huge battle outside the soaring dragon ancestral star? Gu Fei immediately changed his direction and flew toward the ruins. A distance of 100,000 li was considered a long distance in Gu Fei's eyes. It took him half an hour to get close to the ruins. He saw countless broken bricks, rocks and mud floating in the ruins. There were even corpses of cultivators mixed among them. An ancient battlefield. Gu Fei finally realized what he had encountered. This was a battlefield within the starry skies, one that had existed for an extremely long time. Broken weapons, mutilated corpses, everything made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. The ancient battlefield in the sky was huge, covering a radius of 100,000 li. Moreover, it wasn't static but moving. It was unknown how long this ancient battlefield had been floating in the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei wasn't in the mood to explore. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. How is this possible? He sensed an extremely weak aura of life. In this lifeless ancient battlefield, there was actually an aura of life. This made him feel very surprised. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei walked in the direction of the weak life aura. Soon, Gu Fei approached the place where the presence of life was coming from. What he saw next almost made him lose control. It was a transparent crystal coffin. Chapter 1883. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of the stars, a crystal coffin was floating. The appearance of a crystal coffin in this deathly silent ancient battlefield was a bit strange. When Gu Fei saw this crystal coffin, he felt his scalp tingle. He had seen this crystal coffin before. Inside the transparent crystal coffin, there was a sleeping woman. How could the crystal coffin from the eternally ominous city appear here? All of this was inexplicable, which made Gu Fei horrified. When this crystal coffin appeared, it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to it. The woman inside the crystal coffin should be the remains of a supreme. However, this supreme's remains had changed and were sealed in the eternally ominous city by other supremes. That day, the virtual sky world attracted countless experts to fight for the supreme treasure of the eternally ominous city. But in the end, the crystal coffin appeared and the supreme experts of the human realm also came. That battle even reached the depths of the primal chaos, and even the eternally ominous city was half destroyed. The crystal coffin that escaped that day actually appeared here. Moreover, the breath of life in this battlefield of the stars originated from the crystal coffin. Reborn from death, this is too heaven-defying. Gu Fei knew that the woman inside the crystal coffin was incredible. After being dead for countless years, she unexpectedly gained vitality and showed signs of rebirth. He didn't dare to approach it. Even a supreme expert like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to this crystal coffin. If he approached it, he might not even know how he died. Gu Fei was about to retreat, but at this time he suddenly had a creepy feeling as if something extremely dangerous was peeping at him. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, there were a lot of broken weapons and even skeletons. Some ancient corpses were still dripping with blood. After countless years, their bodies were still immortal. Could it be that there is some evil existence here? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He used 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! At this time the entire ancient battlefield suddenly shook. The countless fragments scattered in all directions quickly gathered together, and a terrifying breath of death appeared between heaven and earth. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Sure enough, there was an incomparably powerful evil spying on him from the side. When he wanted to retreat, this evil hidden in the dark immediately jumped out and intercepted him. The deathly aura was vast and boundless as countless fragments flew over from all directions. They then fused together and a gigantic figure appeared in the middle of this space battlefield. Gu Fei could clearly sense how powerful this evil being was, because the black aura of death had almost condensed to the point of being solid, turning into rays of black light that lingered around the huge figure. This demon had concealed itself very well. Even Gu Fei had been deceived. At this time the death aura seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was incomparably abrupt. Ah, what a powerful blood essence. A divine will came from the 10,000 zhang tall figure in front of him, and a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Rumble. The void was shaking. Countless fragments actually formed a 10,000 zhang tall humanoid monster. 2 rays of blood light shot out from its gigantic head. The powerful deathly aura shook the surrounding void. This was a very strange evil being. Its battle prowess had most likely reached the saint realm. That kind of powerful aura caused even Gu Fei to not have any thoughts of resisting. However, the strange thing was that despite such a powerful existence, the heaven and earth actually didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Such an existence was not allowed to exist. The ancient battlefield was 100,000 miles in radius. The deathly aura of the entire ancient battlefield seemed to have gathered on the body of this humanoid monster. This was a strange type of undead creature. To think that it could actually avoid the detection of the heaven and earth. From a certain perspective, this undead creature couldn't be considered as a real living creature. Perhaps it was because of this that the heaven and earth didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Human, contribute your essence blood. The humanoid monster stood there and the void around it was trembling. Black spatial cracks kept appearing and being repaired by the power of the heaven and earth. Contribute your head. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't that afraid of this humanoid monster. Because although this humanoid monster was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a real saint. Touch. The humanoid monster didn't say anything else. It directly stretched out its huge hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The vigorous qi and blood on Gu Fei's body was the nourishment that this undead creature needed. All undead creatures had one thing in common, and that was to increase their strength by devouring life essence. Buzz. A huge cauldron emerged from the void around Gu Fei's body. It wrapped around Gu Fei and instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago was immediately hit by the huge hand. A chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of feet was formed. The void between the heaven and earth was directly penetrated. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This monster was able to cause such destruction with just a casual attack. It was really shocking. Do you think you can escape? The divine will transmitted and a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the monster. He directly turned around and left. With his current cultivation and combat power, he wasn't a match for this monster at all. Only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu might be able to suppress this guy. Rumble. Seeing that Gu Fei wanted to escape, the monster immediately chased after him. Its powerful force shook the heaven and earth. With just one step, the monster overtook Gu Fei and intercepted him. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. How could the other party's speed be so fast? However, he quickly understood that the opponent's strength had reached the saint level and was much stronger than him. They couldn't be compared at all. The opponent wasn't proficient in any kind of extreme speed technique. But with just one step, the opponent could instantly cross a distance of tens of thousands of feet. Swish. The monster stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. This time, the monster's huge hand enveloped the heaven and earth and sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei could feel that the void around him seemed to have frozen in an instant. He couldn't open his inner world even if he wanted to. At this time he finally understood the terrifying power of the saint level. So what if the saint level had cultivated his inner world? When the saint level's power released a restrictive force, he couldn't open his inner world at all. Chapter 1884. The humanoid monster was extremely powerful. It was a different kind of saint-tier life form. The power of the saint-tier could confine the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not even hide in his inner world. Boom! The humanoid monster extended its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful saint-tier power made Gu Fei unable to resist it. If not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he might not even be able to stand. Roar! At this critical moment, Gu Fei roared angrily. An ancient cauldron rushed out of his body. This was not the shadow of the ancient cauldron, but the real body of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment he had no choice but to use the extreme saint weapon to protect his life. The opponent was too much stronger than him. However, just as the humanoid monster attacked Gu Fei, the crystal coffin floating in the void suddenly shook. Bang! The humanoid monster's body suddenly exploded. The crystal coffin appeared where the humanoid monster was. Then an endless aura of death gathered towards the crystal coffin. Gu Fei escaped death. He could not help but be shocked. After the humanoid monster was hit by the crystal coffin, it turned into a vast aura of death. Meanwhile, the crystal coffin was crazily devouring the surrounding aura of death. Just as the crystal coffin smashed into the humanoid monster's body, Gu Fei felt his body loosen up. The invisible pressure immediately disappeared. Roar! The humanoid monsters will let out an unwilling roar. The aura of death was continuously devoured by the crystal coffin. However, the crystal coffin shone with various divine lights. The endless aura of death was actually being converted into spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. The method of converting the aura of death into spiritual energy was too shocking. Could it be that the crystal coffin appeared in this ancient battlefield of the stars because of the aura of death? If that was the case, then the woman in the crystal coffin was really going to be reincarnated against the heavens. This was a saint-level death energy and it had already developed intelligence. It had long since become a humanoid monster. The appearance of the humanoid monster was actually a coincidence. It was condensed from the unyielding remnant thoughts of countless experts who had fallen in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the humanoid monster's body exploded from the impact of the crystal coffin, turning into boundless deathly aura that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged out from the explosion of death energy. Rumble! The space around the crystal coffin trembled. Death energy gathered from all directions and entered the crystal coffin. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from the crystal coffin. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He retreated 50 to 60,000 miles away and stood in the starry sky. Looking at the surging death chi in front of him, he was shocked. This was the death energy of a saint-rank expert. If it was completely devoured by the woman in the crystal coffin, would she be able to defy the heavens and be reborn? Gu Fei immediately realized that it was impossible. If the woman in the crystal coffin was really the remains of a supreme martial artist that had developed intelligence, even the power of a saint-rank expert wouldn't be able to truly defy the heavens and be reborn. What shocked Gu Fei was that the mass of deathly aura that enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly being devoured. This is too fast. Gu Fei was shocked once again. The woman in the crystal coffin was truly too frightening. At this rate, the endless deathly aura would soon be completely devoured by her. As expected, in just an hour, the death energy of a saint-rank expert was completely devoured by the crystal coffin. Within the crystal coffin, the spiritual energy was vast. The vast spiritual energy that was converted from the deathly aura entered the woman's body. Soon, the spiritual energy in the coffin was completely absorbed by the woman. The wisp of life aura that came from the crystal coffin seemed to be slightly stronger. Sensing this change, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. After such a vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by the woman's life aura only became slightly stronger. It was really too difficult to defy the heavens and be reborn. Swoosh! After devouring all the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield, the crystal coffin flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He then chased after it. The crystal coffin was moving very quickly in the starry sky. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement skill in the world. Even so, he could only barely keep up with the speed of the crystal coffin. The starry sky was boundless. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could still get lost in the starry sky. After a few hours, the crystal coffin arrived at the border of the soaring dragon ancestral star. At this moment, Gu Fei could only barely sense the aura of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The starry sky of an ancestral star was usually very vast. Only experts whose cultivation base had reached the half-saint realm would dare to walk in the starry sky. Soon the crystal coffin entered a dim starry sky. There were fragments of broken stars floating everywhere. Some of the stars were already half destroyed. This was an alien battlefield. In the past, a terrifying war had taken place here. Almost all the stars in this starry sky had been destroyed. The dim starry sky was filled with a deathly aura. There was no sign of life. The spiritual energy in a place like this was almost depleted. Cultivators could not cultivate here at all. The crystal coffin entered the depths of the dim starry sky. There was a huge planet floating there. Although the huge planet was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not much smaller. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. His instincts told him that this huge planet should be the ancestral planet of this starry sky. However, there was no sign of life coming from this huge planet. What exactly happened here? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. An ancestral planet with life had turned into a dead planet. Could it be that there was a great battle between supreme existences in this starry sky? It seemed that only such existences could destroy a starry sky and kill all the living beings on an ancestral planet. The crystal coffin's destination was the dead and silent huge planet. This huge planet was covered with wounds. There were hideous cracks and huge pits on it. This ancestral planet had suffered an unimaginable impact in the past. It was almost destroyed. However, this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. Gu Fei knew why this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. It was because he could feel the great Tao fluctuation of an extreme grade supreme on this huge planet. This was an ancestral planet that had once produced an extreme grade supreme. It should be the great Tao seal of the extreme grade supreme that protected this ancestral planet. Otherwise, this ancestral planet would have been destroyed. Why did the woman in the crystal coffin come here? Chapter 1885. Amidst the deathly stillness of space, a once glorious ancestral star was revolving. The crystal coffin's destination was actually such a place. This puzzled Gu Fei. Did the crystal coffin come here to absorb the death chi as well? However, although this star domain had been destroyed, he discovered that there weren't any corpses of powerful existences left in the entire star domain. Apart from the destroyed stars, there was not even a shard of a divine weapon. The war that almost destroyed the entire star region seemed to have only left behind a desolate battlefield. Swoosh. The crystal coffin did not stop. It carried the woman and charged towards the huge star. Gu Fei followed suit. Even though the huge star was almost destroyed and suffered an unimaginable impact, it still gave off a feeling of vastness. There was also the fluctuation of the supreme Tao here. An extreme supremacy had once been born here. A life star that could produce an extreme supremacy was extraordinary. For example, the soaring dragon ancestral star was still the cradle of life, and there were still countless experts rising to power. However, the ancestral planet of this starfield had turned into a dead planet. It was something that no one had expected. A great battle had almost destroyed an ancestral planet of life. All life on the ancestral star was wiped out and nothing was left behind. However, from the wreckage of the buildings on the ancestral star, one could tell that there were countless cultivators and powerful existences on the ancestral star in the past. Today, everything from the past no longer existed. Bam! The crystal coffin descended from the sky and smashed into a pitch-black crack on the Death Star. It then disappeared into the darkness. Just as the crystal coffin disappeared into the crack, Gu Fei suddenly sensed that the aura of the crystal coffin had disappeared. This made his heart skip a beat. Swoosh. He directly entered the huge star. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei was about to land on the edge of the crack, a sword chime was heard. Then a sword ray shot out from the crack and pierced towards him. Gu Fei was taken aback. He immediately soared into the sky and dodged the sword. The sword light swept past him and only dissipated in the void after soaring tens of thousands of feet. The chilling sword chi fluctuations caused him to be shocked. Hidden within the pitch-black crevice was a peerless killing intent, causing Gu Fei to be alarmed. That sword attack just now was very sudden and powerful. Even Gu Fei did not dare to face it head-on. There was a kind of invincible sword intent. What happened? There were no more fluctuations of sword chi in this big crack, which made Gu Fei anxious. He didn't dare to be careless because in this place, a careless mistake could put his life in danger. However, Gu Fei had seen the crystal coffin enter the huge crack with his own eyes. When the crystal coffin entered the huge crack, there was no sword light. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then the shadow of an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and enveloped him. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. No one knew how long the pitch-black crevice was. It was a hideous wound on the ancestral star. No one knew how deep the crevice was, but it was pitch-black inside. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. He carefully walked forward. After using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, even if he encountered the sword light earlier, it would not be a threat to him. However, unexpectedly, the powerful sword light did not appear this time. Gu Fei successfully entered the big crevice. Although Gu Fei was surprised, he couldn't think of the reason why the peerless sword light suddenly appeared. This made him feel a little uneasy. As he went deeper into the big crevice, Gu Fei felt the temperature below gradually drop. Rumble. At this moment, the whole big crevice suddenly shook. A monstrous death chi surged out from the depths of the big crevice and enveloped the sky and earth. Within the death chi, there were faint strange noises as if there were countless ghosts howling. What happened? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The death chi covered the sky and the earth. In the darkness, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and all the evil spirits ran out. That crystal coffin. Gu Fei immediately thought that such a movement should be caused by the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin seemed to need a large amount of death chi to be reborn. However, why was there so much death chi on this ancestral star? Although the ancestral star was destroyed, there was no death chi on it. Could there be some secret inside the ancestral star? Only a battle between supremes could affect the entire star field. Even the ancestral star of this star field was destroyed, and all the lives on the ancestral star were wiped out. The means of a supremes was unimaginable. Could it be that someone had tampered with the ancestral star? That seemed to be the only explanation. Gu Fei did not stop. The illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountain and river blocked the deathly aura that surged towards him from all directions. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was the divine weapon that Gu Fei refined himself, the 9 Heavenly Stars sword. The 9 Heavenly Stars sword was a divine sword refined from the 9 Heavenly Stars iron, an immortal divine material. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to supremes. Immortal divine materials were too rare. Even for ancient supremes, not every one of them could obtain an immortal divine material. Being able to obtain the 9 Heavenly Stars iron was also a kind of opportunity for Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to descend. Soon he noticed that the surrounding death chi was gradually decreasing. An extremely weak life force came from the depths of the crevice. As expected, Gu Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The crystal coffin was devouring the deathly aura, but this time the deathly aura here was many times stronger than the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield. The woman in the crystal coffin wanted to be reborn, and the amount of death chi she needed was too shocking. The crystal coffin moved in the starry sky as if it was searching for death chi. The mysterious woman in the crystal coffin turned the death chi into spiritual chi to nourish herself. Gu Fei continued to descend, breaking through the layers of death chi. After an unknown period of time, he felt his body lighten, as if he had entered another world. He felt the fluctuation of other heaven and earth energies. There was indeed another world inside this ancestral star. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, and the ground was covered with white bones. Broken divine weapons and magical treasures could be seen everywhere. These divine weapons and magical treasures had all lost their spirituality. Another ancient battlefield. Chapter 1886. Gu Fei channeled the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Passing through layers of death energy, he entered a dark world. This place was filled with death energy and blood-colored clouds drifted in the sky. On the other hand, the ground was covered in white bones. As far as the eye could see, there were countless weapons and treasures scattered around the bones. Of course, some of these weapons and magic treasures had already been damaged. Although some of them were still intact, they had lost all their spirituality and energy. They had turned into scrap metal. Time had worn away everything. At this moment, in the depths of this world, a crystal coffin was floating in the middle of this world. It was devouring the endless essence of death energy. Countless amounts of death energy gathered towards the crystal coffin from all directions. After entering the crystal coffin, it was converted into pure spirit energy and absorbed by the woman in the coffin. The life aura of the woman in the coffin was gradually growing stronger. An existence born from death was already a strange life form. It was a new life form. The woman in the coffin must have condensed a blood bead of life. Gu Fei had sensed the faint life force fluctuations emanating from the blood orb of life within the woman's body. Roar. Just as the crystal coffin was devouring the death energy from all directions, a furious roar rang out in another area. Following that, a mountain of bones exploded and a creature with green hair all over its body charged out. That is, seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. That green-furred creature was an evil creature known as the green-furred zombie corpse. It was an evil life form born from the endless death energy. Swish. The green-furred zombie corpse was incomparably powerful. It moved through the void at high speed. In just a short while it had arrived before the crystal coffin. Bang! The green-furred zombie corpse swung its fist at the crystal coffin. Just as the green-furred zombie corpse's fist made contact with the crystal coffin, a shocking change happened to the crystal coffin. A powerful force suddenly emerged from the crystal coffin, sucking in the green-furred zombie corpse's fist. Roar! The green-furred zombie corpse roared furiously. The death energy on its body was rapidly devoured by the crystal coffin. In just a short while, the 3 zhang tall, incomparably ferocious zombie corpse was sucked dry by the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Roar! Roar! In another part of the world, 2 more furious roars resounded. 2 green-furred zombies rushed out of the bone mountains and rushed towards the crystal coffin. This vast ancient battlefield actually gave birth to such a monster. It was truly unbelievable. The green-haired zombie corpse was extremely powerful. It was one of the evilest existences in the world. This was because this zombie corpse's entire body was filled with fatal corpse poison. Once someone was infected with the corpse poison, they would die without a doubt. Even Gu Fei was wary of this kind of evil monster. Fortunately, these green-furred monsters did not attack Gu Fei, but the crystal coffin. However, the difference between the two was too great. These green-furred monsters could not harm the crystal coffin at all. The 2 green-furred monsters that attacked the crystal coffin were also sucked in by the crystal coffin. Following that, the energy of death on these 2 green-furred monsters was continuously absorbed by the crystal coffin. Soon, the 2 green-furred monsters were sucked dry by the crystal coffin. After absorbing the energy of death from the 3 green-furred monsters, the life force coming from the crystal coffin became much stronger. It was as if an era had been buried in this world. The interior of the ancestral star was simply a super huge tomb. It was as if all the living beings on the ancestral star had died here. Gu Fei had already seen the crystal coffin absorb the energy of death. This time he did not pay much attention to the crystal coffin. He then walked around this world of death. Soon he found an ancient monument at the foot of a mountain that had been split in half at the middle. The ancient tablet was engraved with ancient divine characters. Gu Fei did not recognize these divine characters, but everyone knew the meaning of the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. This was because the ancient tablet still had the spiritual imprint of the powerhouse who left the ancient tablet. Clear Jade Mountain Gate. This was the meaning expressed by the 4 ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. Could it be that this mountain used to be the location of a sect? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at the thought of this. How could a sect's mountain gate appear here? It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei continued to walk around this world of death. Soon he found another ancient tablet that was damaged. He also did not recognize the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. However, even though he didn't recognize these ancient divine characters, he knew what they were trying to convey. Northmont Sword Sect. Gu Fei was very surprised. There were also sword cultivators on this ancestral star. However, it was obvious that this so-called Northmont Sword Sect no longer existed. After regrouping, Gu Fei found the mountain gates of more than a dozen sects in succession. However, without exception, these sects were all destroyed without a single survivor. The places where these sects were located were razed to the ground by a great force. Could it be that this place really buried everything on this ancestral star? It was hard to say. This super huge tomb was not simple, but it was unknown who did it. Who sealed these things inside this ancestral star? No one knew. The person who did this must be a sovereign. In the past, there might have been sovereigns watching the battle between the sovereigns. After the battle, a sovereign took action and sealed all the corpses on this ancestral star into the inner world of this ancestral star. Of course, this lifeless world was definitely created and not something that had originally existed. Who could have done something so extravagant as to bury all the living beings in this star domain? Not many people would know about such a great secret of the world. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei was about to continue his search in this world full of corpses, the entire void suddenly trembled. Gu Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. However, it was already too late. Go. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately rushed towards the exit of this world. The world energy in this world that seemed to be boundless was being drawn. Someone was refining this part of the world. At this time, in the direction of the crystal coffin, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. The vast heaven and earth energy expelled all the death chi. The lid of the crystal coffin had already been opened. A woman sat up, holding a divine pearl in her hands. Streams of heaven and earth energy rushed out from this divine pearl and merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Chapter 1887. In the depths of the ancestral star, a crystal coffin floated high up in the sky. Boundless heaven and earth energy emanated from the hands of a woman in the coffin. The pulse of the entire world was under the woman's control, but she could not stand up from the coffin because her body below her abdomen was still deathly gray, lacking vitality. Even after devouring the boundless death chi, the death chi in her body had not been completely expelled. Only her upper body had regained its vitality and regained its color. Being born from death was truly difficult. This was defying the heavens. However, this crystal coffin was a strange object that could convert the death chi into life energy. Even so, the death chi in this woman's body was still difficult to be completely expelled. However, if this woman could successfully refine this world, she might be able to completely restore the vitality of her body and be reborn. Swoosh. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation void steps and sprinted in this dark world. He had already displayed his extreme speed, and with a single step he was already thousands of miles away. He wanted to escape from this world while the woman in the crystal coffin was refining this world. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave this place. The woman in the crystal coffin had a mysterious origin. She was the corpse of a supreme being that had regained consciousness. This was a different kind of life form. No one knew if the woman in the crystal coffin was the same supreme being of the extreme Tao, or if she had retained the memories of her previous life. However, this had nothing to do with him. Right now, what Gu Fei wanted to do the most was to hide as far away as possible. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The weather in this super great tomb changed. Boundless heaven and earth energy was awakening. On the ground, the soil undulated like waves. Even the bones buried in the ground were dug out. Bolts of lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating this world from time to time. This world that had been buried for an entire era was finally no longer silent. Boundless laws intertwined, and this world was about to close. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. The exit was right in front of him. Without thinking, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged forward. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime rang out. The sword ray that appeared out of nowhere appeared again and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei ignored the sword light. The sword light instantly struck the ancient cauldron's shadow outside of Gu Fei's body. Although the sword light was powerful, it couldn't break the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron. The defense of the cauldron of mountain and river was probably the strongest among all the Supreme Saint weapons. Although the sword light was powerful, it was unable to break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. The sword light was shattered and Gu Fei rushed out of the ancestral star. At this time the ancestral star's rift was disappearing. The rift that stretched across half of the ancestral star was being repaired. The great Tao of heaven and earth that was on the verge of collapse began to recover, and so did the marks of the great Tao left behind by the autarch. The almost destroyed ancestral planet seemed to have regained its vitality. Rumble. The ancestral star quaked as the various natural laws of the world were awakened. Bolts of lightning flashed across the entire ancestral star, dark clouds surged and a heavy rain began to fall. All kinds of phenomena appeared on the ancestral star. The earth was nourished by the rain. Some places were flooded, others were snowing, and in some places the rain gathered and formed rivers and seas. Gu Fei flew up into the sky and he couldn't help but feel shocked as he could feel that the ancestral star was no longer lifeless. He didn't stop and left the ancestral star. Every time he saw the woman in the crystal coffin, Gu Fei would feel his scalp tingle, and it made him feel uneasy. The autarch's body was extremely powerful, and even though she was no longer the autarch of the past, she was still not something that Gu Fei could fight against. Because of the changes that had taken place in the ancestral star of this star field, the stars that had not been destroyed began to shine with dazzling starlight again. The ancestral star of life was the center of a star field, and with the ancestral star of life as the center, an unknown number of miles of starry sky formed a starfield. The starfield was so vast that weaker cultivators wouldn't dare to travel between the starfields, because without a star chart, they could get lost in the vast starry sky. Boom. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the starfield, a star in front of him suddenly exploded, and a powerful destructive force spread in all directions. The powerful destructive force made Gu Fei's expression change. Roar. A furious roar shook the starry sky, and a figure rushed out from the exploded star. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. "Ah, I'm finally free. Where's Lord Taishan?" The man was arrogant, and as soon as he came out he wanted to find Lord Taishan, which shocked Gu Fei. There weren't many people who could be called Lord Taishan since ancient times. Lord Taishan was said to be one of the 9 great disciples of the Supreme Great Elder. Gu Fei sometimes suspected that Taishan's sect might have received some of Lord Taishuan's inheritance, which was why it was called Taishan's sect. Of course, all of this could no longer be investigated. Taishan's sect had become history. Although Gu Fei wanted to rebuild Taishan's sect, the method he cultivated was not the inheritance of Taishan's sect. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care so much and he quickly retreated. The man discovered the existence of Gu Fei and then took a step forward, directly appearing in front of Gu Fei. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei. "Little ant, how dare you escape from me?" The man's words were extremely cold. "Hey, you are the heir of the martial ancestor." That person seemed to be startled, but very quickly, a ripple came from that person's hand. It was a strand of divine sense. After this strand of divine sense entered Gu Fei's body, it rapidly entered Gu Fei's Naiwan palace. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't put up any resistance against this person. Moreover, this person wanted to read his memory. Buzz. At this critical moment, a powerful force exploded from Gu Fei's body, and the shadow of a big cauldron appeared on his body, shaking off the man's hand. The mountain and river cauldron, huh? It really takes no effort to find it. When the man was shaken off by the shadow of the big cauldron, he couldn't help but be surprised, but then he was happy. His blood-red eyes shot out beams of demonic light, and he was inexplicably excited. Humph. Chapter 1888. There was a change in an ancestral planet that shook the world. An evil demon that had been sealed in a star broke free at this time. The nefarious demon was incomparably powerful. In front of this nefarious demon, Gu Fei simply had no way of fighting back. However, just as Gu Fei was about to use his trump card, a woman appeared. To be more precise, this woman was not her real body. It was just a clone. Even so, she still had a domineering aura. "It's you." When the evil demon saw the woman, it was shocked as if it had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Even its voice was trembling. The woman did not emit any divine will. Swoosh. The woman directly attacked the evil demon. With a wave of her right hand, 9 rays of divine light shot out from her hand and pierced through the evil demon. The evil demon soared into the sky, trying to avoid the 9 rays of divine light. However, the 9 beams of divine light followed them like shadows, changing their direction and continuing to pierce through the evil devil. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until they were stained with the devil's blood. The evil demon seemed to know the woman's background. He did not dare to fight her and turned to leave. However, the woman did not let the evil demon go. The 9 rays of divine light intertwined and formed a huge net that enveloped the world, trapping the evil demon. Roar. The nefarious devil roared again and again. He wanted to break the divine net and rush out, but the net was unbreakable. Trapped the nefarious devil inside. Rumble. A destructive force suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless lightning descended from the sky and struck the evil demon. This was a terrifying heaven's tribulation of extinction. The evil demon no longer hid its strength. It was actually a demon saint. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. A saint-level existence had finally appeared. The current world would not allow such a powerful existence to appear. Once a saint-level expert appeared, the world would sense it and send down a heaven's tribulation of extinction. However, a saint-level existence could not necessarily not appear in the current world. A saint-level existence could seal themselves to prevent a heaven's tribulation from descending. This demon had sealed itself, but at this moment, it had no choice but to release its seal and display its true saint-rank strength. The powerful energy fluctuations had indeed triggered the annihilation tribulation. Countless lightning bolts circled around the nefarious devil, but they were unable to truly threaten it. Shwa. After the evil devil displayed the power of the sage rank, it actually tore a big hole in the divine net. The fiend rushed out of the hole in the divine net. However, just as he rushed out, a fist came flying towards him. Bang! The slender fist smashed into the evil devil's nose bridge, and the evil devil's nose bridge collapsed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as the evil devil was sent flying. That woman's punch had nearly smashed that fiend devil's head apart. At this time, Gu Fei had already fled far away. What a joke! If he were to be affected by a battle of this level, his body and soul would be destroyed. There was no suspense in the following battle. Although the woman did not truly descend, the combat strength she displayed was too shocking. Although the evil devil was a great demon saint, he was still no match for the mysterious woman. In the end, he was killed by the mysterious woman's clone in this starfield. After killing the great demon saint, the woman glanced at Gu Fei before disappearing. It's the person in the coffin. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The woman in the crystal coffin was extremely powerful. Just a clone was able to kill a great demon saint. How powerful was her combat strength? The performance of the evil devil made him feel even more uneasy. Of course, the great demon saint had been sealed for countless years, and his vitality had been damaged. He had almost fallen from the sage rank, so he could not display much of the true strength of a sage rank expert. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, a powerful wave came from the direction of the ancestral star. Gu Fei suddenly returned to his senses, and then he turned around and left without looking back. He knew that a change had finally appeared in this star domain after countless years of silence. Half a day passed. Gu Fei was walking in the starfield. He could no longer sense the wave of the huge star. He was already far away from that place. However, Gu Fei was in big trouble. He realized that he was really lost in the endless starfield. He did not have a star chart with him. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Gu Fei to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. It would be great if He Tian was here. With He Tian's attainments in formations, it would be a piece of cake for him to find the 4 cardinal directions. Gu Fei continued to travel through the starfield. He wanted to find an ancestral star with life. However, there were not many ancestral stars with life in this boundless starfield. Apart from the soaring dragon ancestral star that Gu Fei knew of, he had never seen another ancestral star with life. Gu Fei continued to wander in the starfield. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. Gu Fei, who was lost in the starfield, kept looking for a way back. After a few years, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak wave. He followed the wave and soon, a life aura appeared in this starfield. That is, Gu Fei finally saw the source of the life aura. It was a blue star. 70% of the star was ocean and the remaining 30% was land. Without hesitation, he flew directly towards the blue star. At this time, the humans on this blue planet saw an unbelievable scene through the satellites in space. A person actually appeared in space without any protective clothing on his body. Alien. The people in several secret places on the blue star were in an uproar. An explosive news was spreading rapidly, causing some people on the entire star to be extremely nervous. There were even powerful weapons that had locked onto the person who had appeared in space. Gu Fei, who sensed some kind of danger, disappeared from the outer space of the blue star. He directly entered the atmosphere of the star and landed on the highest mountain of the star. With the appearance of Gu Fei, a team of mountaineers who had painstakingly climbed the highest mountain in the world were scared to death. A person wearing simple clothing had actually descended from the sky. Could it be that they had encountered a legendary immortal? The spirit energy here is too thin. Gu Fei sensed the concentration of spirit energy on this star. Such a concentration of spirit energy was not suitable for cultivation at all. Even an existence with a heaven-defying physique would not be able to achieve much by cultivating on this star. In the next moment, Gu Fei arrived in front of a team of people wearing thick clothing. He reached out and pressed his hand on the head of a middle-aged man in the team. Chapter 1889. Compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, the aqua-blue planet couldn't be compared at all. This planet was too small, but there were many humans living on it. It was a completely different planet from the soaring dragon ancestral star. The soaring dragon ancestral star focused on cultivation, pursuing immortality. Longevity was the goal of all living beings. On this planet called Earth, although there were quite a few humans, the vast majority of them were not cultivating. Billions of them were mortals. Moreover, Gu Fei noticed that there wasn't even a single immortal on this planet. Even if there were some cultivators, their cultivation was pitifully low. Swish. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from this mountain called Mount Everest. Bus. We met an immortal. A tall youth came back to his senses and said with a trembling voice. Everything that had happened in front of him was beyond his understanding. Immortals of legends. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. He was the leader of the team and was an experienced climber. This wasn't his first time climbing the highest mountain in the world. All the members of the mountaineering team were shocked to the extreme. What happened today could no longer be explained by science. A person wearing a thin set of clothes could actually appear on the world's highest peak. This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. When they regained their senses, they hurried down the mountain and sent the news to their friends and family. On this earth there was something called the internet and Weibo. News spread at an absurd speed. Soon the news of an immortal appearing on Mount Everest spread. At this time, Gu Fei had arrived on Earth in a place called China. Here there was a place with decent spiritual energy called Kunlun. Why would there be a mountain called Kunlun here? Gu Fei was shocked. There were also legends of Kunlun on the soaring ancestral star. It was a sacred mountain in ancient times. Legends said that a supreme female lived on it. When Gu Fei arrived at Kunlun, he was incomparably shocked. Kunlun Mountain was actually sealed by a formation. Someone had used great magic to hide the real Kunlun Mountain. The so-called Kunlun Mountain in the outside world was just a corner of the real Kunlun Mountain. In Gu Fei's eyes, this grand formation sealing Kunlun Mountain was nothing. However, this was definitely the work of a sage. Apart from a sage, no one could hide a sacred mountain. Land of the Soaring Dragon. When Gu Fei set foot on Mount Kunlun, he couldn't help but be startled by the momentum of the world before him. It was truly surprising that there was a land of soaring dragons on a small planet like Earth. However, the more Gu Fei observed, the more astonished he got. The terrain before him did not seem as simple as a soaring dragon ground. The outer perimeter of the entire Kunlun God Mountain was actually surrounded by mountain ridges one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time around, Gu Fei was truly stunned. How was this a land of soaring dragons or whatnot? This was just a heaven-revolting terrain. There had never been a terrain as such in all of history. 10,000 dragon reverence. Gu Fei's voice was quivering right now. A terrain as such was way too heaven-revolting. Could this Kunlun God Mountain truly be that legendary ancient God Mountain? 10,000 dragon reverence. Could there be an ancestor dragon being nurtured within this Kunlun God Mountain? At the thought of this, Gu Fei was astounded beyond anything else. This wasn't impossible. The 10,000 dragon reverence ground was something that had never appeared in all of history. To think that it would appear on a small planet as such. No wonder there was someone who could seal up such a heaven-revolting terrain with their powers. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak at the outer perimeter of Kunlun Mountain. Just as he was about to enter this heaven-revolting region, a beam of God light bolted over from the distance. That beam of God light landed on the top of the mountain that Gu Fei was at. When the light dissipated, a young Taoist appeared before Gu Fei. This was a Taoist with a spiritual nature. His face was like a crown of jade and his body was tall and slender. His long hair was tied up casually with a green ribbon that draped behind his head. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The tone of this Taoist was icy cold with a haughty look on his face. In his opinion, the fact that a mere mortal like Gu Fei could make it into this Kunlun immortal realm was pretty unbelievable. However, anyone who could make it into this place would definitely have some immortal affinity. If their physiques were decent, they might even be able to be taken in as disciples by the immortal sects within the Kunlun immortal realm. The immortal sects within Kunlun were the rulers of this Kunlun immortal realm. Yes. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but feel a little displeased. Even though this man could make use of shifting lights, his cultivation state had yet to truly break through the shackles of post-celestial. It could be said that such a cultivator had not really entered the path of cultivation. Only by breaking through the shackles of post-celestial could he be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. There were so many people like this in the Tinglong continent. "It seems that your physiques as a mortal are not that good. I'd better kill you." After looking at Gu Fei from head to toe, the Taoist said such words. This made Gu Fei a little speechless. He could not believe that he had been ignored by an ant. If a person with average physiques happened to enter the Kunlun immortal realm, there would only be two outcomes. One was to be sent out by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm, and the other was to be killed on the spot by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm. Cultivators were very straightforward. They would do whatever they thought of. When this Taoist said that he wanted to kill Gu Fei, he was definitely not joking. He really wanted to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei still had a calm expression on his face. This calmness surprised the Taoist. "I didn't expect you to have a good temperament, but it's a pity." The Taoist shook his head, seeming to feel a little sorry. However, since he had already wanted to kill Gu Fei must die. "Humph, it's a pity." Gu Fei looked at the Taoist and said indifferently, "You." When the Taoist saw that Gu Fei was still so calm, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This was too abnormal. After all, he was a disciple in charge of guarding the entrance of the Kunlun immortal realm. He had also encountered several mortals who had entered the Kunlun immortal realm by mistake. In front of him, none of those mortals behaved as calmly as the young man in front of him. "Go to hell." The young Taoist didn't think too much. He directly took out a talisman, then recited an incantation and threw the talisman to Gu Fei. Boom. After the young Taoist threw the talisman, it immediately turned into a ball of flame and burned toward Gu Fei. This was an ordinary fireball talisman.